A blood-red moon hung high overhead, dyeing the entire Mirror Lake maze in a sinister dark crimson. Mu Hanchuan was drenched in blood with no fewer than 10 large visible wounds across his body. The grade void stomach armor he wore was tattered and on the verge of scrapping, while his other 2 defensive shields had long since been destroyed. Mustering the last trace of his strength, Mu Hanchuan smashed his fist into the warped mirror, blocking his way, shattering it, then tumbled head over heels toward the outside of Mirror Lake. At long last, he burst free of the eerie Mirror Lake maze. Behind him, 3 blood-red tendrils stretching out from the spiderweb-cracked mirror surface disintegrated into drifting black ash. In the distance, thousands of mirrors standing upon the lake all hummed in unison. Every reflection within those surfaces moved differently, some sprinting madly, some firing weapons, some brandishing blades in combat. A few stared fixedly at Mu Hanchuan, and one reflection even dragged a finger across its own throat in a slitting gesture directed at him. Gasping violently, the utterly spent Mu Hanchuan collapsed onto the slick ground, the sound of his Adam's apple rolling as he swallowed echoing clearly. Inside the Mirror Lake maze, a final female challenger was still holding on. She was formidable, the strongest among the 330 participants of various races. Yet in the end, she too failed to survive this last trial. With the death of the last challenger within the Mirror Lake maze, all the mirror surfaces returned to normal, then suddenly pivoted as one to face Mu Hanchuan. In each mirror appeared a Mu Hanchuan, countless duplicates stretching into the distance, and they all simultaneously extended blood-red fingers to point straight at him. Mu Hanchuan felt his blood turn to ice and the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Then every mirror surface slowly sank downward, merging into the vast mirror-like lake beneath. He had made it through, relying on his thick reservoir of vitality to endure by sheer brute force. Next time he encountered such a hidden stage, he would have to be far more cautious and never rush in blindly again. It was terrifyingly dangerous. This time he had used a blue star key to enter what was originally only a 3rd-tier blue stage. A total of 330 life forms of various races had entered this blue stage, among which the human race accounted for roughly 10 people. The stage itself was not particularly difficult. Of the 330 participants, 290 managed to clear it, making it feel almost easy. Yet the unexpected situation that followed soon plunged participants of every race into anxiety. After the blue stage ended, the reward that should have appeared did not. Instead, an advanced stage was triggered, requiring 2/3 of the participants to agree before they could enter the next red advanced stage. It was a golden opportunity. A single red star key was worth around 3 million, while a blue stargate key was only worth about 1 million. It was practically like getting one for free, though of course the danger would rise accordingly. Of the remaining 290 people, more than 200 agreed, so they naturally proceeded into the red stage. An accident occurred. The difficulty of the red stage skyrocketed far beyond their imagination. Unlike previous stages, this one decreed that all who failed to clear it would die, an outcome no one had anticipated. Otherwise, far more would have chosen to refuse. Of the 290 participants, only 12 ultimately cleared the stage. Over 95% perished, a terror beyond words. It was impossible to tell whether their luck had exploded or if death itself was chasing them, unwilling to rest until it had claimed them all. After they cleared the stage, reward information once again failed to appear. Instead, a mysterious purple hidden stage opened yet again. Was this fortune coming to them of its own accord, or a death warrant chasing them down, or perhaps some great ordained burden about to be placed upon one of them? White, yellow, blue, red, purple, black. Purple was already an ultra-difficult stage, second only to black. Its difficulty could easily be imagined. This time the 12 remaining participants agonized over the choice for a long while. To have cleared the red stage, which of them was not a genius in their own right? A purple star key was worth as much as 10 million. The rewards it yielded would undoubtedly be rarer and of far greater value. But first one had to stay alive long enough to claim them. If they did not gamble, they would be giving up an excellent opportunity for nothing. If they did wager once more, perhaps a mere bicycle might turn into a rocket. In the end, faced with tangible profit, hearts swayed by promises of wealth voted against, and 8 in favor, precisely meeting the 2/3 approval required. The purple hidden stage was thus unlocked. Among them, Mu Hanchuan had chosen to oppose. Those scoundrels had dragged him into the pit. He had been clear-headed. A stage of that level was beyond what they could currently challenge. To survive 1 time out of 10 would have been wishful thinking. In truth, death 10 times out of 10 was the norm. Mu Hanchuan wanted to curse, and he did curse, but it was useless. He could not change the outcome. Those idiots insisted on courting death and insisted on dragging him along. Purple hidden stage cleared. Unlock progress 15. Mission objective achieved. Survivor count 1. Distributing rewards. Out of this supposedly minor blue stage with 330 participants at the start, he alone had survived to the end. Serves them right, they just had to act recklessly. Had they done as he did and chosen to oppose, they would not have died. Reward 1. You have obtained 1 blue star key and 1 purple star key. He had used a blue star key to enter, so having that key returned after a successful clear was perfectly normal. The pleasant surprise was the purple star key he had received. Its value was extremely high with a market price of at least 10 million. However, Muhan Chuan did not intend to sell it. He would keep it someday in the future. He would surely find a use for it. This item was far too rare and difficult to obtain. In the future, when his strength had finally reached the necessary level, he might not be able to acquire one even if he wanted to enter such a stage. As for now, attempting a purple stage was out of the question and indeed impossible. Just like the purple stage's unlock progress, this was also his first successful clear of an advanced red stage, so its unlock progress likewise stood at 15. In other words, he would need to successfully clear 4 more red stages before the purple stage would be fully unlocked. Only then would he possess the qualification to enter a purple stage, otherwise, even owning a purple star key would be meaningless as it could not be activated at all. Reward 2 attribute points increased 18. Due to insufficient mind attribute automatic balancing applied physique 15 mind 3. He was stunned. Did purple stages grant this many attribute points? This was almost on par with the highest rewards of a team trial. In the past, the highest stage he had ever entered was a 3rd-tier blue stage whose attribute rewards topped out at only 8 points, sometimes as few as 5. The gap of 10 points was enormous. Then how many attribute points could the final black stage possibly award? Strength 88. Physique 328, a grade 15. Agility 86. Mind 83-3. Equipment void stomach armor a grade. Skills none 02. Items none 01. Brain domain capacity 16 remaining. Damn it, physique needs to reach 600 points to attain grade, yet I have only just crossed 300 and barely reached a grade a short while ago. Even with this reward of 15 points, that's only 343. I've worked hard for 3 years to barely scrape into a grade. When on Earth will I ever advance to grade? Muhan Chuan was somewhat unusual. For reasons unknown, every time he cleared a stage, his attribute rewards always went entirely into physique. Do not be misled by his other attributes, all hovering above 80. That was only because of a strict rule: the lowest attribute value could not be less than 1/4 of the highest. Therefore, each batch of attribute points he obtained had to be split and forcibly allocated to his other attributes to keep them up to standard, otherwise his physique would have been even higher. Muhan Chuan had searched many records and consulted many people, but had never found anyone like himself. Others' attribute rewards, though inclined according to their natural strengths, might favor strength or physique, or perhaps lean toward 2 attributes at once. But never had he heard of all rewards being poured into a single attribute alone. Even those peers who worked harder than he did had yet to raise a single attribute to a grade. Their attributes hovered around a bit more than 100 each, roughly placing them all at grade. This was of course Muhan Chuan's advantage. If the opponent matching rules within the Forbidden Trial Star were based on total attribute points, then with one a grade attribute, while others remained at grade, he would be crushingly dominant. However, Muhan Chuan felt this could not be absolute. In this latest trial alone, several opponents had been stronger than he was, especially that human woman who endured until the very end. She had been only a step away from success, yet tragically fell in the final few strides. It had been a close thing. If not for his unique nature, his defensive power and recovery far outstripping others, allowing him to grit his teeth and endure through sheer durability, he would certainly have died this time. Once strength, agility, and mind all approach 100, I'll reach grade in those as well, and my overall power will take another great leap forward. 3 years had passed, his physique had already reached a grade, yet the other 3 attributes had still not reached grade. In all the world, he was certain such a configuration was unique to him. Then again, perhaps there were others blessed with a talent as peculiar as his. If all of someone's attributes were poured solely into strength, would they not be invincible? One overwhelming force can break 10,000 techniques. And if someone's attributes were all poured into agility, then they could simply run all day with no one ever catching up, or walk the path of nimbleness, their reaction speed unmatched, untouchable by any attack. In truth, that too was a form of invincibility. Reward 3 skill reward relocations grade. Muhan Chuan's pupils shook violently, and his blood seemed to surge in reverse. With a whoosh, he sprang up like a compressed spring. And grade skill? All thoughts of injuries or worries became utterly insignificant in that instant. Requirements: no attribute threshold, no tier requirement. Brain domain capacity required 15. Function: transfer a marked object to your current location. Markable objects 07. Condition: the transfer target must be marked in advance. At most 7 targets may be maintained at once. Grade: attached death contract. Once every 3 months, you will be forcibly transported into the Forbidden Trial Star to participate in a death match. Opponent: race random. Their strength will be calibrated according to the combat power you possessed in your previous death match. Level skill. How is that even possible? As far as he knew, to obtain a combat type's level skill, one had to clear a black rank stage, a difficulty akin to ascending to the heavens. So what on earth was happening now? Muhan Chuan could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. The only possibility was that this level skill, Qiani, migration, did not belong to the combat branch at all, but was instead an auxiliary level skill with a minute chance of appearing even in a purple rank stage. In the past 3 years on the Yingling planet, across its 5 continents and 47 nations plus various special regions, the population exceeded 8 billion. Of the tens of millions who had entered the Forbidden Trial Star to challenge its stages, only a single level skill had ever appeared. Rumor had it that someone from Qini Nation on the Xingsu continent had obtained it, causing a sensation across the entire world. Muhan Chuan formed a conjecture perhaps that level skill back then had also been an auxiliary type, not necessarily one within a black rank stage, but like his own, obtained by sheer luck in a purple rank stage. The rank was terrifyingly high, yet the ability itself did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. If he put it up for auction, how much could it fetch? Would he even need to strive for anything ever again in this lifetime? Instinctively, he looked toward the requirements column. That was what truly mattered. If he could not learn it, what use was it to keep? The moment his gaze fell upon it, he almost jumped out of his skin. Requirements: no attribute requirement, no rank requirement. Brain domain carrying capacity required 15. What the hell was this? Was the system playing a joke on him? Muhan Chuan lowered his gaze to the only piece of equipment still on his body: his void stomach armor, a level. Void stomach armor, a level. Defense intensity: can withstand impacts 4,000 joules with an additional 10 damage absorption. Wearing requirement, a level. Attribute requirements: physique 200, strength 80. Durability 7. Severely damaged, urgently needs repair. Damn it. Just an A-level piece of equipment demanded such high attributes, yet its level skill required only brain domain carrying capacity. It was not as though Muhan Chuan had never received a skill reward before he had sold it off. He remembered it clearly: a skill called Spiderweb Imprisonment, level control type with attribute requirements of spiritual sense 100, agility 80, and brain domain carrying capacity 3. At that time, he had been utterly incapable of using it. Even now, he still could not. His spiritual sense had yet to reach 100, and that had been merely in level skill. Yet the conditions to learn this level skill were so low. It completely shattered Muhan Chuan's understanding of the world. Did this not mean that a mere level weakling like him could learn it right now? Muhan Chuan's heart hammered wildly in his chest. To say he was calm would have been a lie. An urgent voice within him urged him to learn it at once. Even if it were not in level skill, but merely in A or level 1, the learning conditions alone would be enough to draw countless powerhouses into a frenzied struggle over it. If he sold it, he would become wealthier than nations overnight. Whether he could keep such wealth was another matter entirely. If he chose to learn it, he needed only to exert a little force with his fingers right now to obtain its level skill. He would become a feeble A-level with its level skill. How much his strength would increase he did not know, but it would certainly be an enormous leap. Muhan Chuan gripped this level skill sheet so tightly his fingertips almost dug into his palms, yet he felt no pain. This skill was not merely a skill, it embodied limitless wealth and was the key to changing his fate. But this key was far too heavy, so heavy it felt suffocating. Muhan Chuan slowly closed his eyes, and within his mind surfaced faces both familiar and strangely distant. He had parents, grandparents on both sides, yet his only true family was a person without any blood relation at all. This was the path he had chosen for himself. Having chosen it, he would not regret it. Who? Muhan Chuan exhaled and made his decision. His fate could only ever rest in his own hands. Even kin by blood could not be fully relied upon. In the next instant, he decisively crushed the Qiani skill sheet. A crisp chime rang in his mind. Ding. Requirements met. Level skill: Qiani migration has been successfully learned. Strength 88. Physique 328, a level 15. Agility 86. Spiritual sense 83-3. Equipment: void stomach armor, a level. Skill: Qiani's level 12. Items: none 01. Brain domain carrying capacity 16, 1 remaining. Well then, just like that he had learned it. His brain domain carrying capacity was almost entirely consumed, with only 1 left. Even the lowest level skill required 2 carrying capacity. For a while he would be unable to learn any other skills, and could only wait for his spiritual sense to slowly rise, and with it his brain domain capacity. Of course, modern technology offered certain methods to boost brain domain capacity, special reagents, composite drugs, but Muhan Chuan did not dare touch them and would never casually experiment on himself. The rapid technological progress of the past century had all been driven by discoveries and explorations on the forbidden trial star and was far from mature. Who knew what side effects might lurk behind it all? Damage to the body was all but guaranteed, and Muhan Chuan would never gamble with his life in that way. As for the forbidden trial star itself, it had appeared 99 years ago, not only on the human homeworld, but throughout their entire star system. It was said that such a feat required at least a level 5 civilization. On that exceedingly unusual day, the entire globe was shrouded in a veil of darkness, as though someone had pressed a pause button on everything. A line of text appeared in every person's mind, stretching on and on. By the time they finished reading it, nearly half of humanity had teetered on the brink of madness. Effective immediately, the Cheong star system G4279 trial star system civilization level 0.5 primitive will formally commence the trial war. Participating intelligent civilizations 77. Participating planets, all within the Cheong star system. Trial ground forbidden star ring. Forbidden trial star civilization, level tier 2, fractured civilization ruins. Trial objective: by any means and in any manner annihilate all other intelligent civilizations within the Cheong star system. Seize every planet in the system. The final surviving race shall be the victor. All defeated intelligent races shall be completely erased from the star system. Failed inferior species have no right to continue existing. The sole victorious race will be acknowledged by the Obelisk Civilization Alliance, gaining the right to join the alliance and full ownership of this star domain. Humanity's homeworld had been forced into this trial, in which failing meant extinction of the entire species. How could humanity not go mad? Only then did they realize that aside from humans, there were 76 other intelligent civilizations in this star system, and countless more species that had never developed intelligence or civilization at all. The Cheong star system was likely far vaster than humanity had ever imagined. From that day onward, every youth, male or female, upon reaching the age of 18, would receive a white star key. This white star key was the key to entering the forbidden trial star. Of course, one could choose not to enter and instead sell it. Whoever obtained the key could access the forbidden trial star. There was no distinction. A single white star key was worth 50,000. It was practically a Kamingafage gift bestowed by the heavens, enough seed capital to launch a life. Muhan Chuan had run away from home at the age of 5 and wandered from place to place, begging on the streets, scavenging in trash bins, even fighting cats and dogs for food. At 13, a street performer took a liking to him and adopted him, teaching him a few performance tricks. He scraped by like that until 18, when he finally entered the forbidden trial star to rebel against fate. Before the age of 18, one could not enter, nor could one use any trial equipment, skills, or items. S-rank binding death pact: every 3 months mandatory entry into the forbidden trial star for a lethal combat. Opponent species are randomized and their strength is calibrated to your combat capability at the conclusion of your previous death match. Muhan Chuan gazed silently at the pact, reflecting inwardly. He had already committed to mastering it. Regret served no purpose. Better to study this ability thoroughly. This must be the S-rank side effect: a compulsory death match every 3 months. It leaves no room for complacency, struggle, or perish. Fortunately, the opponent's strength in the next match will be benchmarked against your own combat capability at the end of the current trial, granting you a full 3-month interval to grow. In later stages, however, such a span may prove negligible, yielding only marginal advancement. Yet in the early stage, those 3 months are pivotal. With precise cultivation, one's combat prowess can surge dramatically, perhaps even crossing into the next tier within that window. Given his own durability, Muhan Chuan was confident he could survive the first decade. Beyond that, fate would decide. It was time to return. From now on, he was a rising supernova wielding an S-rank ability, though no one yet knew. Muhan Chuan pushed forward. There were 2 ways to return: either to the exact point of entry, or to a random location within a 20-kilometer radius of that site. Muhan Chuan chose the former without hesitation. A soft shimmer, and he reappeared inside his underground secret base. Dimness enveloped the space, pierced only by the faint, steady glow of emergency lamps. He had painstakingly constructed this base after earning his first substantial funds, deep beneath a small mountain. Ahead lay a broad river spanned by two heavily trafficked bridges. Behind the mountain sprawled a sizable park bustling with visitors at all hours, even deep into the night, making it an ideal cover. Initially, Mu Hanchuan had considered building the base in a remote, uninhabited mountain range, but discarded the idea after careful deliberation. Such isolation would draw suspicion. Even a few accidental encounters might spark dangerous speculation. Here no such risk existed. People strolled through the park at midnight. No one questioned why he did the same. The underground base was compact: 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. Just 60 square meters in total. One bedroom served as his sleeping quarters, the other functioned as a storage chamber, holding not only gear and artifacts acquired from the Forbidden Trial Star, but also modern weapons engineered by terrestrial technology. The modest kitchen held ample food and water reserves. No electronic devices were powered, lest they emit detectable signals or leave traces for surveillance. This was Mu Hanchuan's sanctuary each time he entered the Forbidden Trial Star, minimalist, functional, and above all secure. The moment he returned, Mu Hanchuan shed his heavy tattered armor and garments, then entered the bedroom to administer first aid using stored medicines. Why not treat himself in the living room? Because there was nowhere to lie down. After finishing his wound care, exhaustion weighed upon him, but his mind burned with electric intensity, utterly resistant to sleep. Rest was impossible now. He needed to test this S-rank ability immediately, praying fervently it was no hollow prize. Failure would be catastrophic. Mu Hanchuan seized the medicine box beside his bed and quietly activated the ability. He expected complexity, but it responded with startling simplicity. The instant he willed it, 2 options materialized before his inner vision. Mark. Cancel. He selected mark without hesitation. Marking successful. Marked objects 17. A crystal-clear mental directive followed, and instantly the precise spatial coordinates of the medicine box bloomed in his awareness. Intrigued, Mu Hanchuan tossed the box onto the bed and strode into the living room. He activated the ability once more. No new choices appeared. Only one object remained marked. He selected the medicine box. In the next breath, it vanished from the bedroom and reappeared weighty and real in his waiting palm. Extraordinary. Mu Hanchuan's pulse quickened with exhilaration. This was unmistakably a spatial ability, an unconventional, refined variant. Each entry into the Forbidden Trial Star permitted only 3 pieces of equipment and 1 artifact. Both equipment and artifacts had to originate from within the Forbidden Trial Star, not necessarily acquired by oneself, but obtainable via trade, purchase, or loan from others. Artifacts fell into 2 categories: active artifacts, combat-oriented and manually deployable, and auxiliary artifacts including durability enhancers, repair kits, medical packs, and ration containers. All auxiliary artifacts likewise had to originate from the Forbidden Trial Star, and only 1 could be carried per entry. On this latest expedition, Mu Hanchuan had brought a durability enhancer, an auxiliary artifact, applied to his Void Stomach armor rank E, preventing its total destruction. Conversely, any equipment, medicine, or sustenance originating from the real world, anything potentially affecting combat capability, was strictly prohibited from entering the Forbidden Trial Star. So, if he marked items here in the real world, could he summon them inside the Forbidden Trial Star upon entry? If so, while other participants bore only 3 pieces of equipment and 1 artifact, he could wield 11. Mu Hanchuan deemed it feasible. After all, this ability itself was a reward from the Forbidden Trial Star. If it couldn't transport items into that realm, what purpose would it serve? Indeed, the artifacts and gear produced by the Forbidden Trial Star would certainly comply. What remained uncertain was whether real-world items could be transported. If possible, he would procure a reinforced Gatling gun, then teleport it in and mow down every challenger. Mu Hanchuan hurried to the other room and marked a shield, one of his primary armaments forged within the Forbidden Trial Star. Back in the living room, the shield instantly materialized in his grasp. Damn, this is exhilarating. Henceforth, he'd need carry nothing into battle, simply pre-mark essentials, then summon them mid-fight, ensuring absolute surprise, overwhelming shock, and near-certain victory. Mu Hanchuan marked several more items: a wine glass, a bottle of liquor. Larger objects he avoided, for fear of detection. Marking successful. Marked objects 47. Changing into fresh, tightly wrapped clothing, Mu Hanchuan retrieved his phone and departed the underground base. The exit route was deceptively simple, exploiting human visual perception gaps. though the entrance itself had been carefully concealed. Emerging from the mountain, he walked to the nearby park and settled onto an unoccupied stretch of lawn. His right hand slipped beneath his coat, and both the wine bottle and glass appeared simultaneously in his palm. Setting the glass aside, he reclined on the grass and drank straight from the bottle. These test subjects were small, yet how large an object could the ability truly transport? There must be limits, otherwise one might pluck an entire planet from orbit. Constraints undoubtedly existed, demanding patient exploration and gradual mastery. He opened his phone to check for recent messages. His circle was narrow. Only a handful of notifications appeared, most sent by his adoptive elder sister, now married. Or rather, his adoptive elder sister. Skimming past those, he focused on the final message, sent 3 days prior. A client is chartering a team. Generous pay. Team trial scheduled for month end. Free. Let's talk. It's the end of the month. Today is only the 14th, and with half a month left, I should be able to restore my body to about 80%. The ordinary silver and gold star keys allow access to team trials, with silver permitting a maximum of 5 participants and gold allowing up to 20. However, one can only choose one type per month for a single entry. These team trials naturally offer richer rewards, particularly with a greater chance of obtaining exploration trials. Such missions have a higher probability of acquiring materials, resources, technology, and techniques from advanced civilizations on the testing stars. If luck is on your side, just once even obtaining a small piece of something rare might lead to prosperity. If ancestors bless you with a potion formula or high-tech blueprint, you could establish a massive family business, and even reselling it would yield a fortune. In this new era, many families and factions have prospered in such a way. It is said that after a century, only 10 of the entire Forbidden Trial star has been explored, leaving 90 still unresolved. This does not only include humans, but encompasses the entire celestial system, with all races combined having explored only 10. The Forbidden Trial star is merely a second-level fragment of a lost civilization. It is hard to imagine the heights that more advanced civilizations might have reached. 2 ordinary individual trials and 1 team trial. Each month, one can only partake in these 3 testing challenges. Such opportunities are rare. If conditions permit, one must complete all of them each month, as most of the attribute points that support your growth rely on these trials. At least for Muhanchuan it is so. It's not that there are no other avenues, but they are too expensive and he is too poor to afford them. The individual trials are manageable. As long as one passes, they generally receive the star key as a reward. Team trials, however, are the challenging ones. Silver star keys are not easy to obtain, ranging in market price from 3 million to 5 million each, with specific prices depending on market conditions. For them, piecing together the cost is too difficult. Even if 5 people share the burden, each must spend at least 600 or more. Occasionally it's feasible in a month, but to sustain such expenses monthly is a heavy burden. The best solution is to find a boss to charter a vehicle. A charter involves 4 capable, reputable individuals teaming up to bring one along. While it may not guarantee completion, it must ensure survival. If someone dies, there's no use in having a charter. Typically, the boss provides the star key, while the 4 hired hands handle the work. Rewards are given based on performance. Only survival is guaranteed, without additional rewards unless the trial rewards are obtained, which would grant extra monetary tips from the boss. The higher the trial rewards obtained, the greater the monetary tips afterward. The boss is not overly demanding regarding rewards like skills and equipment. Apart from a few special items, everything else can generally be purchased. What they truly seek is the attribute point rewards. There are only a few opportunities to gain attribute rewards each month. Individual trials are too dangerous and they dare not attempt them, nor do they possess the capability. Therefore, the monthly team trial becomes the most reliable opportunity to acquire attribute points. Of course, those who take on the boss jobs also need to pay a security deposit, which varies in amount. The higher the promised rewards from the boss, the higher the deposit required. If the boss dies on the trial star, these deposits will naturally be lost, leading not only to a tarnished reputation, but also potential revenge, making the risk substantial. Muhanchuan has only taken on this type of job twice, still considered a novice. He has developed a good synergy with this team, and his strength is recognized by them. If he were even slightly inadequate, they would never have chosen him. This is not a game of life and death. In the evening, he plans to check on the skeleton, and if the team's strength is satisfactory, he will join. If not, he will forego it, especially since he is gravely injured and his void stomach armor grade may not be repaired within half a month. His phone vibrated, the sound minimal. Muhanchuan adjusted it to the lowest setting and muted the ringtone. He took out his phone. It was a call from Chai Long. This person was a classmate from when he was 12 years old, having been in the same class for just 1 year with almost no communication. They unexpectedly crossed paths again in this small city at 19, becoming acquainted. He is one of the few friends he has, and the only one who knows his true identity. Chailong's father is a middleman specifically responsible for connecting buyers and selling equipment and skills from the Forbidden Trial Star, earning commissions from the transactions. He has a large number of trial participants and buyers at his disposal. These are crucial resources. Chailong is somewhat aimless, but he is not a bad person. With nothing to do, he chose to follow in his father's footsteps, and Mu Hanchuan is his biggest client. Equipment and skills obtained from the Forbidden Trial Star that are useless to him are processed by Chailong, who charges a 10% fee. Of course, this is a familiar rate. Outsiders might face charges of 15 to 20%. In reality, Mu Hanchuan does not deliberately cater to him, but values his father's connections. Some troublesome matters he cannot handle, but his father possesses that capability. Mu Hanchuan's education has been limited to just 2 formal years, excluding early elite education. At the age of 7, he was taken back by his grandfather. That year he behaved well, but hardly spoke. In just 1 year, Mu Hanchuan mastered all the characters and learned all the basic knowledge useful for his future, and then he escaped. At 12, he was once again taken back by his maternal grandfather, who specifically assigned someone to watch him and even fitted him with a tracking bracelet to prevent another escape. That year he also behaved well, but not for the sake of studying. Instead, he devoted all his energy to researching the Forbidden Trial Star and everything about it. What creatures are there? What vegetation? What minerals? Which are edible? Which are toxic? How to survive? All of this was his focus of study, as this was the only opportunity he could deeply understand before turning 18. He had to seize it, once he left, such opportunities would be hard to come by again. Mu Hanchuan worked tirelessly day and night, finally comprehending everything known about the Forbidden Trial Star. This knowledge was immensely beneficial for his goal of venturing into the Forbidden Trial Star at 18. Achieving his goal at 13, the once obedient Mu Hanchuan ran away again. Even the tracking bracelet was of no use. Chailong was his classmate from that year, having spent a year together in school. "Hey, Chuan, have you been up there again recently? I haven't been able to reach you for quite a while." Just returned not long ago. He'll come over to see you when I have time." "Sounds good." Chailong was quite happy. This meant Mu Hanchuan had goods to hand over to him. After discussing business, Chailong brought up other topics. "Chuan, be careful lately and try to go out less." "Why?" "My dad received news from Tianlan City that your family has been secretly looking for you these days. There must be something wrong, otherwise why would they seek you out after all these years?" "Are they looking for me?" Mu Hanchuan's brows furrowed, deeply surprised. After all these years, the only time his family sought him was when his grandfather took him back at 7, and they had never bothered him since. What could this mean? Is someone seriously ill and needs to find him for bone marrow? Or has something else happened? It surely wouldn't be to have him return to inherit the family business. "Yes, I sense the situation is serious. You should be cautious." If it weren't for Mu Hanchuan being his biggest client, his father wouldn't have passed this news along. "All right, thank you. It's nothing. We're brothers after all." After hanging up, Mu Hanchuan fell into a long silence. His birth family, the Mu clan, ranked among the 4 most powerful families in Tianlan City, the provincial capital of Luo Province. Luo Province ranked 3rd nationwide in total economic output. Naturally, its capital city was no exception. The Mu clan commanded immense influence, with assets easily exceeding 1 billion yuan. His mother's family, the Zhou clan, was deeply rooted in Fuxian City, the provincial capital of Bailing Province in western Qinghua Nation. Though Bailing Province ranked only 12th among Qinghua Nation's 19 major provinces and municipalities, its economy merely mid-tier. The Zhou clan's overall strength rivaled, even surpassed, that of the Mu clan. As one of Bailing Province's 3 dominant powers, the clan had surged forward with unprecedented momentum under the leadership of his maternal uncle. Sai. His lineage was nothing short of exceptional, yet he had fallen to this wretched state. All blame lay squarely upon his 2 utterly extraordinary parents. His father, as the eldest son of the Mu clan and heir apparent to its legacy, possessed innate pride and unyielding ambition. His mother, the second daughter of the Zhou clan, was equally self-fashioned, her willpower ironclad and her need for control absolute. When they first fell in love, their passion burned fiercely, intense, all-consuming, inseparable. Nothing, not even heaven nor earth, could tear them apart. For love, they would sacrifice everything. Yet the moment their bond fractured, their quarrels erupted like cataclysmic forces. Mountains crumbling, earth trembling, volcanoes unleashing fury. Nothing could contain or silence their fury. Their temperaments had long sealed their fate, neither would ever yield. Sure enough, years later, his arrogant father, having grown complacent in comfort, lost his initial fascination with his beautiful wife and began to resent her controlling nature. He took a discreet mistress, gentle, obedient, effortlessly charming. Such an arrangement was hardly scandalous at his level. Maintaining a mistress was trivial. The calamity arose when his mother, a woman of formidable control, discovered it, and thus utter ruin followed. Truly irrevocable ruin. Without a word, without protest, she acted that very day, not through threats or intimidation, but by eliminating the root of the problem outright. The outcome proved disappointing. The mistress escaped protected by 2 bodyguards assigned specifically because she was pregnant. Moreover, this was not her first child. 2 years earlier, she had already borne him a daughter. Clearly, his father cherished her deeply, otherwise he would never have permitted her pregnancy. Thus, the conflict exploded beyond containment. That very night, Zhou Muning vanished without warning, taking nothing with her. Everyone assumed she would return to her natal home, seeking justice from the Zhou clan. Yet her response defied all expectation, blindingly unconventional, stunning, even her own son Mu Hanchuan. The next day, Zhou Muning appeared publicly at the Yang clan, the Mu clan's fiercest rival in Tianlan City and another of the city's 4 great clans, declaring openly that she would assume the role of Yang Yu's consort and become the Yang clan's matriarch. Her announcement sent shockwaves across Tianlan City, reverberated throughout Luo province, and even dominated national front-page headlines. Yesterday, she had been the Mu clan's eldest daughter-in-law. Today, she stood as their sworn enemy and the Yang clan's new matriarch. What on earth? Worse still, she remained legally married to Mu Qiming, an unrepentant highborn married woman who flouted all decorum and dignity. Her brazen conduct struck a devastating blow against the Mu clan's honor. It also shamed her own natal family, the Zhou clan. Both the Mu and Yang clans were elite Tianlan dynasties locked in generations-old enmity. Now over one woman, that hatred deepened exponentially. Rumors claimed that Yang Yu, not Mu Qiming, had pursued Zhou Muning most relentlessly and earnestly. Yet she had ultimately chosen Mu Qiming, captivated by his greater allure. Who could have foreseen such a full-circle ending? Regardless, Yang Yu finally won her hand. And to do so, he even annulled a betrothal arranged for him just 6 months prior. That engagement had taken tremendous effort from the Yang clan to secure. Now, thanks to Zhou Muning, it dissolved into dust. Years ago, she had plunged their beloved son into deep depression. He refused even to court women. Now she'd cost him his fiancée too. She was pure calamity incarnate. She might discard her reputation, but the Yang clan would not. Amid widespread condemnation and fierce resistance from within the Yang clan, Zhou Muning nevertheless ascended as its matriarch. Opposition proved futile. Yang Yu had fixed his heart upon her alone. To win her, he made solemn vows to his family, obedient in ways he'd never been before. At last, the Yang clan acquiesced, not out of weakness but pragmatism. They feared the Mu clan no more than they already did. After all, they were mortal enemies. Greater enmity changed little. What truly suffered was the Mu clan's prestige. Mutual wounds were acceptable, humiliation belonged solely to them. Inflict 100 wounds upon the foe, and suffer 99 in return, still a narrow, bitter victory. Just 1 year later, Zhou Muning gave birth to her second child, a son not of the Mu clan, but of the Yang clan. That year, Mu Hanchuan was only 5. Overnight, his idyllic world shattered, family destroyed, kin scattered. It was an injustice far crueler than any act of fate. Precociously perceptive, he responded with unnerving calm, his silence profoundly unsettling for a child his age. His position now stood awkward, almost unbearable, even to himself. Within 24 hours, Mu Qiming retaliated. He brought his mistress home, elevating her from concubine to official wife in a single audacious stroke. Their 2-year-old daughter became the Mu clan's legitimate heiress. Rumor held that the child in her womb was yet another son. The Mu clan now had an heir. Mu Hanchuan felt quietly relieved. His own existence, it seemed, had become superfluous. A single thought flashed through his mind, and he decided instantly and irrevocably never to return to the Mu clan. Consequences, losses, none mattered. His resolve was absolute. In this, perhaps, he inherited his mother's indomitable spirit. He never returned. Young Mu Hanchuan chose his own path, leaving Tianlan City behind, wandering alone until he reached 18. Mu Hanchuan sat alone on the grass, draining the bottle in one defiant gulp. At 21, having achieved modest success, he had labored relentlessly for 3 years, wrestling free from death's grasp time and again. His perseverance bore fruit. He acquired the strength, skill, translocation. His future now gleamed with boundless promise. A new chapter awaited. Every sacrifice had been worth it. What could the Mu clan possibly offer in comparison? Their entire fortune paled beside the incalculable value of a single strength skill. Perhaps this was destiny. An hour later, Mu Hanchuan disguised himself and appeared in room 7 of a certain underground bar in the west of the city wearing a mask. There is nothing mysterious about it. This is an open liaison point for trial takers. There are no surveillance cameras in the entire venue, and it is located in an old district with a complex terrain, making it easy to escape. Inside the room, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom were also disguised. For people like them, the first priority is to hide themselves well to avoid unnecessary trouble. They communicate using code names. Mu Hanchuan's code name is simply Mu. After glancing at the others, Mu Hanchuan decided to stay because each of them was quite powerful and skilled. Did you just come out of a personal trial? The speaker was a tall man about 1.9 meters, around 30 years old, codenamed White Bone. He was a strong melee attacker with an 11 strength attribute conservatively estimated to be over 400 points, possibly not far from the 600-point level. He was the organizer and the captain of the trial team. Mu Hanchuan's injuries were serious, easily noticeable. He offered a cigarette box. Mu Hanchuan didn't take it. He never smoked regardless of the location, as it leaves traces and poses a risk of exposure. White Bone did not insist, retracting the cigarette box. He then asked, "Is there no problem at the end of the month?" He skipped unnecessary small talk and got straight to the point. No. Mu Hanchuan had completed his 2 personal trials in the first half of the month. All he needed now was to recuperate. With his recovery ability, getting back to 80% in half a month would be no problem. That's good. We tentatively plan for the end of the month. The exact time to enter will be notified later. Mu, did you get anything good in your personal trials? Is there anything I can use? The only woman in the room stepped forward, her fragrance wafting over. Her code name was Midnight Black Tea, around 25 years old, standing 1.7 meters tall. She always liked to show off her proud, fair, and translucent skin. Her face was covered so it was hard to tell how she looked, but just judging by her figure and her fair skin, she was likely quite attractive, stirring the imagination. It's very ordinary. Hee, if there are good things, you must save some for your sister. She poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Mu Hanchuan. Of course, women can be dangerous, especially this type. She was an agile close combat assassin. Mu Hanchuan did not take the glass and deliberately kept his distance. Midnight Black Tea followed a strength plus agility route. Her strength was definitely a level, but it was uncertain whether her agility had reached a level. Midnight Black Tea was not surprised this man was just dull. Did he really think he could take advantage of her? However, his strength was genuinely impressive and reliable. When White Bone said they needed to find him, she was the first to agree. She had long guessed that this Mu was not very old. Having such strength at such a young age indicated a decent background. He was likely out here for fun, just like herself. The last one was a man in black, drinking alone in the corner. He was 1.75 meters tall and lean, codenamed Black Feather, a speed type, ranged fighter responsible for reconnaissance and long-range fire support. He followed an agility plus spiritual sense route. His agility was definitely a level, but his spiritual sense was unknown. This person was quite reclusive and hardly spoke. Whitebone continued, "This time the employer is a young lady, reportedly a support type, which is good news for us. For us 4 to take this job, the most crucial thing is that the employer must be obedient. There is no need for her to exert too much effort. She just needs to keep up and not hold us back. The worst kind is one who is too opinionated and loves to show off, as that can bring great trouble. The last time we cooperated, the employer was a young master who could hardly do anything. During battles, he would only hide, and it was entirely up to us 4 to carry through. This one is not too bad, at least she can dodge and won't cause trouble. From what I've heard, they have encountered some reckless ones in the past, always rushing to the front during battles, forcing them to follow suit, which was quite painful. There are also those who like to give nonsensical commands. If you don't listen to them, they get upset, making the entire team's atmosphere very gloomy, almost leading to depression. This time it's a girl, and she's a support type, which is very ideal. Generally, such individuals do not cause trouble and can assist them, greatly alleviating the pressure on the team. Whitebone continued, "However, the deposit this time is not low. Each person is 8 million. We must ensure that this young lady returns safely, or else the deposit will not be refunded at all. Then what benefits can we get?" Mu Hanchuan was not concerned about the deposit. He was confident in protecting this young lady, provided she did not cause any issues, but the rewards must be proportional. Besides providing a silver star key for us to enter the team trial, there will also be additional rewards based on the spoils obtained during the trial, with a maximum of 6 million per person. Even if it's just to ensure her safety and return intact, each person can still receive a 1 million reward. Mu Hanchuan nodded slightly. The rewards were quite good, a fair price. Everyone was risking their lives, and no one wanted to take on jobs with low returns. If you have no objections, we will finalize it this way, and will not look for anyone else. Once confirmed, there can be no backing out. You should take good care of yourself in the next half-month and not affect our business. Whitebone's tone became noticeably serious, carrying a warning. They specifically sought him out, naming him to take this job because they valued his strength and reputation. He did not want any accidents that could affect his credibility. Especially this Mu. They had only cooperated once before, and that was under desperate circumstances through an intermediary. He did not hold high hopes, but it turned out this person was genuinely quite impressive and reliable. That's why they sought him out again. They were not too familiar, and caution was still necessary. As for the intermediary who introduced Mu Hanchuan, he was actually Chai Long's father. He knew a bit about Mu Hanchuan's strength and wanted him to interact more with these young elites, as it would greatly enhance his perspective and abilities, allowing him to participate in higher-level trials in the future. After all, he was one of the few quality clients of his son, and he needed to build more goodwill. Rest assured, I won't have any issues. In the past, he would never hold them back. Now, with his level transfer skill, he surely wouldn't. Each time entering the trial, Star 1 can only bring 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item card, but he was different. If nothing unexpected happened, he could additionally transfer 7 more items. Who was he afraid of? Very well, then this team trial is settled. No one is allowed to withdraw. The deposit must be paid to me now. We 4, along with that young lady, will finalize the details in the last 2 days. Any problems? Of course not. Midnight Black Tea joked. The person in the corner echoed no problem. Mu Hanchuan also had no issues. None. Very good. Whitebone raised his glass. Let's toast to our successful return this time. The 3 others followed suit, and Mu Hanchuan pretended to raise his glass, but did not drink. With everything settled, they each returned to their own places. This was just a preliminary meeting to confirm personnel. The specifics would be discussed in detail 2 or 3 days before the entry, where the employer would also be present to finalize various tactics and equipment arrangements, leaving no room for error. Qingling City, the capital of Qingyuan Kingdom, is far more than a mere municipal seat. It ranks second nationwide in economic output among the kingdom's 17 provinces and 2 special municipalities, and serves as its political and cultural heart. The Su family, one of Qingling City's top 3 political dynasties, was holding a solemn private family council within the main residence. Qingyu has reached marriageable age. Mu family must now render an account to ours. Originally, Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu, the youngest daughter of the Su family, were meant to formalize their engagement at this age, publicly announcing the alliance between the 2 houses. Yet the Mu family's circumstances appeared unusually complicated, and the Su family privately regarded such a union as deeply humiliating. Father, I've conducted a thorough inquiry. Mu Hanchuan hasn't resided with the Mu family for years. After Zhou Muning left the Mu household to follow Yang Yu, their son also departed, and has since lived as a wanderer entirely on his own. The speaker was Su Han, the Su family's eldest daughter. She could not fathom why Mu Hanchuan, the legitimate firstborn heir of the Mu lineage, would flee. He was still so young then, as she refused to believe he had chosen exile of his own volition. Something deeper, something internal to the Mu family must have driven him out. At that tender age, how could he possibly have acted of his own free will? It was far more likely he had been forced into exile. The root cause lay buried within the Mu family itself. That entire clan is unhinged. How could their son be anything but corrupt? This engagement must be annulled. Daiwen seethed inwardly. Her youngest daughter, exquisitely beautiful, erudite, gentle, and gracious, had somehow become bound to such a match. Regardless of consequence, it had to be undone. What authority did the insignificant Mu family wield to challenge them? The disparity between the families was staggering. They were utterly unworthy of the Su name. It's not that simple. Daiwen flared anew. Suze, what exactly do you mean? You would still have Qingyu marry into that family, into that sort of person. Though quick-tempered, Daiwen stood in stark contrast to Suze, the patriarch, whose composure remained unshaken. With quiet patience, he explained a mere Mu family hardly warrants concern. But this engagement was sealed by the patriarchs of both houses, formalized with a written covenant, and witnessed by several venerable elders from other distinguished clans. Such a bond cannot be casually broken. Those patriarchs are long deceased, and the Mu family's own failures bear no responsibility for us. The burden falls entirely upon them. That reasoning won't hold. Though both patriarchs have passed, our own grand matron still lives, and she would never permit a breach of faith lest it tarnish the patriarch's honored name. Moreover, this engagement was forged not out of sentiment, but strategic calculation. Indeed, the Su family gained a greater advantage, reaping substantial benefits over the years. Thus, unless absolutely unavoidable, the Su family could not be the first to break its word. Su-han grasped the implication instantly. Then we must compel the Mu family to renounce it themselves. No need to rush. Qingyu has only just entered her junior year at university. She is still young and opportunities abound. Still, we may begin applying subtle pressure upon the Mu family. Hearing this, Dai Wen's mood lifted markedly. Su-han understood at once. Shall I visit the Mu residence? Suze paused thoughtfully. Take Qingyu with you. As the betrothed herself, she ought to attend in person. Understood, father. Indeed, it would do her good to step beyond sheltered walls to encounter people and realities firsthand. So thoroughly protected, she knew nothing of the world's perils. How then would she ever command a household, or assume her rightful place as its mistress? A soft amber light bathed a corner of the sitting room. There, seated in serene stillness, sat Su Qingyu, the central figure of this gathering. Her hands gently folded upon her lap, her raven-black hair cascading like liquid silk over her shoulders. Her head bowed slightly, her long lashes cast delicate shadows. Her eyes, deep as starlit wells, shone with quiet brilliance, radiating a woman's innate grace and tenderness. She voiced no opinion. She simply sat, still, silent, composed. Seeing her daughter's guileless demeanor, Dai Wen inexplicably flared with fresh irritation. How had their illustrious house produced such an artless, wide-eyed innocent, so utterly unlike her sharp-witted elder sister? They seemed born of different mothers entirely. To send her into such a household would be to surrender her whole, bones and all. Frustrated beyond measure, Dai Wen stormed out, resolving to leave the instruction to Su-han. Suze, however, saw no flaw in his younger daughter's nature. To him, her gentleness was innate, not a failing, and perhaps in time it would prove her greatest strength. Did he truly believe anyone would dare mistreat a Su daughter? Should it come to pass, he'd simply dispatch a retinue with her dowry. Once the family council concluded, the two sisters stepped outside together, strolling side by side through the garden. Qingyu, what are your own thoughts? Qingyu kept her gaze lowered, a few strands of hair slipping softly forward. I have no particular thoughts. Su-han's brow furrowed, dissatisfied. Qingyu, this is your marriage. You are grown now. You must learn to judge for yourself, to hold your own convictions. Sister, we've never even met him. Why rush to affix labels or draw hasty conclusions? Can any of you truly claim to know what manner of man he is? Su-han's eyes narrowed, further vexation mounting. Yet she withheld reproach, sighing. Instead, his father is a philanderer, his mother, a woman of notorious infidelity. Born to a prestigious clan, she abandoned her marriage without divorce, openly taking up with another man, not only shaming the Mu family, but disgracing the Zhou clan of Biling province. What virtue could possibly flourish in such soil? And worse, he severed ties with the Mu family entirely, receiving no proper upbringing or education. Qingyu's eyelids dipped faintly, then lifted again, smooth and calm. Yet if he chose to leave the Mu family, does that not suggest he rejects his parents' conduct? We must not let a single sliver of truth blind us to the whole, nor judge him so narrowly. Su-han's eyes widened, astonished. This girl, who couldn't even decline a request, had just spoken with startling clarity. Where did you hear such twisted logic? At this rate, you'll be sold before we even notice you're gone. When Qingyu lifted her face, a tranquil, water-like smile bloomed. What if he truly is a good man? Stop indulging in brainwashing romance dramas. Stop dreaming foolishly of your fiancé as your destined soulmate. Face reality, clearly and soberly. Su-han, now fully aligned with her mother's view, Qingyu was dangerously naive, overprotected since childhood. What had begun as a gradual approach now demanded urgency. This engagement must be severed before the Mu heir ensnared her completely. To delay would be irreparable regret. After departing the Su residence, the sisters shared a car. Su-han proposed, why not join the family firm for some practical training? University can wait. You seem to have ample free time wandering mountains and gardens, chasing sunrises. Qingyu traveled constantly, touring scenic spots, visiting classical gardens, watching dawns, accomplishing nothing substantive, squandering precious youth. Sister, you know I'm not cut out for it. How can you know unless you try? You'll oversee an entire company, hiring, staffing, strategic planning, all under your sole authority. Seasoned professionals will guide you. Profits go to your personal allowance, losses will be covered by the family. Truly, I'm not suited for this. Dear sister, please spare me. What then was the point of bringing you into this world? Am I not your healing little angel, your comforting downy jacket? Isn't that enough? Su-han snorted through her nose, refusing to waste another word. Where are you headed? I'll drive you. Today Qingyu had dressed deliberately, evidently attending a gathering. Lantian Courtyard. A friend's birthday, just a small get-together. A birthday party at a bar. That's hardly your usual haunt. Was it Zhuhua who invited you? Birthday celebrations could be held in bars, but not in ordinary ones, not for families of their standing. Yes, everyone's just friends. Can't you tell he's taken with you? Not really, just friends catching up. Qingyu, you must learn to refuse, not merely accommodate. If Zhuhua holds no interest for you, decline decisively. He is beneath our family's station. Sister, we're simply friends. I trust you haven't forgotten I'm already betrothed. I need no reminder, provided you remember. With that yielding nature, you'll suffer dearly one day. Not at all. They're all kind and look after me well. Humph. Su-han rolled her eyes. Only because you bear the surname Su. 15 minutes later, Su-han delivered Qingyu to Lantian Courtyard, a modest, unassuming bar tucked away in a quiet, out-of-the-way corner of the city. Her frown deepened perceptibly. Watching Qingyu alight from the car, Su-han discreetly assigned 2 of her own aides to shadow her. Only then did she depart reassured. Qingyu, you're here? A warm smile greeted her at the entrance. Standing tall at 1.8 meters, he wore neatly cropped black hair, a crisp white t-shirt, and well-fitted jeans, simple, polished, effortlessly poised. This was Zhu Hua, outwardly sunny and sociable, yet deliberately cultivating an air of steadiness. Not because Qingyu preferred it, but because the Su elders favored such grounded young men. He held himself in high regard. Winning Qingyu's affection might not be impossible given his appearance, but securing the Su family's approval, that would be extraordinarily difficult. Qingyu's arrival sparked cheers and playful teasing. She was ushered inside like a luminous star embraced by its orbiting planets. To ease her discomfort, Zhu Hua had intentionally invited several female friends, ensuring a lively, welcoming atmosphere. Whether or not the two would become a couple remained uncertain, but generous praise at least was guaranteed. Qingyu smiled softly, serenely, allowing the merriment to swirl around her. Today Zhu Hua had reserved the small bar exclusively. No outsiders were allowed. Unrestrained by formality, the group reveled freely, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Su Qingyu sipped a modest glass of wine, but refrained from singing, remaining quietly observant. Zhu Hua stayed close beside her throughout, diligently steering conversation while scarcely engaging with other women. An hour later, Su Qingyu excused herself to the restroom and stepped out of the private room. She politely declined her female companion's offers to accompany her. Her personal bodyguard would suffice. Inside the restroom, Su Qingyu gently adjusted a few strands of hair falling across her forehead, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, and for a fleeting moment, an unnerving coldness hardened her expression. She then loosened the neat bun atop her head, letting her hair cascade freely. Miss? Behind her, her young female bodyguard, barely older than Su Qingyu herself, handed over several items, her face impassive. A lightweight full-body coat, a sword hilt, a grotesque mask, and a single earpiece. Su Qingyu first accepted the earpiece and inserted it into her right ear. Immediately, a woman's voice emanated softly within. Target confirmed. The two parties are now making contact. All systems are ready. Engage now. You have precisely 3 minutes. Without hesitation, she slipped on the sleek black coat, a trial star-grade tactical garment. Tailored flawlessly to her frame, it amplified both her physical prowess and defensive resilience, while allowing her full combat potential to manifest unimpeded. In just 3 seconds, the coat sealed seamlessly around her. Her hands rose to her nape, then snapped outward. Her hair billowed upward in a sudden weightless arc before drifting down again, veiling half her face in artful disarray, a haunting, untamed beauty. Within seconds, her entire presence transformed, as though she had become another person entirely, eyes resolute, gaze edged with lethal intent. This was no longer the gentle, sheltered Su Qingyu known to the world. Finally, she fastened the mask, gripped the hilt, and leapt, not through the door but straight out the second-floor window, launching herself toward the adjacent high-rise. The bodyguard glanced once after her, then returned silently to the restroom door, standing guard, ensuring no one disturbed her mistress's privacy. Beneath the city, deep within the third sublevel of the Bishui Grand Hotel, a soft thud, a slender figure materialized from thin air. In her hand, the hilt flared into a luminous white longsword. With surgical precision, she dispatched the 2 sentries guarding the entrance, then stepped forward from the shadows, surveying the 50-meter-long narrow corridor ahead. She stood tall, 1.72 meters, her form encased in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated every elegant curve of her physique. Her long black hair tumbled wildly, front and back, unbound and unruly, partially obscuring her face with effortless windswept grace. A crimson mask covered her entire face, human features on the left, a fox's visage on the right, delicately contoured, its slender edges conforming perfectly to the contours of her skin. The first basement level housed the parking garage, the second was partitioned off as a storage warehouse, an elaborate facade. Only the third sublevel concealed their true stronghold, deep hidden, meticulously shielded. A voice whispered in her ear, all surveillance feeds severed. Biometric lock disengaged. 5 seconds. At that instant she exploded forward, racing toward the reinforced metal gate 50 meters away. Strands of loose hair whipped through the air. Click. A faint metallic whisper escaped the gate. At 6 seconds, the black figure breached the threshold. The two guards at the entrance recoiled in shock, hands instinctively reaching for weapons, before they could even rise. Shink. A silver arc flashed. Two heads soared skyward in unison. Inside, another long corridor stretched before her. 4 doors lined each side, and a final door loomed at the far end. A roar shattered the silence. An intruder. At the commotion, over a dozen men burst from the 4 rooms, momentarily stunned by the sight of her poised silhouette. What are you waiting for? Kill her. Grab your weapons. Wipe her out. Kill. Kill. One man bolted toward the far door to alert the boss inside. 13 figures charged. She moved faster, expressionless, already surging forward to meet them. One slash. Her blade cleaved a man cleanly in two. Her sword did not pause. Even its residual force sliced through another. Lightfoot yet terrifyingly swift, she wielded immense strength. The blade sang through the air, a radiant silver streak. In the next breath, she stood before 2 more. Before they could react, their hands flew to their throats as they crumpled slowly to the floor, heads already severed from their bodies. Each strike claimed a life. Each blade fell with fatal certainty. In precisely 3 seconds, all 13 lay dead. No survivors, no whole bodies. Only then did the innermost door finally swing open. 3 men emerged, the messenger and the 2 syndicate leaders who had been negotiating. They froze in disbelief, especially the messenger. They'd rushed out at top speed, yet all their men were already slaughtered. One man, 40-something, 8 meters tall, missing his left arm, scarred face, taut over dense muscle, was Yulu, leader of the Flying Scorpion gang. His eyes locked onto the black-clad woman, then widened at the sight of her crimson mask. A jolt ran through him. Blood Fox. You're the Blood Fox. She offered no reply. Her pace remained unhurried as she advanced, graceful, deliberate, hypnotic. This gang was not her true objective, merely collateral to be eliminated en route. Her real quarry stood beside them, the man with whom they were trading, and the rare artifact he carried. Blood Fox, we've never crossed paths. You've overstepped. My superiors aren't powerless. I warn you, the consequences will be beyond your reckoning. A silken voice replied, Oh, I know, Deputy Director Yu Chun of the Municipal Bureau, isn't it? Yulu paled. How could she know? It was absolute intelligence, shared only between him and Yu Chun. No third soul alive knew of their alliance. If word ever reached the upper echelons that the Deputy Director was secretly propping up an underground syndicate, colluding in corruption, his political career would end that very day. The Blood Fox had come prepared. Her brazen revelation meant none present would leave alive. HRRGH. Muscles swelling, Yulu wrenched a long blade from his back and charged, striding forward like a storm. 2 minutes remain. Don't waste time. End this swiftly. The warning crackled in her ear. She abandoned any thought of prolonging the duel. Her aura surged, her assault turning decisive and overwhelming. Behind her, the middle-aged man who'd hired the Flying Scorpion gang began retreating, searching desperately for escape. His visit had been utterly clandestine. No one knew he was here. He'd approached the gang not for partnership, but to discreetly transport a priceless rare cargo to a designated location. It was both conspiracy and open strategy. In the metropolis of Qingling, the Flying Scorpion gang survived by cultivating infamy. Everyone knew their trade, so no one questioned their movements. Yet, why had they been exposed before even acting? They were seasoned players. He refused to believe the Blood Fox's arrival was coincidence. She'd come for what he carried. He seized one of Yulu's underlings by the throat. Where's the rear exit? A cunning den always held multiple exits. Had the Blood Fox not struck so suddenly, had there been even a moment's warning, their men might already have vanished. The underling's face flushed crimson as he clawed desperately at the choking grip. She's alone. We can take her together. Kill her now? Surprised by the youth's loyalty, he tightened his grip. Speak. The boy was stubborn, clenching his jaw, glaring back with silent defiance. If his master fell, he dragged this stranger down with him. Perhaps he had summoned the blood fox. Fury spiked, just as the battle ended abruptly. Yulu already defeated. Boss. The underling turned, and despair swallowed him whole. Yulu lay decapitated, utterly lifeless. The blood fox lifted her head. A few droplets of blood stained her mask. She wiped them away calmly, then fixed her gaze upon her true target. There would be no retreat, only a path carved through the front gate. His grip tightened further. The underling followed his master into oblivion. Such courage deserved release. You won't hold me. And why would you assume you faced only one? His pupils contracted. Then with a thunderous crash, a mountainous figure smashed through the doorway. 9 meters tall, muscles coiled like steel springs, bearing down on the target. The blood fox joined the assault. Time was critical. Their clash shook the entire building, but lasted barely a minute. Then with a clean, brutal stroke, her blade parted his skull from his shoulders. Silence fell. Mission complete. She strode from the subterranean chamber. Her earpiece chimed acknowledged. A young man in mechanical technician's uniform entered, wearing a wide-brimmed cap, carrying a tool case. He flashed the blood fox a confident salute, stepped past the corpses without glancing down, and entered the farthest room to crack the vault. Meanwhile, the towering man approached the fallen target, searched his body, and retrieved a small box. Objective secured. Excellent. 30 seconds remain. Understood. The giant moved closer to the technician. Did you hear that? 20 seconds left. Relax, I'll have it open in 15. In the blink of an eye, the vault yielded, revealing 4 neatly packed bags of cash scheduled for midnight transfer, but no longer necessary. Each grabbed 2 bags. Withdraw. Back at the neighboring Lantian courtyard, Su Qingyu re-entered the restroom. Her bodyguard methodically gathered every item, checking and rechecking, ensuring no trace remained, no flaw uncovered. Su Qingyu gathered her loose hair and tied it back, casually without fuss. Her expression serene, she removed the crimson mask and gently brushed her right index finger beneath her right eye, wiping away a single fine line of blood. He, tell me, what kind of man do you suppose my fiancé is? He accepted the mask solemnly. Chao Wan investigated him. I fear he may not meet your standards, miss. I must meet him in person. How else can one truly discern a man's nature? Without drawing near, observing closely. As you say, miss. Indeed, her mistress possessed unparalleled authority on this matter. Who without intimate understanding could ever claim to know the real Su Qingyu? Once fully composed, the gentle, refined Su Qingyu emerged from the restroom. 10 days later, Mu Hanchuan appeared in Long County, a neighboring city. A battered, decommissioned vehicle materialized out of thin air, landing amid the desolate hills. He had marked this location from his home county of Taizhou, over 100 kilometers away, specifically to test his ability. As he'd anticipated, it functioned flawlessly. During these days, while recovering from his injuries, he had rigorously experimented with his translocation skill, the very foundation upon which his future survival would rest. Mastery demanded absolute clarity and complete command. So far, all had proceeded smoothly. If he could translocate a derelict vehicle, then luxury cars were undoubtedly within reach. This was a risk-free enterprise, strolling casually through upscale entertainment districts, identifying targets, marking them discreetly, then reappearing 2 weeks later in another province to retrieve and resell them to local dealers. 1 month would suffice. 3 such operations would comfortably cover his living expenses. 0 risk. Absolute safety. Profits magnified 10,000-fold. He smirked, flawless. Mu Hanchuan did not consider himself virtuous. Having endured every hardship life offered since childhood, he felt no remorse, only pragmatism. Wealth was survival, poverty, true terror. Without hesitation, he set off for the city center to scout potential markets. Half an hour later, he arrived in Linhu City. He deliberately wandered along the city's most vibrant entertainment street. Dozens of luxury vehicles worth several 100,000 yuan dotted the area, though those exceeding 1 million remained rare. Linhu City's caliber was modest. Soon he would venture into metropolises and provincial capitals, not merely to broaden his horizons, but to harvest opportune windfalls. To them, such a car was mere pocket change, perhaps a month's allowance. To him, it represented a fortune. He'd call it charity, aiding a younger brother in need. He drifted toward an upscale residential community. Concealing himself atop a tall tree near its entrance, he peered inward, but saw nothing beyond high walls and dense foliage. Suddenly, curses echoed from a nearby path. Mu Hanchuan melted deeper into the foliage and watched as a man and woman struggled violently, drawing steadily closer to his tree. A closer listen revealed a robbery, a fashionable, striking young woman being assaulted by a man. Mu Hanchuan assumed it was yet another cliched melodrama. Do you wish to die? Daring to rob me? Do you even know who I am? She clutched her handbag, fiercely shouting for security, refusing to release it, even as she was dragged toward him. The bag likely held valuables, but residents here would scarcely fret over such sums. Unless perhaps she was only visiting. Let go. The man was lean rather than muscular, scarcely heavier than the woman herself. Agitated and single-minded, he sought only swift escape. Unmoved by her beauty, he pursued his objective with cold professionalism. Mu Hanchuan observed their struggle silently. No heroics stirred within him. Human nature was treacherous, even sight deceived. Who truly was righteous, and who corrupt? Was that not so? You dare rob me. Tomorrow your entire family will perish. Dare you doubt it? Enraged, the man drew a firearm from his waist, a handgun. A hardened criminal indeed. Clutching the bag in one hand, he leveled the gun at her, voice sharp with menace. Let go. Now? My father is Lu Dagong. Do you know who my elder brother is? Go ahead, pull the trigger. Let go. She tumbled to the ground, scrambled upright instantly, and gripped the bag with both hands, her face inches from the muzzle. Defiant, arrogant, she gambled, certain he lacked the nerve to fire. Mu Hanchuan remained motionless. Both were stubborn. He had no intention of inserting himself. What if they falsely accused him of complicity, or worse, of assault? He wished only to discern, truly, who wore virtue and who wore malice. Go on, shoot. If you don't, you'll be dead by dawn. Then, suddenly, the man released the bag. Her face lit with triumph. Mu Hanchuan felt a dull disinterest. Oh, so it ends here. Just as both she and he assumed the man had faltered, cowed into retreat, his free hand flicked open the weapon's safety. She opened her mouth to curse again. In the next instant, decisively, bang, he fired, snatched the fallen bag, and fled. At last, he had succeeded. The woman collapsed, shot point blank in the head, her own momentum sealing her fate. She crashed down heavily, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to accept that he had truly pulled the trigger. Watching the robber vanish into the distance, Mu Hanchuan now knew without question this man was evil. As for the beautiful woman lying in her blood, she was beyond saving. And yes, she had been good. Judgment rendered. Mu Hanchuan turned and gave chase. Distant voices approached, 2 armed security guards from the residential complex. They arrived too late. After sprinting several kilometers, the man staggered onto a narrow, shadow-choked gravel path, gasping for breath, then abruptly whirled, raising his gun behind him. Indeed, a gray-cloaked figure with a hat emerged from the gloom. The man stared in shock. How could anyone have caught up so swiftly? Without pause, he fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, everyone missed. The figure darted left and right with effortless grace, evading each bullet. Terror seized him. This was no ordinary pursuer. Undoubtedly a trial cultivator, and a formidable one at that. Once he himself had entered the trial star full of ambition, only to lose his fortune, suffer grievous wounds, and fail every trial. His meager rewards barely preserved his life. He abandoned further gunfire and fled again. Instantly, the gray-clad man raised his hand, and a circular shield materialized before him. In the same breath, he hurled it forward. Thud! A devastating blow struck the man squarely in the back of the head. Too powerful. Too swift. No chance to evade. He pitched forward unconscious. The stolen designer handbag flew far, vanishing into thick shrubbery within the landscaped greenbelt. Remarkably effective. That flying shield had been Mu Hanchuan's strength, translocation skill, deployed in combat for the first time. Summoned directly from his hidden base, it proved astonishingly potent, faster, stronger, and more forceful than any thrown shield he could wield manually. An unexpected bonus. The summoned shield carried enhanced kinetic force, a welcome boon compensating for his relatively modest physical strength. His right palm opened once more, and the shield, still rolling across the gravel, vanished, reappearing instantly in his grasp. It descended again, crushing down upon the man's neck. His body convulsed twice, then fell utterly still. Secure. No loose ends remained. Truly, I am a benefactor, eradicating a scourge upon society. And that young woman, she too played a pivotal role. Without her sacrifice, how could I have confirmed his depravity? Mu Hanchuan stepped past the corpse and approached the shrub where the handbag had landed. He did not touch it, merely paused deep in thought. Marking successful. Markable objects 77. Ultimately, he chose caution over haste, opting for a safer method rather than seizing the bag directly. With a swift flick of his wrist, the shield soared outward, landing with a soft splash in an artificial lake dozens of meters away, before he turned and walked calmly from the scene. 2 hours later, in a secure location, Mu Hanchuan activated his translocation skill without delay. First, the designer handbag, the catalyst of 2 deaths, appeared in his hand. Next, the shield sank into the lake, reappeared in his other palm. Incredible. This ability might not grant invincibility, but self-preservation and survivability had just leapt to unprecedented heights. His confidence in future side ventures surged accordingly. Beyond luxury vehicles, Mu Hanchuan now contemplated armored cash transports, and even bank vaults. What say you? Such audacity, surely destined for prosperity. Wealth, after all, is never excessive. There is always use for more. Ample capital would double his current growth rate. Attribute points weren't solely earned through trial challenges. Attribute-enhancing cards constituted the true bounty. The prospect thrilled him. Then another weightier question surfaced: can humans themselves be marked? If so, possibilities would explode exponentially. Not only in team-based trials, where he could prevent allies from falling even against their will, but in reality itself the applications multiplied. Imagine sending a trusted comrade to infiltrate a bank, then retrieving him at the perfect moment, or dispatching him into a conglomerate's private vault. Damn, utterly unstoppable. Truly unstoppable. The scope of this ability extended infinitely, limited not by opportunity, but by vision alone. To underestimate it would be tragic folly. Alas, his current strength remained insufficient for such experiments, and he lacked a suitable partner. He would wait. Opening the handbag, he found 500,000 yuan in crisp bills. No wonder the man had stalked her. This sum had drawn his gaze. He'd waited until she was isolated before striking. He unearthed various other items, value uncertain, all clearly used. A smartphone, worth roughly 10,000 yuan on the market, but Mu Hanchuan dismissed it. Its value didn't justify the risk, especially given its lethal entanglement. 2 bank cards, useless and dangerous. His haul amounted to little more than the cash. The bag itself might hold value, but he neither understood nor dared assess it. Better to eliminate all traces, safest course. Yet the true prize wasn't currency. It was battlefield validation of his strength skill. This mission had not been in vain. Marking cancelled. Markable objects 67. The handbag was unmarked, disposed of alongside the rest. Caution above all governed his every move. Ding. With only 3 days left in the month, the long-awaited news finally arrived for Mu Hanchuan. The team trial must be entered within these 3 days, otherwise they would waste the opportunity for this month's entry. At 8 p.m. at the Hanyu auction venue in Box No. 7. This message came from Baigu confirming the final entry date, and the young lady who had arranged the transport should also make an appearance. After applying some makeup, Mu Hanchuan was located in Taizhou County, which belongs to Nan'an City, while the Hanyu auction venue is located in the city center of Nan'an City, the largest auction house there. Naturally, the people going there are somewhat reluctant to show their faces. Some concealment is certainly allowed as long as no weapons are brought inside. This is the main reason Baigu chose that location. It's safe and won't expose them. In Mu Hanchuan's view, Baigu and Wu Yihong Cha must have a decent family background. Without a certain level of family support, it would be difficult to achieve such strength at their age. However, their backgrounds are not particularly prominent, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to take on jobs. That taciturn He Yu is likely of the same kind as himself, relying on their own efforts. The two share a strikingly similar air of poverty. At exactly 8 p.m., Mu Hanchuan arrived at Box No. 7, not a second late, to avoid engaging in meaningless pleasantries. For people like them, small talk is the least nutritious and least valuable. Of course, this is just Mu Hanchuan's own opinion. Outside the box stood 4 bodyguards, clearly trial participants. Their aura and gaze distinctly different from ordinary people. Inside the box, Baigu, Wu Yihong Cha and He Yu were present, along with 3 additional individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men displayed no concealment. They were middle-aged, one seated while the other stood behind him. The young lady had made some effort to conceal her identity, making her face hard to see, but her figure was acceptable, slightly inferior to Wu Yihong Cha, and her skin was of course fair. The seated middle-aged man spoke. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the details. The group showed no interest in the auction taking place outside and got straight to business. Sure. Baigu began to introduce the employers. I am the captain of this expedition, nicknamed Baigu, primarily focused on direct combat. This is... Baigu pointed to the only female in the team, Wu Yihong Cha, a melee assassin. And this is... He pointed to the corner where He Yu stood. He Yu, the team's scout and ranged fire support. Lastly, Bai Gu pointed to Mu Hanchuan. This is Mu, the team's heavy shield. He's the heavy shield. Regarding the previous members, the employers showed no unusual reaction. They had already gathered information. However, this last heavy shield raised their doubts. He looked too young and not particularly robust. Could he really be the heavy shield? It's known that on the trial, star crises can arise at any moment, and any kind of danger could occur. The tank is the most crucial role, needing to be at the forefront whenever a crisis emerges. This person is too young. He probably hasn't been participating in trials for more than a few years. Is he really reliable? They envision the heavy shield should be a robust man. Bai Gu smiled and explained, please rest assured, despite Mu's not so bulky frame, his strength is absolutely reliable. We have cooperated many times without any incidents. We wouldn't risk our lives for a job, even if I agree my teammates wouldn't. Wu Yihong Cha chimed in, to be part of our team means he must possess the requisite strength. You need not worry about this aspect at all. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Wu Yihong Cha again. Her confidence was impressive, and just listening to her tone indicated she came from an exceptional background. Hey Yu in the corner also nodded in agreement. Such high praise suggested this young man was indeed not ordinary. The few of them took another look at this seemingly unremarkable young man, especially the curious young lady. If that's the case, let's discuss the specifics. As long as my lady returns safely, each of you will receive a reward of 1 million plus additional rewards based on the trial reward she receives. If you successfully clear the trial and achieve ultimate victory, each of you could earn up to 6 million. Additionally, you need to pay a deposit of 8 million. If anything happens to our lady during the trial, the deposit will not be refunded. Do you have any questions? Bai Gu and Wu Yihong Cha exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Team trials are not like individual trials. The risks are greater. Moreover, the trial checkpoints entered are random, and any kind of crisis could occur. If the deposit is 8 million, then the reward for achieving ultimate victory should also be 8 million to be fair. The middle-aged man chuckled. The price we offer is the highest in Luo province. It's because of your good reputation that we are willing to pay this price. There are indeed better and more suitable teams than yours in Tianlong City. We just don't want to deal with too much trouble. Of course, if you can successfully complete this trial, next time the price can be negotiated upwards. This is a long-term collaboration, and we naturally hope you truly have this strength. It would be a good thing for both sides. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu and the others exchanged glances again. This young lattice family is a significant one, at least ranking in Luo province. Being able to receive business patronage from such a major boss is advantageous for their small team, provided they can showcase sufficient strength to gain recognition. Alright, it's settled then. We also hope for future cooperation. Bai Gu ultimately compromised, representing the team in agreement. They typically take months to secure a client like the young lady. Usually they have to self-fund to participate in team trials. Encountering such a generous and financially capable client is rare. Very well, let's discuss the specific matters now. Next, the young lady herself made her entrance. Hello, I am Chuyu. For the upcoming trial, I will trouble you all to take care of me. It was clear that this name is also a code name, not her real name. I am a support type with the ability to enhance strength. Her self-introduction was quite detailed, but her ability was too singular. She seemed quite young and likely hadn't been in the trials for long, otherwise her family wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find a team for her. Subsequently, Captain Bai Gu took charge, beginning to discuss equipment allocation, item carrying, and the synergy of skills within the trial star. Chuyu listened particularly attentively, likely because it was her first time participating in a team trial, her eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. Once Mu Hanchuan's equipment was finalized, he would carry an grade round shield and grade large shield, and in a grade void stomach armor, all focused on defense. The void stomach armor was severely damaged and under repair, expected to be ready for pickup in a couple of days. The round shield, being smaller, had a correspondingly smaller defensive area, but was more agile. The large shield could expand, thus providing a greater defensive area and a stronger level of protection, but its weakness was its clumsiness. As for items, Mu Hanchuan carried a medical kit, as his primary task was not just to be on the front lines, but to protect the young lady. Having a medical kit on him was quite necessary. By Gus, carrying durability value was essentially prepared for Mu Hanchuan's shield. Hey, you carried a repair kit. Wu Yihong Cha was quite wealthy. She initially intended to carry a collective defense item card, but the young lady mentioned she would bring a defense item card as well, so Wu Yihong Cha switched to an offensive item. With this, the basic structure of the team trial was established, just waiting for entry in 2 days. The few people in the room remained calm, while the young lady seemed a bit agitated, likely due to participating for the first time. Alright, let's begin the marking now. After Baigu spoke, he was the first to extend his palm and press it onto the silver star key on the table, which was provided by the boss. After a moment, Baigu successfully marked, followed by Wu Yihong, Cha He Yu, and Mu Hanchuan, with the young lady marking last. Once marked successfully, the team trial members were officially confirmed and could not be changed. The team dungeons marking is done in advance. When the time comes, the captain can activate it directly, and the team members do not need to stay together. Once the trial is activated, marked members will be collectively transported to the Forbidden Trial Star, with a smaller chance of being transported to the Forbidden Star Ring. Both belong to the Trial Star, but are slightly different. Under normal circumstances, temporary teams formed by individuals wouldn't dare to do this. They would find a relatively safe location or a recognized intermediary organization to activate the Team Trial Star key on-site, supervising each other to avoid being harmed. However, fixed teams like theirs had no such concerns and could enter separately at their respective secret bases. Although Mu Hanchuan had only cooperated with these people once, he wasn't afraid. Even if he was really betrayed, he was confident he could preserve his own life, or rugged man must be able to endure. Baigu clapped his hands heavily. All right, on the day after tomorrow at 8 p.m., we enter the team trial. Prepare in advance and don't delay things. As for the deposit, it has already been given to Baigu in advance. He can hand it over to the intermediary directly. No problem. Understood. Got it. The silver star key had already been marked. If for outsiders, it was equivalent to being scrapped and held no value. The boss took it back, planning to present it again at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow when Baigu would activate it. Their young lady was the most important there at the end. She would also return directly to the original point here. Everything was settled, and they each dispersed. Mu Hanchuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he lingered a while longer in the auction hall, gazing at the auction stage, where an elderly man was presiding, which was quite off-putting. The next item for auction, an item, a blue random attribute point card, starting price, 3 million. A wave of small gasps arose from below, coming from young men and women who had never seen such a thing. Mu Hanchuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of desire as he stood still, wanting to take a look at the blue random attribute point card. He had never obtained one before, nor had he had the opportunity to use one. They were too expensive, he couldn't afford it. White, 1 point yellow, 2 points blue, 3 points red, 4 points purple, 5 points. The highest attribute card that had appeared on the market was only purple, and black ones were hardly ever heard of. Even the lowest grade white random attribute point card, which only added 1 random attribute point, started at 1 million, while this blue one was even higher at 3 million. He simply didn't have the money to buy it. Trial challenges were indeed the main way for testers to gain attribute points, but they came with great dangers. This random attribute card was different. Although it had usage time limits, as long as you had good talent, you might not necessarily be worse off than those testers, even if you didn't participate in trial challenges. Mu Hanchuan wasn't sure if it could be understood as talent. He had only heard people say so, and it was pretty much that meaning. It's akin to your aptitude. The better your aptitude, the faster you cultivate. The same principle applied here. The better your talent, the shorter the interval for using the random attribute card. If you could only use one random attribute card in a month, while those with exceptional talent could use one in a week, an immense gap would already have opened up. This is what is referred to as talent. It is indeed unfair, but that is reality. There has never been absolute fairness. In fact, encountering someone with good talent isn't terrifying. Take Mu Hanchuan for instance. He had never used a random attribute card because he couldn't afford it. Who knows what his talent is? What is truly terrifying are those with exceptional talent, who also have a powerful background and are never short of money. Now, that is what is truly frightening. Like the young lady they were dealing with this time, if her talent is decent coupled with a team trial once a month, she wouldn't need to participate in any individual trials. Her growth speed wouldn't be slow at all, even faster than the average genius. This is a classic example of converting financial power into personal strength. Money, oh how I love it, too bad I don't have any. After paying the deposit, he had less than 1 million left. He even had to think of ways to scrape together enough for the monthly team trial. Such things could only be dreamed of. So are you interested in that random attribute card? The middle-aged man from the private box had somehow appeared next to Mu Hanchuan, while the young lady was nowhere to be seen. No, just taking a look. There was no way I would admit I was poor. The middle-aged man chuckled, revealing a yellow random attribute card in his hand, extending it towards Mu Hanchuan. My friend has his eye on the one above. This one is for you. During the team trial, please take good care of our young lady. She was born into privilege and has a bit of a temper, but of course she won't throw a fit unless provoked. Mu Hanchuan certainly didn't reach out. How could he accept this? Just take it. I hope our young lady can return safely. Is that all right? Of course, no problem at all. There would be no issues. If someone offered it, so insistently rejecting it would be disrespectful. Mu Hanchuan reluctantly accepted it, suppressing a laugh. What a kind person to casually give away something worth 2 million. Just based on their sincerity, I would never let anything happen to that young lady. This is professionalism. You are quite good. The man complimented before leaving on his own. Was he trying to win me over? Of course it wasn't to pull me in as a son-in-law, but merely to recruit me as a thug or bodyguard. These families valued individuals like Mu Hanchuan greatly, especially those with outstanding personal abilities. If they could recruit him, they could organize a competitive team within the family, participate in team trials, and the money wouldn't be wasted. It would be equivalent to cultivating their own thugs while also providing protection for the younger generation in the clan, a win-win situation. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the high platform. That blue random attribute card was eventually bought for 3.5 million, not much higher than the starting price. Even so, if one needed to use 4 cards a month, that would be an astronomical amount. Regardless of the grade of a tribute card used, the interval time was judged according to your talent. There was no distinction. Naturally, if finances allowed, the higher the grade, the better. Who would use a white card if they could use a blue one? You could gain several additional attribute points every month. This was just a random attribute card, which could only randomly add points to various attributes. On the trial star, there was also a chance to obtain designated attribute point cards, which were truly expensive, multiplying the random attribute cards price by 3. The blue ones were around 9 million. Haha, that was something I could never afford. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to afford them. Only those truly big shots or individuals who were just 1 attribute point away from activating a certain piece of equipment or skill would specifically buy these to fill in their points. Of course, you could also buy random attribute cards to gamble. If you hit the jackpot once, you'd earn a fortune, but if you didn't get the needed attribute points after 10 tries, you'd be in deep trouble. The key issue is still time. 10 times. Even if you had extraordinary talent and could use 1 card a week, it would still take over 2 months. With that money to squander, there was no time to waste. Mu Hanchuan left, eager to return, and used this yellow attribute card, desperately wanting to know what his talent was like. Heaven help me, I hope it's not too bad. An hour and a half later, feeling anxious and having deliberately taken a long detour, Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base. He could have used it on the way, but he stubbornly returned here, hoping for better luck. He took out the yellow item card, which had a faint pattern on it revealing a simple 2, indicating an addition of 2 attribute points. Heaven help me, I am willing to trade 20 years of my parents' lives for this. Or 30 years would do. After praying, Mu Hanchuan directly used the item card. Successfully used the random attribute point item card. Physique increased by 2 points, and due to insufficient agility and mental points, it was supplemented to the mental points. Physique, 1 mental points, 1 point increase completed. As expected, it was once again added to physique. Mu Hanchuan was already mentally prepared. All the attribute rewards he had received for some reason had invariably increased his physique. Only when the other points were insufficient, at less than a quarter of their base value, would they be automatically supplemented to the other points. This instance was no different even with the random attribute card. Mu Hanchuan looked at his attribute points. Strength 88, Physique 34-31, E-grade Agility 86, Mental points 861, Equipment none, Skill Teleportation S-grade 12 items, none, 0 Brain region, Carrying capacity 16, 1 remaining, not bad, right? My mental points have increased a bit, am getting closer to F-grade. Mu Hanchuan immediately checked the cooldown time for the next use of the random attribute card. Cooldown for the random attribute point item card 5 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes remaining. Damn. 6 days. Mu Hanchuan jumped up in excitement. What does this represent? It means that he could use 5 random attribute point item cards each month. As long as he could earn enough money in the future, he could add over 10 points to his physique every month, nearly doubling his growth speed. Of course, all of this was predicated on having the financial means. Right now, I am a terrifying existence with grade skills. Am I still worried about not being able to make money? I will definitely be able to do it. Do I believe in myself? Mu Hanchuan cheered himself on giving himself a shot of 100 concentrated motivation. Who would have thought my talent is this high? In his knowledge and experience, he had only heard of others using cards in as short as 7 days at most. 3 months. It wasn't anyone else, but his own manager, Chai Long. Chai Long was definitely out of the game with no chance of recovery whatsoever. Not having seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There are surely beings on this planet with even higher talent, not to mention the many races in this galaxy. I must work even harder. On the night after tomorrow, I will enter the team trial. If luck is on my side, I might win a reward of several million. At that time, I could splurge and go to the underground market to get a random attribute item card to play with. I can't go to the legitimate selling points. They require a record of my real identity, which is something I dare not reveal. A fake identity is useless. Modern technology cannot hide the truth. If they truly investigate, they will surely uncover everything. The only way is to lay low, avoid public places, and steer clear of any legitimate channels, keeping a safe distance from the authorities. Sigh. He is just a pitiful child. After the trial, I still need to find time to check on the old man. It's been a while since I heard from him. I hope he hasn't gone off and messed around again. At his age, can't he just enjoy retirement? Mu Hanchuan walked out of the secret base. First, I need to see if my void stomach armor has been repaired. That piece of equipment is too important to me. There can be no mistakes. If it isn't ready yet, I need Old Wong to hurry it up. It must be completed in the next 2 days. It was late at night, just the right time. That shop is one he frequents and has never had issues. Mu Hanchuan wouldn't go to unfamiliar places. In fact, the options available in Nalan City are limited. The equipment produced within the Trial Star can only be repaired by those trialists who have learned the repair skills, and these skills are also produced within the Trial Star. Those who have learned level repair skills can only repair level equipment. Only those with a level repair skills can repair a level and below equipment. Certain types of special equipment require special repair skills, which is very strict. In the whole of Nalan City, there are only a few wild level repairers available. If not, one would have to go through legitimate channels to repair at those formal locations, which Mu Hanchuan would definitely avoid. In the early morning, Mu Hanchuan arrived at a dredging operation transfer station in Taizhou County. The person he needed to find was here. Normally, there are hardly any people. Only at the end of each month do government workers come to clear the silt. Mu Hanchuan walked in from the riverside path. Is Old Wong not here? Upon entering the room, he couldn't help but frown. This wasn't usual. Old Wong would generally be here at this time. The speaker was a young man named Song Hung, not very old, around 27 or 8. He is Old Wong's apprentice and can only repair level equipment, usually assisting Old Wong by handling less important level repairs. Mu Hanchuan wasn't too fond of this person. His skills are limited, yet he has an inflated ego, strutting around and making faces at others as if they were begging him to help. I came to pick up the equipment as confirmed 13 days ago. Oh, the order. 17. Song Hung casually flipped through and pulled out a box, tossing it onto the table without further concern. Mu Hanchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was repaired without issues. He opened it to take a look and his expression darkened. Not repaired. Song Hung didn't bother to look up. Can't you see I'm busy? Mu Hanchuan glanced at the equipment Song Hung was repairing, which was marked with a 25. His own equipment was still not ready, and he was working on the next one. Does Song Hung not understand the rules? Wait, what he is holding isn't a level piece of equipment. Did Old Wong manage to get him a level repair skills? A level repair skills are considered one of the auxiliary skills. The requirements for learning are not high, but one only needs level strength and agility attributes. Looking at Song Hung, it was clear he hadn't participated in many trials, yet he managed to reach level. Just based on Song Hung himself, he definitely wouldn't have that capacity and couldn't have acquired a level repair skills. Only with Old Wong's help could that be possible. Could this guy be Old Wong's illegitimate child? Where is Old Wong? Looking at the void stomach armor, it seemed only about 60% repaired. With only 1 day left until the agreed time, even if Old Wong rushed back, he wouldn't be able to finish it. The team trial starts the day after tomorrow. This could ruin my big plans. He still didn't look up and had a dismissive expression. My master is very busy. He doesn't have time to stay here all day. If you need it, take it. If not, leave it. You can come back in half a month to pick it up. Mu Hanchuan felt displeased, but maintained a calm expression. He didn't say much, took out the remaining half of the payment, placed it gently on the table, and took his void stomach armor. This is the money given to him to save his life. Old Wong is a reliable person, highly trustworthy. It's likely because his apprentice reached a level repair capability that he felt safe leaving. When he goes out, he will surely clarify what needs immediate repair and what must be completed on time. Clearly, Song Hung didn't take this seriously. Everyone is just trying to get by. One must understand how to conduct oneself and follow the rules. This is very important, otherwise. His master surely understands, but unfortunately he does not and won't have the chance to learn. Regardless of whether the incomplete void stomach armor will affect me during the team trial, once I come out, I have to demand an explanation from them. Mu Hanchuan turned to leave, and just as he was about to step out, he heard a heavy tsh from behind. The remaining payment on the table was not hurried to be collected. Back at his secret base, Mu Hanchuan did nothing but focused on nurturing his body, conserving his energy, and had a good sleep to ease his very displeased mood, not waking up until noon the next day. He went to the adjacent storage room and started preparing for the team trial the next night. Inside were his few pieces of equipment: 3 round shields, an arm shield, and 2 large shields, all at Flevel Plus and Flevel Armor. All of these are defensive equipment. For him, offensive equipment is basically useless as he can't even use them. They can only be exchanged for money. Mu Hanchuan thought for a moment and decided to bring the 11 Void Stomach Armor with him. Even though it was only 60% intact, its defensive power is still stronger than that of Flevel Armor. However, if the battle inside becomes too intense, it might be completely ruined. This is all I have, and it's the only 11 piece I possess. How can I bear to part with it? Feeling frustrated, why did I have to leave at this time right before the team trial? Old Wong is messing with me. Wait a minute. Mu Hanchuan suddenly remembered he has the Slevel teleportation skill, which means he doesn't even need to worry. If something goes wrong, I can just summon my Flevel Armor to switch out. Why think so much? I was really foolish. In the corner, there are also a bunch of auxiliary items. None of them are of high value, with the most expensive being a medical pack worth 30,000. I haven't had the chance to use it, but this time I can bring it along or it might come in handy. I hope that young lady won't need it. Every bit saved counts. We are poor. Mu Hanchuan sat on the ground and began to study carefully. 1 round shield, 1 large shield, and the Void Stomach Armor are what I will take into the trial. I still have 2 round shields, an arm shield, 1 large shield, and an Flevel Armor left. All my possessions are here, so I might as well mark everything to prevent any accidents inside. I still have 2 slots left. I'll mark one with a durability item card and another with a repair kit item card. This should be about right. Oh, I can use everything I need. All of these are items produced within the trial star. In the real world, there are certainly useful equipment and powerful firepower, but they cannot be brought into the trial star. I obviously won't have any here, and I can't mark them even if I wanted to. Should I mark a real-world item to see if I can teleport it into the trial star? Mu Hanchuan had a new idea, but after thinking it over, he dismissed it. He would experiment during the personal trial. Oh, better not take risks during the team trial. The following evening at 7:50, Mu Hanchuan was in his secret base, fully equipped and ready, just waiting to be transported to the team trial. On the other side, Bai Gu had already met up with the bosses, meticulously reminding the young lady of everything she needed to pay attention to once they entered the trial star. Inside, we will handle the usual situations. Just stick close to Mu and don't worry about anything else, understood? Rest assured, I understand. If the opponents are not too strong, we won't summon Mu to leave. However, if a strong opponent appears, you need not worry. Just stay in your hiding spot. In case of any uncontrollable accidents, use that defensive item card to protect yourself. Once the problem is resolved, we will come to find you. Alright, if we get separated, just stick with Mu, follow his instructions, and don't panic. He will protect you, and you must not leave his side. Understood. In summary, it all comes down to sticking closely to Mu, and she wasn't foolish enough not to understand that. Very well, let's prepare to initiate the team trial. Okay. Chiyu's heart raced quickly. This was her first time participating in a trial. Previously, she hadn't even taken part in a solo trial, so she was extremely nervous and excited about to witness a new history. Bai Gu walked over to the marble table where the silver star key marked by the 5 people was placed. Be careful inside. Accompanying Chiyu this time was an additional woman who couldn't help but express her concern. Madam, rest assured, Miss Chiyu will definitely return safely. Not for the several million in reward, but for the 8 million guarantee. Even if they were missing arms or legs, they would ensure the young lady was returned safely. At 8 o'clock sharp, Bai Gu grasped the silver star key in his right hand, took one last look at Chiyu, and crushed the star key under her determined gaze. Swish! Bai Gu and Chiyu disappeared simultaneously from the room. At the same time, in 3 other secret locations, Mu Hanchuan, Midnight Black Tea, and Black Feather also vanished from their hiding spots. The team trial has begun. Location: the Silent Ashes Wasteland. Trial type: blood trial. Participating team: 57 rules. Survive for 3 days. After 3 days, it will automatically end. Try to kill as many other trial participants as possible within 3 days. The top 3 teams in kills will receive rewards, and the deceased will remain on the trial star forever, while the survivors will return. They arrived at the trial star. What the hell? Damn it. A slaughter trial. This luck is just too bad. The 5 landed in a vast wasteland filled with charred rocks with sparse vegetation and various grotesque, terrifying dark creatures. The surrounding terrain was complex with deep ravines and rugged landscapes, making the environment extremely harsh. As soon as they landed, Bai Gu and the others immediately began to complain. Chuyu's little face turned pale. Even as a novice, she understood that this trial would not be easy. Last time, with the same team configuration, they had entered a survival trial where they only needed to withstand the attacks of nearby biological populations and survive for 2 days, which was straightforward. This time their luck was terrible. It turned out to be a slaughter trial between teams. The teams participating in the trial were a mixed bag, mostly hastily assembled mobs, but that didn't guarantee there wouldn't be elite teams specifically formed like theirs. The uncertainty was too great, and a small mistake could lead to total annihilation. Moreover, those participating in the trial were not just humans, but various races within the star system, each with different abilities, making it difficult to assess their strengths and weaknesses, leading to potential misjudgments. The moment he landed, Mu Hanchuan immediately tested his teleportation skills, summoning a durability item. In the next instant, the durability item card appeared in his hand behind his back. It worked. Mu Hanchuan was overjoyed. No amount of speculation could match the reality of a personal experiment. The strength teleportation skill could indeed summon items directly to the trial star. This is fantastic. So exhilarating. Mu Hanchuan felt reassured. Even if he had come to the blood trial, he had no fear. At the very least, he could ensure his own safety. Mark removed remaining marks 67. He quietly removed the mark from the durability item card, ready to use it elsewhere at any time. Midnight Black Tea's expression was serious. This is going to be tough. What should we do? Baigu replied heavy-heartedly. This time we have a client, so it's unwise to compete for rewards. Self-preservation is the priority. The rewards for blood trials are generally quite high, but this time there were 57 teams participating, and only 3 of them could receive rewards. The competition was fierce, and with their boss along, it would be unwise to compete. It's the only way we can go. Midnight Black Tea also felt the difficulty was a bit high. If they hadn't taken on this boss, they would have been more confident in competing. Black Feather remained silent as a scout. He began to observe the surroundings. Naturally, Chiyu wouldn't voice her opinion either. Mu Hanchuan also said nothing, but he felt a bit of a loss. A team trial that only occurred once a month would end without any gain, and he would waste another month. Fortunately, bringing Chiyu back alive would also earn a reward of 1 million. He could consider it a trip with her, so it wasn't a total loss. Baigu took on the responsibility of the team leader and issued the first command. It is now 3 p.m. on the trial star. You all go find a hidden spot to stay, avoid any vegetation. He'll go get some shadow spider blood. Midnight Black Tea nodded. Okay. She waved to Chiyu and took her to a small pit with no vegetation to hide temporarily. Mu did not leave, staying close behind Chiyu. Black Feather did not follow the others, but went in the opposite direction to Baigu, scouting the surroundings, focusing on whether any other teams appeared nearby. Midnight Black Tea, what is shadow spider blood? Chiyu asked softly. Midnight Black Tea, observing the surroundings, casually replied, it's the blood of a creature that resembles a spider found here. Huh, what do you use it for? Drink it. Midnight Black Tea. Mu Hanchuan. Of course not. The Silent Ashes wasteland has some peculiarities. There are large fern spores everywhere. They erupt during the day, and once you come into contact with these colorless spores, you will experience hallucinations, unable to distinguish friend from foe, which cannot be resolved for several days. The shadow spider blood can automatically dispel these fern spores, preventing proximity. In the evening, these fern spores will close up and enter dormancy. Oh, I see. She understood and had learned something new. 10 minutes later, Baigu returned carrying a vial of viscous blood. Chiyu felt slightly nauseated. Baigu instructed them to smear it on and prepare for Qinyi transfer, emphasizing that they must find a safe hiding place before nightfall. Wu Yahongsha murmured her assent and first smeared the blood on herself, then on Chiyu. Though extremely reluctant, she did not resist and complied. Mu Hanchuan naturally smeared his own as well. 2 minutes later, Yu returned. He had already coated himself with Ingmingzhu blood. He had acted himself and reaped the benefit. Baigu asked Yu about their surroundings. Yu replied that no other teams had been spotted, that there was a small hill to the southeast and many gullies of varying depth directly to the south. Time was short, so Yu had only been able to scout that far. Baigu ordered them to head due south. Resolute, Baigu chose the complex gully terrain over the hill. Compared to the hill, the gullies were far less dangerous. Those who had been smeared with Ingmingzhu blood moved out swiftly. Yu scouted ahead. Baigu led. In the middle were Mu Hanchuan and Chiyu. At the rear was Wu Yahongsha. The formation was prepared for immediate combat, with Mu Hanchuan assigned to tackle Chiyu first in the event of a fight. Mu Hanchuan stole a glance at Chiyu beside him. His Qinyi transfer could currently mark only 6 items. He considered whether to try marking this living person. Although he was supremely confident he could keep her safe, nothing was absolutely certain. What if an unforeseen disaster occurred? For example, if they were ambushed by an entire squad, even his endurance might not suffice. If he could mark her, then it would truly be foolproof. After much deliberation along the way, Mu Hanchuan decided to try. There was nothing to lose, and a failed attempt would cost nothing. Besides, such an inexperienced young lady would scarcely understand what had been done. Without further hesitation, when they came upon a rather deep gully ahead, Mu Hanchuan steadied Chuyu by the arm and hauled her up. Chuyu offered a grateful smile. She wanted to assert that she was not entirely useless, though this was her first trial. Her strength and agility had already reached Frank, and such a small ditch would not stop her. A system notice appeared marked successful, marked object 77. Mu Hanchuan was astonished. One could truly mark a living person. The strength skill proved to be unbelievably powerful. He recalled his former skepticism about the strength skill. Clearly, in strength, ability is not worthless. The difference lies in how one employs it. In his mind, Chu Ye's present location crystallized with clarity. Even without using Qianni, having her location marked was a tremendous advantage. Even if he left or briefly lost contact, he could find her at once and need not fear ever losing her. As a competent bodyguard, he had taken a monumental step forward. If ever desperate, he now possessed an ingenious alternate career path, not in security, but in the business of abduction. His plan was simple: first contact the target and mark them, then wait 3 months or half a year, and on a quiet night, secretly transfer them over. Finally, demand ransom. Seamless and, in his estimation, riskless. If anyone were ever caught executing such a plan, he would be thoroughly impressed. Along the route, charred rocks lay everywhere, and much of the ground had been stained black. After running several kilometers south, the team stopped beside a gully more than 7 meters deep. The bottom was pitch black, surrounded on all sides by blackened stone. Baigu inspected the spot carefully and was pleased. It would do. Wu Hongxia checked once more and agreed. They began to excavate. He Yu remained outside to observe the perimeter, while Wu Hongxia guarded the pit's edge, alert to anything approaching the tunnel. Baigu and Mu Hanchuan jumped into the pit, chose a position with good sight lines and easy defense, and began chiseling out a temporary shelter to prepare for the night. As for Miss Chuyu, she naturally found a comfortable spot to sit and stare into space, supervising the others. She could not fathom why they would start digging in broad daylight. The rock here is a bit hard, Mu Hanchuan complained. Baigu, also digging and sweating, remarked that was preferable. Harder rock offered superior protection and would not be easily penetrated by the black liquid. They chipped away for half an hour. The 2 men labored under sweat, while the 2 women sat above and below, idle and restless. Just as the cave reached over 3 meters deep, with an area of about 8 square meters, and neared completion, He Yu sounded an alarm from afar, the mimicry of a common insect call on Shirlian star. The 3 lifted their heads and ceased their work, exchanging a wary glance. They had only been on Shirlian star for slightly more than an hour. Already trouble. Baigu flashed a Tutun hand signal, and the others understood. Before Chu Yu could react, Baigu and Wu Hongxia leapt from the gully and moved swiftly toward He Ye's position. Chu Yu, uncertain what was happening, was about to ask, when Mu Hanchuan's hand signal shushed her and beckoned her over. She hurried to muse, sighed, her heart pounding. Could they already have encountered another trial team so soon? Mu Hanchuan motioned for her to hide in the freshly dug cave, while he removed his round shield and stood guard at the entrance. Obediently, Chu Yu stepped inside and suddenly remembered that she was a support specialist. There was no time to buff Baigu or Wu Hongxia, but she could grant her power to Mu Hanchuan, proving she was not entirely useless. Warmth spread through Mu Hanchuan as he felt his strength attribute quietly climb from 88 to 108, elevating him into Frank. He looked at Chu Yu and understood this was her support skill. It was simple and single-minded, but it raised the most crucial attribute, strength, which was excellent for him, pushing his attribute into Frank. Each advancement to a higher major rank granted a 20% bonus to the corresponding attribute separate from attribute points. In other words, he received 20 extra strength points plus the 2/10 attack bonus from entering Frank. For a tank like him, this increase was substantial. A worthy companion. Meanwhile, He Yu had found a member of the Linyuan Zhu from Shuilin Star, an aquatic clan whose power surged in water and diminished severely on land. The creature's body was silver blue and about 2.5 meters tall, with well-proportioned limbs and joints more flexible than a human's. Its tail vertebra extended into a 3,050-centimeter fin-like structure, and its irises were golden. Baigu moved beside He Yu while Wu Hongxia remained concealed nearby. He Yu reported that the Linyuan member appeared to be infected by juju spores, and its consciousness was clouded. A closer look confirmed it. Blue blood stained its body, clear signs of recent combat, and it ran about madly wreaking havoc, its mental state in tatters. Only this one. Yes, probably a novice unfamiliar with the area. The inference was clear. It seemed the Linyuan squad had been a hastily assembled ragtag force. This individual had been invaded by spores turned on its own team, then fled the scene. What should we do? Bai Gu answered that this was a combat trial, and they must eliminate the threat. He instructed one to watch the surroundings, and have Wu Hongcha ready to assist while he moved in to finish it. All right. Mahanquin was caught entirely off guard, just as Bai Gu and Midnight Black Tea had departed, leaving a fleeting gap. With a deafening screech, a ferocious creature surged down from above. 3 meters long, its torso armored in terrifying black and crimson exoskeleton. 2 folded bladed limbs extended from its front, each stretching to 1.5 meters, slashing viciously toward Mahanquin. The Renkyu clan of Longxing. Mahanquin recognized them instantly. Though sentient, they relied less on intellect and more on raw instinctual combat, fierce, unyielding, and fearless. No time to think. He raised his shield just in time. Boom. Chiyu, who had been dazed moments before, suddenly heard a thunderous impact. In the next instant, she saw Mahanquin hurled backward from the cave mouth by those twin-bladed limbs, slamming hard into the obsidian wall over 10 meters away, dislodging a thick layer of black ash. Stunned for only a breath, Chiyu snapped out of her terror, clamping both hands tightly over her mouth. She pressed herself into the far corner of the cavern, curling tightly, daring not to make even the faintest sound. From her waist, she drew her personal axe, a small but trusted defensive weapon, and silently prayed Mei Mu be unharmed. Otherwise, how could she possibly follow him to the underworld? Misunderstand not. The axe was an frank artifact. In true combat, it could expand dramatically. Her other 2 pieces of gear were also defensive, a fitted jacket and reinforced trousers, both frank, enshrouding her body completely, leaving only her head exposed. Had she not brought the axe, she'd surely have needed a helmet too, to encase her head entirely. She had never undergone a single trial, yet carried frank equipment, an indication that multiple of her attributes met or exceeded the frank threshold. Her gear was purchased outright, not earned, pure investment backed by wealth. Damn it, ambush. Mahanquin was a frontline tank, not a scout. A moment's lapse allowed the Renkyu warrior to close the distance and strike with devastating surprise. Could this be a Renkyu diversion? Lure our allies away, then strike at our base. Hell. Having landed its first blow, the Renkyu warrior danced wildly in triumph, letting out shrill, jubilant cries, then charged again toward Mahanquin without pause. His circular shield flew from his grasp, embedding itself deep into the stone wall several meters away. He himself suffered no grave injury, only a temporary loss of momentum, his body still reeling. Mahanquin's left hand reached back toward his great shield. His eyes swept the surroundings. No allies nearby, no risk of exposure. Without hesitation, he activated his translocation skill. Another circular shield materialized midair, landing squarely in his right palm. He hurled it with brutal force toward the Renkyu warrior charging across the tunnel. Clang! A thunderous collision echoed through the cavern. Whimper! Empowered by Chuyu's latent strength and amplified by the kinetic surge inherent to translocation, the throw struck with shocking force, sending the Renkyu warrior into agonized wails and cracking a fissure along its left forelimb. Mahanquin had never imagined a tank like himself could deliver such a devastating blow. Until now, his role had always been to absorb damage, not inflict it. But his elation lasted barely 2 seconds. Behind him, another Renkyu warrior descended, larger, more imposing. It leapt high, crashing down with overwhelming force, and slashed downward with both bladed limbs, sending Mahanquin hurtling through the air. Only his timely deployment of the great shield deflected half the impact. Without it, he would have been shattered. Inside the cavern, Chuyu's vision blurred. She glimpsed something flash past the entrance, once more ricocheting from the left wall to the right, then vanishing farther still. Was that Mu? Bouncing like a ball. Mahanquin choked on blood, literally spitting a mouthful. These curs rely only on ambushes. Face me fairly if you dare. 2 already appeared. Would there be more? Please no. 2 he could manage, but an entire squad. Would he sacrifice his life to hold them off? Could he flee and abandon the young mistress? Translocation remained an option, but it carried risk of exposure. He would resort to it only as a last measure. Pray Baigu and the others returned swiftly. The wounded Renkyu warrior lunged forward again, determined to avenge the earlier strike. Mahanquin granted him no quarter. The circular shield flung beyond the tunnel's edge reappeared in his right hand, and he hurled it once more. The warrior recoiled in alarm. Again, he dodged sideways, refusing direct confrontation. Sparks and shattered stone erupted in its wake as the shield missed its mark, slamming instead into the obsidian wall, shattering rock in all directions. From the front, the larger Renkyu warrior attacked anew, not relying solely on brute strength this time, but activating a skill intent on swift annihilation. Prolonged combat was untenable. Visible cutting lines shimmered along its bladed limbs, power magnified edged with rending force capable of tearing through armor. Muhanquin dropped low, slamming his great shield onto the ground. It fully unfurled, rising to 1.5 meters tall, spanning 2 meters wide, its defensive integrity maximized. Clang! A far more violent impact followed. This time braced and ready, Muhanquin held firm, though the sheer force dragged him backward across the black stone floor for 2 or 3 meters. The blow was catastrophic. His great shield lost 5 points of durability instantly, and the void stomach armor covering his torso split open, though his flesh remained unscathed. Its incomplete repair was to blame. If fully restored, such a breach would never have occurred. Song Hung, wait for me. Soon I'll have time to play with you, thoroughly. The Renkyu warrior paused, astonished. He still stands. Among all humans he'd encountered, none possessed such extraordinary resilience. Had he known Muhanquin's physical constitution had reached a rank, he would not have been surprised. At that moment, Muhanquin caught a faint, unusual insect-like chirp, distant yet unmistakable. It was Heiyu's signal. Baigu and the others must have secured their objective and were now returning. Such commotion could not go unnoticed. They would surely sense the sudden turn of events. Abandoning frontal resistance, Muhanquin shifted tactics instantly, dashing to the cave mouth and spreading his fully extended great shield to seal the entrance, entirely feigning weakness. Surely they're not clever enough to suspect I've resorted to classical stratagems. As expected, the two Renkyu warriors interpreted the gesture as surrender, concluding the human was faltering, desperate to barricade himself and his companion inside. They took turns charging, intent on breaching the barrier, swiftly eliminating both occupants and withdrawing before reinforcements arrived. Inside the cavern, Muhanchuan remained composed, his face unreadable as he focused intently on the enemy. Chuyu trembled, all over terrified. It was perilous the moment they stepped onto Shirley and Star, and those creatures looked horrific. Could Mu hold them off? Surely they would not die here like this. She knew the trial star brimmed with dangers, but this was beyond expectation. They had been inside barely an hour as she swore she would never enter again. After standing firm for a minute and repelling dozens of strikes as the two Renkyu creatures took turns battering them, Muhanchuan received a signal from Heiyu. The fastest of Heiju's companions arrived, preparing to strike. Muhanchuan crouched down at once and signaled for Chuyu to lie flat as well. Chuyu had not yet grasped his meaning. She was about to heft her enlarged axe to help, when in the space of a finger's snap, a gravity cannon fell from above with terrifying speed. It struck the wounded Renkyu that was charging toward the cave mouth. Suspended in midair, it had no chance to evade. Boom. The tremendous force shattered half of the defenseless Renky's body and also blasted the nearby, more powerful Renkyu, injuring it. Muhanchuan and Chuyu inside the cave were affected by the blast, but Mu's great shield shielded them. They escaped injury, only covered in black ash. A single precise shot had ended one foe. Heiyu emerged above the pit, stowed the gravity cannon, and immediately drew his second ranged weapon, the photon orb. With a sharp report, the photon orb grazed the remaining Renky's flank and struck a patch of black earth nearby, failing to hit its mark. The Renkyu seethed with fury. It glanced at the intruders, then its body split into 3 shadows that burst outward in 3 directions. 2 fakes, and 1 real, impossible to discern. Heiyu did not press the attack. The photon orb required 10 minutes to recharge, and could hold at most 3 charges. He had just fired one, and dared not squander another. That gravity cannon was an rank weapon, Heiju's sole rank piece of equipment, needing 3 hours to recharge for a single discharge, and its destructive power was immense. His final piece of gear was also an frank ranged weapon called the warp shot. Like the photon orb, it required 10 minutes between firings, and could not be stacked. Once fired, one must wait 10 minutes. This was Heiju's role: scout and remote fire support. He had no speed or defensive gear. Everything was invested in ranged weaponry. He would fire, then retreat. If they needed further fire support, he would return in 10 minutes. Hold out until then. As for the skills Heiyu had learned, they were unknown to the others. Not only his, but the abilities of Baigu and Wuya Hongcha were kept secret from outsiders. Muhanchuan's own skills were most certainly a closely guarded secret and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. However, it was clear that each member had learned at most 2 skills. Why? Because unlocking a second skill slot required reaching a rank Beyond that, higher slots required crank, +1 a rank, +1, and then strength +1. This squad was mostly at a rank, so they could only learn 2 skills. Mu Hanchuan, having reached a rank, possessed 2 skill slots, but had learned only 1 Shinny translocation. Of course, there was a way to open extra slots by using skill slot augmentation cards. Skill slot cards came in tiers: beginner slot 1, intermediate slot 1, advanced slot 1, and ultimate slot 1. You could add up to 4 extra skill slots, but they had to be applied from the bottom up. Only after using a beginner slot could one use an intermediate slot, and so on. A beginner slot card cost roughly 1.5 million. Mu Hanchuan had no idea about intermediate or higher prices. He certainly could not afford them, nor did he need to. Item slots worked similarly. The second item slot required crank to unlock, and the third demanded strength. Pure fantasy for now. At present, Mu Hanchuan had only 1 item slot. He would have to reach crank to obtain a second, as did Baigu and the others. So if one wanted to expand item capacity and demonstrate greater power on Shirley Star, it was more practical to buy item slot cards than to rely solely on rank advancement. Mu, you all right? Mu Hanchuan staggered from the cave mouth and spat a mouthful of black ash. I am fine. Chuyu followed, axe in hand. She was dirtier and more disheveled. The sight of bodies and blood outside nearly made her vomit. Only 2 Rinkyu. Those were the only ones that attacked us. This place is unsafe. We must relocate. Agreed. No one could guarantee the Rinkyu would not return. It was safer to find another refuge, so they abandoned the hastily dug cave. Before long, Baigu and Wuya Hongxia returned. They had dealt with a Lin Yuan, and seeing the corpses and the aftermath in the pit breathed relief. Fortunately, Mu had stayed behind. Had anyone else defended the pit, they would have been mortally wounded. Rinkyu were formidable foes. Any damage to equipment? Baigu asked Mu Hanchuan. No damage. Good. Move out, relocate. They moved off. Chuyu, still shaking, was supported out of the pit by Wuya Hongxia. For a first encounter with such carnage, she had done remarkably well. Passing Mu, she studied him closely. Was he truly unharmed? She had seen him thrown twice and bleeding. No wonder the captain insisted she stay close to this Mu. He was extraordinarily strong. Mu Hanchuan went to a corner and picked up the round shield he wore. The summon shield that had appeared during combat had vanished somewhere. It did not matter, so long as no one on the team noticed. He could summon it again if battle resumed. They ran over 20 kilometers before finding a safer spot and began digging another pit. Even Wuya Hongxia fastidious, as she was helped. Everyone had to finish before night fell. Chuyu could not understand why they insisted on burrowing caves when so much terrain lay open. Why not hide in the open? She kept her questions to herself. Oh, perhaps the squad had special concealment methods. Suddenly, Chuyu leapt up and dashed to Mu's side. She held back from shouting. She would not make herself seem useless. Mu Hanchuan looked over, wondering what had frightened her so. A crab's-eyed shadow song spider had crawled out. They were not true spiders, only 6-legged and oddly formed, named by humans from their perceived likeness. What they were really called mattered little. Rushing against time, the squad managed to excavate a rough 15-square-meter cavity before dark and crawled inside. Mu Hanchuan stood at the entrance with his great shield. The 2 women sheltered deepest within. Baigu and Heiyu positioned not far from the mouth. Baigu closed his eyes to rest while Heiyu took a sprig of pale foliage from his pack and busied himself with it, something he had gathered while scouting. Night fell, and the landscape outside underwent sweeping changes. The cave was silent and none spoke. All 5 were alert. Preparations had been thorough before they entered, and sleep would not come easily now. Chuyu wanted to chat and lighten the mood to forge some closeness, but the others remained distant, and she could not find an opening. 2 hours later, a commotion rose above them, audible even underground and not faint. Seeing the others calm as if they had expected this, Chuyu assumed it was no real threat, yet she could not help asking Wuya Hongxia, who was awake and idly filing her nails. It is the black fluid. At night it condenses on the surface into black droplets that dissolve everything. No one can explain how it forms. Apart from a few special plants and creatures, it liquefies all else, even the soil. Ah, there is such a thing. No wonder the surface was so desolate, dotted with black rock. Chuyu had been specially trained at home and had learned many things about Shirley Star, but what she now witnessed exceeded her lessons. So much she had not been taught. Had she come alone, she might have been felled by giant fern spores at daybreak and gone mad. Following this squad had saved her. If it dissolves the soil, might it seep underground? Do not worry. The black rock layers are impermeable to it. It is safe here. At last she understood why they insisted on tunneling within those bands of black rock. You all know so much. Heh, we learned from our predecessors. Many died, slowly we learned. Only 10% of Shirley's star had been explored, and who could count the pioneers who had died along the way? Without them, later explorers would not know where the dangers lay. The deeper one ventured, the more perilous it became. How many lives would future generations lose within those depths? This was the cruel imbalance of technology and civilization. To you, everything is unknown and must be probed piece by piece, and the price of probing is often death. Midnight black tea. Have you ever lost companions inside? Of course. More than one. Heh. Anyone who walks this path must be prepared for such an outcome at any moment. That's terrifying. So why as a woman would you even come here? Boredom. Outside, there's simply nothing left to do. Look how exhilarating it is here. Chiyu remained unconvinced. Your skill enhances physical strength. Yes. Then remember to reinforce us before our next battle. Understood. Heiyu appeared to have finished his preparations and portioned out the substance onto small stone shards, distributing one to each member. Baigu did not touch his. Mu Hanchuan accepted his portion and drank the viscous liquid in one gulp, replenishing his body's moisture. As for the crushed herb residue sprinkled atop, he left it untouched. He wasn't particularly hungry. What is this? Chiyu's eyes widened. She had just watched Mu and Heiyu consume it. Was this truly edible? Midnight black tea handed Chiyu her portion and explained, Ingrass, a common flora native to the trial star. It contains trace amounts of liquid sufficient for rudimentary hydration. The crushed rhizome fragments are edible, bitter yes, but they provide modest stamina restoration. Upon entering the trial star, only non-disruptive items, such as clothing or masks, are permitted. No food, no seasonings, nothing. Survival demands consuming whatever sustains life. Ah, grass. She felt she could manage. She wasn't hungry yet, and saw no need to eat. To survive on the trial star, one must adapt utterly to its conditions. We'll remain in the jigging wastelands for 3 days. This is the only edible thing here. You must replenish yourself regularly to maintain peak physical condition. When the next opportunity arises, no one can say, nor when danger might strike. None of us carried a food box auxiliary item. To do so would have been foolish, purely a waste of precious inventory slots. I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later. Chiyu quietly set the stone shard beside her. Even its pungent aroma made her queasy. Could this meager viscous fluid truly rehydrate her? Could these crushed rhizomes truly be consumed? At that moment, Mu Hanchuan, who had been gazing blankly toward the cave entrance, suddenly turned his gaze outward. Not far away, Heiyu simultaneously lifted his head. Baigu sensed the anomaly and glanced over. What is it? Something above just landed. Distant, but large enough to make a distinct impact. Chiyu instinctively shrank back. More trouble already. A faint involuntary twitch tugged at Baigu's lips. Such frequency of incidents was unprecedented. What had changed today? He moved to the cave mouth and stared into the pitch-black night, unease coiling within him. An accident now would be disastrous. Finding another temporary shelter at this hour would be perilous and time-consuming. Heiyu, you scout above. Tread carefully. Understood. Heiyu stepped outside, scanned the surroundings, then slipped forward with deliberate caution. Each footfall landing precisely on black rock, avoiding the pools of stagnant black liquid mired in the mud. The others tensed, bracing for a longer wait. Yet within 15 seconds, Heiyu's insect-like signal echoed from above. No danger. Midnight black tea joined him at the cave mouth, deciphering the signal instantly. Chiyu followed silently in her wake, eager to learn their plan. Baigu raised 3 fingers, pointing deliberately toward 3 separate directions. Midnight black tea and Mu Hanchuan understood instantly. Baigu ascended to ground level, following Heiyu's path. Midnight black tea leapt onto a nearby black boulder, crouched low, and scanned the perimeter, ready to respond to further commands. Mu Hanchuan unslung his round shield and stepped outside, planting his feet firmly on the black rock, motionless. Chiyu stood at the cave mouth, gripping her axe, too fearful to step out, too uneasy to retreat alone. They communicated without words, and she hadn't heard a single detail of their strategy. Above ground, Heiyu pointed toward a direction. Baigu followed his gaze. 100 meters away, a massive avian creature, over 3 meters long, lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious or dead. The Chilean clan, a winged race whose aerial combat prowess was formidable and whose terrestrial capabilities were equally lethal. Encountering a full Chilean patrol demanded immediate withdrawal. They were too agile, too versatile, too complete. What fresh twist was this? Another corpse delivered straight to their doorstep. They'd nearly abandoned hope for this team trial, yet prey kept falling into their laps. What happened? Unknown. Likely another outsider ignorant of local rules. corroded by the black liquid mid-flight, and plummeted from the sky. Baigu refrained from approaching directly. With measured caution, he instructed, "Survey the perimeter, especially there." He indicated the leeward slope, the most probable site for ambush. Heiyu nodded and advanced cautiously in that direction. 2 full minutes passed before his second insect signal confirmed the area was clear. Only then did Baigu move, stepping stone by stone across the black rocks toward the fallen, chilling warrior. At close range, the creature still drew ragged breaths, its body half submerged in a crater brimming with black liquid which was rapidly dissolving flesh and bone alike. The sight was grotesque beyond words. Once certain no threat remained, Baigu closed in and severed the creature's head with a single stroke, granting it swift release. The entire squad returned to the cave. Midnight Black Tea immediately inquired about what had transpired, while Chiyu silently edged her way back to the mouth, clutching her small axe. It was a chilling warrior, severely compromised by black liquid infiltration. I ended it. Are we really this fortunate? This marked their 3rd elimination of the day. Among 57 competing teams, their current ranking might well be among the highest. Perhaps we should contend for the top tier. Rarely did Heiyu speak up, but his tone betrayed fierce investment in this trial. Surrender was not in his thoughts. If circumstances permit, it's certainly viable, Midnight Black Tea replied, offering no objection. Mu Hanchuan voiced no opinion, merely glanced at Chiyu beside him. Her eyes gleamed bright and unmistakable in their silent assent, even though fear still trembled beneath. Baigu hesitated. 3 eliminations at the outset presented an extraordinary advantage, but memory of the afternoon's earlier incident lingered like a shadow. Was this momentum worth the risk? We're idle here anyway. Why not venture out? Perhaps more opportunities await. I'll stay behind to guard Chiyu. Mu Hanchuan spoke at last. He saw it clearly none wished to yield, and neither did he. After all, they would bear the risks. He meanwhile would remain safely ensconced, guarding the young mistress, reaping rewards in quiet comfort. A gain if fortune smiled, no loss if it did not. 0 psychological burden. Every planet, every species possessed internal complexities rivaling humanity's own. Information flow among them was likely fragmented. Many squads might be encountering the jigging wastelands for the first time, wholly unaware of its perils. That ignorance granted their team a decisive edge, one they must exploit today before chaos settled and advantage faded. The trio had been waiting for exactly this declaration from Mu, dreading he might refuse greater responsibility. Now relief washed over them, lifting their spirits instantly. Agreed, then it settled. Mu and Chiyu hold position here. We 3 will scout for other squads. Remember, upon sighting, engage not. Await our arrival. Precision. Lethality. 1 strike. Absolute certainty. Baigu tactfully preserved Chiyu's dignity, framing her role as holding position, though in truth Mu remained solely to protect her. Agreed. Let's go. Immediate retreat upon encountering a full squad. No hesitation. Understood. Clear. I'll enhance your strength. At last Chiyu had found her purpose, having missed her chance before she resolved to shine this time. She activated her support ability on all 3, boosting physical strength effective for 1 hour. Each received a tailored augmentation. Baigu, the strongest physically, gained over 30 points. Midnight Black Tea and Heiyu received lesser, yet still substantial enhancements. Excellent work. Baigu offered lavish praise without reservation, his emotional reinforcement both generous and perfectly calibrated. The 3 departed the cave, advancing in a tight triangular formation, gradually vanishing into the velvet night. Mu Hanchuan sat relaxed at the cave mouth. These were veterans, no cause for alarm. Under normal conditions, the black liquid posed no threat to them. What truly warranted vigilance were the other trial squads. Mu, am I holding you back? He took Chiyu's small axe, examined it thoughtfully. The craftsmanship was exceptional, a fine weapon indeed. He tossed it back to her and resumed gazing into the endless black expanse beyond. Carry no guilt. Remember, you are the protagonist. Should anything befall us, it bears no relation to you, not your concern nor your burden. Your sole responsibility is your own survival. He truly knew how to console. So thoroughly he rendered himself and Baigu utterly expendable. Chiyu felt genuinely uplifted. This was a disciplined, high-caliber team. Her family's selection had been impeccable. She'd always assumed trial participants were aloof and difficult to approach. Mu, are you currently rank E? You specialize in physical constitution, so Constitution E. All other attributes remain rank F then. If you say so. You're incredible, reaching rank E entirely through your own effort. I rely entirely on family support. Only 2 attributes have barely scraped into rank F. It's agonizingly difficult to advance. You're already remarkable. Mu Hanchuan wasn't flattering idly, he meant it. Could he admit he had only surpassed rank F in 1 attribute? The other 3 hadn't even reached rank F yet. I'm far behind you. How long have you been in trials? I'm 21. 3 years of artifact cards brought me only to this fragile rank F. She's the same age as me. Without my unique advantages, and focusing solely on constitution, I'd likely surpass her by only the narrowest margin. Damned rich people. A few years older perhaps. Still impressive. After this team trial concludes, may I join your squad again next month? You're all doing splendidly. Heh. That's only true for you, our patroness. Try swapping in any other liability and watch how quickly things unravel. Mu, what's a solo trial like? Demanding. So this seemingly serene girl was in fact a chatterbox. Question after question. 300. M. On the trial star. Mu Hanchuan was still chatting with Chu Yu, who remained utterly unfazed by fatigue, truly indefatigable. After 2 fruitless 3-hour treks, the trio of Baigu, Wu Yihong Cha and He Yu arrived once again at the small southeastern hillock, the very one they had abandoned as a campsite. Chirp, screech. A sudden insect call pierced the silence. At last He Yu had made a discovery. Baigu and Wu Yihong Cha immediately slipped forward, converging stealthily toward the source. 300 meters away, the 3 regrouped. What's happening? There's combat atop the hill, either an ambush or a territorial dispute over control of the mound. At this hour there's nowhere to hide, so seizing it by force is only natural. Move it. Advancing another 150 meters, they finally gained a clear view. Atop the hillock, 2 factions clashed fiercely. One consisted of 3 humans, of unknown nationality. The other comprised 4 Jiachi warriors from the planet Baixing, broad-backed, armored with thick chitinous, plating their defenses nearly impregnable. Wu Yihong Chao observed, there's a human team. In the blood trial, fellow humans are the most vulnerable and easiest to overcome, precisely because we understand them best. If given the chance, they'll likely target us first. Let me be clear, if we strike, it must be decisive. No hesitation, no mercy. He Yu spoke firmly, his tone unyielding. No compassion for kin, only cold resolve. Clearly he bore old wounds inflicted by his own kind. Indeed, here it is survival of the fittest, not a realm of virtue or honor, Baigu affirmed. Only Wu Yihong Cha hesitated slightly. A united human squad could indeed achieve greater results. But who would dare truly wager on the capriciousness of human hearts? He Yu's words held truth. No one understands humanity better than humanity itself, and in pursuit of rank no act is beyond consideration. He Yu urged, we must decide now. His gravitic cannon hummed with pent-up readiness. 4 o'clock loomed. The black fluid would soon crest its peak, submerging many of the paths they'd taken, including the obsidian boulders. Their return could not wait. We've come this far. We won't leave empty-handed. Attack. He Yu needed no further signal. He lunged first toward the optimal ambush position. After 3 hours, his gravitic cannon was recharged and his patience exhausted. Wu Yihong Cha said nothing more, drew her weapon, and advanced silently alongside Baigu. The battle atop the hillock intensified. The human trio, now reduced to 3, was clearly faltering. No one knew where their 2 missing comrades had vanished. Their inventory of artifact cards exhausted, retreat became impossible. Their opponents refused to grant escape, striking lethally, determined to claim at least 1 or 2 corpses. Moreover, under the cover of night, the slopes below were already corroded by the black fluid. A single misstep meant contamination, and so they dared not flee recklessly. The situation was dire. They should never have chosen this hillock for shelter. Another site would have been wiser. Their inexperience betrayed them, or perhaps their young captain's judgment failed. The clash raged for 2 more minutes. Then boom. At the height of the melee, a shell screamed down from the summit, detonating precisely between the 2 battling forces, right at the epicenter of the fray. Chaos erupted. All combatants were thrown and wounded. 2 lay gravely injured, utterly incapacitated. That explosion was the signal. Baigu and Wu Yihong Cha, already poised at perfect strike positions, had waited only for He Yu's successful ambush. Opportunity seized. Shoo! In unison, they surged forward, dispatching 1 human and 1 Jiachi warrior in the blink of an eye. In that instant, 7 combatants became 2 dead, 2 crippled, and only 3 remained standing, just 1 human among them. Damn your mothers. Their attackers were fellow humans. Not only did they refuse aid, they struck their own kind. With a final curse, he turned and fled for his life. Bai Gu and Wu Yihongcha ignored him, turning instead upon the remaining two Jiachi warriors. More humans. This was the end. This new human squad dwarfed the previous one in strength, and battered by battle then ambushed, how could they possibly endure? Bai Gu charged Hedon, cleaving downward with his blade. A jagged fissure split open the Jiachi's armored carapace, revealing staggering power. Stunned by such ferocity, the Jiachi abandoned defense altogether, lunging forward to grapple, dragging Bai Gu tumbling down the slope in brutal close-quarters combat. Wu Yihongcha circled from the flank, her footwork fluid, unpredictable. She evaded frontal assaults with effortless grace, yet struck like thunder. Each blow bypassed the Jiachi's dense armor, piercing precise anatomical weak points with surgical precision, clean, lethal, and utterly unanswerable. Within seconds the fight ended. Wu Yihongcha dispatched her opponent first, then moved swiftly to the Jiachi, grievously wounded by Heiyu's blast, and silenced him without remorse. Bai Gu arrived moments later, climbing back up the hillside. Only the gravely wounded human remained. Wu Yihongcha glanced at him. Spare me. Having gone this far, there could be no turning back. Bai Gu strode forward, blade drawn. We're all human. Show mercy. A single stroke fell, and the wounded man perished. The fleeing human met no reprieve. Heiyu pursued him into the night, striking twice more with searing photonic rounds, then finishing with his last remaining round to ensure absolute, irrevocable death. His body slumped into the mire, slowly dissolving beneath the creeping black fluid. As his form faded, his gear dissolved with him, vanishing into nothingness. On the trial star, equipment and artifacts cannot be looted. Upon the owner's death, all carried items disintegrate instantly. This mechanism preserves equilibrium on the trial star, the most direct means of resource regulation. Otherwise, every race would endlessly accumulate, never expand, until saturation, then chaos. After a little more than a moment, the trio of skeletal figures returned. This wave was immensely profitable, having slain 7 trial participants, and with the previous 3 their team had killed a total of 10 targets, equivalent to 2 complete squads. Not to mention ranking first, they should certainly place among the top. Chuyu was the most excited. You guys are amazing. Mu Hanchuan also did not expect such a significant harvest from this wave. It was quite impressive, and perhaps they truly had a chance to seize a top 3 position, which would come with substantial rewards. With this large number of kills, we need to adjust our plan. Under the premise of ensuring the team's safety, we should strive for the top positions. Do you have any objections? Bai Gu still respected his teammates. Although he knew no one would oppose, he felt it essential to show respect. In team trials, unity is the foremost combat strength. Agreed. Heiyu was the first to express his support firmly. It's worth a try. Wu Yihongcha had no objections. Naturally, Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu would not object, instead feeling a bit excited. Good, there are 3 hours until daylight. Let's catch up on some sleep and set off in 3 hours. Mu Hanchuan leaned against the cave entrance and entered a light sleep, finally able to rest after chatting with Chuyu for 3 hours. He felt mentally exhausted. If he wanted, he could probably even have discussed her birth date and time. Bai Gu, Heiyu, and Wu Yihongcha each found a place to take a short nap. No one paid attention to Chuyu, who was still too excited to sleep. What to do? Morning. It was only 6:30, yet the sky outside was already bright, marking the brightest moment within the silent Ashes wilderness throughout the day. Above the sky there was no sun, but a long fading rainbow remained. The accumulated black liquid on the ground quickly dissipated, and the silent Ashes wilderness returned to its original state. From all directions, flocks of sharp-beaked birds soared towards the silent Ashes wilderness, each measuring over 3 meters in height, fierce and menacing. They landed on this vast expanse, greedily consuming the soil that had been dissolved by the black liquid during the night, which was unknown to hold something that they loved. Above the cave where Mu Hanchuan and the others were hiding, several of these monstrous birds appeared, with one even descending into the pit. The group, having slept for less than 3 hours, quickly readied themselves, holding their breath and focusing at the cave entrance. What is that? Chuyu gently tugged at Mu Hanchuan from behind, mouthing her question. Mu Hanchuan gestured for her to be quiet. There was no time to explain now. Bai Gu waited for the right moment, not rushing to attack, until several of the monstrous birds flew away before signaling attack. Mu Hanchuan was the first to charge out, lifting his large shield and crashing into the unsuspecting monstrous bird in the pit, toppling it to the ground. The monstrous bird reacted quickly, letting out a shrill cry as its sharp claws lunged towards Mu Hanchuan. Notably, it had an even larger claw at the end of its tail. The 2 sharp claws were blocked by Mu Hanchuan's large shield, but the larger claw from the tail struck his body, although it failed to penetrate his void stomach armor. Then Bai Gu and Wu Yue Hacha rushed in just in time, one striking at its head and the other stabbing at its chest. These monstrous birds had robust defenses and incredible vitality. They had to stab and cut over a dozen times before finally putting it down. Chiyu stood at the cave entrance with a large axe showing only her head as she watched, too scared to go out and help. Above, Heiyu called out a warning. More monstrous birds were coming. Indeed, hearing their companions' calls, several monstrous birds simultaneously flew toward the pit. The one closest spotted a human standing on its fallen companion's corpse. Could it tolerate this? It shrieked and dove down. Mu Hanchuan raised his shield to meet it unfazed. Bang! A heavy impact followed immense force, causing Mu Hanchuan to take a large step back. Bai Gu and Wu Yue Hongxia, who had been lying in ambush on either side of the pit, seized the opportunity to strike, once more attacking the monstrous bird. Mu Hanchuan, who had retreated, steadied himself, and then charged back heavily, slamming it down and pinning it under his large shield. Bai Gu and Wu Yue Hongxia stabbed wildly with their shields, continuing for a while before finally ending its life. Chiyu, eager to join in, thought it didn't seem too difficult to deal with. Having so easily taken down two, she felt she could help out as well. Above, two more monstrous birds flew over from a distance. Using the same tactic, Bai Gu and Wu Yue Hongxia jumped into the visual blind spot, leaving Mu Hanchuan alone to lure the monsters by the corpses. These birds were indeed foolish. Upon seeing the corpses of their companions, they charged down in fury. This time Mu Hanchuan did not dare to be careless. While firmly defending with his large shield, he also took out his round shield to block the attacks from their tail claws. As the two monstrous birds collided with Mu Hanchuan, Bai Gu swung his blade upward, striking one of them in the back and severing half of its wing. Wu Yue Hongxia launched a surprise attack from behind, targeting their sensitive spots. In the narrow pit, the three humans and two birds engaged in a fierce battle, chaos reigning. Even Chiyu rushed out with her large axe to help, gritting her teeth as she swung. With her frank strength aided by an enhancement, she was not lacking. Her large axe carved several deep cuts into the monstrous bird. Heiyu had not yet made a move, keeping watch over the surroundings, and would not easily use his ranged weapon unless absolutely necessary. This battle lingered on for over a minute before finally taking down the two monstrous birds. Bai Gu and Mu Hanchuan began to collect their spoils, extracting the eyes and the claws from the tails of the birds, as the other parts were not worth much. Wu Yue Hongxia was tidying her appearance nearby. She had just been scratched by a claw, and a handful of her hair had been pulled out, cascading down. Chiyu was still in high spirits, having not slept all night. She felt invigorated, and now participating in her first group battle had her overly excited. Wu Yue Hongxia, what tribe are these from? What are Mu and the others digging for? These are native creatures of the Trial Star. The claws from their tails can be sold for 80,000, and their eyes for 50,000. The other parts are not worth much. Chiyu, like a girl who had never seen the world, was astonished. How can these be taken back to sell for money? Of course, items from our planet cannot be brought to the Trial Star, but items obtained on the Trial Star can be taken back. Otherwise, how would those reagents, medicinal formulas, and technological blueprints appear on the market? All of those are discovered during explorations on the Trial Star, and the required materials must also be sought there. Chiyu understood, so the eyes and claws of these monstrous birds are one type of material. Exactly, their eyes are one of the materials for a certain reagent, and large companies constantly purchase them. The claws can be made into weapons or ground into powder and sold to pharmaceutical companies as a material for certain enhancements to physical capabilities. Oh, how amazing! So we just killed 4 of them. Doesn't that mean we've earned 500,000? That's right, but unfortunately you don't get a share. It sounded simple, but Chiyu knew that on her own she could never kill even one. She had swung her axe many times and only managed to cut a few gashes, which indicated how strong their defenses were. Go. In with the spoils secured, the team set off to relocate. And the monstrous birds were too numerous. Venturing outside was perilous, yet brimming with opportunity. These avian predators attacked indiscriminately, not only the team, but all races alike. So long as they remained well hidden, a chance to scavenge would surely arise. Of the original 57 teams, even after 10 fell yesterday, 47 remained. Many were inevitably being hunted down by these monstrous birds. Whether retrieving the carcasses of fallen birds or encountering isolated trial participants, the rewards would be immense. And if they chanced upon 2 sides locked in mutual ruin, that would be pure fortune. Black Feather led the way, scouting a stretch, pausing briefly, then advancing again. Whitebone and the others followed closely behind. Once the path ahead was confirmed clear of monstrous birds, they surged forward swiftly, not recklessly fast, but steady, deliberate, prioritizing safety above all. The jigging wastelands were treacherously uneven, no flat terrain existed. Only serpentine hillocks, deep ravines, and clusters of jagged black boulders. Such topography offered excellent cover, which was precisely why they dared venture forth in search of opportunity, how otherwise they'd have been torn apart by swarms of monstrous birds. Advancing cautiously for over an hour, they jointly eliminated 3 solitary monstrous birds, yet encountered not a single other trial team. Where have all the other teams gone? Not one in sight. Chuyu asked without hesitation. And, at 8 o'clock the flock disperses to return to their nests. Only then will the others emerge. Midnight Black Tea replied offhandedly. No one was foolish enough to wander blindly into such a massive avian swarm. Everyone like them was likely lying low, patiently hunting stragglers. Only 15 minutes left. Pick up the pace. Whitebone refused to return empty-handed. And understood. With the flock's imminent departure, Blackfeather shed his caution, and their speed surged dramatically. After another 10 minutes of searching, the team made its first discovery. In there, Blackfeather pointed sharply toward a distant direction. Crouched behind a massive boulder, they all peered forward and saw a formidable Zelta warrior sprawled motionless on the ground, utterly defenseless, surrounded by 3 monstrous birds tearing ravenously at his flesh. He's not quite dead yet. Blackfeather, possessing the sharpest perception, observed keenly. In Whitebone, shoot him, grant him mercy. And understood. Draw, aim, fire, in one seamless motion. From 500 meters away, a pulse of energy struck the dying Zelta squarely in the head. A clean kill. His tally now stood at 11. They fled immediately after firing, every member sprinting in unison. Chuyu hesitated, stunned. She'd assumed they'd turn and slay the birds too, yet they were running. She clung tightly, summoning every ounce of strength she possessed. Abandoning their feast, the monstrous birds shrieked and gave chase, swift yet not swift enough. The fleeing group had already vaulted over the ridge and vanished between 3 colossal boulders. Losing their quarry, the birds cursed shrilly for a while before taking flight en masse, though one snatched up the Zelta's corpse midair. Chuyu pressed herself against Mu Hanchuan's left arm, her chest heaving violently. She'd never run so hard in her life. If she'd known they'd flee, she'd have bolted first. Mu Hanchuan silently shifted aside, subtly avoiding the soft pressure against his arm, yet his gaze still flickered, involuntary and undeniable. He wasn't lecherous, but a man's eyes possessed an innate targeting function, drawn instinctively beyond conscious control to certain contours. No one spoke. Each waited in tense silence, except Chuyu, who trembled uncontrollably and leaned closer to Mu. Are they coming? And this time Mu had nowhere left to retreat. Fleeing further would be painfully obvious. Relax, we're safe. They've gone. Whitebone offered reassurance. Chuyu's performance had impressed him, far more disciplined than the previous clients he'd escorted. That's good. That's good. And something's happening behind that mountain over there. All attention had been fixed on the birds ahead. Being overtaken would draw more predators. Only Midnight Black Tea had noticed faint stirrings beyond the mountain's far slope. Whitebone listened intently, but heard nothing. He turned to Blackfeather, whose senses were unmatched. And Blackfeather's brow furrowed slightly. Yes, something is amiss. If Blackfeather sensed it, it was real. And Whitebone declared, wait one more minute. Then investigate. Null agreed. Except Chuyu, who groaned inwardly. So far again. They'd already run for over an hour since dawn. Only once the 3 monstrous birds had vanished entirely from view did the 5 cautiously emerge, pivot, and head toward the distant mountain, its summit steep and distant, the only vantage from which they could discern what lay beyond. After sprinting several hundred meters, another flock soared overhead, 5 birds, urgent and purposeful, flying directly toward the mountain's far side. The team dropped instantly into concealment, yet hearts raced with elation. Something was happening, and surely a fierce battle unfolded there, ripe for opportunistic plunder. Hurry, accelerate. Blackfeather, scout ahead and assess. And understood. They broke into a full sprint. Mu Hanchuan lagged slightly, not from fatigue, but because Chuyu clung desperately to his arm, paralyzed by fear. Her breath came in ragged gasps. She gripped him tight, terrified of being left behind. After 3 minutes, Blackfeather arrived first, having already secured a concealed observation point. At the 4th minute, Whitebone and Midnight Black Tea joined him. Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu reached the summit only at the 5th minute, and the vista before them unfolded in breathtaking clarity. Below stretched a treacherous scree field, while above 4 Jilin warriors waged furious aerial combat against over 20 monstrous birds. They collided, shredded flesh, and shrieked in savage counterpoint. a brutal, visceral maelstrom of violence. Jilin warriors again, and perhaps the one they'd found last night, the one whose wings had dissolved, belonged to this very squad. And this is grim. How could we possibly seize kills here? And of course they couldn't. Not unless they wished for annihilation. They weren't fools. And wait. This Jilin squad is faltering. They'll flee soon. We'll trail them discreetly and strike when opportunity arises. It was indeed the only viable course. The four veterans stood vigilant, poised, and alert, while Chuyu collapsed beside Mu Hanchuan, tugging weakly at his sleeve, breathless. When we run again, warn me first. I'll sprint ahead. Mu Hanchuan sighed inwardly. How exactly do you plan to run? Like this? Normally, he could traverse 10 times this distance without breaking stride. But with her clinging to him, even he felt weariness creeping in. Better carry her from now on. No more dragging. And minutes later, the Jilin warriors fell, 2 corpses left behind, and the survivors fled, not across land, but skyward. What madness is this? How could they pursue? And the monstrous birds bore grudges fiercely, relentlessly tracking prey even if fewer than 10 remained. The team exchanged glances. Those 2 Jilin corpses below were unmistakably dead, torn nearly to shreds. Yet over a dozen monstrous bird carcasses remained intact. Scavenge the bodies, or continue the pursuit. Null eyes turned to Whitebone. And, without question, we pursue. Those 2 grievously wounded Jilin warriors were too valuable to abandon. And, Black Feather, you're the only one who can keep pace. Leave markers along the way. We'll gather these remains and follow immediately. Understood. It suited him perfectly. He was the most relentless, the least willing to yield. Alone he vanished into pursuit. And begin quickly. Understood. And Chuyu beamed. Finally rest. Whitebone, Midnight Black Tea, and Mu descended the slope to harvest the monstrous bird's eyes and tail claws. 14 in total, worth over 1 million credits. Too valuable to abandon. Free wealth theirs for the taking. Jilin feathers fetched even higher prices, but only the softest, most exquisite and resplendent dozen counted as luxury commodities, used to adorn garments or ornamental headwear. Last time the wings had fully dissolved, leaving nothing. And Chuyu stuck to Mu like burgrass hovering close. Had decorum not held her back, she'd have collapsed onto his back outright. This was the trial planet. Danger could erupt anywhere. Leaving her alone was unthinkable. She was ordered, firmly, to stay glued to his side. Mu, will we chase them far? And yes, likely hours. Distance won't be trivial. The journey demanded constant vigilance. Other teams might appear at any moment. Even with utmost caution, direct encounters were inevitable. It wouldn't be easy. Chuyu felt she might not survive this. And Mu, if I collapse mid-run, will you abandon me? Mu Hanchuan shot her a wordless, exasperated glance. You truly misunderstand the situation. You haven't grasped your own role. You're the team's core. I'd abandon myself before abandoning you. And I'll carry you. Ah, that's wonderful. Hearing you say that eases my mind completely. A radiant smile bloomed across her face. Suddenly the weight lifted. Why wait for me to ask? You knew I'd fail. Why not act sooner? Consent was never required. In under 3 minutes the spoils were secured. Over 1 million credits effortlessly claimed. And, let's go. Follow the trail. And Whitebone glanced at Chuyu. Can you hold on? I'm fine, she declared, pointing firmly at Mu. If he endures, so do I. After all, if he carried her when she failed, his endurance was hers. Logically impeccable. Mu Hanchuan felt a quiet sorrow. At least she's light and female, not unpleasant. And had she been male, he'd have forfeited the entire pursuit. His remark carried unintended ambiguity. Whitebone and Midnight Black Tea exchanged knowing glances, though neither spoke. And then let's move. Stay alert, watch all directions. Understood. In affirmative. In resuming formation. Whitebone leading, Midnight Black Tea anchoring the rear, Mu and Chuyu centered. They advanced following Black Feather's trail. An hour later, Heiyu halted before a deep subterranean trench. The 2 fleeing Chilean clan members had vanished into its depths. The monstrous birds, too large to squeeze inside, had scratched futilely at the entrance for a while, then circled overhead with shrill cries for several minutes before departing in reluctant frustration. Heiyu had already scouted the area thoroughly. Besides the main entrance, a 2-meter-tall opening, several smaller apertures dotted the pit's interior. Yet only the large entrance was usable by the Chilean clan. The smaller ones remained impassable for them, given their considerable bulk. Fortunately, those narrow passages posed no obstacle for humans, just wide enough to slip through unnoticed. This was an ideal tactical environment and ambush from behind, avoiding frontal assault altogether, minimizing risk to the utmost. All that remained was to await his teammates' arrival. The two Chilean warriors were grievously wounded. Their sole priority now was recovery. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not relocate, and there was no need to rush. Heiyu needed only to maintain vigilance over the surroundings. 2 more hours passed. It was now 11 o'clock when Baigu and the others finally arrived, delayed after encountering another full squad en route, presumably hunting the same target. They'd spent half an hour evading detection before proceeding. Chuyu indeed rode upon Mu Hanchuan's back, not slung over his shoulder like cargo, but reclining comfortably. She'd held out for only the first 10 minutes before willingly surrendering. Why endure hardship when someone else would bear the burden? Mu Hanchuan thus bore her across his shoulders. Even after their 30-minute detour and subsequent rest, neither Baigu nor Chuyu insisted she walk. She slowed their pace far too much. With Heiyu's situation uncertain and time critical, it was wiser to proceed directly. So Mu Hanchuan bore the burden, willingly, if reluctantly. Chuyu herself was quite content, though admittedly uncomfortable, so she requested a change of position and voluntarily climbed onto his back. Wuya Hongxia observed the pair with quiet, knowing amusement. In the past, whenever she'd flirted with Mu Hanchuan, he'd rebuffed her outright. Yet now something had shifted. Could it be that he'd set his sights on Chuyu, perhaps intending to claim her innocence while she remained unworldly, turning raw rice into cooked meal, thereby securing a foothold among the elite? Not an implausible strategy, though her lineage might prove far less yielding than he hoped. At last Heiyu's teammates arrived. He asked no questions. Process mattered little, results alone counted. With reinforcements present, he immediately outlined the current situation. Baigu paused briefly in thought, then issued swift orders. Muyu, block the main entrance. I'll enter from behind with Wuya Hongxia. We'll eliminate them decisively. 2 grievously wounded Chilean warriors, trapped within a confined space where their greatest advantage, their flight, was nullified. No subtlety was required. A direct, overwhelming strike would suffice. Swift, clean, final. Agreed. This plan hinged entirely on Mu Hanchuan. He must seal the entrance completely, ensuring neither warrior broke free. Mu Hanchuan felt confident he could hold it. Heiyu maintained perimeter watch and keep an eye on Chuyu. Perimeter surveillance posed no difficulty, but guarding this young noblewoman, Heiyu bristled. He was no nursemaid and deeply averse to social entanglement, especially with such entitled elites. No need. I'll stay with Mu. I can strike down our foes alongside him. She distrusted Heiyu from their first meeting. His gaze was cold, his aura unsettlingly predatory. Mu Hanchuan nearly replied, thank you. I think I'll pass. Baigu offered no further insistence. Only a pointed reminder. Mu watch over her closely. The unspoken implication hung heavy. If forced to choose, safeguarding the employer outweighed holding the breach. Mu Hanchuan understood. He nodded. This young lady, though privileged, proved remarkably compliant, obedient, and unobtrusive. With due caution, she'd pose no danger. If settled, let's move. End this swiftly. Baigu and Wuya Hongxia slipped toward the rear apertures. Mu Hanchuan advanced slowly toward the main entrance, nearly 1.8 meters tall. His great shield, when fully deployed, stood only 1.5 meters high, but sufficient to bar escape. Chuyu held her breath, tiptoeing behind him, utterly silent. Sweat glistened on the haft of her axe. 30 seconds later, combat erupted within the cavern. Now, Mu Hanchuan lunged forward in a single explosive stride, leapt from a boulder 7 or 8 meters high, drew his great shield midair, and slammed it down onto the trench floor before the entrance. At impact, the shield snapped fully open, reaching 1.5 meters in height and 2 meters in width, sealing most of the aperture. Instantly, a massive brutish figure crashed against it, driving the shield half a meter backward across the stone. Mu Hanchuan strained to hold fast, shoving the shield back into place. Within 3 seconds, a second blow struck, more violent, more deliberate, accompanied by a guttural, enraged roar. The Chilean warriors had sensed the trap and now fought with desperate, unbridled fury. The pressure mounted sharply. These 2 Chilean warriors were stronger than anticipated. Even gravely injured, their combat prowess remained formidable. No wonder they'd broken free from the encircling flock of monstrous birds. Heiyu, move in. Assist now. Mu Hanchuan shoved the shield back again and again, shouting urgently upward to Heiyu, who stood guard above, his voice edged with alarm. Things inside were deteriorating faster than expected. Heiyu hesitated not, rushed toward the rear aperture. Chuyu reached the entrance only moments later. Too afraid to leap, she scrambled down instead. She gave her all, immediately rushed to Mu Hanchuan's side and pressed her entire body against the shield. Though her physical contribution was negligible, her resolve was unquestionably flawless. As the ancient saying goes, first vigor, second waning, third exhaustion. The most perilous moment had passed. Mu Hanchuan sensed it. The end was near. Just a little longer, and the Chilean warriors would have no chance left. Bang! Another thunderous impact, but this time Mu Hanchuan barely yielded, retreating only a fraction of a step. Chu Yu was hurled aside, yet she ignored the pain, scrambled upright instantly, and threw herself once more against the shield. Her eyes never left the dark maw of the entrance, her great axe poised and eager, ready to cleave into the enemy within. Impact followed impact, each weaker than the last. Indeed, they were faltering. The battle inside had drained their strength, leaving them unable to mount sustained assaults on the entrance. Now all depended on how swiftly Bai Gu and the others concluded their engagement, and whether they emerged unscathed. Serious injury would severely compromise the remaining 2 days of trial. Chu Yu swung her great axe repeatedly through the narrow gap above the shield, each stroke missing its mark entirely. Not a single hit landed. Mu Hanchuan watched exasperated. Just hold steady. No need to complicate matters. After several dozen seconds, Bai Gu emerged, dragging his injuries. Long gashes and claw marks striped his body, but he wore a class defensive suit, so he sustained no serious harm. This signaled the end of the battle within. Mu Hanchuan lowered his great shield. Do you need a medkit? Each use restores only 2 applications, highly precious. No need. His wounds were minor. Bai Gu could still endure. It was only day 1. Medkits must not be squandered on trivial injuries. Mu Hanchuan nodded wordlessly and stepped inside to pluck feathers. Inside the cave, Wu Yihong Cha perched upon a small stone. She too bore minor wounds and was tending to them herself. Upon seeing Mu enter, she turned away deliberately, facing another direction. As if I wanted to look. Mu Hanchuan ignored her and approached one of the Chilean clan corpses, beginning to extract the most valuable dozen or so feathers. On another corpse, Hey Yu was already plucking. Let me try too, Chu Yu said, crouching down with renewed curiosity. Sure. Let her work if she wishes. The underwing region of the Chilean clan is their most vulnerable area. The feathers there are the softest, most delicate, and most resplendent, often numbering up to a dozen. Pluck only these, the rest hold little value. Is it truly this simple? Of course. It's never been difficult in the first place. Understood. Chu Yu strained to lift one wing of the Chilean corpse, and was startled by its weight. It weighed at least 50 kilograms. Half a wing alone carried such mass. How could they possibly flap it without exhaustion? Were it a human corpse, she would surely recoil violently, but alien remains stirred no visceral response in her. She extracted 6 feathers from this wing, then switched to the other, and drew 7 more, 13 in total. Most wings bore dominant crimson hues, but no 2 reds matched. Each feather displayed subtle chromatic gradients across its length, occasionally interwoven with pale secondary tones. They were undeniably exquisite. These feathers would make a stunning hat. What do you think, Mu? Perhaps. Don't sell them after we leave. Just give them all to me. I'll compensate you at market rate and commission a specialist to design and weave one. Fair enough. You can discuss it with Bai Gu. Good. If we gather enough, I'll weave 2, giving you 1. Would you like that? Mu Hanchuan nearly blanched, taken aback. I'm deeply grateful, but perhaps it suits your esteemed mother better. She'd likely appreciate it more. Oh, humph. This Mu was truly a blockhead, utterly tone-deaf. Though the 2 Chilean warriors had fallen, the squad had expended considerable effort, and both primary fighters sustained injuries. Rest was urgent. The commotion here had grown too loud. They relocated immediately. Half an hour later, they reached a chaotic expanse crisscrossed by dozens of colossal fissures, a perfect site for concealment. Finding an ideal spot, they set to digging. Hey Yu departed to gather in grass, replenishing the team's hydration and stamina. There was a small cave nearby. Why not use it instead of digging our own? This is the trial planet. Caution is paramount. A burrow we carve ourselves offers superior defense and greater peace of mind. Fine. With no digging privileges, Chu Yu could only linger idly, her stomach now growling fiercely. Having refused last night's fibrous roots, she could no longer hold out. The soil here proved loose and yielding. Digging progressed swiftly, completed within just 1 hour. Hey Yu returned precisely, then retreating to a corner to meticulously process the grass, separating viscous sap from pulverized root fibers. Chu Yu stayed near Mu, covertly watching, no longer disdainful of grass. She could eat it now. After 30 minutes of grinding, the preparations concluded. The first portion went to Wu Yihong Cha, the second to Bai Gu, and only the final 2 portions were delivered to Mu and Chu Yu. Chu Yu and Hei Yu avoided each other's gaze. Only after he returned to his post did she slowly lift her portion from the ground and chew it deliberately unhurried. Not unpleasant at all. 300 p.m. Day 1 of the trial planet had passed. Their gains exceeded expectations. 13 fallen trial participants, neither overwhelming nor meager. By past standards, this tally would secure them a top 5 ranking. Additionally, they claimed spoils from 21 monstrous birds and 4 Chilean warriors, a substantial windfall. Today's operation succeeded brilliantly. Well done, everyone. Especially Chu Yu. Truly outstanding. Bai Gu offered explicit praise, naming her directly, hoping she'd sustain this momentum tomorrow. Wu Yihong Cha Day 1 is often chaotic. Tomorrow will offer fewer such opportunities. Bai Gu, give your best. Tomorrow's target 10 kills. The day after 5. At this pace, a top 3 finish is well within reach. Wu Yihong Cha Let's hope tomorrow's fortune matches today's. Bai Gu Mu, how damaged is your great shield? Durability remains at 60, no major breaches. Good. Replenished. Chu Yu grew drowsy and murmured weakly, are we heading out again? If not, she intended to sleep. She pulled an all-nighter last night. Nightfall arrives in a few hours. We'll remain here tonight. Rest thoroughly. Depart at 6:00 m. tomorrow. Understood. Chu Yu rolled over, faced the wall, closed her eyes, and surrendered instantly to slumber. Shifts every 3 hours. Mu, you rest too. Mu Hanchuan nodded, leaning his back against his great shield and resting against the cave wall. Midnight. His watch began. He gazed outward, motionless, his eyes as still and depthless as stagnant water, unruffled by even the faintest ripple. Bai Gu and Wu Yihong Cha slept soundly. Chu Yu, having slept since afternoon, remained deep in repose, unstirred. Hei Yu, fully rested, grew restless. He slipped outside, seeking opportunity. Perhaps another trialist would stumble into misfortune. He was relentlessly diligent. Mu Hanchuan glanced briefly, offering no counsel. Hei Yu possessed formidable ability and an even more pronounced solitude. He rarely heeded others' advice. So long as he fulfilled his duties flawlessly, interference was best avoided. He held no obligation to defer. The sky outside was an inky void. The ground had been thoroughly consumed by a tar-like black fluid, leaving only jagged dark rocks unmarred, offering the sole precarious footholds. Hei Yu crept forward with caution, and before he knew it, had ventured ever farther. Expecting the squad to risk everything for a single prize was unrealistic. This was a team chartered by a patron, and prudence had to take precedence. If one truly wanted to contend for glory, one had to seek out those desperate teams who cast caution aside and pursued only results. Hei Yu longed to join such squads and would gladly take that risk, yet gatherings of true experts were rare. A satisfactory team might not assemble even once in half a year. Patchwork teams from the underground antnet were uneven in strength and could not guarantee competitiveness. They were dangerous. Moreover, he lacked the means to bankroll the Silver Star key every time. Given that he could only redouble his own efforts and do everything possible to help the team contend. At 3:30 m. Hei Yu returned. Mu Hanchuan glanced over without concern. It was obvious there had been no gains, otherwise he would not be so listless. Dawn. The red remnant of the rainbow reappeared, and the Bai Gu squad began another day of action. Chu Yu, having slept soundly for 12 hours, was fully restored. The 5 of them applied some of the Yingming spider blood Hei Yu had brought to their wounds and stepped out of the cave. They adopted the same tactic as yesterday. Hei Yu scouted ahead to ensure safety, and once confirmed, the 4 of them followed. They confined themselves to complex terrain and avoided open ground. They set out brimming with confidence and quiet longing. Their objective was 10. Yet, as with Hei Yu's fruitless foray, fortune had not favored them today either. They searched until 8 o'clock. The remnant rainbow fell, the strange birds vanished, and they encountered no other challengers. Their sole gain was the slaughter of 10 solitary monster birds. Chu Yu asked, weary, where did everyone go? We did not see a single person today. She had been worried before they left and was now fatigued. Wu Yihongcha said, this Jijin wasteland is simply too vast. Many teams deliberately hide, not intending to compete for rankings. Failing to encounter them is normal. Then how are we to fulfill our 10-target objective? If we truly intend to, we must seek out the hiding places of other teams, but that would demand accepting commensurate risks. Chu Yu dared not reply. It was plain she was the weak link. Instinctively, she glanced at Mu Hanchuan. If he dared, she would follow. Hei Yu supported the idea, but Bai Gu would not gamble on such a risk and insisted on the original plan: keep searching, and if it fails, let it go. At 10 o'clock, the squad finally made their first significant discovery. They stood amid a field of broken stones, and a few hundred meters ahead lay a rare expanse of flat, densely tufted grass. From a higher vantage, they spotted a rongjiao cautiously traversing the plain. It stood over 2 meters tall, its body cloaked in thick, soft fur like a moth's, incapable of flight, and its upper torso bore 3 large curved horns. A rongjiao, and it was alone. How utterly foolish. Their whole team dared not set foot on the plain, yet this one wandered about heedlessly. Perhaps an inexperienced scout, one suggested. What should we do? Heiyu would not let such an opportunity pass. Baigu pondered and said, Heiyu, circle to its rear and block the path it came from. Wuya Hongcha, and I will lie in ambush. If it moves toward us, seize the chance to finish it. If there is no opportunity, we will reveal ourselves and pursue. When that moment comes, you must strike one lethal blow. Heiyu understood, turned, and vanished into the rubble. Muhanchuan, you take Chuyu and stay at the rear to provide support and watch the surroundings. No problem, Mu answered. All right, move out. Baigu and Wuya Hongcha cautiously made their approach toward the grass. Chuyu shuddered. This rongjiao is so disgusting. I have feared hairy crawling creatures since childhood, and yet this system harbors such enormous insects. Wuya Hongcha chuckled. Our system is vast, just the known civilizations with intelligence comparable to humanity, number 77, and there are even more uncounted races. Can those races participate in the trials? Chuyu asked. No, Wuya replied. Only the intelligent species within those 77 civilizations are eligible to take part in the trials. But one day we will meet them. Our current technology cannot yet support interstellar expeditions. When that day comes, a true great war will begin. Every civilization, every race will be swept up. It will be a struggle for survival of species that only a single victor will endure. There will be no retreat. I hope that day is slow to arrive, Chuyu confessed. Let me develop first. When the time comes, I will join the Planetary United Forces and be a female officer. And then work hard, Wuya said. Mu, you are so capable. If you join the planetary forces later, we can be partners, and I will look after you. Thanks, Mu replied. I have no plans for that yet. I'm afraid if the day truly comes, I'll be carrying you on my back every day. Below them, the rongjiao had deviated from its course. It did not move toward their position, but instead headed west. The original plan failed, and they executed the second. Baigu and Wuya Hongcha burst forth, intentionally exposing themselves. They moved with swift, brutal efficiency and spoke little. They were clearly not ordinary. The rongjiao was terrified, surprised by the ambush. It feared further hidden attackers and ran back along the path it had come in blind panic. When a creature encounters an ambush and cannot be sure whether other directions are also trapped, the instinct is to flee along the original route. It is a reflex. Heiyu lay in wait upon the very path it had used to come. 20 seconds later, there was a single decisive strike. Success, Chuyu cried out with joy. When the dust settled, Heiyu had prevailed. The rongjiao's every thought had been on its pursuers and the possibility of ambushers elsewhere. It never suspected the return path had been prepared. The rongjiao collapsed. Wuya Hongcha reached it first and delivered several finishing strokes to ensure it would not rise again. His eyes noted its 3 horns are quite valuable. Heiyu set his sights on the trio of horns. They were too heavy to carry easily, someone observed. We can stash them someplace for now and retrieve them on the final day to bring back in one load. That sounds feasible, Wuya agreed, his rapport with Heiyu plain for all to see. You two take them, Heiyu said. I will scout for a hiding place so the horns do not hinder our movements. Fine, they replied, and set about concealing the trophies while the others resumed their cautious watch. Harvesting the first target of the day, the team did not linger and continued forward. At noon, they successfully eliminated a lone target, but then there were no further discoveries. The difficulty today has clearly increased by more than one level. Their goals set yesterday are completely unrealistic. What should we do? Midnight Red Tea inquired of White Bone, suggesting that if it was impossible, they should give up, as it was simply a waste of time and exhausting. At this moment, there were only 4 members in the team, with Blackfeather still searching. Blackfeather probably doesn't want to give up. Let's keep looking. We should find a concealed spot by 3 o'clock tonight. Whitebone understood some of Blackfeather's circumstances and knew why he was so determined, having no intention to deny his methods, but the premise was that they couldn't drag the team down and attract danger. All right, Mu Hanchuan said nothing, letting them decide. In fact, he was not familiar with anyone in the team, and he had talked the most with this young lady. They continued moving forward. Chuyu felt less tense than yesterday, and with no dangers appearing today, she felt relaxed all over. Mu, what do you actually do in real life? I perform. If you're lying to me. I'm not. Then stop performing and come work for me, responsible for protecting me, and you can set your own salary. I'm not a good person. Chuyu pouted, her nose wrinkling up. Humph, you're lying again. You can't even play a villain properly. Muhan Chuan did not speak further. He had never considered himself a good person. At 2 in the afternoon, Black Feather sent news that he had made a discovery. He truly managed to catch an opportunity, and the team members rushed over immediately. A fractured cliff steep on both sides like a wall reaching hundreds of meters high, almost vertical to the ground, with numerous holes of varying sizes scattered across the cliff. These holes varied in depth. Some could only fit one person curled up inside, while others were unfathomably deep. Everyone instinctively looked up at the holes. If someone were hiding there, they would definitely be concealed in one of them. However, Black Feather stood above, indicating down below. Huh, wrong guess. 2 members of the Jia Qi clan average strength hiding in the underground cave. Black Feather returned to the team and explained the situation. Whitebone asked, what is the terrain like below? There is only one path. Very well, let's go down together. Mu and Chuyu block this exit. Black Feather, go confirm the target's location and Midnight Red Tea, and I will follow behind. Okay. Black Feather jumped down directly. Muhan Chuan had no objections and followed suit, while Chuyu took out her large axe and hurriedly jumped down as well. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea cautiously followed Black Feather. Who should we go up to help? No need, teams like this are usually made up of random individuals with weak strength. Oh well. Chuyu relaxed. Mu, is the chance of encountering such skirmishes high? Not high, but actually in any form of trial, even without forced requirements, mutual skirmishes can occur, so in any trial danger is always lurking. Is that true even for those searching trials? You're misunderstanding. It's precisely those searching trials that see the fiercest battles, especially when encountering certain rare items or materials. She indeed misunderstood. It was during such great benefits that one truly fought desperately. While she was educating Chuyu, the battle over there ended quickly with little difficulty. No more time could be wasted. They had to quickly find a resting point. Today's harvest was just 4 eliminations. Given today's situation, tomorrow might be even worse. 13 plus, for they had only eliminated 17 trial participants. With such results, it was nearly impossible to compete for the top 3. They could only gamble on luck, hoping that other teams would be completely wiped out by the monster birds. The team gathered together and immediately moved to find a place to rest for the night. Not far away, 10 kilometers to the south, they chose an underground tunnel, one with several passages. This will do. Black Feather, go observe the surroundings and pick some grass to bring back. Midnight Red Tea and I will explore the other passages. Be careful. The 2 nodded and left. Muhan Chuan also kept busy looking for the most suitable defensive stronghold. An hour later, all the members returned. Without yesterday's excitement, no one spoke and the morale was relatively low. Barring any surprises, this team's trial would end in failure. Their luck was poor, coincidentally encountering the Bloodred trial. Had it been another trial, given their team's strength, they would have had a good chance of clearing it. They might not get the best rewards, but they would certainly gain something, unlike the Bloodred trial, where they gained nothing. After replenishing their water and energy, the group rested to store strength for the last day tomorrow. Eating grass every day, Chuyu could no longer bear it. The problem was that this stuff didn't replenish much energy. Even after eating, she still felt empty in her stomach with a dizzying hunger that wouldn't kill her, but was quite uncomfortable. It was too difficult, as she had never endured such pain from childhood to now. At night, not yet midnight, Black Feather left again earlier than the previous night. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea disapproved of his actions, but said nothing. Perhaps he had slept too well last night, or maybe he was too hungry to sleep. Chuyu still hadn't slept until now. Why did he go out again? Those who do not easily give up have a greater chance of achieving success, even if it seems very remote. Chuyu couldn't help but glance up at Mu, thinking he looked quite cultured. I think it's just futile effort, better to let oneself relax. There will be more trial opportunities in the future. Perhaps. He's very anxious. Muhan Chuan quietly gazed at the ink-like dense night outside, his expression forlorn. Everyone had their own story. Who could truly understand? This time Yu emerged earlier and ventured farther. It was their final chance. If tonight yielded nothing, daylight would offer even less opportunity. At 100 m, no trace was found. Undeterred, Yu pressed on. At 200 m, still nothing. Suspecting ill fortune along this path, he pivoted sharply and surged toward the cliff face they'd scouted by day, hoping to shift his luck. At 300 m, the land lay hushed. A silence so profound it unsettled the soul. Yu arrived at the cliff's edge, stood motionless, and faced yet another fruitless night. Reluctant as he was, he had no choice but to retreat. By 400 m, most black rocks would be submerged beneath the black fluid. By then escape would be impossible. He knew well where priorities lay. He could not jeopardize the entire team for his own sake. Else who would ever trust him in a squad again? He turned to leave. Thud! A sudden muffled impact reverberated with visceral force, the sound of a body plummeting from great height, 500 meters away. His eyes blazed with sharp predatory light. A skirmish. Another team is fighting. Without hesitation, he shot toward the source. A group of Shai clan members had been ambushed inside a cavern high atop the cliff. 2 allies slain instantly in the opening strike, leaving only 3 survivors. To evade rival squads, they had deliberately shifted camp at this hour, seeking refuge in this sheer, jagged precipice ideal for concealment and tactical advantage. Yet they never imagined discovery. Not at this hour, not in such darkness. Sister, save Ailey. Xena's eyes bled tears as she struggled to rush back. Don't waste time on me. Flee now. Far off, Ailey held the enemy at bay with her life, shouting urgently. The Shai were ill-suited for close combat. Ordinarily, they relied on extraordinary stealth and unmatched mobility, striking from afar with precision ambushes. Gazing upon her beloved wounded and fighting alone in the distance, and glancing at her younger sister beside her, Nysa seized Xena's hand and leapt from the precipice, wings unfurling as they soared into the void. Between lover and sister, Nysa chose her sister. No, Ailey will die. We cannot save her. Do not betray her sacrifice. We must survive and return. Nysa and Ailey, lovers and veteran teammates, had endured countless trials, always emerging unscathed. Their repeated success bred quiet arrogance. They underestimated other races and brought Xena along this time to train her. This time fortune abandoned them. The Shai clan possessed translucent silver-blue skin, slender weightless frames, and elongated limbs. Insectoid membranous wings sprouted from their backs, swift beyond measure, radiating a soft silvery luminescence. Coupled with specialized photoreceptive cells embedded in their skin, they could vanish seamlessly within complex terrain, relying on invisibility and long-range ambush to fell foes. They bore no hair. Instead, a halo-like circlet of sensory tendrils crowned their heads, capable of detecting subtle energy fluctuations, granting precognitive awareness of incoming attacks. Even distant projectiles could be sensed before launch. Yet their weakness was stark. They were defenseless in melee. Tragically, this time their adversaries proved too formidable. Even forewarned, they failed to evade the assault. The Shai possessed one further distinction: parthenogenetic reproduction. Their entire species consisted solely of females. Nysa's beloved Ailey was also a woman. In a shadowed recess of darkness, you remained utterly imperceptible, observing, silent and still. The last Shai who held the line did not last long. Wounded wings and innate vulnerability in close quarters left her defenseless. She collapsed after mere moments, dismembered and tumbled over the cliff's edge. Their assailants belonged to an exceptional race, the Klusa of Crew Star. Each stood barely 1.2 meters tall. Individually, their strength was unremarkable. Yet collectively, they ranked among the galaxy's top 3 dominant species, possessing the most advanced technology known. They commanded extraordinary leap velocity, rapid near-instantaneous bursts resembling spatial teleportation, moving faster than the eye could track. Their coordination was near perfect, flawless, seamless, impregnable. Even an allied squad confronting them would fare poorly. To Heiyu, they embodied one trait above all: brilliance. Each Klusa was unervingly intelligent. He dared not linger. Discovery would mean certain death. Even he could not outrun them. He withdrew silently, then sprinted full speed along the flight path taken by the 2 fleeing Shai. 5 o'clock. Heiyu had not returned. Mu Hanchuan emerged from the tunnel. Outside, the black fluid had swallowed the land entirely. Barely any solid ground remained. Where was Heiyu? Or had something gone terribly wrong? Moments later, Bai Gu and Wu Yihongcha stepped out. Wu Yihongcha's voice carried quiet desolation. He may be lost. For someone like him, failure was inevitable. How many among us truly reached the end? Bai Gu's expression remained impassive. Shall we search? Mu Hanchuan broke the silence. No. If he lives, he'll return. If he's fallen, we cannot save him. Wu Yihongcha and Mu Hanchuan said nothing more. They knew Bai Gu spoke truth. 6 o'clock. Dawn bled faintly across the sky as swarms of grotesque birds converged from every horizon toward the jigging wastelands. The black fluid saturated earth outside was slowly stirring back to life. Deep within a mountain range, you had tracked them this far. Though the Shai flew swiftly, their endurance was limited. Once clear of danger, they conserved strength, ascending on foot toward higher ground, ready for whatever threat might arise. Using their wings for balance and precision, they alighted deftly upon each black rock, neither swift nor sluggish, just steady enough to grant Heiyu a chance to close the gap. Sister, you're wounded. How grave is it? Crouched between two colossal black stones, Xena gasped, only now realizing the deep gash rending her sister's abdomen. It's bearable. The Xiaoxiao beasts approach. We must find a cave at once. No delay. The Xiaoxiao beasts they named were the very monstrous birds spoken of by Mu Hanchuan, their natural predators against whom Shai's stealth was utterly useless. No, you can't move like this. Let me tend your wound first. Go. Nisa refused sternly. There was no time. Without shelter they would perish here. Sister. Xena wept crimson tears, her gaze shattered with sorrow. This is the trial, not them or us. Remember, even if I fall here, you must return alive. You won't die, sister. We will return. Xena hoisted her sister onto her back, beat her wings fiercely, and raced onward, searching desperately for sanctuary. Heiyu watched in silence, then turned toward the horizon. Dawn had broken, a distant specks already darkened the sky. The flock was coming. The Shai possessed uncanny sensitivity to local terrain and energy fluctuations. He could not approach undetected, and ranged attacks proved futile against them. How then could he engage? Without allies, and ill-equipped for close combat, Heiyu realized with grim clarity that he held no advantage over them. His gaze lifted once more, to the sky. A rocky cave on a cliff covered outside by some peculiar grasses is one of the few plants in the silent ashen waste that are unaffected by the black liquid. The sisters of the Shai tribe have temporarily hidden here. There was no choice, the evil owl beast has already appeared, and there was no time to find a better hiding spot. Naisha could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, while Xena urgently tended to her wounds. Sister, you will be fine, we will return together. All our tribe members are dead. Ai Li is dead, it's just the two of us left. Xena, remember my words, if something happens, don't worry about me, escape by yourself. No, we only have half a day left. This place is very secluded, the evil owl beast definitely won't find us. Sister, we can hold on. I hope so. Just as the words left her mouth, an attack suddenly struck from above the cave entrance, causing a large amount of rocks to shatter and fall, creating a tremendous sound. Ignoring her injuries, Naisha suddenly sprang up. It's a distortion bullet, we've been discovered, run. Xena was taken aback. She had meticulously checked the surroundings. Sister, I'll carry you. Don't worry about me, run quickly, otherwise it will be too late. This attack was deliberately sent by other alien tribes. They don't intend to attack us directly, but want to lure the evil owl beast. If we wait any longer, we won't be able to escape. No, we escape together. Naisha shouted. Listen, we are being targeted. If I die here, it may hold them back, otherwise we will all die. Trust me, you must escape alone. Sister, don't think about anything, just keep running, escape at all costs, find a place to hide until the trial is over. You can do it, you definitely can. Sister, I can't. You must. Naisha pushed Xena away and charged out. Outside, the evil owl beasts had indeed appeared, drawn here by the commotion. Naisha raced down the mountain. She had to draw all the attention away from Xena, giving her a better chance to escape. 5 evil owl beasts screeched as they chased after her, slaughtering all living beings in their path. Heiyu looked at the cave entrance, then at the Shai tribe members rushing out, ultimately choosing to follow this wounded Shai member. They insisted on splitting up, or it would be impossible to catch them all, so they could only choose the safest option. No matter what, they must take them down. Naisha had not escaped far when she was quickly caught up by the 5 evil owl beasts. She intentionally exposed a flaw, waiting for one of the evil owl beasts to approach, and suddenly turned around to fire a shot, hitting the beast squarely in the head. Ugh! This evil owl beast fell straight to the ground, thrashing about for a moment before going still. The other 4 evil owl beasts were furious and pounced from all directions. Naisha used her agile movements to evade as best as she could. Continuing like this was not a solution, as she couldn't hold on much longer. She carried 2 long-range attack devices. One took 10 minutes to charge and was very powerful like that last shot, while the other took 5 minutes to charge but was significantly less powerful. She needed to find a better opportunity to kill the evil owl beast with a single shot. The last item was a closed defense device. It was useless. Even if she managed to take down another evil owl beast, she would still find it hard to escape. Nevertheless, she had to make one last stand. Phantom dance. She fiercely flapped her wings, dancing gracefully in the sky as silver powder swirled from her wings, surrounding her and filling the entire sky. The evil owl beasts seemed to lose their target, flailing about chaotically while letting out angry roars. More evil owl beasts, drawn by their comrades' calls, rushed in from afar. Heiyu crouched in a large pit, carefully observing above, but he could not figure out where the Shai tribe members had gone. This was Nai Sha's a level skill which was very useful both in combat and for survival. After using this skill, Nai Sha could no longer hold on. Her wings grew weak, swaying in the air as she descended to the ground, as if she could not escape anymore. From the distance, one of the approaching evil owl beasts spotted Nai Sha on the ground and dove down rapidly. Nai Sha drew her second energy explosion gun, aiming upward, ready to fight to the end. Hundreds of meters away, Yu also spotted the target, pulling out his energy gun, aiming at the Shai member. If she fell, it would be the moment he would end her life. Closer, closer, even closer. Just 20 meters away, it would reach Nai Sha in the next moment. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the evil owl beast from behind, causing it to crash to the ground, skidding for dozens of meters and nearly colliding with Nai Sha. Immediately, a figure plunged down from the sky, scooping her up and flying toward a nearby ravine. Nai Sha was both shocked and furious. Did I not tell you to escape? If we are to live, we live together. If we die, we die together. Sister, we have a chance. How stupid can you be? The hidden alien tribe has not yet revealed themselves. They have been waiting. How can we know if there is a chance without trying? Sister, let's charge out together. You fool, we are all going to die here. Zhe Na moved quickly, using all her strength, carrying Nai Sha into the underground ravine, and after a long distance, she hid Nai Sha under a massive black stone. Yu frowned, retracting his energy gun. Another Shai tribe member returned. He had invested so much he could not let them escape just like that. He sprinted toward the direction they had fled. The evil owl beasts were not willing to give up, and with more flying in from the distance, there were now more than 20 chasing after the direction the sisters had fled. A minute later, Yu once again discovered the whereabouts of the two Shai tribe members. Without hesitation, he fired an energy bullet at the giant stone they were hiding behind, then retreated quickly to find a hiding place. Ow! Ow! Woo! Hearing the commotion, over 20 evil owl beasts charged down simultaneously. Zhe Na, who had just felt lucky to have possibly escaped, turned pale. Those damned aliens were back. Sister was right, those aliens had indeed been following them all along. Looking at her sister, who had fainted, Zhe Na threw out her level defensive item. Feather shield. A thin layer of feather protection encircled both of them. Bang! Boom! Over 20 evil owl beasts continually dived down, attacking this thin layer of protection in wave after wave. Zhe Na raised her second long-range weapon, shooting at the charging evil owl beast. Missed. With a cry of despair, that shot did not hit a critical area, only grazing its wing. The evil owl beast fell to the ground, howling, while its head continued to madly slam against the protection. Several more evil owl beasts landed from other directions, constantly battering against it, and the protection circle was close to collapsing. Zhe Na cried, not out of fear but sorrow. They could not escape anymore, and there was no hope left. Far away, Yu once again aimed his energy gun, but not at Zhe Na, but at the unconscious Nai Sha. He was waiting for the moment the protection circle shattered to take one down first, then the other. Thud, crack. A faint sound of shattering occurred. Zhe Na felt something move above her head. She suddenly turned her head, but instead of looking toward the direction of the cracking sound, she looked in the opposite direction. An energy bullet shot over at this moment, and the instincts of the Shai tribe allowed her to sense this shot in advance. Along with it, the protection circle shattered, and several evil owl beasts pounced in. They had nowhere to hide. Puff! Nai Sha awoke, only to see Zhe Na standing in front of her, pushing her aside, as an energy bullet pierced through her chest. Zhe Na! Ah! With a scream, Nai Sha completely went mad. She knew that neither of them would return. Their entire small team would forever rest here. Bell kill. A sharp, piercing sound erupted from Nai Sha, radiating outward, attacking the minds of all beings nearby. Nai Sha used her only a level attack item card. Over 20 evil owl beasts howled in despair, and in an instant they fell from the sky in disarray, crashing to the ground. Far away, Yu was also affected, covering his head and remaining motionless, not daring to make a sound, relying on his strong will to resist. This enormous bell sound attracted even more distant evil owl beasts. As the dust settled, Nai Sha lay on Zhe Na, ultimately too weak to move. All their dreams, aspirations, and hopes for the future shattered in that moment, like the black liquid on the ground dissipating under the fading rainbow. Tears streamed from the corner of Nai Sha's eyes. I told you to run. In the next instant, an energy bullet shattered her head. More evil owl beasts appeared, tearing at the two sisters. Hidden in the distance, Yu let out a long breath and turned to run in the opposite direction. He had used up 1 distortion bullet and 3 energy bullets. He needed time to recharge, and he was left with only 1 gravity cannon. At 8 o'clock, the dying arc of the setting sun vanished, and strange birds took flight. Bai Gu's team prepared to relocate. In these final 12 hours, any squad vying for the top 3 would strike without restraint. This tunnel was too conspicuous, no longer safe, and they needed a far more concealed refuge. Where's Heiyu? Chuyu, roused from a deep energy-conserving slumber, born of sheer hunger, blinked awake to find him missing. He may be in trouble. Oh, Chuyu gasped, her voice trembling with alarm. He didn't return last night. Yes. Humph. Men who fail to return home by nightfall rarely meet favorable ends. Whoever had schooled Chuyu's moral reasoning clearly leaned toward extremes. The squad decided not to wait any longer. No sooner had they emerged from the subterranean tunnel than a figure came leaping down in haste. Weapons flashed into hands in unison. Even Chuyu reacted with startling speed. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the entire group nearly cursed aloud. Wu Yihongcha was the first to cry out in delighted surprise, Heiyu. Bai Gu exhaled, inwardly stepping forward to inspect him. Only shallow claw marks marred his skin, nothing serious. You're unharmed. No. Any gains? I ambushed too. Wu Yihongcha beamed. Brilliant. Truly impressive. Bai Gu's furrowed brow eased. Well done. Rest later, we move now. Understood. With that, their squad's confirmed kills in this team trial rose to 19, a slender but tangible hope. Mu Hanchuan remained silent, yet his gaze lingered on Heiyu, long, sharp, appraising. A true ruthless one. He actually pulled it off. Chuyu edged slightly closer to Mu, heart inexplicably fluttering with guilt. She'd only just cursed Heiyu in thought, and here he stood returned as if summoned. The narrow valley stretched before them, flanked on both sides by colossal boulders, black and deep brown, none shorter than 5 meters. The team advanced with caution. Heiyu, scouting ahead, dared not stray far. The terrain was treacherously complex, ripe for ambush. Even his keen senses couldn't map every threat. Should the main force fall under attack, he must rush back without delay. Wu Yihongcha brought up the rear, 10 meters behind, poised to intervene at the first sign of danger. Chuyu clung tightly to Mu Hanchuan's back. In this vast, stony expanse, she felt infinitesimally small and strangely afraid. Mu, I'm scared. Mu Hanchuan sighed inwardly. What do you expect me to do about it? What choice do I have? Mu. He turned exasperated. What is it? Her head tilted right, but her finger discreetly pointed left. I just saw that boulder over there move. Huh. You're not hallucinating, are you? Didn't you just look right? Mu Hanchuan walked backward, twisting his head toward the direction she indicated, left. He glanced casually, then paused, cocked his head, and studied the stone intently. Odd. Why did it seem brighter than the rest? Alone it was unremarkable, but beside its neighbors it gleamed conspicuously. Was it reflecting light? Mu Hanchuan's stare grew too pointed. Perhaps simply alerted by his scrutiny, the boulder truly moved. An arm shot out from behind the rock. A ranged weapon materialized. Its target, Wu Yihongcha, at the very rear. Mark removed. Markable targets, 67. Mark confirmed. Markable targets, 77. Mu Hanchuan had no time to shout a warning. In one fluid motion, he hurled his right hand backward, toward Wu Yihongcha 10 meters away, simultaneously releasing his mark on Chuyu and reassigning it to the round shield strapped at his waist. The instant his hand fell, the shield snapped into his palm and flew forth. He could have summoned another pre-marked shield directly, but to conceal his translocation ability, he dared not. Spatial arts were too extraordinary. Each trial participant was permitted only 3 pieces of equipment. An extra shield appearing from nowhere would betray him utterly. That would be far too conspicuous. He would not risk exposure, not even for Wu Yihongcha. The shield spun fiercely through the air, expanding slightly, just enough, before halting before her. Boom! A high-velocity distortion bolt struck true, slamming into the shield with lethal precision. It barely deflected the shot, saving Wu Yihongcha from a treacherous fatal ambush. The shield hurtled far away, shattered 1/3 of it, ruined by that single blast. SpineClan. Only then did Mu Hanchuan's warning echo across the valley. The moment that boulder raised its arm, Mu Hanchuan knew attackers from the planet Noise, SpineClan. Only they possessed the innate ability to mimic stone and crystal formations. Wu Yihongcha reacted instantly. The moment Mu Hanchuan hurled the shield, she sensed peril, drew her weapon, and rolled aside. She'd been a hair too slow, nearly struck, but escaped unscathed. Bai Gu and Heiyu pivoted without hesitation, rushing back to reinforce. Chuyu shrieked, "Ah!" hefting her enlarged axe and darting behind Mu Hanchuan. That boulder really moved and attacked us. From all sides, 4 more enemies dropped into view. one pair atop each valley rim, two hidden among the boulders below. Indeed, they were intelligent species from noise. The three among the boulders were Spine Clan. Upright 3 meters tall, powerfully built, armored in thick chromatic scales capable of mimicking ore and crystal textures. 8 sensory tendrils sprouted from their necks, emitting pheromones for long-range kin communication and unleashing unique pulse waves. Effective underwater, their potency halved on land. Despite their terrestrial appearance, they were in truth an oceanic race, dwelling in the abyssal depths. The 2 quadrupeds descending from the valley rim were Tiger Mink Clan, also native to noise. Massive yet agile as weasels, they bore thick spine tails capable of launching venomous projectiles with formidable force. Noise was an extraordinary world, home to 3 distinct intelligent species coexisting: the Spine Clan of the deep sea, the Tiger Mink Clan of the land, and finally the Aeronite Bat Clan, masters of the high jagged peaks. Sea, land, and sky, complete. Once they waged endless wars upon one another. Even now relations remained frosty. Yet with the trial planet's emergence, reluctant alliances formed, like this hybrid squad before them: Spine Clan and Tiger Mink united, lacking only aerial support. Caution, this squad is formidable. At minimum, they matched Bai Gu's team in strength, capable of contending for the Blood Trial's top 3. Bai Gu called the warning. He was already engaged, blocked by a ferocious Spine Clan warrior. Another Spine Clan appeared behind Wu Yi Hongcha. Enraged, she lunged forward, still shaken by how narrowly she'd evaded death, saved only by Mu Han Chuan's timely intervention. Had he not acted, she might well have fallen gravely wounded, abandoned here. Their trial was sponsored. Survival priority lay first with the sponsors, secondarily with themselves. Against such foes, no spare attention remained. The Spine Clan who'd launched the ambush now charged straight for Mu Han Chuan, the one who'd foiled their plan. He must die, reduced to dust and bone. He Yu sprinted back full force. His close combat prowess was weak, but he raced regardless. Yes, he avoided melee, hesitated to reveal his ranged arsenal, but they didn't know that. His return alone forced them to divert one fighter. He need not strike, yet they dared not ignore him. Thus, without lifting a finger, he eased immense pressure from the front line. Otherwise, 3 against so many would have been hopeless. Chu Yu naturally was excluded from combat entirely. The 2 tiger minks descended from above. One veered sharply to pursue He Yu, the other lunged toward Mu Han Chuan, where 2 stood vulnerable. Mu. Chu Yu paled, her composure shattered. In this barren expanse, there was nowhere to hide. What was she to do? Never again would she enter a team trial. Never. Never. Enhance our strength. Huh. Chu Yu blinked, then understood. Oh right. She hastily activated her skill. In the next breath, the Spine Clan warrior, her demeanor that of a vengeful widow, closed in. Mu Han Chuan drew forth the great shield from his back and raised it overhead. Boom. A thunderous heavy fist slammed forward, shoving Mu Han Chuan backward 2 meters and sending Chu Yu tumbling down behind him. The deafening impact reverberated painfully through their eardrums. Another barrage of crushing blows followed, one after another, each absorbed bare-chested by Mu Han Chuan, only stoking the Spine Clan warrior's fury further. Chu Yu scrambled upright, barely regaining her footing before Mu Han Chuan collided with her twice more, leaving her dazed and disoriented, her battle axe lost somewhere in the chaos. From the high slope, the Tiger Weasel Clan charged downward, blisteringly fast. His round shield snapped back into his right hand, and Mu Han Chuan hurled it straight at the onrushing beast. The Tiger Weasel stood defiant, refusing to dodge or flinch, confident the thrown shield carried little true force. Crack! He was blasted backward, tumbling across the rocky ground for over a dozen meters before staggering to his feet. Empowered by Chu Yu's strength enhancement, Mu Han Chuan had now surged past the frank threshold, his raw power amplified by 20%, further magnified by the innate kinetic force of his migration ability, no longer to be underestimated. His current strength stood at 88 points, close. He hoped to reach Frank within these next 2 months. More than ever, Mu Han Chuan yearned to elevate his other attributes to Frank as well. The gains were truly transformative. Not far away, Wu Yi Hongcha observed keenly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Mu's strength is this formidable. He's concealed it well. Nothing of this magnitude surfaced during last month's team trial. Nor had he ever displayed this shield recall ability before. Surely it was one of his own innate skills. Behind him, the Spine Clan warrior lunged forward, leveraging her immense bulk like a battering ram. The great shield fully extended. Mu Han Chuan seized it and charged headlong in retaliation. 2 titanic forms, a colossal tank and a compact one, slammed together with cataclysmic force, fracturing the earth beneath them and raising a storm of dust. Mu Hanchuan's boots carved deep furrows into the ground, his knees bent low, but he held firm, unyielding against the overwhelming pressure. The Spine Clan warrior shrieked, a piercing, guttural cry, as she refused to yield an inch. With one arm driving forward with full might, the other rained down blow after blow upon Mu Hanchuan. The round shield reappeared in Mu Hanchuan's right hand, raised high above his head, to intercept punch after punishing punch. At last Chuyu regained her footing and retrieved her massive axe. In the next instant she let out a sharp cry, for the tiger weasel had launched its assault, tail arched high, then lashing out violently to fire 3 barbed spines directly at her. Mu Hanchuan abandoned the grapple with the Spine Clan warrior, retreating 2 steps, then drove his elbow backwards, slamming Chuyu flat onto the ground once more, mouth full of grit. Thud! Thud! One spine veered wide, the remaining 2 pierced deep into Mu Hanchuan's chest. Mu! Chuyu froze in terror. Though the spine struck home, the sheer force hurled Mu Hanchuan backwards several paces, yet he remained unharmed. His rank, void stomach armor, reinforced by his exceptional physique, rendered the wounds trivial. Instead, he took a brutal strike from behind, the Spine Clan warrior landing a devastating blow. 3 more spines shot forth, again aimed squarely at Chuyu. Mu Hanchuan erupted forward, hurling his great shield toward her rear to shield Chuyu where she lay prone, while simultaneously charging the Spine Clan warrior behind him, round shield gripped tight for a devastating counterattack. Clack! 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 All 3 spines struck the shield, and Chuyu emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, the Spine Clan warrior crumpled under Mu Hanchuan's onslaught, but he too was dragged down, collapsing onto the ground as the 2 vastly mismatched bodies locked in furious, grinding combat. Sensing an opening, the tiger weasel abandoned its spine fire, surging forward at blinding speed toward Chuyu. Mu, I'll help you. Chuyu rose, seemingly recovered, swinging her great axe in a sweeping arc. It descended, landing squarely across Mu Hanchuan's back. A misfire. Who told you to move? Another swing, just as the Spine Clan warrior recoiled. Good. She missed the enemy entirely. Instead, the iron haft slammed hard into Mu Hanchuan's thigh. Oof! On the 3rd swing, Chuyu poured every ounce of strength into the blow and struck true, her axe cleaving deep into the Spine Clan warrior's skull. The warrior grunted, a muffled guttural sound. The extent of her injury remained unclear, but with one swift kick she sent Chuyu flying backward, crashing hard into the great shield and rolling uncontrollably. Fortunately, Chuyu wore full protective gear. She would likely suffer no serious harm. Mu Hanchuan broke free and rushed toward her, his round shield materializing in his right hand once more, then hurled it again. The tiger weasel did not block Hedon. Instead, it twisted its massive frame sideways to evade, then lashed its elongated tail viciously toward Chuyu. Mu Hanchuan couldn't grab her in time, so he seized her long ponytail and yanked her backward with a single fluid motion. Crack! A thunderous tail strike sent Mu Hanchuan hurtling through the air. Mu Hanchuan wrapped his arms around Chuyu and rolled far across the ground. Before they even came to rest, his round shield, flung over 100 meters away, reappeared in his grasp. As he released Chuyu, he raised both shields overhead in a swift dual-guard stance. The Spine Clan warrior leapt high, both fists descending in perfect unison. The impact hurled Mu Hanchuan skidding across the unyielding rock, carrying him straight back toward Chuyu, who lay sprawled nearby. With his left hand, he snatched her ponytail once more, yanking her back into position. Mu, am I dying? Her entire body tingled with numbness and pain, and her head spun wildly. Meanwhile, 3 other battlefields burned with equal intensity. Bai Gu fought his opponent to a standstill, this Spine Clan warrior's stature unmistakably marking him as the squad's leader, its strongest member. They clashed with savage, unrelenting ferocity, neither yielding an inch. Unleashing skills and raw will alike locked in a brutal test of endurance who would break first. Heiyu had drawn his warped spear, but kept it sheathed, using its mere presence as psychological leverage, forcing the pursuing tiger weasel to proceed with extreme caution. Their speeds matched closely. The tiger weasel could not land a single hit despite launching over a dozen spines in rapid succession. Wuya Hongsha fought with relative ease. Her opponent, another Spine Clan warrior, simply lacked the agility to touch her. She danced through the fight with effortless grace. Yet beneath her calm exterior, her gaze flickered repeatedly toward Mu Hanchuan, and Chuyu clouded with quiet concern. Neither she nor Bai Gu could dispatch their foes swiftly, so Mu Hanchuan had no choice but to hold the line alone, facing 2 enemies at once, to buy critical time. Once more the tiger weasel charged toward them, blazing forward at terrifying speed, launching 7 more spines mid-stride. Simultaneously, the Spine Clan warrior attacked from behind. Mu Hanchuan seized Chu Yu's great axe, then drove his shield arm backward in a sharp elbow strike, sending her tumbling several meters into a shallow depression. Stay down. His left shield met the Spine Clan warrior Hedon, while his right hand swung the great axe in rapid arcs, deflecting 3 spines, though 3 more pierced his flesh, and the final one veered wide, vanishing into the distance. The spine's tremendous force drove Mu Hanchuan backward, just as the Spine Clan warrior's crushing fist descended. Boom. Mu. Amid Chu Yu's horrified scream, Mu Hanchuan was driven deep into the bedrock, half his body buried beneath the shattered stone. The round shield's damage rate is at 80%. It's about to give in. Mu Hanchuan struggled to hold his body upright, raising the round shield high to resist the continuous attacks, while also keeping an eye on Chu Yun's situation, ready to throw the shield to rescue her at any moment as the Tiger Mink clan was rapidly charging towards them. Chu Yun, having lost her weapon, felt her confidence plummet to nearly zero. Staring at the oncoming Tiger Mink clan, she could only scream desperately. Suddenly, from hundreds of meters away, Heiyu issued a frantic warning, "Hongxia, be careful." At this moment, the twisted projectile in his hand was also released, targeting not the opponent of Midnight Hongxia, but the Tiger Mink clan rushing towards Chu Yun. Why is he calling so affectionately? Mu Hanchuan's first thought was this. Looking again, the Tiger Mink clan rushing forward suddenly made a sharp turn, abandoning Mu Hanchuan and Chu Yun, and charged towards Midnight Hongxia, who was fighting on the hillside behind him. He had pulled out a massive weapon without knowing when. The enemy realized that Chu Yun was merely an empty shell carrying a big pot easily pierced through, and did not need to be concerned about her. The true experts of this team were the others, who prioritized targeting Midnight Hongxia, breaking through one by one. Before the enemy could shoot, Mu Hanchuan suddenly exerted his strength, smashing the ground with the round shield, enduring the attacks from the Spine Clan, breaking through from below, using all his might to throw the round shield in his hand. The Spine Clan behind him attacked with even greater ferocity simultaneously. Bang! A heavy blow struck from behind, and Mu Hanchuan was once again smashed into the ground. Midnight Hongxia sensed the crisis. In a moment of distraction, just as she intended to turn and escape her position, a member of the Spine Clan seized the opportunity and used the only remaining prop card on him. Frost Silk Thread. Dozens of snow-white threads suddenly appeared, tightly binding Midnight Hongxia. The extreme cold of the frost numbing her senses, leaving her body temporarily paralyzed, unable to even resist. This was actually a relatively rare control-type prop, albeit only at 5th grade, yet it successfully controlled Midnight Hongxia for a brief moment. The Tiger Mink clan, which should have shot at the first opportunity, was forced to change position by highest powerful twisted projectile adjusting at high speed, the Storm Crossbow, which could only charge once every half-hour shot towards Midnight Hongxia. The 5 team members from the Noise Star planet revealed expressions of delight in unison. With no external interference, this strike was certain to be fatal, and this human could not possibly withstand it. As long as this one was slain, the gap would be opened and the others would not escape, all would perish. Although the Storm Crossbow's shooting speed was not as high as the energy projectile or twisted projectile, its single target power was significantly greater. If Midnight Hongxia's frail body were hit, there might not even be any bones left. Midnight Hongxia was filled with extreme indignation. Why is it me again? Are they specifically targeting me? She exerted all her strength, her face flushed a deep red, trying to break free from the control, but it was in vain. The frost on the white threads caused her body to stiffen, rendering her unable to exert much force, needing a little more time. She had never felt so humiliated in her entire life. At this moment, the round shield reappeared, hovering in front of her, spinning rapidly, fully opened. Although it wasn't much larger than before, it once again blocked this deadly strike for her. With a loud boom, the round shield completely exploded, fulfilling its mission at the cost of its existence. The shockwave deviated from its path, grazing Midnight Hongxia's right arm and leaving several large wounds. This outcome was unexpected for everyone. How could a strike that was supposed to be a sure kill be blocked? Fortunately, there was still a backup plan as the Spine Clan behind Midnight Hongxia charged in to deliver a finishing blow. Blood spewed forth and the wound restored sensation to Midnight Hongxia's right arm. She went completely berserk, not avoiding the attack from behind, but crushing her offensive prop in anger. Death needles. Thousands of sharp, long needles appeared out of thin air from Midnight Hongxia's back, all shooting towards the Spine Clan member attacking from behind. The intensity and power of the attack changed the expression of the Spine clan member sprinting at high speed. A great attack prop. It was too late to dodge. He could only raise his arms, curl up, roll forward, trying to minimize the area exposed to the attack. It was useless. No matter how he dodged, it was futile. His defensive strength was not enough to withstand it, and he was still shot into a beehive. The situation changed dramatically. Fighting in other areas also fell into a standstill because of this. Only the dirt-covered Chuyun was unaware of what had happened. She didn't have the extra energy to care about anything else. Rushing to the side of the Mu in the pit, she still had a great defensive prop card on her, which she could use at any moment, ready to deploy it as soon as the enemy approached. She only knew one thing: if Mu died, her situation would be dire as well. The other few were strong, but none could shield her from a fatal blow. The Spine clan member fighting against the skeleton had 8 tentacles on his neck, vibrating simultaneously, transmitting some message. The remaining Spine clan member and 2 Tiger Mink clan members stopped fighting and rapidly retreated at the same time. The skeleton wanted to pursue, but the Spine clan leader's 8 tentacles on his neck moved again, unleashing a powerful pulse wave that forced the skeleton back. If this pulse wave were unleashed in the water, its power would likely be deadly. The resentful Spine clan member was very unwilling, glaring fiercely at Mu Hanchuan and Chuyun. Before leaving, he also released a pulse wave, which Mu Hanchuan blocked with his body. Chuyun was overjoyed. Mu, are you alright? He truly had a resilient spirit, getting shot into a beehive and smashed into the ground, but still managing to get back up. I'm okay. Just moderately disabled. Successful in repelling the enemy, and even killed one. Although the cost was a bit high, the outcome is still good. The team regrouped with no time for idle talk. They immediately relocated. They weren't afraid of the previous team returning, but were terrified of attracting other teams, as they couldn't withstand another battle. Mu used the medical kit. As he spoke, the skeleton moved to the front, clearing the way, not even bothering to tend to his own injuries. Mu Hanchuan didn't force it. He pulled out the 30-centimeter-long spines from his body, using the medical kit's first healing ability. There was only one use left, and it couldn't be used again unless absolutely necessary. The bleeding from his body immediately stopped, and the internal injuries were alleviated, but to truly recover would require some time. It wasn't an immediate effect, with a 6-hour recovery period after which the healing effects would disappear. In these 6 hours, it would be best if no battles occurred. Chuyun watched with her mouth agape. Does it not hurt to pull them out like that? Mu, thank you. I owe you my life. If anything happens in the future, come find me. At this moment, Midnight Hancha had yet to recover from her anger, her face filled with fury, looking quite fearsome. She spoke little, but her tone was heavy, indicating she was serious. Mu was not concerned about any debt of gratitude. He was protecting his entire team. If anything happened to Midnight Hongcha, their team would also face collapse, being picked off one by one. Heiyu said nothing but took a long look at Mu Hanchuan. He hadn't expected this Mu to be so strong. He tossed over the auxiliary prop card he had brought for the trial repair box. Mu Hanchuan caught it without saying a word, directly using it on his grade void stomach armor, which had not been fully repaired. This battle had taken too much, and it was now even more severely damaged. The repair box prop could only restore a maximum of 20% and could only be used on equipment with damage rates below 40%. It could be deemed useless, yet it was quite useful at critical moments. Calling it useful, its effect was really mediocre. For now, Mu Hanchuan could only use the repair box for simple fixes to prevent further damage dealing with the current trial, and would properly repair it after exiting. Their team killed another trial participant, bringing the total kills to 20. Looking on the bright side, it wasn't without gain, and the opportunity had increased slightly. The squad moved noticeably closer together this time, abandoning all pretense of confidence. Even their original route was abandoned in favor of a far more concealed path, a narrow, winding trail strewn with jagged boulders flanked on both sides by towering rock spires rising over 10 meters high, with the shorter ones still standing 6 to 7 meters tall. Only a slender passage, 3 to 4 meters wide, wound between them, choked with irregular stones and treacherously uneven underfoot. Mu, are you alright? You're limping. Shall I help you walk? No need. I appreciate it, but just look after yourself. I'm fine too, though my head does ache. Chuyu's hair was wildly disheveled. She clutched a small axe in one hand, her loose ponytail dangling untended. Thank you for protecting me today. I'll give you a truly magnificent gift when we return. I don't think that's necessary. You've already gifted me a yellow random attribute item card. I'd feel quite awkward accepting another. No, it must be done. You have spoken, and my word stands. In her haste, she nearly revealed her true name, reckless to the core. Fine, let her have her way. Mu Hanchuan had no patience for further banter. The pain had been numbed during combat, but now in its aftermath agony seared through his entire body. That Spine-clan warrior had struck with brutal efficiency. He desperately needed rest, somewhere safe, somewhere still. Ahead, Yu scanned the surroundings with meticulous care. A strange, unsettling intuition prickled at his senses, familiar yet indefinable, a visceral instinctive unease. It felt like the chilling familiarity of stalking prey in silence, of lying in wait poised to strike without warning. At that very thought, he froze mid-step, suddenly enlightened. He understood there was someone else here, hidden watching. Humans, just like them. They were being hunted by another human team. They hadn't been shadowed here, not yet. The tracking must have begun earlier, during their fierce clash with the noise team. Their pursuers had held back, biding their time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And now, here in this narrow ravine, exhausted, wounded, and off guard, this was the ideal ambush site. The perfect moment to strike. Bai Gu and Wu Yahansha noticed Yu's sudden tension, but before they could ask, he whirled around in an instant, drawing his gravitic cannon and leveling it squarely at Mu and Chu Yu at the rear. From the jumbled boulder field behind them, there emerged a living person. In that split second, as Yu raised his weapon, Mu Hanchuan already understood. He spun violently, wrenching his great shield from his back and slamming it down behind him with all his strength, fully extended, a bulwark forged in desperation. Chu Yu, still chattering obliviously, had no inkling of the danger, until Mu Hanchuan seized her and slammed her hard onto the ground beneath him. At the moment of impact, her only thought was, "What is he doing to me?" Yu fired. The gravitic bolt shrieked past Mu Hanchuan's temple, while from the boulder field behind, another gravitic cannon roared, aimed directly at Mu and Chu Yu. The two beams collided midair, then ricocheted back toward their sources with terrifying acceleration. The ambusher had not anticipated such speed or such prescience. Utterly unprepared, he watched in disbelief as the lethal beam hurtled straight toward him. Boom! An rank gravitic cannon, requiring 3 full hours to recharge, unleashed devastation beyond measure. Mu Hanchuan's already battered Frank great shield shattered instantly under the blast. He was hurled backward like a ragdoll, crashing into a massive boulder over 10 meters away. Even his void stomach armor, the sole rank piece in his entire inventory, nearly ruptured outright. Fortunately, he'd recently repaired it with a maintenance kit. Without that, he would have lost everything. His gear, his edge, his survival. Now repairs would cost him dearly. His body bore grievous wounds. 2 substandard defensive items proved utterly insufficient against such overwhelming force. Chu Yu, however, crushed beneath him, emerged largely unscathed. Though flung several meters by the blast, she sustained only minor injuries. Over 90% of the damage had been absorbed by Mu Hanchuan's body and shield. On the other side, the ambusher lacked Mu Hanchuan's resilience. He failed to evade fully. His legs were obliterated by the explosion. Screaming in agony, he crawled frantically, desperate to escape. This team was terrifying, far stronger than anticipated. At the exact instant of detonation, 4 figures surged down from different directions, launching a coordinated assault to encircle and annihilate Bai Gu's squad. All of them, human. Their plan had been precise. This human squad had just endured a bloody battle, fatigued, wounded, vulnerable. With 2 members neutralized by surprise, resistance would be negligible. They expected losses, but victory was certain. Wu Yahangsha's fury erupted like a storm. Her team had been ambushed again, precisely when weakest, by fellow humans. Mu, who had saved her twice, was now missing, presumed dead. Their fighting strength collapsed. Without hesitation, she abandoned all concern for Chu Yu and charged forward, blade drawn. Bai Gu moved just as swiftly, cutting into the fray while shouting over his shoulder to Yu, "Go to Mu. Protect Chu Yu." If Mu fell, they would at least retrieve Chu Yu. Yu said nothing, only sprinted toward Mu, and Chu Yu drew his photonic pistol and fired. A 2-meter-tall brute leaping down from above to finish them off was forced to retreat, temporarily thwarted. Battle erupted in full fury, confined within the narrow, rocky corridor. Bai Gu fought 2 opponents at once, ferocious, unrestrained, even more savage than his earlier duel with the Spine-clan warrior. Wu Yahangsha faced a woman, broad-shouldered, heavy-set, plain-featured. Both fought with absolute commitment. No quarter asked, none given. Not kin, not comrades. Enemies bound by ancient blood-soaked enmity. Yu, ill-suited for close-quarters combat, had no choice but to engage the towering brute. To hesitate would mean Chu Yu's death. Fortunately, he still carried 2 photonic rounds, enough to deter reckless aggression if not to dominate outright. Chu Yu's mind reeled. ringing fogged, utterly disoriented. She remained sprawled on the ground, eyes wide and vacant, unable to grasp what had transpired. To Mu's side, activate your defensive item card, then empower us. Mu? Where is Mu? Only then did she scan the chaos. Everywhere combat raged. They had been ambushed, again, by another human team. She ignored the other battles entirely, scouring the dust-choked ground until 10 meters away behind a massive boulder, she found him, drenched in blood. She scrambled upright, then collapsed again, head spinning. Undeterred, she switched tactics, crawling forward on hands and knees until she reached him, and immediately activated her frank defensive item card, Sandstone Bastion. Granular sandstone rose from the earth, seamlessly fusing with the boulder behind them, until both were completely encased within a fortified earthen shell. In that brief respite, while the bastion solidified, Chuyu finally had breath to bolster her teammates' strength and assess the battlefield. To her profound shock, their assailants were human. Confusion pierced her grief. Why? Why would fellow humans not aid them? Why instead betray them with cold-blooded ambush? Mu, hold on. Don't die. You can't leave me like this. Grief flooded her. Tears streamed freely, yet her concern for Mu never wavered. Mu Hanchuan was gravely injured, but not dying. He simply couldn't rise, and barely wished to speak. Seeing the bastion complete, Yu finally exhaled, no longer needing to fight outright, only to hold the line. The 2-meter brute refused to relent, hammering the sandstone barrier again and again. His team hadn't aimed for total annihilation, only strategic elimination, 3 kills minimum. These 2 wounded targets were top priority. Abandonment was unthinkable. That fool Lu Chong, despite perfect ambush conditions, failed to kill them outright, and instead crippled himself. 5 against 3 would have been effortless, no complications, no delays. Each blow shook the bastion, its surface trembling violently, mirroring Chuyu's racing heart. How long could it endure? Thankfully, Yu stood guard outside, never letting the brute advance unchecked. Each time Yu lunged forward, the giant was forced to parry. His photonic pistol wasn't fatal, but in the Crimson Trial, injury meant death, and blood loss meant slow, inevitable doom. Boom, boom, boom. Chuyu's sandstone barrier endured wave after wave of assault. Though merely ranked dire, its defensive resilience was extraordinary, withstanding over a dozen brutal strikes from the towering brute. Her entire body trembled, her small axe had already expanded, poised for a desperate final stand. She prayed fervently that Bai Gu and Midnight Black Tea would arrive soon, otherwise she feared they would not last. As the wielder of the sandstone barrier, she sensed it clearly 3 or 4 more hammer blows would shatter it, and then survival would rest solely upon her own strength. Mu, are you dead? If not, rise and fight beside me. The battle had erupted without warning, and ended just as swiftly. This human team had grievously underestimated Bai Gu's squad, even though the latter had just emerged bloodied from a prior slaughter. With Midnight Black Tea unleashing furious, decisive blows to slay the grotesque, obese woman, Bai Gu likewise eliminated an enemy. The remaining 2, however unwilling, had no choice but to abandon the fight and flee instantly. The 2-meter-tall brute failed to breach Chuyu's sandstone barrier even as he fled, only moments away from success. A mere dozen seconds more, and he would have slaughtered both within. All his effort undone at the final threshold. He had been delayed by Yu. Otherwise, the barrier would have fallen long before. Their squad had already ambushed 15 trial participants. Had this attack succeeded, their tally would have risen to 18 or more, insufficient for a top 3 finish perhaps, yet still holding a sliver of hope. And several hours remained. Now, however, not a single kill had been secured, while 3 comrades lay lost. All hope had vanished. This squad, whose nation or origin remained unknown, possessed astonishing strength. Undoubtedly among the strongest contenders for the top 3. A pity. That comrade whose legs had been blown off was already presumed dead, and he made no attempt to rescue him, choosing instead to escape alone. His decision was not wrong. Had he been wounded, his own teammates would have abandoned him without hesitation, just as he had done. And indeed, Yu later dispatched the maimed ambushers. Bai Gu status. Yu neutralized. Bai Gu withdraw immediately. Chuyu voluntarily dispelled the sandstone barrier and dragged Mu Hanchuan out from within. Her last life-saving artifact card had been expended, leaving her utterly vulnerable should danger strike again. Midnight Black Tea urgently assessed Mu's injuries and dressed his wounds. Having just used a medical kit, he could not deploy another for 6 hours, leaving Mu to endure the pain and heal on his own. It was only 9 o'clock. Exactly 6 hours remained until the trial's conclusion. A dire development. Heiyu approached, hoisted Mu onto his back, and commanded move. Understood. This time Bai Gu took point. Midnight Black Tea guarded Chu Yu and covered the rear, ready to engage any threat without hesitation. They needed shelter, fast. The spoils concealed elsewhere would have to be forfeited. They carried only a few lightweight high-value trophies, such as feathers from the Chilean clan. Most other spoils had been cached near their originally intended hideout to be retrieved at the trial's climax. Now those two were abandoned. Preserving the squad came first. Chu Yu followed in trembling, hesitant steps, so perilous, so close to death. Just 2 days ago nothing had threatened her. Why had all danger converged today? Never again would she enter such a trial. She whispered quietly to Midnight Black Tea, "How badly is Mu injured?" "He won't die." "Oh, then that was good. Why did they attack us? We're all human. Shouldn't we unite against other races?" Had it not been for their ambush, Mu would never have suffered such grievous harm. Midnight Black Tea remained silent, unwilling to explain such truths to a girl who hadn't even graduated university. Heiyu, however, welcomed the chance to impart his philosophy, and answered deliberately, "Because we appeared weak enough to prey upon. There is no grievance here. This is simply the law of human survival. A solitary human may project overwhelming strength, but add more and cohesion fractures. One human squad fosters unity, you two, or more, breeds suspicion, even peril. Humans understand humans best, and therefore exploit them most effectively. We are born this way, willing to betray kin for gain. How then could shared ancestry ever bind us?" Chu Yu remembered, forever. She would never forget how near she had stood to the Reaper's scythe. How could she? 15 minutes later, the squad located a secluded cave nestled deep in the mountains. A team had passed through earlier that morning, making it unlikely others would appear nearby anytime soon. Bai Gu decided to rest here temporarily, tasking Heiyu with external surveillance. Should another squad approach, they would relocate instantly. Heiyu carefully laid Mu down and departed to fulfill his duty. Mu Hanchuan had activated a medical kit. Though briefly interrupted, its effect persisted. He was recovering, albeit slowly. He tossed the kit to Bai Gu. His injuries were severe, and the squad's last remaining medical kit needed immediate use, lest catastrophe strike with no one left to bear the burden. Bai Gu accepted without hesitation, using it at once. Among the 5 squad members only, he retained a single support artifact card, Endurance. Now useless, it had been meant for Mu's shattered shields. With both shields gone, the card held no purpose. If we fail to secure a ranking, this will be a catastrophic loss. Midnight Black Tea winced, her E-rank offensive artifact card, so costly, so irreplaceable. It's unlikely. Counting the 3 just slain, their total stood at 24 eliminated trial participants. Enough for faint hope of top 3, but little more. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3-day team trial ended, not a second more, not a second less. The Bone Squad made it to the end. Fortunately, there were no unexpected incidents this time. There was only a minor incident when a tall Zelter tribe team of 3 appeared nearby. Heiyu kept a close watch, ready to notify the Bone Squad to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, that team did not come their way and chose to search in another direction, thus they were safe. In this team trial, Mu Hanchuan lost a large shield, a round shield, and a support item card, and his grade Void Stomach Armor was almost destroyed, which was quite tragic. Fortunately, the Void Stomach Armor was preserved, otherwise it would have been a real loss, and he managed to endure the injuries. Thinking of the Void Stomach Armor reminded him of Lao Wang and Song Hung, who took his money but failed to deliver, nearly costing him his life due to the poorly repaired Void Stomach Armor. This grudge must be settled. They broke the rules, so they shouldn't blame others for not following them. Next came the reward distribution, and everyone in the team felt anxious, unsure if they could make it into the top 3. Having put in such tremendous effort and taken such great risks, almost being killed if they didn't make it to the top 3, it would be a huge loss. They might as well have stayed hidden from the start. The team trial in the silent desolation ended, remaining teams 27 first place. CLU Star CLU Saw Tribe Dust Squad kill count 65. Wow, that's impressive. Hey, yes, eyes dimmed instantly. The Bone Squad fell silent, their spirits plummeting. The earlier anticipation was gone, and the gap was astonishing. Amazing, Chu Yu exclaimed loudly. Their team had only eliminated 24 trial participants, while this Dust Squad had killed 65. They acknowledged the existence of a gap, but it shouldn't be this vast, right? Their small team had worked just as hard. How could they compete for the top 3 like this? They had underestimated the other races in the galaxy, thinking they could compete. Mu Hanchuan admitted in awe that the strong races were indeed formidable. This CLU Sa tribe with individuals only about 1. 2 meters tall and not particularly powerful, was still one of the top races in the galaxy with technological prowess that was the most advanced. To achieve such accomplishments, they must possess their own outstanding characteristics and advantages, which is quite frightening. It was fortunate that their team did not encounter this squad, otherwise they would likely have met the same fate, as this was a super seed team. Out of 57 participating teams, 27 remained. 30 teams were wiped out, and the surviving teams were likely very few. After this team trial, there must have been over 200 deaths. Second place, Selly Star Floating Light, Tribe Tiny Squad kill count 25. Damn. What the hell? Chuyu broke into tears. They crushed us. Second place only has 25 kills. This unexpected delight was too exhilarating. The previous pessimism vanished, and the team members suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The second place only killed one more than them. Then they might just be in third place. The optimistic mood shifted suddenly, filled with regret. They were only one kill short. If they had put in a bit more effort, they might have been second. It's really frustrating and a huge loss. The Floating Light tribe, which Muhan Chuan had encountered twice, had a height of about 2 meters with skin that was semi-transparent blue-green, allowing a glimpse of the glowing liquid flowing within. Their heads were flat with no nose or mouth, and they breathed and spoke through a row of tiny holes on their skin's surface. They had 6 long tentacles instead of arms, each with tiny sensory organs at the ends possessing supersensory abilities. The sensors on their tentacles could detect very faint vibrations, sounds, and temperature changes, making them natural scouts. They were also a large tribe, likely ranking in the top 10 of the galaxy. Coupled with their unique reconnaissance capabilities, achieving second place was quite normal. This damn trial was frustrating for Muhan Chuan. They were only one kill short of second place. The rewards for third place would definitely be less than those for second place, at least 1 or 2 points short in attribute rewards. Third place. Ing Liao Star Human Race Strategy Heaven Machine Squad kill count 24. Every time Muhan Chuan heard the name of this small team that the Bone Squad had set up, he felt an inexplicable sense of impending doom. Yes, third place. Our team really got third. Chuyu, who had just been very dejected, jumped up in joy. Phew. Baigu let out a heavy breath, relieved that there were no unexpected incidents. Upon learning the result for second place, achieving third was within everyone's expectations, though it was a bit of a shame to be just a little short of second. Everyone was still very happy. They truly made it into the top 3, and their efforts weren't in vain. The results are great. What's more important is that everyone is safe. Midnight Red T offered words of comfort. We have to thank that first place CLU Star team. If it weren't for their outstanding performance and excessive kills leading to the other team's kill counts not rising, we wouldn't have had a chance. Baigu smiled, his mood unusually relaxed. That CLU Star team from the CLU Sa tribe was known to He Yu, having been the ones who slaughtered the Shai tribe. They were indeed incredibly powerful. Without them, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to eliminate those two from the Shai tribe. His earlier ambush had not been in vain. Though it was very dangerous, the rewards were equally significant, allowing them to break into the top 3. In retrospect, he felt his initial thoughts had been overly cautious. That CLU Sa tribe team was terrifyingly strong. Midnight Red Tea suggested, after we go out we can celebrate properly. Chuyu immediately responded, ill treat. How about a masquerade ball? Everyone come and have some fun. Since the boss spoke, Baigu naturally had to show her some face, hoping she would take care of business next time, and nodded in agreement. Muhan Chuan wouldn't participate in such things, however, and declined. I have something to do, you all enjoy yourselves. As for He Yu, he returned to his usual silent self, saying nothing, and certainly not attending any masquerade ball, quietly waiting for the rewards to be distributed. Even though He Yu wasn't attending, it was fine since he hadn't said much anyway. There are no outsiders, just us gathering for a drink. Come on, Baigu and Midnight Red Tea are both going. I really have something to do, maybe next time. Chuyu was clearly a bit upset. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away in another direction, someone was even less happy and had already spat blood. The Noise Star Iron Prison team, which had attacked Mu Hanchuan's squad consisting of 3 Spine tribes and 2 Hujiao tribes, had also killed 24 trial participants, but they only placed 4th, having been slightly delayed in their kill time compared to the Bone Squad. If he guessed correctly, the human race team they ambushed must be this Strategy Heaven Machine Squad that took 3rd place. It was unlikely there was another human race team stronger than them. That ambush was a major blunder. Not only did it fail, but they also ended up giving away a kill, and as a result the other team narrowly edged them out. After a whole team trial, they accomplished everything but got nothing in the end. How could they not spit blood? Reward distribution attribute reward 15 points in physique due to insufficient strength agility and consciousness automatic supplement strength 882, physique 3448 agility 863 consciousness 872 15 points in attribute rewards not bad exceeding expectations. The attribute rewards for the Silver Star Key Team trial ranged from 10 to 20. If they had gotten second place they should have received around 17 points, so they were short by 2. They were one step closer to grade needing just 10 more points. Haha, I added 15 points to strength haha. This was more than what she gained from the random attribute item cards Shed used for months. Chuyu was ecstatic. Baigu received agility attribute points as a reward, which made him very unhappy. He had followed a pure strength path and wanted strength. Midnight Red Tea received physique points which caused her distress. She needed strength or agility as physique was somewhat useless to her. Heiyu received consciousness rewards. His main focus was agility with consciousness as a secondary, which was decent, and he felt relatively satisfied. Equipment rewards flame gloves, a grade attribute requirements, strength 300, physique 150, ability 1. Inflicts burn damage when attacking. 2. Can cast a long-range fire attack once every 5 minutes. What is this? A hybrid of melee and range combat. But why does it seem so weak? Now you should understand why Mu Hanchuan is fully equipped with meat shield gear. Even if he was given an attacking equipment, he couldn't use it since his strength was barely above 100, not even reaching grade. I got a grade shadow cloak that can conceal me for 3 minutes. She didn't see the condition of a 12-hour cooldown afterward. Chuyu was extremely happy. This was her first time participating in a trial, having just added 15 points to strength and now receiving a grade equipment reward. She was overjoyed and danced with excitement. What good luck. This equipment is of high tier. Baigu complimented, glad that the boss was happy, ensuring rewards after they go out. He received a great attacking skill, which was perfectly suited for him. Wow, a life-saving item. Midnight Red Tea exclaimed. Ushi also received a grade defensive equipment. He almost cried out his physique wasn't enough. Hey, you could only feel envy and jealousy. This shadow cloak was perfect for him, but unfortunately, he got an auxiliary identification skill, instead appearing calm on the outside, but internally furious. He was the most diligent one in the team, so why did he only get such junk? Mu Hanchuan felt unbalanced. Why was that? Chuyu's equipment was relatively rare, worth far more than the flame gloves he received. The last item of the reward was announced. Skill slot reward 1 basic skill slot. What the hell? This time it was Mu Hanchuan's turn to spit blood. Why was it so useless? What use was this to him? He had already opened 2 skill slots, only learning 1 skill, and was another slot just for show. His brain capacity was only at 1, and even if he opened 3 skill slots, it wouldn't allow him to learn more skills. This thing could only be sold for 1.5 million, which felt like a loss. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Chuyu again, his intuition telling him he hadn't received anything good, but she must have received something great. Wow. Sure enough, she let out another scream. I got a designated attribute item card in blue. This was exactly what she could use to boost her strength. After a whole team trial, she had added a total of 18 points to strength. Was there anyone luckier than her? What the hell? Mu Hanchuan was the first to curse. Why was his 1.5 million worth less than her 9 million? All the good items and luck had gone to her. Was this the newbie protection period? Baigu, Midnight Red Tea, and Heiyu no longer wanted to speak. It was clear they hadn't received anything good. With the 3 rewards distributed, the biggest gainers turned out to be Chuyu, the biggest bystander, and no one was in a good mood. Time to go back to their own homes. When reappearing, it was already noon on the second day in real time. The flow of time in the trial star is not consistent with real time, approximately a ratio of 1 to 4, meaning 3 days inside equates to 18 hours outside. Mu Hanchuan returned to the original point of entry, back to his secret base that belonged solely to him. He walked towards his bedroom, removed his tattered clothing, took off the damaged mask, and collapsed heavily onto the bed. This team's trial had some unexpected events, but fortunately the outcome was perfect. His injuries were severe, and he would need half a month to recuperate. After that, he would enter the individual trial, first completing the 2 individual trials. The individual trial would be much easier for him, as it wouldn't result in serious injuries. As for next month's team trial, we'll see. It's uncertain whether he can still join the Whitebone team. They had made arrangements months in advance, and only if there was a personnel change would adjustments be made. Perhaps next month they have already arranged for others and finalized their team. He reached his right hand into the air, and in the next moment the round shield that transported him to the trial star returned to his right hand, barely damaged. No problem, he can transfer to the trial star and return very good. These are all equipment produced by the trial star. The ability to transfer was expected. Next time during the individual trial, he would try to see if he could transfer real items to the trial star. If that works too, it would truly be against the heavens, greatly reducing the dangers he might encounter in the future. He also wondered if living beings could be directly transferred back. If he marked an alien race and transferred them back to his home planet, what would that situation be like? No, he should wait until the trial ends. After everyone returns, he would transfer and then directly move the target from their planet to his. Damn. Just thinking about it, Mu Hanchuan felt a great sense of potential. If in the future he encounters a prodigy from a great clan, he could do that and then sell them for money. No. His thoughts were still narrow-minded. It didn't necessarily have to be about capturing aliens. If he encountered a princess, queen, or young lady from his own human planet, that could also be marked. After returning, he could transfer her in front of him and imprison her. Was that too evil? Oh, the mark on Chuyu was lifted. He forgot to supplement it. Should he try it? Haha, he was overthinking. Mu Hanchuan didn't have such hobbies. It was time to sleep, and after waking up he would go get the rewards, find a way to purchase a random attribute item card, and then look for a place to repair his void stomach armor. This time he must completely fix it before the next individual trial. He had the money for it. He was temporarily wealthy. The others from the Whitebone team also returned to their original points. In a luxurious box, there were more people than before they entered, with several new arrivals. After waiting for 18 hours, they had essentially spent 3 days in the trial star, and everyone had prepared for the worst. Fortunately, heaven had blessed them, and everyone finally relieved their heavy hearts. Chuyu was back. Little Rain, what trial did you undergo? Why did it take so long? A woman rushed over, grabbing Chuyu and examining her up and down, nearly in tears. This time she was truly frightened, thinking something had happened during her first trial. 2 other women also approached to check. This time we weren't very lucky. We entered a bloody trial where we had to fight each other. Fortunately, our team's strength was formidable, and not only did we clear it, but we also secured 3rd place. That's amazing. The women were astonished. No one expected she would really obtain any rewards. They believed she was just going to gain some experience and see the world. Little Rain is impressive. Did you get attribute point rewards? Of course, I received 15 points, and they were for strength. Wow, that's impressive. The middle-aged man, who gave Mu Hanchuan the random attribute item card, was astonished. This achievement was quite extraordinary, and he couldn't help but flatter. Wow, miss, that's amazing. When I first entered the trial, I only got 2 points in agility. Haha, it's not that I'm amazing, but our team is strong. I didn't do much at all. Indeed, Miss Chuyu did very well. During her first trial, not only did she help us enhance our strength, but she also aided us in combat, alleviating our great pressure. If Mu Hanchuan heard this, he wouldn't know whether he would agree. Really? Little Rain, did you participate in the fighting? Were you hurt at all? Not at all. I just followed behind and helped cut a bit. That Mu is so strong, he blocked everything in front of me, and I was in no danger at all. He even saved me several times, resulting in him getting seriously injured. Is he okay? They knew that Mu was the not so robust tank. They didn't expect him to be so reliable. The money was well spent, and that yellow random attribute card was worth it. He won't die. He had originally planned to give him a big gift, but since he didn't want to attend the masquerade celebration, that was off the table. That's good. Being away for so long, I was almost scared to death. You shouldn't participate next time, but it's too dangerous. Well, see, it wasn't that bad, really not that dangerous. While in the trial star, she swore never to go in again, but upon exiting, she immediately changed her mind, believing her luck wouldn't be that bad next time, and she wouldn't encounter a bloody trial. I think it's better not to go again. For a girl, using some item cards should suffice. A group of women stayed in the room chatting while the middle-aged man left with the Whitebone team to settle the rewards. You all did very well this time. I just reported to our lord, and he will grant you the highest reward. 6 million will be transferred to each of your designated accounts. Is that all right? No problem, that's not a hassle. Haha, it's nothing troublesome. I believe there will be many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Their young lady wouldn't be participating in team trials in the short term, but others in the family might. It's also possible to introduce the Whitebone team to other families, as some young masters were very enthusiastic about trials, but good teams were hard to find. Thank you for your consideration, then I will take my leave now. Sure, just a casual question, can you give me that Mu's contact information? I'm sorry, I need to ask Mu himself. If he has no objections, he'll send it to you later. Alright, then you go ahead and be busy. Farewell. A day later, Mu Hanchuan retrieved his 8 million deposit along with a 6 million reward. The account was not his, but was provided by Chai Long. It was not that he could not register an account. He simply dared not do so under his own name. He also handed the flame gauntlets, a rank he had acquired, to Chai Long to handle. They would fetch about 3 million. Offensive gear commands a premium. Other types sell for less, and rare control equipment can be even more valuable. Items like Chu Ye's Shadow Stealth Cloak, a rank, would easily fetch at least twice that amount. He also gave him the skill slot reward, primary skill, slot 1. Mu Hanchuan would not use it himself, but such items were coveted. The more skills one learns, the safer one is on the trial star. Someone like Chu Yu, though not a rank, may have used a primary skill slot card to open a second slot and left it empty while waiting for superior, more suitable skills. What kind of team trial was this? How did you come back with so many valuable things? To Chai Long, these spoils were astounding. Bad luck, the blood trial. My word, bad luck, and you still secured so many rewards. He spoke as if he had never been on a trial in his day. He had likewise received an attribute point and an auxiliary item, durability. I nearly died in there. Can that be called luck? That dangerous? Yes, we had a patron. We could not be reckless. What a... Chai Long grew even more annoyed. So you had bad luck, brought a patron, and still gained all these rewards. If you'd had better luck, you'd be unstoppable. Enough. Where can I buy a random attribute point card? They'll take a white or yellow one. Anything blue or above is too expensive. You're thriving now. Bringing a patron must have paid off. You've even applied random attribute cards. I had no choice, but advancement is too slow otherwise. They'll ask around and message you tomorrow. Okay. Oh, by the way, how many days does it take you to use one attribute card? It was Chai Long's perennial ache to ask everyone, hoping to find someone worse off. Not ideal. How long is that? Longer than 3 months. Obviously nothing to compare with you. Forget it. No point asking. Oh, by the way. Mu Hanchuan stopped him. Any signs from the Mu family lately? They're still searching for you in secret, but they have not reached Nanan City. They likely do not know you have gone so far. In our godforsaken Taizhou County, as long as you keep your head down, they will not find you for the time being. Understood. Hey, young Master Mu, are you truly never going back? I could not face them. On my father's side, there are 2 half-siblings. And on my mother's side, there is another half-brother. They have seized my place. The competition is too fierce. I am afraid I will not measure up. Now that you put it that way, I understand. It does sound difficult. Late at night, the 4 of them met again. Bai Gu spoke first. The employer's reward has been transferred to your accounts, including the deposit, 14 million in total. You have all received it. Wu Hancha snapped her fingers. Hey, you did not respond, which counted as assent. Mu nodded. We did not bring back many trophies, sold for 18 million. I will give each of you 3,000. My share goes to Mu as a subsidy. By Gus, cash came in 1,000-note bundles. Only 3 rolls light to carry. Mu Hanchuan alone received 6 rolls. By Gus' portion went to him, though he did not really want it. What a loss. Bai risked so much and could not retrieve much. Wu Hancha still felt aggrieved. If everything had been brought back, each would have had 1 million. Returning safely with what we did is already fortunate. Do not be so harsh. Mu, how are you feeling? Mu had paid the greatest price this time, nearly dying there. I am fine, he said without elaboration. We each have plans this month. A friend has booked the next team trial. Perhaps we will cooperate again. All right. Mu had anticipated this and felt no disappointment. If not, he would join random teams. By the way, Chu Yu wants your contact details. Will you give them? Mu considered briefly and declined. No need. He could guess Chu Yu's motives. It was unnecessary. He was not a team organizer, and adding her would only create trouble. If Chu Yu's team later needed people her household could contact Bai Gu, he would pass the message along or post it on the AntNet. She would learn of it regardless. All right, I understand. Let's break here. Okay. Hey, you left first. Wu Hancha lingered and asked Mu for his contact, promising to help if anything arose. Mu did not hesitate and handed it over. Who knew what the future might bring? Mu, you really are not going to Chu Yu's masquerade? No. I thought you fancied that girl. She seems to like you and comes from a good family. You should make a move. Thanks, but I'm too ugly. No hope. With that, Mu turned and left. Watching him go, Wu Hancha's opinion of Mu changed markedly. He was not only youthful and terrifyingly powerful, but possessed remarkable self-control, able to resist temptation. His future seemed limitless. Bai Gu looked at Wu Hancha. You think highly of him. Indeed. He is reliable. What woman does not prefer reliability? Reasonable. Bai Gu departed as well and casually sent a message to Chu Yu's housekeeper. Mu is unwilling to provide his contact information. Chu Yu was furious upon receiving the message. After fighting side by side, he could not even give a contact. She had intended to give him a grand gift, but now she no longer wished to. Miss, this man is somewhat reclusive and not easy to deal with. But he is strong. Whenever trouble arises, I need only stand behind him and avoid direct action, safe and effortless. If we could recruit him into our household, we would no longer fear team trials. We will try again. These freelance fighters will sooner or later encounter difficulty. It was all they could do. Muhan Chuan did not return him. Instead, he sought out a more reliable A-level repairman, offering an additional 10% to ensure that his void stomach armor would be repaired within half a month. He then wandered alone to the riverbank, not far from Old Wang's silk processing station. With injuries on his body, he did not intend to act just yet. He planned to wait until he had healed a bit more and retrieved his repaired void stomach armor before taking action. However, that did not prevent him from gathering some information in the meantime. Old Wang is back. Song Hung hasn't left either. With 2 A-level repairmen here, their reputation and business would surely improve, though he wondered what their actual capabilities were. He planned to visit them in half a month to have a chat and see for himself. In the sky, a drone flew by, scanning all personnel in sight with real-time cameras, directly transmitting the data back to the police station for screening, cracking down on any potential crimes. If any wanted individuals were detected, immediate capture would ensue. Nearby police patrols appeared. Muhan Chuan pulled up the hood of his jacket and hurriedly left. Given his identity, it was best not to be recorded in the official system, especially since the Mu family was secretly searching for him. With the emergence of trial participants, the crime rate had significantly increased, prompting the police to step up their efforts each year, showing no tolerance. There was no way to track trial participants unless they actively exposed themselves. No scientific method could uncover them. Compared to advanced civilizations, the current civilization lagged far behind. Unless they registered voluntarily or had been caught by the authorities for prior actions, they could only be tracked in the official system. The authorities managed the movements of such individuals very strictly, requiring regular reporting. Individuals like Muhan Chuan, who had never been caught and had not voluntarily reported to the authorities, appeared to be just ordinary mortals. Countries around the world had gone to great lengths to encourage trial participants to actively report themselves engaging in national construction and contributing to the great mission of humanity. The most well-known system was the trial participant ranking system, which was matched with the trial star ranking system. Indeed, each trial participant had their own ranking, provided they were within the top 100,000 in the trial star rankings. Of those beyond that could not be listed. For example, Muhan Chuan currently had no ranking, indicating that he had not yet entered the top 100,000 trial participants in the entire star system. In a star system with 77 civilizations, if each civilization had over 100,000 on the list, it meant that at least hundreds of thousands of humans had reached a level or higher. With a global population of 8 billion, that ratio did not seem particularly high. However, this was limited to the trial star. There were corresponding lower-tier rankings in each country's ranking system to encourage the public to actively report their situations to the authorities. The ranking system not only included global rankings, but also continental, national, provincial, and municipal rankings, with some economically significant counties even creating their own rankings. Any trial participant who made it onto the rankings would receive subsidies from the government, good job placements, and certain special supranational treatments. The higher the rank, especially for those who entered the top 100,000 of the trial star, the greater the subsidies received, and they could even apply for support in terms of equipment and items before participating in trials. Of course, these applications were typically granted only to those with strong talents and high potential, as well as those who ranked highly. It was nearly impossible for ordinary trial participants to obtain them. Additionally, to receive these subsidies, one had to report to the local government every 6 months, actively demonstrate their abilities, undergo testing by special machines, and must present their true identity. Muhan Chuan had never reported, always hiding himself. Just the requirement for a true identity made it impossible for him to do so. If he truly, when he felt confident that at his current age and with his A-level strength, he could easily rank in the top 10 of the young people in Nanan City. Perhaps he could even achieve a decent ranking throughout Luo province and receive substantial subsidies. He had heard that Midnight Black Tea had a pretty good ranking in Luo province, seemingly placing within the top few dozen for her age. Midnight Black Tea should be around 25 or 26 years old. Within her age group, it would not be difficult to list out the top 100 in Luo province and systematically eliminate them to uncover her true identity. However, Muhan Chuan had no interest in that. Perhaps Midnight Black Tea herself did not care at all. When will I be able to break into the top 100,000 of the trial star? The ranking itself was not particularly important. It mainly served as a reference, helping him understand how far he had come and providing more motivation to move forward. The next day at noon, Chai Long called there was news about the random attribute item card. Mu Hanchuan eagerly went to meet him at a roadside noodle shop. White 1,200,000. Yellow 2,200,000. The other party would not negotiate. As the intermediary guarantor for the transaction, I would take 5% from both parties while they do not meet. Naturally, I will not take my cut from you, just from the other side. How about it? You decide. Chai Long finished speaking in one breath, continuing to stir his noodles. The white one was 1,200,000, certainly a loss. It would be better to simply buy the yellow one as the deduction was not much more. Let's go with yellow. Will transfer the money directly to your account. All right, then it's settled. He'll send those 2 items to my dad. They should be able to be sold in a few days. A level equipment is a bit high in tier, but safer to let his father handle the sale, and the price will be higher. Got it then, that's it, I'm off. Okay. Mu Hanchuan left first, transferring 22500 to Chai Long's account. Of that 5500 was the intermediary fee. One must keep clear accounts even among brothers. Their hard work should not go unrewarded. Having settled this matter, Mu Hanchuan prepared to visit the old man. He had been unusually quiet lately, and Mu wondered what he was up to. Katua County, adjacent to Taizhou County, where Mu Hanchuan resided, in Nan'an City. A weathered 3-story building stood before him. Each floor housed 4 apartments, 2 single-bedroom units on either side, and 2 slightly larger 2-bedroom units in the center. Though the difference in size was negligible and none contained a kitchen or bathroom. Residents cooked in the hallway and shared communal restrooms and bathing facilities at both ends of the corridor. By day, the building stood nearly empty. Most had already left for work. Mu Hanchuan ascended the central staircase to the 2nd floor, where his modest 2-bedroom apartment lay to the right. After Dai Xiaoyan, the old man's adopted daughter, married, only the 2 of them remained in the apartment, yet Mu Hanchuan, having turned 18, had visited less and less frequently. He had been taken in by the old man at 13, the very year he fled his maternal grandfather's home. That year Dai Xiaoyan was 19, 6 years his senior, and had herself been adopted as a child, raised like a daughter, and trained alongside him in street performance. Mu Hanchuan always believed the old man had not taken him in out of compassion, but solely because Dai Xiaoyan had come of age and was soon to marry, leaving him in need of an apprentice to assist with performances. Otherwise, the frugal old man would never have spared him a second glance. True to expectation, Dai Xiaoyan married at 20, and Mu Hanchuan stepped seamlessly into her role, mastering the craft and accompanying the old man on the streets. Though they had spent barely a year together, Mu Hanchuan and his elder foster sister, bound not by blood but by shared hardship, had forged a genuine bond, maintaining close contact over the years, mostly initiated by Dai Xiaoyan herself. Xiaomu. A woman's urgent voice rose from downstairs just as he reached the 2nd floor landing. Mu Hanchuan paused, waiting for her to ascend. She was the building's landlady, collecting rent every 3 months, a necessity given that few tenants here could afford long-term leases. Most were barely scraping by. She had a stern demeanor, perhaps essential for her line of work. Likely his rent was due. Back from your errands, Xiaomu. The old man performed for a living, and so naturally did Mu Hanchuan, spending much of his life wandering far and wide. Yet he had expanded his repertoire, joining a like-minded ensemble as a Swana player, becoming a respected member of a professional funeral troupe, guiding departed souls gently into the realm of eternal peace. Occasionally he performed at joyous occasions, weddings especially, where his mastery of the eru moved audiences to tears. His rendition during the bride's farewell to her natal home was legendary. No guest ever remained dry-eyed. His music stirred hearts profoundly, earning him quiet renown and loyal patrons. Yes, Auntly, is my rent due? No, not that. Old Feng hasn't been seen outside for days. No one nearby has spotted him. Go check, see if he's simply stepped out. A faint unease tightened Mu Hanchuan's brow. Without hesitation, he unlocked his door and rushed inside. Auntly followed without invitation. 2 bedrooms flanked the narrow living space. The old man lived alone, and the rooms bore the clutter of solitary existence. Even Mu Hanchuan's own room overflowed with forgotten belongings. He halted before the right-hand doorway, gazing calmly at the frail figure lying still upon the bed, 60 years old, gaunt, and deeply lined, his face a topography of decades spent adrift. Having witnessed countless partings, he needed no confirmation. The old man had passed, peacefully, without pain, without burdening anyone. Mu Hanchuan had escorted many souls beyond this world. Today it was time for the one person he considered family. Auntly pressed a hand to her mouth. Her worst suspicion confirmed: old Feng was gone. She patted Mu Hanchuan's shoulder gently. Take heart. Call Xiao Yan. Have her go to Shodong Mountain first to set up the morning tent, gather Old Fang's clothes, quilts, and personal effects, everything he used. We'll burn them together there. Aunt Lee stepped toward the doorway and dialed. Old Jiang. It's me. What is it? One of my tenants has passed. His son is young, still bewildered. Could you drive over and help transport the body to Shodong Mountain? Shodong Mountain. Doesn't he have a hometown? Shodong Mountain lay far beyond the county, barren, uninhabited, wild. Men who wander have no hometowns. Understood. I'll be right over. Neighbor Aunt Wong emerged curiously. What's happened? Old Feng is gone. Oh. Aunt Wong gasped. Just last week he was boasting in the alley. How could he be gone so suddenly? Life is unpredictable. I'll call everyone. I'll gather help. Her call would summon neighbors from floors above and below. Aunt Lee nodded silently. Meanwhile, Mu Hanchuan gathered every trace of the old man's presence, and with one hand dialed Dai Xiaoyan's number. Beep, beep, beep. In a bustling noodle shop downtown, a busy woman answered, surprised. Why would Xiaomu be calling her? She rarely reached out to him, and he almost never contacted her, unprompted, vanishing daily without word or warning. Hello, Xiaomu. Sister Yen. Yes, what is it? After a pause, Mu Hanchuan spoke quietly. The old man has passed. Please go to Shodong Mountain to make arrangements. I'll bring him there shortly. A bolt from a cloudless sky. The phone clattered to the floor. Dai Xiaoyan collapsed, tears flooding her face, beyond control. Her children were on holiday. They'd just returned from her in-laws' home a week ago. How could he be gone? Without a single call, without even one final meeting. He always avoided trouble, never voiced concerns, never asked for help. Even death came quietly, privately, just as he lived. Her husband burst from the back. What's wrong? What happened? Two diners rose instinctively from their seats. Father's gone. She wailed, sobbing uncontrollably. Not a single call. He just left. Her father-in-law. The news struck like thunder. No warning, no sign. Though not her birth father, their bond ran deep. He had raised her from childhood. Let's go now. Through ragged breaths, Dai Xiaoyan whispered. Xiao Mu says we must prepare at Shodong Mountain first. He'll deliver the body directly. Right. I'll contact the funeral service, immediately arrange the mourning tent and coffin transport. Lin Ji helped her up while dialing. Don't call local services. They're too slow. There's a fully equipped funeral parlor right on Shodong Mountain. Let them handle everything. I have their number. An elderly customer volunteered. Found the number. Here you go. Thank you so much. Shall I pack your order? The shop's closing. No. Please go about your business. The two diners waved politely and exited together. Thank you. Lin Ji added hurriedly. You pick up our son from school. I'll head straight to Shodong Mountain to begin preparations. An hour later, neighbors, having heard the news, had gathered outside. An ambulance arrived below, and two middle-aged men climbed to the second floor. Aunt Lee led them into the room. He's inside. Understood. They entered and began lifting the body. Mu Hanchuan, meanwhile, had packed the old man's clothing, and once the body was carried out, he folded the bedding neatly and carried it all away with him. Not only Mu Hanchuan, but many neighbors followed too, ready to lend hands when the time came. Upon arriving at Shodong Mountain, Sister Yen and her husband had already secured the site. The greenhouse was under construction and a coffin had been placed inside in advance. Mu Hanchuan's band members had specially traveled here to assist with setting up the venue and would perform free of charge for several days. My deepest condolences. What an utter shock. A few people approached Mu Hanchuan and offered their quiet, solemn words of comfort. Thank you. Dai Xiaoyan collapsed beside her father-in-law's lifeless body, her voice hoarse from weeping. Her husband stood nearby, offering quiet solace. Their 6-year-old son had been gently led away by elders, spared from witnessing this heart-wrenching scene. Mu Hanchuan paid the two men who had helped transport the body 1,000 credits, then stepped aside, calm, composed, unmoved. Years of trials on the trial star had long since hardened him to death, and parting over a dozen of his fellow trial companions had perished before his eyes. He had parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, but the only true kin he possessed was this stranger bound to him by no blood, yet deeper than blood itself. His gaze drifted into the distance, where the commotion had drawn the attention of two patrol officers now appearing on the scene. The officers did not approach directly. Instead, they deployed drones from their backs, neural link devices interfacing directly with their brainstem, requiring no external controls. Once airborne, the drones began their work autonomously. This cutting-edge neurointegration technology, when paired with trial star-grade equipment, conferred extraordinary combat capability, far surpassing ordinary trial participants. Its use was strictly prohibited by official decree outside sanctioned military channels. However, whether powerful clans or shadowy factions had secretly developed it remained uncertain. These patrol officers belonged to local defense bureaus, the lowest tier of the national defense architecture, tasked solely with routine patrols and preliminary investigations. Their neural integration threshold stood at a mere 3%, and their standard gear consisted of uniform mechanical exoskeletons and single-barrel drone-mounted machine guns capable of both reconnaissance and engagement. Even this modest 3% neural synchronization proved elusive. Only roughly 1 in 10 civilians could achieve it, making this line of service as rare as it was demanding. Above them stood the Defense Bureau's elite tactical officers, equipped with full trial-star-grade armor accompanied by both a robotic hound and a surveillance combat drone. Their neural integration threshold rose sharply to 6% or higher, necessary to maintain simultaneous control over 2 autonomous systems. Their qualification rate was even lower, just 6%, meaning only 6 out of every 100 candidates succeeded. And all must be certified trial participants. These officers were formidable trained trial practitioners armed with aerial drones capable of real-time reconnaissance and precision strikes supported on the ground by agile robotic hounds. When several operated in concert, their combined battlefield dominance rendered them virtually unstoppable, even against trial participants of equal rank. In this small county town, one might encounter only tactical officers at most. Higher-tier combat personnel required mobilization from municipal-level command, and those operatives were vastly more potent, with far steeper entry requirements. Mu Hanchuan deliberately lifted his head, meeting the drone's gaze without concealment. Today was no ordinary day. He could neither evade nor deny what was coming. What must come will come, no use resisting. If they sought him, let them find him. A quiet curiosity stirred within him. Why, after all these years, had the Mu family finally come looking? The instant Mu Hanchuan's biometric identity was uploaded and verified by the local Defense Bureau, the transmission was intercepted and routed instantly to the National Defense Headquarters in Qingling capital. Suhan, absorbed in official duties, received an urgent message from her cousin, who served at the Qingling Defense Headquarters. Elder Sister Han, I've found the person you asked about. Sending details now. Below the message appeared a dossier and a photograph Mu Hanchuan as he was now. Suhan paused mid-motion, studying the image intently for a long silent moment. Though young, she already held the post of Deputy Director of the Southwest Intelligence Division at the National Intelligence Directorate and had attained trial rank E. She was among the nation's most carefully cultivated rising talents, sharp-minded, resolute, brilliant, and fearless. The National Intelligence Directorate comprised 9 regional branches. The Southwest Division was merely one among them. Though her title carried no grand imperial weight, her achievements at such a tender age were extraordinary, her future radiant, unclouded. Of course, none of this occurred without the immense influence of her formidable family background. So this is Qingyu's fiancé, Mu Hanchuan. That gaze bears no trace of a disgraced runaway heir. Rather, it belongs to a man carved by deep history, his mind disciplined, his depth unfathomable. With Qingyu's gentle, yielding nature, how could she possibly withstand him? She'd be devoured utterly, broken beyond repair. Suhan's fingers tapped softly upon the polished black basalt desk as her custom-built high-end chair rotated slowly, ceaselessly. Only decisive severance brings true liberation from entanglement. Sooner or later, she would have to visit the Mu residence. Why delay the inevitable? Without hesitation, Suhan dialed her family's private line. Where is Qingyu? Second young madam left early this morning, saying she'd go shopping and return before dinner. Suhan's brow tightened. Day after day, skipping school, avoiding home, wandering mountains and rivers, chasing trends and storefronts. Did she truly carry not a single care? Have her return immediately. Pack her essentials. I'm taking her out of town. Yes, first young madam. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu, the second young madam of the Su family, emerged in Huaying City east of Qingling, transformed into a harbinger of retribution, her face concealed behind a blood-red fox mask. A woman's voice whispered through her earpiece. Target has entered Suite 3-3. 13 bodyguards. 3 at the third-floor entrance. 6 patrolling the third floor. 2 stationed outside the suite. 2 inside. Additionally, 5 female staff members, non-threatening, purely logistical personnel, were present within Huaying City. A man in an electrician's uniform leaned casually against the alley wall, smoking. His voice, calm and unhurried, flowed into the earpiece. All re-rally surveillance feeds rerouted. Escape route cleared. Huaying City's internal surveillance will go dark in 10 seconds. From the shadows between buildings, another voice confirmed, position secured. Alone atop the rooftop, Su Qingyu stood still, half her face human, half masked in the fierce visage of a fox. Her hair fell loose and wild, veiling much of her expression as she gazed upward motionless. Their target was no citizen of Qinghuang, but rather O Feiyong, scion of a prominent aristocratic house in southern Sinan. Accused of coercing dozens of underage girls, he had fled to Qinghuang to escape domestic scandal and judicial scrutiny. Once in Qinghuang, his depravity persisted. He committed further crimes, then silenced witnesses with hired assassins and bought silence from victims' families with wealth. Justice remained elusive. Today dawned clear and bright, every condition met. The Su Qingyu team struck. At the 10th second, precisely as surveillance went dark, Su Qingyu leapt from the roof, crashing through Huaying City's third-floor entrance. One stroke, one blade. Two heads severed mid-cry, no warning uttered. A shadow surged upward from between buildings, vanishing into the third floor. Su Qingyu strode forward across the plush carpet, unhurried, unwavering. "Who are you?" "This floor is reserved today." A staff member stepped forward. This guest was no ordinary patron. Superiors had issued strict orders to ensure absolute safety. Another stroke. She clutched her throat and crumpled. Only then did she register in dawning horror that the weapon in her assailant's hand was a sword, immaculate, untouched by a single drop of blood. Hearing the commotion, 6 guards patrolling the third floor rushed toward the stairwell, where sentries should have barred entry. Seeing 3 fallen comrades, they drew weapons and signaled urgently to their allies inside the suite. Su Qingyu moved, graceful, lightning swift, appearing before one guard in the blink of an eye. Her blade descended. He raised his weapon to block. Crack! His weapon shattered. A hairline fissure bloomed across his chest, then split him cleanly in two. The remaining guards recoiled in terror. Such brutality was beyond imagining. They staggered backward, desperate for reinforcements from within the suite. Before they could retreat, Su Qingyu lunged, striking again and again with ruthless precision. These lackeys offered no resistance. Each disintegrated under her blade. Only then did the door of Suite 3-3 swing open, revealing a master-level warrior. Another figure, seeing the carnage outside, rose and joined him at the threshold. "Who are you? Is there some misunderstanding? Our young master may be wayward, but he never touches women of noble standing. That restraint is precisely why he survived so long. These minor indiscretions, trivial, inconsequential, have never drawn serious consequence. No reputable house would stoop to vengeance over such trifles." Su Qingyu tilted her head slightly, offering no reply, no acknowledgement. Her steps continued forward, unwavering, unafraid, facing the formidable foe before her. No misunderstanding remained. This assassin had come for their master, and with no recourse left, there was only one path forward. Kill! They clashed in an instant, shattering the suite door as screams erupted from within. O Feiyong trembled, scrambling wildly for shelter. He had done unspeakable things, enough to force exile to Qinghuang, but never before had death arrived at his door, personal and undeniable. What was wrong with these Qinghuang people? He hadn't provoked them, not once. He'd only indulged in harmless pleasures with commoners. He'd researched thoroughly all those girls, traced 4 generations back to peasant stock. He'd taken precautions beyond measure, yet still they came for him. In Sinan, he'd done this dozens of times, never punished. In the next instant, his thoughts ceased, forever. A short blade pierced his skull. He never activated his defensive artifact card, nor would he ever get the chance. He twisted his head, straining for one last glance. Saw only darkness, nothing else. Then, 13 more thrusts. His skull became a grotesque sieve. "Ah! Murder! Murder! Help! Help!" The women inside shrieked, their voices shattering the silence of the entire building. The shadow showed no mercy. In moments, the suite fell utterly silent, every witness extinguished. Mission accomplished. He burst forth, rushing to Su Qingyu's side to eliminate the final, strongest adversary. Downstairs, a large contingent from Huaying City surged up the stairs. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, they were met only with corpses strewn across the floor, bloodied, mutilated, and horrifying beyond description. Among the dead lay the honored guest, his body bearing the most gruesome wounds of all. Disaster struck. Huaying City had just entangled itself in a catastrophe. In the alley behind, Su Qingyu vanished at the far end and reappeared moments later in a quiet corner on the 2nd floor of an unassuming literary cafe. Her personal female bodyguard had already prepared a change of clothes. In the blink of an eye, the transformation was complete. Su Qingyu once again became the delicate, seemingly frail, second miss of the Su family, utterly dependent and fragile. "Miss Elder Sister has sent word you must return home immediately." "What is it?" "Your fiancé's whereabouts have been located." What does he look like now? She had seen childhood photographs of Mu Hanchuan, but nothing after that. This elder sister didn't send any details. Very well. It seems I'll need to travel quite far. Su Qingyu gazed listlessly at the street below, murmuring to herself, Tianlan City. The funeral lasted barely over 2 days before the deceased was interred in a geomantically auspicious site, and Mu Hanchuan stood vigil for 2 full nights. The next day, Chai Long paid a visit to express his condolences and presented Mu Hanchuan with a yellow random attribute item card along with a transfer of 4.5 million yuan into his account. Blazing Gauntlets Grade E sold for 3.2 million yuan. Skill slot reward 1 basic skill slot, fetched 1.8 million, totaling 5 million with a 10% commission deducted. The price was excellent. Even after the commission, he suffered no loss. Mu Hanchuan himself had estimated the value at around 4.5 million. Combined with his existing funds, his total wealth now exceeded 17 million yuan. True, the sum sounded vast, but in practice it could vanish within a month. Just 5 more random attribute cards would consume 10 million yuan alone, not to mention upgrading his current gear and equipment. That day, Mu Hanchuan visited Dai Xiaoyan's noodle shop, chatting idly with Xiao Lin Yuan, a boy he hadn't seen in quite some time. Before arriving, he had used one of his random attribute point cards, exactly 6 days since his last use, gaining 2 points in physical fortitude. With his finances now robust, he pondered whether to purchase another card for use next week, torn between prudence and ambition. Xiao Lin Yuan, how is your martial training progressing? The boy held a particular fascination for combat arts, often sneaking off with friends to watch practitioners train at a nearby martial hall. Over the past few decades following the emergence of the trial star, traditional martial halls and sects, once mere institutions for physical conditioning, had undergone a radical metamorphosis, proliferating explosively and flourishing with unprecedented vigor. This shift was entirely understandable prior to the trial star. So-called martial arts, boxing, and combat techniques were largely ornamental, designed more for fitness and performance than real efficacy. Now, however, everything had changed. Martial arts, augmented by attribute panels, had acquired genuine substance, transforming hollow forms into lethal disciplines grounded in ruthless practicality, where survival and killing reigned supreme. Within the trial star, it was kill or be killed, no exceptions. Veteran masters and grandmasters who had devoted lifetimes to martial arts, many of whom had participated in trial star challenges, were instantly elevated to the pinnacle of power. Numerous among them still lived, having transcended into true grandmasters who walked their own unique Dao paths, battle-tested and undeniably formidable. Qing Wang hosted one such legend. Mu Zisher ranked 57th globally, a master hailing from Lianhua Valley in Bibojia. At 139 years old, he had trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering every technique and combat discipline of his sect. At 40, he entered the trial star and never looked back. Today, he led Lianhua Valley as one of the world's largest and most influential martial sects. After decades of evolution beyond the great sects, local martial halls gradually specialized, some focusing exclusively on technical refinement, others on lethal grappling, still others on close-quarters combat, and so forth. Today, specialization had deepened further. Dedicated halls now trained solely in raw strength and resilience against blows, in agility and speed, every conceivable facet meticulously cultivated. Mu Hanchuan himself had invested heavily in training, though only in defensive techniques and damage resistance at considerable expense. The tuition fee was far beyond Xiao Lin Yuan's family's means, so Mu Hanchuan secretly enrolled him, without his parents' knowledge, at the county's finest martial hall, costing 10,000 yuan per month, not the mediocre one nearby. To Mu Hanchuan, the boy's future remained uncertain. Whether he pursued civil service, military service, or even ordinary civilian life, solid foundations were indispensable. At the very least, self-defense skills had become essential in this era. My class. Xiao Lin Yuan raised one finger. Under Mu Hanchuan's exaggerated gaze, it slowly multiplied. 2, 3, 4, 5. I rank 5th. Mu Hanchuan's expression fell. Apparently there was little promise here. Has your mother found out yet? I go only on weekends. They're too busy to notice me. Good. That saves me from another scolding by your mother. Would you like to buy any gear? No, I haven't worn out the last set. I keep them at the hall. Right then, keep up the effort. If you excel, I'll enroll you in a premium Onion mentorship program. Okay, I've already set my sights on an excellent instructor. This young pup clearly had ambitions of his own. Dai Xiaoyan placed a steaming bowl of noodles before him, generously topped with meat, to coax the boy back to his studies. Here, eat first. You've been exhausted these past days, she said, then sat opposite him. Not really. Glancing around cautiously, Dai Xiaoyan withdrew a bank card from her clothing and slipped it discreetly into Mu Hanchuan's hand. Sister Yin, what's this? This is what Uncle saved over the years. He gave part as my dowry when I married. Everything else is here. He specifically instructed me to save it for your wedding. A young man always needs more funds for such things. That miserly old man actually saved money for him. He doubted it. Surely this was Sister Yan's own money. Sister Yin, I don't need it. I'm not planning to marry anytime soon. This was truly set aside for you by Uncle himself. How could you refuse? He's always regarded you as his own son and would certainly prepare a marriage fund for you. That old man scolded him daily. Minor rebukes every day, major ones every 3 days. How could Mu Hanchuan possibly believe he was treated as a son? Sister Yin, I truly don't need it. My job is stable, my income reliable. Whatever Uncle managed to save couldn't cover even a few months of my salary. Please keep it for Xiao Lin Yuan. Don't underestimate Uncle. There's a substantial sum here. Enough to buy a house in our county. With a home secured, finding a wife becomes infinitely easier. Had that old man secretly accumulated so much? No wonder Mu Hanchuan had spent his youth eating plain steamed buns beside him. Still growing, still hungry. How could the old man bear it? Then let's keep it with you for now. I'd likely spend it recklessly if I held on to it. I'll use it only when I'm ready to marry. Dai Xiaoyan considered it. Yes, it made sense. Young Mu was still impulsive, left with sudden wealth, he might squander it on fleeting pleasures. Better to hold it until he needed a proper marital home, solid, grounded, and lasting. Fine, just bring your future partner by someday, so we can meet her. Oh, I'm only 21. Give me 10 years. Maybe then. Dai Xiaoyan was busy again, as she always had endless tasks to attend to throughout the day. The shop was empty, and Mu Hanchuan was slowly eating by himself. On the street, 2 black luxury cars suddenly turned in and parked not far from the entrance, from which 2 young women got out and walked into the noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan instinctively turned to glance, and it wasn't just that the 2 women were beautiful, it was that their aura was extraordinary, clearly not of ordinary people. Such nobility and attire should not be seen in such a small county, even less so in this small noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan felt something was off. Sure enough, the 2 women did not call for the owner, but directly sat down opposite Mu Hanchuan, silently sizing him up. Mu Hanchuan was not a lecher, but these 2 women were indeed stunning. One exuded a mature charm, while the other was like a sweet little rabbit. Their outfits and demeanor made it obvious. Mu Hanchuan did not speak, nor did he deliberately observe them quietly eating while waiting for them to reveal their purpose. The elder sister sitting on the outside spoke. You are the eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan paused in surprise, glancing at her. These 2 didn't seem to be from the Mu family, did they? They didn't seem like relatives from his maternal grandfather's side, either. How could they know his background? Who are you? This was Yin Jie's shop, and since they could find their way here, they must have done some investigation. Mu Hanchuan didn't want to cause trouble. Hello, I am Su Qingyu. This time it was the sweet little rabbit beside her who spoke first. She is my sister Su Han. Mu Hanchuan was even more confused now. The surname was Su, not from the Mu family. It seemed there weren't many prominent families with the surname Su in Tianlan City. His own mother's surname was Zhou, and neither was it from his grandfather's side. What was going on? Do you know us? The elder sister said you don't know us, but we know you. So who are you? What do you want? After leaving the Mu family, all these years have you been living like this? Sure enough, they had done their homework. Mu Hanchuan continued to eat noodles. It has nothing to do with you. That may not be the case. Who are you? Just get to the point. Did your family never mention the Qingling Su family to you when you were young? No. Then they certainly didn't tell you that you have a fiancé. Fiancé? Mu Hanchuan stiffened. They guessed it wrong. He remembered that someone in his family did mention it. When he was young, indeed, there was such a matter. One of these 2 women from the Qingling Su family was his fiancée. Mu Hanchuan looked at the one named Su Qingyu, and if his intuition was correct, then his fiancée must be her, not the cold Su Han beside her. There was no particular reason, it was just an instinctive feeling. Su Qingyu smiled, gently warm and graceful, standing up and saying, hello, I am your fiancée, the second daughter of the Qingling Su family, Su Qingyu. Hello, Mu Hanchuan. Su Han, who had been ignored, turned sullen. She came all this way just for them to recognize each other. When you see us, don't you have any thoughts? What thoughts should I have? For example, helping you seize the position of heir. Not interested. If possible, you can go to the Mu family to look for my half-brother. Changing the marriage partner is not impossible, it just takes a few years. Do you think our Su family is just anyone? Our Su family's son-in-law can only be a legitimate heir, not some illegitimate child without status. An illegitimate child, huh? Mu Hanchuan found this term amusing. That is indeed a pity. Su Han, who was getting more irritated, cut to the chase. Our Su family believes that you are no longer worthy of being our son-in-law. A bank card was slapped on the table. Here are 5 million. Go with us to the Mu family and ask them to take the initiative to cancel this marriage. If you have any other requests, you can also mention them. Mu Hanchuan looked at the card on the table, then at the two women. Su Qingyu showed obvious signs of anxiety, slightly lowering her head, suggesting that this wasn't her idea. However, speaking of other requests, he did have one. The Mu family was not an ordinary family, and the Su family, which could ally with the Mu family, certainly wasn't bad either. They might indeed have that capability. Mu Hanchuan gently pushed the card back. I agree to the annulment, and I can accompany you to the Mu family. No matter what you want to do, I will support and cooperate. You don't need to bring the money. Oh, I would like to change it for another request. Oh, Su Han narrowed her eyes. Was he agreeing just like that? Not taking the 5 million. This should be a significant amount for him now. The casual demeanor faded, and Su Han's expression grew serious. She seemed to have underestimated Mu Hanchuan. Beside her, Su Qingyu's smile faded a bit, and she looked at Mu Hanchuan with greater seriousness, as if she wanted to see through him. What request? If it's not excessive, our Su family can fulfill it. If you put it that way, Mu Hanchuan was even more pleased. This had troubled him for a long time. It would be great if it could really be resolved. I agree to the annulment, and am willing to cooperate fully. I don't need any compensation. Ooh, I only have one request. Their gazes met. Speak. Help me completely sever ties with the Mu family to the extent that my information must be erased from the national records. Su Han was astonished. Would it really be such a request? How could his hatred for the Mu family be so strong? Su Qingyu's finger gently traced along the sharp edge of the table, staring intently at him, becoming even more curious about her fiancé. This matter was not a big deal for the traditional Su family rooted in the political arena of Qingwang. While Su Han may not be able to handle it, her elders surely could. However, the Mu family was not an ordinary family. This kind of thing could be done by the Su family, but they couldn't. Even if Mu Hanchuan himself requested to sever ties, it wouldn't work. After all, he was the nominal eldest son of the Mu family, with an extraordinary status. How could the Mu family easily give up on him, especially since he was also connected to the marriage with the Su family? Unless they pressured the Mu family to take the initiative to agree to Mu Hanchuan's severance. Otherwise, if this matter escalated, would they expect the Su family to bear the consequences? That was absolutely impossible. Reputation was more important for a prominent family like the Su family than anything else, and a mere Mu Hanchuan was not worthy of it. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Mu family. Do you want to sever ties with them? Yes. Haha, that won't be easy. After all, this is the Mu family's private matter and outsiders shouldn't interfere. However, we can try to help you negotiate. Mu Hanchuan was displeased. I am willing to annul the marriage, but you're treating this so lightly. Fine, I am willing to annul the marriage, and I will do my best to negotiate for that. Huh? Is this a threat to them? Su Han's expression instantly changed. Her pride wouldn't allow it. Su Qingyu remained as calm as ever, as if the discussion had nothing to do with her. His fiancée seemed a bit foolish. She indeed didn't seem to be worthy of him. At this moment, Dai Xiaoyan noticed a customer had arrived and came out. Little Mu, who are these two? Friends. Friends. Two such beautiful female friends. He just said he had no intention of finding a partner, and now two stunning friends appeared. Hello, I am Su Qingyu, Mu Hanchuan's good friend. She took the initiative to stand up, bowing slightly, her expression sincere. Su Han showed no reaction, her face sour. Was this Su Qingyu really the biological sister of Su Han? Were they one raised in the city and the other in the village? One day later, Tianlong, city capital of Luo province, the nation's third largest economy. You truly wish to annul the marriage? Su Han still found it hard to believe Mu Hanchuan, as she couldn't quite read him. It's for the best, beneficial to both parties, isn't it? Mu Hanchuan replied calmly from across the seat, where the two sisters sat side by side. You possess remarkable self-awareness. Recognizing reality is itself a virtue, he added, gazing indifferently out at the manor, the place where he had once lived, and feeling nothing but discomfort. He disliked this estate, and even more so the city itself. Everywhere bloomed pomegranate flowers, his birth mother's favorite. To him, the entire metropolis felt tainted. Do you truly harbor no ambition toward the Mu clan? None. If possible, he wished never again to entangle himself with his biological parents in this lifetime. Should they disturb his peace, he would not hesitate to eliminate their current child. Let them suffer alongside him. Excellent. I trust you won't renege midway. Mu Qiming, patriarch of the Mu clan, who had already been informed, and his wife Huang Jing personally stepped forward to greet the guests. Aside from Mu Hanchuan's biological father and his stepmother Tobe, no other Mu family members appeared. The matter to be discussed was delicate and consequential, best handled discreetly with internal deliberations deferred until later. 10 bodyguards disembarked, first fanning out in disciplined formation. Then came Su Han, composed, refined, and impeccably courteous, her noble bearing flawless. So she was in truth a woman of exceptional cultivation, merely indifferent toward him. Finally, Mu Hanchuan descended behind Su Qingyu. Mu Hanchuan had no desire to confront his biological father, but when the Mu clan had already uncovered his sanctuary and arrived, uninvited withdrawal was impossible. He refused to drag Yin Jie's family into this turmoil. The moment Mu Qiming laid eyes on Mu Hanchuan, he froze. After 16 years, he beheld his own son, once more the eldest, whom he himself had named. Even during that year, when the boy was 7 and officially reclaimed, he had failed to meet him, having been dispatched elsewhere for training accompanied by Huang Jing. The Mu clan had been secretly searching for him, yet remained unsuccessful, until today when he returned of his own accord, accompanied by the Su family. This was unsettling. Events had slipped beyond his control, leaving Mu Qiming dangerously exposed. Humph. He sighed faintly through his nose. Were it not for his deranged mother, none of this would have transpired. Huang Jing recognized Mu Hanchuan instantly, her shock profound. How had he come here? And why with the Su family? Their intentions were hostile. The Su family had clearly not come to negotiate in good faith. Otherwise, why bring Mu Hanchuan? Hanchuan. Mu Qiming spoke first, startling the steward and elderly servants into cold sweat. This young man was the eldest young master. Since Huang Jing's ascension as mistress of the Mu household, the former mistress and the eldest young master had vanished entirely. No friction had ever arisen. Yet now, he appeared without warning, unannounced, leaving everyone uncertain even how to address him. At last, the inevitable struggle for succession within the great clan had begun. Mu Hanchuan cast only a cursory glance at the man who was biologically his father, then followed Su Han up the staircase without hesitation. Though estranged from Su Han, he aligned perfectly with her stance toward the Mu clan, ignoring their mortified expressions entirely. After offering formal courtesies, Su Han revealed her true position. The Su family had not come to negotiate amicably. Mu Qiming's countenance darkened, his retainers stood paralyzed in awkward silence. Only Su Qingyu smiled sweetly, introducing herself with grace and conveying respectful greetings from the Su elders. This restored just a sliver of dignity to Mu Qiming as host. You are Su Qingyu? So this was their prospective daughter-in-law. Exquisitely beautiful, impeccably cultivated. Clearly the Su family had raised her well. Huang Jing studied Su Qingyu intently. She was the Su family's second daughter, the fiancée of Mu Hanchuan, and had arrived of her own volition. Yes, I am Su Qingyu, Mu Hanchuan's fiancée. She emphasized the latter phrase. You are admirable. Come, let us enter together. Very well, Uncle Mu. They had only expected Su Han's arrival, not that the Su family would bring both principals themselves. Mu Qiming bristled with questions, but now was not the time to ask. Within the grand hall, an elaborate luncheon awaited. Seating unfolded naturally, Huang Jing beside Mu Qiming, Su Qingyu, and Su Han together, Mu Hanchuan apart. 3 distinct unspoken factions. Mu Hanchuan's sudden reappearance had shattered the Mu clan's original arrangements. An uneasy silence settled over the dining room. None possessed appetite, all bore heavy private thoughts. Finally, Mu Qiming broke the silence. Su Han, your father did not accompany you. Facing 2 young Su women, he struggled to animate the atmosphere. Was he to propose a drinking contest? He could not relinquish the dignity of his seniority. My family deemed my presence sufficient. Moi. The remark carried unusual weight and unmistakable intent. Mu Qiming sensed it immediately. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Mu Hanchuan approached our Su family and declared unequivocally that he holds no intention of honoring his engagement to Su Qingyu. For over 6 centuries the Su clan has stood upon the land of Qinghuang, never coercing another's will. Today we have come expressly to discuss the formal dissolution of this betrothal. Su Han spoke bluntly, unyielding, formidable in presence. Mu Hanchuan nearly choked, bending low to spear a few shredded radish strips from the chilled appetizer before him, the only dish within reach. Was this not coercion? Was he truly the one who sought them out? Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, silently searching desperately for something, anything, to do. Huang Jing's expression flickered. She fought to maintain composure, her eyes darting toward Mu Hanchuan. Had he demanded this? What motive could drive him to such action? Or was this a calculated ploy inviting the Su family to lend him authority? Mu Qiming's gaze, sharp and piercing, fixed upon Mu Hanchuan. He sought out the Su family, voluntarily renouncing the marriage. Did the Su family take the Mu clan for fools? Even if Mu Hanchuan knew of the arrangement, could he possibly have located the Su residence on his own? The Su family has devised an elegant solution. Since the Mu clan evidently holds no regard for Mu Hanchuan, why involve your authority at all? Let him sever ties with the Mu clan voluntarily, with us as impartial witnesses. You may then publicly denounce him. Thus the engagement dissolves naturally, advantageous to both sides, effortless and dignified. What say you? As for audacity, Su Han reigned supreme. Mu Hanchuan conceded, utterly defeated. Mu Qiming nearly laughed in outrage. What an ingenious plan indeed. The Su family truly possessed unparalleled audacity, calculating so meticulously summon Mu Hanchuan fabricate a flimsy pretext and casually dissolve the engagement. Niece Su Han, your family overestimates itself. Mu Hanchuan holds no authority to represent the Mu clan. We of the Su family believe the Mu clan ought to honor Mu Hanchuan's personal will. Su Han's gaze shifted toward Mu Hanchuan. What say you, O? Mu Hanchuan understood. It was his turn to perform. Discarding the last two slender carrot sticks, he delivered his final declaration. I hold no interest in the Mu clan. Grant me immediate severance, and I shall depart this instant, never to return. Mu Qiming's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. His palm nearly shattered the massive dining table, sending dishes and food scattering across the floor. How much did the Su family offer you? Is such betrayal worth abandoning your own bloodline? He was genuinely incensed. The Su family had clearly come prepared, not striking themselves, but deploying their own son as vanguard. You exaggerate. This is no betrayal. I was never truly a Mu clansman to begin with. Let us part amicably. Would that not bring universal satisfaction? Huang Jin, standing beside Mu Qiming, froze entirely, unbelieving. This Mu Hanchuan was utterly serious. From the day she became Mu Qiming's consort, she had never harbored ambitions to compete, nor even dreamed of formal recognition. She knew her station well, understood her limitations, and sought only lifelong security, comfort, and prosperity. Yet what unfolded thereafter left even her, a direct participant, baffled. So absurd that even Mu Hanchuan, the eldest heir, fled the household, plunging her into existential doubt. Such a golden opportunity. How could she resist? How could she relinquish it? Even for the sake of her two children, she had to fight. Now Mu Hanchuan, the long-absent eldest son, returned not to claim his birthright, but to demand expulsion from the Mu clan. Would that not render her own son the sole legitimate heir, achieving supremacy effortlessly? You possess no right to negotiate terms. The Mu clan granted you life itself. Wish to leave, then return it. This time Mu Qiming's voice turned unervingly cold and sharp. Negotiation had clearly failed. Mu Hanchuan understood, given Mu Qiming's stance. Even under Su family pressure, severance was impossible. His tone hardened accordingly, meeting hostility with equal resolve. Should you deny my departure, then what follows shall be fraternal war. Mu Hanchuan lifted his gaze, solemnly locking eyes with Mu Qiming. I will slaughter every last Mu clansman. Silence crashed upon the hall like a suffocating tide. Mu Qiming thought he'd misheard. Long moments passed before comprehension dawned. Had his own son just threatened him? Here in the heart of the Mu clan, Huang Jin's pupils contracted violently. Terror flooded her features. He resembled her, Zhou, the woman she feared most. Su Han's mouth parted slightly, her mind momentarily blanked. Even she, the Su family's firstborn daughter, stood stunned by such audacious rhetoric. Had he overplayed his hand? This Mu Hanchuan was far more than he appeared. A cultivator undergoing trial, undoubtedly formidable. Such courage and composure betrayed no fear of tribulation. Su Qingyu paused mid-motion, observing Mu Hanchuan with genuine curiosity. How increasingly intriguing this had become. The hall's oppressive stillness fractured as two figures entered from outside. A young man and woman. She newly of age, he noticeably younger. Were Huang Jin's children 18 and 16 years old respectively. Mu Qiming frowned deeply once more. At this critical juncture, why had they arrived? Who had summoned them? Aha! You two are back already. Huang Jin hastily interjected, striving to ease the tension. Come greet your elder sisters and brothers. The bolder sister led her brother to the dining table. Huang Jin rose, wine cup in hand, first offering a respectful nod towards Su Han before beginning introductions. The sudden return of the young master and mistress raised questions. Had they come deliberately to confront Mu Hanchuan and assert dominion, or to seek external validation? Either way, this scheme would likely collapse. Mu Hanchuan remained utterly indifferent. Every soul, within the Mu clan meant nothing to him. Su-han rose abruptly, unyielding. A concubine lacking even formal status. You sit at this table only out of deference to your master. Do you presume to toast me? Illegitimate offspring possess even less standing. Su-han, enough? As a junior, you've crossed the line. Mu Qiming stepped forward, defending his woman and children. Emir Su-clan Jr. dared speak so arrogantly in the Mu clan's own hall, and humiliate his kin so brazenly. Did she truly wish to shatter relations beyond repair? Cross the line. In our sphere, this is protocol. Or does your provincial clan lack even this basic decorum? To entertain Su guests with courtesans, your Mu clan's hospitality is now thoroughly documented. Today's visit was not in vain. The Su clan will remember. Su-han rose to leave. Her objective had been achieved. Mu Hanchuan's position made unequivocally clear. She saw no reason to linger. She'd never expected dissolution of the engagement to be effortless. Today was merely the first salvo, a demonstration of force. Final negotiations would fall to Su elders. Notably, she was highly satisfied with Mu Hanchuan's performance, his cooperation flawless. She was more than willing to lend him support and help him vent his grievances. Su Qingyu and Mu Hanchuan rose in unison, freedom at last. Huang Jin swayed, gripping the tabletop for balance. Her status was undeniably precarious, but in Tianlan City none had dared shame her so openly, not even in appearance. Beside her, Mu Xiaoyao flushed crimson, ready to erupt. Raised as a cherished jewel, she'd never endured such humiliation, being labeled courtesans. Huang Jin hurriedly restrained her, pulling the siblings backward. The Su family was untouchable. Mu Chao, still too young, stood paralyzed, utterly bewildered by the scene. Mu Qiming's face turned ashen, temples pulsing with suppressed fury. You may depart, but Mu Hanchuan remains. Those brought by the Su clan cannot be detained. Su-han strode directly toward the main gate, where Su family bodyguards had already moved to meet her. Mu clan guards encircled them, but held their ground, awaiting their master's command. Su Qingyu, meanwhile, offered a perfectly courteous farewell bow, so impeccably refined it bordered on irony to those watching. Mu Hanchuan felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration as he walked out the gate, passing elderly servants who'd watched him grow, acknowledging none. In the end, no Mu guard dared intervene. Mu Qiming lacked the resolve to defy the Su clan outright. Today's objective had been met. If he lacked capability, surely the Su clan did not. Chaos suited him perfectly. The louder the conflict, the better. Su-han had exceeded expectations. Fierce, unrelenting, astonishingly bold. Ideally, the two sides would escalate until expulsion became inevitable, official erasure of his status as eldest heir from all Mu clan records. If immediate success proved impossible, it mattered little. He had endured decades thus far. This was merely prolonged provocation. One day, inevitably, it would be accomplished. Stepping beyond the gate, Mu Qiming remained silent, yet no one in the Mu family dared stir. His gaze turned cold and venomous. Fury surged so fiercely it seemed to scorch his very pores. That deranged woman, Zhou Muning, had birthed a son just as unhinged, carved from the same twisted mold, temperament mirroring hers with chilling fidelity. The Su family had gone too far. Despite years of collaboration between the two clans, they now showed no restraint whatsoever. Was this truly all for the sake of breaking Su Qingyu's engagement? Dispatch men to tail Mu Hanchuan. This time, having appeared, he shall not slip away again. He must remain within the Mu estate, escaping the Mu family. A waking dream. Even if locked away, he shall be bound to us for life. Can the Su family shield him for a moment? Can they shield him for an eternity? Servants nearby hastened to obey. Yes, sir. 3 luxury sedans from the Su family rolled forward deliberately, doors swung wide. Yet before their masters could board, 2 young men sprinted toward the gate from afar. The younger, perhaps not yet of age, pointed sharply with his right hand. That's him. The elder, bearing a prominent birthmark across his cheek, snarled. He dares return. Does he not know the Mu family now has only one legitimate heir, Mu Chao? He brought companions, surely with ill intent. Who cares? Berate him fiercely. So what if he brought attendants? Does he dare raise a hand within the Mu estate? Very well. The elder, birthmark stark upon his face, shouted first from a distance, Mu Hanchuan. You baseborn wretch. How dare you set foot here? This place is no sanctuary for your kind. Exactly. Scram at once. This is no ground for your filth. If you must return anywhere, go crawl back to your wanton mother, in the Yang household. A mother like hers sires nothing but corruption. Do not defile this sacred ground with your presence. Indeed, your maternal half-brother serves the Yangs. Beaten out of here, or we'll break you ourselves. Right? His name is Yang Zishuan. Why not take his surname too? Become Yang Hanchuan, heir to the Yang estate. Ha ha. Ha. Yes, Yang Hanchuan. Flee our Mu estate this instant. Return to your Yang kin. They curse with terrifying ferocity. Mu Hanchuan stood utterly calm, observing the pair with quiet curiosity. Whose branch of the Mu clan did they belong to? He cared little whether others slandered his mother, but never in his presence. To do so was in essence to insult him directly. Regardless of who they were within the Mu family, he would memorize their faces. Should the Mu estate refuse his departure, these two would be his first reckoning. Who are they? Su-han's gaze pierced like a blade. Even dogs must be beaten with their master's permission. Had they forgotten she and her sister still stood here? Su Qingyu's eyes suddenly sharpened as she fixed upon the birthmarked youth, Huang Ji. Huang Ji himself held little consequence, but his elder brother moved in powerful circles. Since they had arrived in Tianlan City, it would be wasteful not to settle matters tonight. Conveniently, the brothers had plans after dusk. Resolving this would also serve as retribution for her fiancé. How delightfully fitting. One of Su-han's underlings replied instantly, Huang Jun's nephews. Nephews of that courtesan. Su-han's fury flared anew. Such vermin dare bark before me. She had assumed them Mu clan retainers, only to learn they were mere parasites. Her bodyguards understood instantly. Several broke formation and charged toward the youths, striking with decisive force. Without explicit orders, the Mu family guards dared not initiate violence, but defending against aggression was unquestionably justified. And now, this was precisely such a moment. Every corner of life is a battlefield. Subordinates must prove their worth. If they falter now, how will they ever hold their ground tomorrow? Huang Ji and Huang Ji, brothers alike, jolted to a halt, then fled backward in panic, vanishing into the rear ranks. Who were these people? Without warning, they dared strike within the Mu estate. Mu Hanchuan's expression darkened slightly, surprised too. Those hurling insults were not Mu clansmen, but relatives of Huang Jun, the maternal kin of a concubine. That inflamed his contempt. Did they truly believe themselves worthy to denounce him? Tonight, he resolved, would be an excellent occasion to instruct them in the art of proper reincarnation. Mu Qiming emerged slowly, choosing not to intervene immediately. He allowed the skirmish to unfold briefly, halting it only when his own men began to falter. All of them, utter failures. Behind him, Huang Jun trembled violently. What madness had brought his foolish nephews here? They knew nothing of the visitors' identities, but Huang Ji did. If the Su family chose to execute them, the Mu estate would not lift a finger in vengeance. Su-han glanced back at Mu Qiming and Huang Jun, then turned to Mu Hanchuan. We'll remain in Tianlan City for one more day. Shall we escort you home tomorrow? No need, just see me out of the city. Agreed. Su-han's piercing gaze swept once more toward the brothers' direction before ordering her entourage to withdraw. The convoy departed the Mu estate grounds and dispersed. The Su sisters headed into the city center. Other matters awaited them, while Mu Hanchuan, per his own request, was conveyed beyond Tianlan City with further contact to follow as needed. Elder might the Su family target Huang Ji and his brother. Perhaps keep them sheltered here for a few days. Huang Jun still fretted. Unlikely. Those fools aren't even worthy of the Su family's notice. Mu Qiming had no time for them. His entire focus centered on Mu Hanchuan. Clearly, the Su family had sought him out deliberately, and now impatient, they sought to discard him like a used tool. The Mu estate must act swiftly, to devise strategy and above all to recapture Mu Hanchuan. Huang Jun remained uneasy. The moment the Su delegation departed, he rushed to reprimand his nephews, ordering them to retreat home immediately and remain indoors for several days. Second, Aunt, who were those people? The Su family, Qingling's Su clan. Even our Mu estate pales beside them. We must never provoke them. So Mu Hanchuan secured allies, but why assist him? Not to aid him, merely to exploit him. Why? Mu Hanchuan was betrothed since childhood to the second daughter of the Su family. Then they're aiding him in contesting Mu Chao's claim. We should strike first. Indeed, second aunt. No, this visit concerns the dissolution of the engagement. The brothers stared stunned. If so, shouldn't the Su family stand with them? Why attack? Inside the car, Su-han turned toward her younger sister. What do you make of Mu Hanchuan? He seems decent. I seek not surface impressions, but your inner assessment of his conduct today. A breeze slipped through the half-drawn gauzy curtain, carrying a subtle chill. Su Qingyu's fingers traced lightly over her palm as though weighing each word, then answered with solemn sincerity, he is not a wicked man. The air froze. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Su-han's gaze. Her hand twitched, as if yearning to strike. She would have, had she not been her own flesh and blood. Leaving the Tianlan urban district, Mu Hanchuan suddenly leapt from the moving vehicle and vanished into the dense thicket of the embankment below. The two men aboard slammed on the brakes and rushed after him, only to find no trace of him. What now? One man's face darkened. You just jump out, like a ghost. As if we'd stop you. Well, we've delivered him out of the city. If he chooses to leave, that's his decision, not ours. Let's go back. Oh, Mu Hanchuan did not depart Tianlan City at all. Instead, he doubled back, straight into the heart of the city. Huang Ji and Huang Ji had also left the Mu residence, hurrying away without lingering. Their uncle's expression at that moment was so foul it might as well have been laced with poison. Us staying any longer was unthinkable. Brother, shall we head home? Home? Don't be absurd. I have plans tonight with Brother Ben. Huang Ji frowned. Didn't second aunt tell us to lie low at home for a few days, eh? What's there to fear? This is Tianlan City, our territory. So what if they're the Su family? We haven't provoked them in the slightest. Besides, they've come to break the engagement, not to aid Mu Hanchuan. Why would they possibly target us? Stop worrying needlessly. Get on with your lives. A flicker of doubt stirred in Huang Ji's heart. Fine. He too had plans that evening, though admittedly they were one-sided and unreciprocated. Night fell swiftly. The city awoke to its bustling nocturnal rhythm. 8:00 p.m. Elder sister, I'm stepping out for a stroll. Su Qingyu, having just returned from accompanying her elder sister on formal visits, hadn't even settled into her seat before restlessness took hold again. Su Han set down her teacup, the porcelain chiming softly against the wooden tabletop, and watched her younger sister's retreating figure with gentle exasperation. You've been on your feet all day. Can't you rest, even briefly? Su Qingyu drifted to the window, gazing down at the glittering lantern-lit streets below. A faint, enigmatic smile curved her lips. I'm quite all right. I'm not tired. Humph. Leaning back into the sofa, Su Han's voice carried quiet weariness. Go on then, go on. This trip feels less like arranging your broken engagement and more like dissolving mine. She had long since resigned herself to this younger sister. Unflappable in stillness, yet ceaselessly restless in motion, I possessed of an inexhaustible energy that sent her wandering endlessly, never content to remain quietly at home. Stepping out of the Grand Hotel, Su Qingyu turned toward He beside her. He gave a slight nod, her voice hushed to a whisper. They're in position, finalizing preparations. It will take 2 hours to reroute surveillance feeds along the evacuation path. Then let's wander. See if we can find something delicious. Agreed. Shuxiang Alley. Huang Ji emerged from an ancient weathered bookshop, flanked by 2 bodyguards. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and yet he lingered immersed in literary conversation with the school's acclaimed beauty, reluctant to part. Moments earlier she had departed through the front gate. He slipped out the rear. It wasn't that she lacked means. Her family could easily afford private transport at any hour. She simply cherished the quiet, scholarly atmosphere of the place. Who knew this fellow could curse so fluently, or be such a devoted romantic? His love words must be honey sweet, unlike his elder brother, whose grotesque facial birthmark rendered him utterly repulsive. Huang Ji, by contrast, possessed striking looks, a natural advantage he wielded with confidence. In the shadows, Mu Hanchuan waited, patient, unwavering, for 3 full hours. He hadn't tracked Huang Ji himself. He'd marked the vehicle Huang Ji rode in and followed it. And strength skill, truly invaluable, even doubling as a tracking device. From the rear entrance the target appeared. Mu Hanchuan sharpened his focus. At last, you finished your tryst. Frank armor materialized over his frame, encasing him seamlessly beneath his outer coat. In the same breath, both hands moved, his left summoning an Frank forearm shield which snapped onto his arm with practiced ease. His right hand summoned an Frank round shield. The previous trial had destroyed 1 round shield and 1 great shield, but his secret base still held 2 round shields and 1 great shield. Together with the forearm shield and armor currently worn, these constituted his entire arsenal, his sole hard-won equipment. He pulled on the ghastly mask and pressed himself flat against the wall, motionless, waiting. Huang family, tonight you'll learn firsthand the cruelty of this world. Every technique you witness was honed on the trial planet. Remember, henceforth, always bring your wits when stepping outside. Not everyone is safe to provoke. The trio reached their car, reaching for the door handles. Not far. Shum. A round shield spun violently through the air, hurled with lethal precision. Seizing the opening, Mu Hanchuan exploded from the gloom, slamming headlong into the second bodyguard. Watch out. Thud. The warning cry died midair. Before he could draw his weapon, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as he crashed backward into the car, His sternum caved and shattered by the blow. He collapsed, instantly incapacitated. The other guard managed to draw his weapon, but Mu Hanchuan met him with a brutal tackle, driving him hard to the ground. A small knife plunged deep into his abdomen. Mu Hanchuan swept his right hand upward. The round shield reappeared in his grip and smashed downward with crushing force. Oh! Gritting his teeth against the agony in his gut, the guard raised his weapon to counter, sparking a fierce, desperate clash. Mu Hanchuan's raw strength remained modest, still below Frank, but his defense was formidable. He absorbed every strike without raising a guard, choosing instead relentless offense, pure unyielding aggression. Huang Ji stood frozen, his first-ever ambush. He was no titan of power or influence. What divine misfortune had earned him such treatment? It had to be the Su family. Second Ant's warning had been correct. They truly had sent assassins after the two brothers. Yet he'd only insulted Mu Hanchuan, never once crossed the Su family. Why target him? Hadn't Second Ant insisted the Sus merely intended to exploit Mu Hanchuan against the Mu clan? Huang Ji whirled and fled. Shum. He didn't get far, within 50 meters just short of the bookshop's entrance, when the round shield struck him square in the back. His body rocketed forward, slamming into a nearby wall with sickening force. Blood gushed from a gash on his forehead as he crumpled unconscious. As for the first guard, he fought with dying ferocity, landing 7 or 8 slashes across Mu Hanchuan's body. But the attacker seemed impervious, no flinch, no pain response. A madman. And so the guard fell first, bludgeoned into oblivion before his own blade could claim victory. Mu Hanchuan strode to the car, retrieved the round shield, and delivered a final decisive strike to the first guard, finishing what had begun. Then he approached Huang Ji, standing over him in cold, silent judgment. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Huang Ji scrambled backward on bleeding limbs, unsure whether his assailant served the Su family or Mu Hanchuan himself. Apology came first, regardless. I'll never dare again. I swear, elder brother, never again. Mu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting sideways then upward. His eyes hardened sharp as frost. Above the alley mouth, a drone hovered into view. So soon. He'd moved with ruthless efficiency, yet local patrol had responded with alarming speed. He'd underestimated Tianlan City. This was no provincial county. Its security infrastructure operated on an entirely different tier. His posture shifted, subtle, lethal. Huang Ji's face drained of color. He knew with chilling certainty that his life had ended. Unfair. His story had barely begun. Zhong Tingting had only just begun lowering her guard, touched by his sincerity. How could it end here like this? Crack. A sickening snap echoed, the vertebrae in his neck shattered. Then, escape. Mu Hanchuan sprinted, a blur in the night. Behind him the drone closed in, alarmingly swift, leagues beyond the crude models he'd known in his hometown. This was no ordinary patrol drone. It was a combat-grade assault unit. Was his luck truly this wretched? He wasn't facing patrol officers. He was up against tactical response officers, which meant machine dogs too. Mu Hanchuan pivoted sharply and launched himself down a stone staircase over 10 meters high. Shattering glass and metallic impacts rang out behind him. The airborne assault unit had opened fire. Without glancing back, he pushed off with his toes, twisting midair, landing in a fluid roll that carried him several meters clear. Instantly, he surged forward, dodging the trajectory of incoming fire. Bang! A volley of bullets screamed past Mu Hanchuan's ear. 2 struck his back, others sheared away strands of hair. He tumbled forward, rolling hard upon impact, then dropped low, diving into a shallow ditch. Glancing back, he saw a mechanical hound lunging from the alley mouth, its mounted barrel blazing mid-leap. The drone and the hound pursued relentlessly, faster than he was firing, indiscriminately, muzzle flashes painting the darkness in staccato bursts. He lowered his center of gravity and charged, bursting into another alley at the far end. There the chase reignited, while at the original site the tactical officer, the drone's and hound's neural operator, finally arrived on scene. His nervous system interfaced directly with both machines, no controls needed. Their vision streamed into his mind in real time, unfiltered and immediate. He scanned the crime scene, 3 bodies, no survivors. A subtle tension tightened his jaw. This was grave, and worse, it occurred within his jurisdiction. He urgently transmitted facial biometrics to headquarters. Within seconds, identities were confirmed: 2 bodyguards, and Huang Ji, a member of the Huang family. Superficially unremarkable, yet his other identity bore weight: nephew to the matriarch of the Mu family, one of Tianlan City's 4 great clans. This complication unsettled him deeply. This was no simple case. A major assault has occurred in Shuxiang Alley, 3 fatalities with victims of unusual identity. The suspect is a cultivator currently fleeing toward the Inching Road district. Immediate backup is requested. While reporting to headquarters, he broke into a swift pursuit. A frontline brawler specializing in raw physical power, his speed was unremarkable. Chasing was never his forte. Acknowledged. Reinforcements are being dispatched from nearby sectors. Hold your position. In the next instant, live feeds from the suspect's drone and robotic hounds appeared on the Defense Bureau's central command screen. Crystal clear footage capturing the intense chase unfolding at the scene. The masked man suddenly pivoted mid-sprint, slamming his back hard against a mall entrance while hurling his round shield like a projectile. This was a textbook tank technique, common among physique-focused cultivators, deploying the shield as both weapon and barrier in critical moments. Nothing extraordinary. Confirmed he is a defensive-type cultivator specializing in physical fortitude. Whoosh. With a seamless lateral backflip, the mechanical hound evaded the strike, the shield grazing its metallic frame before shattering against a stone balustrade, sending shards flying. Urgent alert. All law enforcement personnel in the Inching Road district. A homicide suspect identified as a male defensive-type cultivator of unknown rank has entered Huepu Mall and is fleeing toward Qingshuang Pagoda. Immediate response required. Drones ascended from their vehicles. A dormant robotic hounds instantly reactivated, leaping onto the street and surging forward at full speed. Cultivators of this type posed minimal threat, easily contained. Officers responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Qiufeng Garden, eastern Tianlong City, diametrically opposite to Mu Hanchuan's location, a lavish private suite hosted 13 revelers, 7 or 8 of them women. Huang Ji, blissfully unaware that his younger brother had already met his end, toasted heartily with his influential elder brother in the underworld. His name was Ning Bin, a formidable figure entrenched deep in both legal and illicit circles. This nightclub was his domain. Two high-ranking officials held 30% equity each. Ning Bin raised his glass with a smile. Huang Ji, any promising independent cultivators surfaced on the Mu family's radar. I still need to fulfill 5 quotas this month. On the surface, he operated several thriving businesses, well-connected, well-protected. As long as operations remained discreet, no shadow could touch him. In secret, his syndicate hunted solitary cultivators, those without backing or lineage, especially those of moderate strength where returns were exceptionally high. Such operations demanded an elite intelligence network, one he lacked. But the authorities, they possessed precisely that. Thus revealed the true value of his official patronage: risk-free profit, pure gain. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? Indeed, insiders willingly supplied him with classified data. Over the years, he'd executed countless such schemes, amassing wealth far surpassing his legitimate enterprises. Huang Ji's status was exceptional. His bond with Ning Bin ran deep. Brotherly trust, mutual favors. Huang Ji routinely shared valuable intelligence. In return, Ning Bin stood by him unflinchingly and gained access to the Mu family's influence. Connections are like spare tires, they occupy space until needed, but when crisis strikes, they save lives. The more the safer. Brother Bin, there's a major job. Dare you take it? Success means all his assets go to you, and our family adds 10 million credits on top. His second aunt was indecisive, hesitating even now amid such a golden opportunity. Did she truly intend to wait for Mu Hanchuan's formal return to the Mu family before engaging in fair competition? Women lack foresight. They cannot grasp the principle of striking first. So long as Mu Hanchuan, the eldest son, remains alive, uncertainty persists. Only his death guarantees true peace, and only then would her own son become the sole heir. She lacks strategic acumen. If the second aunt falters, let her kin act instead. Should Mu Chao inherit the Mu family, the Huangs would rise accordingly, prosperity assured. One rises together, one falls together. It demands bold action. Ning Bin straightened in his seat. This was no ordinary contract. Yet caution was his creed. Whoever Huang Ji sought to eliminate could not be insignificant. He needed clarity first. Who is it? Well, Huang Ji produced a photograph, Mu Hanchuan himself. Outside, the pulsating music cut off abruptly. Every light in the club died simultaneously. Laughter, flirtation, ecstasy, all vanished into absolute darkness. Screams erupted, chaos bloomed. Bouncers rushed in to restore order. But before calm could settle, a deafening crash of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by a heavy thud and a gut-wrenching scream. Panic exploded. People shrieked, shoved, stampeded toward the exits. Order dissolved. Tables overturned, chairs splintered, screams layered upon screams. These were seasoned streetwise men. They knew exactly what had just begun. Don't push. A thug roared, waving his arms. Then his throat was slit. He collapsed, eyes wide, unaware even of his killer's face. Then, a deeper, heavier sound echoed from within, something massive falling, or a wall collapsing. The crowd's terror intensified. From the darkness emerged a slender figure. Effortlessly neutralizing sentries outside, she advanced toward her target, suite, sword in hand, unhurried, utterly detached from the surrounding frenzy. Inside the suite, women cowered silently in a corner. Ning Bin, Huang Ji, and their men stood armed and braced, weapons drawn, stances locked. "Brother Bin, who is it?" Huang Ji's hands trembled. He was nominally a cultivator, but had never faced real combat. How unlucky, to stumble into a gangland ambush right inside Ning Bin's own territory. Not targeting me. Even my enemies wouldn't storm in so recklessly. I have official protection. What then? Who exactly are you trying to kill? Could this be retaliation, sent after you? He hadn't yet probed the details before the attack struck. How could he not feel alarm? What? Huang Ji's mind reeled. After him? Impossible. He'd never crossed paths with anyone this dangerous. No chance. The man I'm eliminating is worthless, abandoned by his parents, disowned by his entire clan. No background whatsoever. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Unless it was the Su family. Could his second aunt's warning have been prophetic? Had the Su family sent enforcers to discipline him? That seemed unlikely. He'd never insulted the Su family, nor provoked them in any way. Step back. Now was not the time for speculation. Survive the immediate threat first, then investigate. Years of underworld experience had hardened him. He'd stared down death more than once, and remained unshaken. Huang Ji retreated to the rear. Ning Bin, ever loyal, held the front line. Over 100 people burst out of the chafing courtyard, many injured, trampled, or knocked down by others. 2 headless corpses were hurled from within, terrifying everyone on the scene. Emergency calls flooded in. A gang shootout has occurred inside the chafing courtyard, resulting in fatalities, injuries, and a stampede. Dispatch all nearby officers immediately. Multiple callers reported the same. Tonight the dispatch center was exceptionally overwhelmed. Another pursuit was already underway elsewhere. By the faint glow of smartphones inside the private room, Ning Bin and Huang Ji, and others, saw who had entered. Huang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a woman. And her figure was simply breathtaking. Ning Bin, however, paled instantly. A veteran of the underworld, he recognized her at once. Huttian faction, the Blood Fox. Was this not the Blood Fox of the Huttian faction, a notorious assassin syndicate that had long terrorized the Qingling region? Then why had she suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away, in Luo province? Why here, in Tianlan City? And why had she invaded his own territory? Ning Bin's mind reeled. He could make no sense of it. The Blood Fox's reputation preceded her. Wherever she struck, no survivors remained. There was no time for answers. Only escape mattered now. Kill. 2 underlings raised their guns and fired without hesitation, while 2 others drew knives and charged forward alongside their boss. The Blood Fox blurred into motion, so fast no afterimage lingered. Her luminous white sword sliced the air with a shrill, piercing cry. The 2 gunmen fell, severed cleanly at the neck. Ah! Huang Ji, standing closest, was drenched in blood as a severed head tumbled directly toward him. Instinctively he caught it, then recoiled in horror upon recognizing what it was. His trousers soaked instantly. Shrieking like a banshee, he flung the head aside and scrambled backward on hands and knees, no less panicked than the women around him. She's killed someone. She's killed someone. Ah! A chorus of women screamed, hysterically wailing and weeping, but none fled outward. Instead, they crammed themselves deeper into corners. The Blood Fox's blade darted straight for Ning Bin's throat. He tried to flee. Just short of the doorway, he twisted sideways to evade, then slashed back with a clawed hand. She did not retreat. She surged forward. With a subtle twist of her wrist, her sword shifted course midair, sweeping horizontally and forcing Ning Bin into frantic retreat. His clawed shadow erupted outward, weaving an impenetrable net before him. Clang, 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 clang. A deafening cascade of metallic shrieks filled the air as sparks exploded violently where claw met blade, then vanished just as swiftly. His 2 remaining underlings rushed forward, knives drawn. The Blood Fox drove Ning Bin back, paused, not to pursue, but to slash downward in one fluid motion. The blade cleaved the knife clean in 2 and split the man's skull down the center. Blood erupted upward like a crimson geyser. In the blur of crossing forms, a flash of scarlet erupted. The second man let out a stifled groan, staggered several steps toward the door, and collapsed heavily. Ning Bin seized the moment. While the blood fox was occupied with his men, he launched his assault. His left claw swept down toward her head, while his right shot forward like a venomous dragon, shrieking with lethal intent as it aimed straight for her heart. Dual claws, ruthless, merciless, perfected in cruelty. The blood fox anchored her right leg with the force of 1,000 gene plummet, shattering the marble floor beneath her. Her lower body locked immovable as stone, her upper torso arched sharply backward. Her sword meanwhile coiled back in an impossible arc, its edge skimming inward along the underside of his descending left claw, then slashing upward toward his right wrist, striking where he had to defend. Ningbin had not expected such ferocity from a woman. He jerked his wrist back, sharply yanking his claw away in desperate defense. Having deflected her strike, the blood fox spun like a phantom, her form fracturing into multiple afterimages. Pursuing Ningbin relentlessly, her sword technique transformed once more from lightning swift to earth-shattering heavy. No longer the fleeting grace of a startled crane. Now it became a mountain-splitting greatsword. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the air, carrying the weight of 10,000 gene as it crashed downward. Before the blade even reached him, its oppressive aura sapped 7/10 of Ningbin's courage. He crossed his arms over his head in defense. Pooh! His golden claws failed to withstand the blow. A long, deep gash ripped open from his right chest down across his ribs. Bone gleamed through the wound. Only by a hair's breadth did he avoid a fatal strike to the heart, cloth shredded into fluttering fragments. Agony tore from his throat in a feral roar, his eyes blazing with even wilder madness. Thighs this. Huang Ji slumped in the pooling liquid beneath him, trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen. She's this strong. If Brother Ning can't hold her off, none of us stand a chance. He prayed silently. Let her only be after Ningbin and his men. Spare the innocent. But Ningbin had fully snapped. Ignoring his wound, his blood surging violently, his golden claws shimmering with an eerie, malevolent crimson light. He unleashed his abilities and deployed concealed artifacts, abandoning all defense. His claws whirled like a maddened storm, conjuring torrents of bloody mist and shrieking phantoms, each strike laced with lethal poison. It was pure suicidal fury, fighting not to win but to drag his enemy into oblivion with him. The blood fox remained utterly serene, her heart still as deep water, her expression untroubled, unmoved. She moved, light as wind, swift as shadow. Swordplay demanded either elegance or brute force. She embodied both. Each strike arrived like thunderclap and gale, unstoppable, fearless, shaking soul and spirit alike. Cold light traced arcs across the air, ghostly afterimages like drifting clouds and cascading waterfalls. Lethal, yet refined, chilling, yet graceful. Their forms darted, collided, and parted again within the cramped private room. Hard marble floors were gouged with deep furrows, ornate wall carvings shattered and rained down in dust and splinters. Ningbin proved unexpectedly formidable. No wonder he'd thrived in Tianlan City for years, evading every trialist who dared challenge him. Yet he still fell, defeated by this woman's sword. Why? In his final moments, he sought clarity. Why had the Huttian faction come for him? Why target him? In the world of blades and blood, there were rarely reasons, only consequences. The blood fox gave no reply. She turned calmly toward Huang Ji. As for the women huddled in the corner, they had already perished, collateral victims. Is it truly because of him? Watching her approach, Huang Ji, Ningbin suddenly understood. Panic slowed his limbs. Huang Ji tried to flee, stumbled, crashed hard onto the stone floor, his knees cracking against the unyielding surface. Pain nearly blacked him out, but he dared not stop. He dragged himself forward on trembling hands. Don't kill me. I'm not with Ningbin. My name is Huang. My second aunt is the mistress of the Mu family. I can pay you. The blood fox remained unmoved. With 2 fingers, she lifted from the floor a photograph of Mu Hanchuan and studied it intently. He crawled until he hit the corner, nowhere left to go. He curled into a tight ball, eyes wide with raw terror and utter despair, teeth chattering, nostrils flaring wildly, on the verge of total collapse. Name any other condition. I'll agree to anything. Just spare my life, please. She was staring at Mu Hanchuan's photo. Could she truly have been sent by him? Please, don't kill me. I'll double whatever they're paying you, double it. The photograph crumbled to dust in her fingers. In its place, a small vial appeared in her palm. No, don't. Bang. Another corpse crashed through the outer wall, tumbling out from Chofing Courtyard. Its appearance was ghastly, barely recognizable. Yet a few acquaintances managed to spot telling clues. Look at those golden claws. Could that be Brother Ningbin? Brother Ningbin is dead. Who on earth is this fearsome assailant? Lucky we fled in time. Who else? Clearly a vendetta. This sort of thing happens several times a year. The first arriving tactical officer dispersed the onlookers and approached the scene. He had been there for some time, but dared not enter. Instead, he deployed his mechanical hound to scout inside. In the pitch-black interior, the mechanical hound was instantly disabled by a single sword strike, gathering no intelligence whatsoever. It froze immediately, awaiting reinforcements from fellow officers. Preposterous. This was Ning Bin's stronghold, yet he and his entire entourage had perished here. How could any lone officer dare step inside? Critical incident: Ning Bin of Chofeng Courtyard has been assassinated. The perpetrator possesses exceptional combat prowess. Requesting immediate deployment of Special Tactical Unit. Repeat, Special Tactical Unit. He urgently reported to headquarters. Ning Bin was no ordinary figure, renowned across Tianlan City, rumored to have attained Class D combat capability. For such a man to be slain within his own lair signaled an adversary of terrifying strength. Only the Special Tactical Unit could handle this. Standard tactical officers would be slaughtered outright. Confirmed. Escalating report now. Maintain constant surveillance and provide real-time updates. Ning Bin is dead. The director of Tianlan City Defense Command was jolted awake by the urgent report and by the request to deploy the Special Tactical Unit for apprehension. Yes, his body was cast outside Chofeng Courtyard. Identity confirmed. By whom? Unknown. The assailant is extraordinarily powerful. All power and surveillance systems inside Chofeng Courtyard have been sabotaged. Entry remains impossible. Authorization granted. Issue my order: immediately deploy the Special Tactical Unit for capture. Lethal force authorized against resistance. Understood. His subordinate rushed off. The director himself did not linger. He donned tactical gear and headed to the scene without delay. 2 minutes later, Chofeng Courtyard was completely encircled. Inside, silence reigned, until abruptly another figure was hurled outward. This one was alive, flung over 20 meters, crashing violently into the crowd of onlookers. He appeared hyperstimulated, as if injected with stimulants or illicit narcotics. His behavior mirrored that of victims exposed to giant fern spores from the jigging wastelands. Every person around him registered as an enemy. No one was innocent. His mind was gone. Only slaughter remained. Ignoring his grievous wounds, he staggered upright, seized his blade, and launched a frenzied, indiscriminate assault, felling 4 or 5 people within seconds. Chaos erupted instantly. People stampeded in panic. Even distant spectators fled, unsure what horrors had just unfolded. 1 tactical officer and 3 patrol officers swiftly converged. Drop the weapon. Drop it now, or we open fire. His entire body was drenched, whether in blood or something else none could tell. Caked in grime, his face was utterly unrecognizable. He ignored the warnings entirely, charging straight at the patrol officers with his blade raised. Fire! Bang! 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 A volley emptied their magazines. He collapsed, still breathing, limbs convulsing weakly. The sole tactical officer stepped forward, flipped the man onto his back, wiped grime from his face, then scanned his identity. That scan alone sent a fresh wave of shock through him. Huang Jit, the nephew of Madame Mu, the matriarch of the Mu family. Too stunned to process, he immediately radioed in, bewildered by Huang Ji's presence here and by his sudden violent derangement. Meanwhile, just 5 streets away from Chofeng Courtyard stood the Jingchao Capital Tower. Suddenly, the entire building lost power. Lights extinguished. Emergency lighting flickered on. In the lobby on the first floor, the head security guard reclined lazily on a long bench, legs crossed, idly tapping his foot. It was late at night. Most floors were already dark, and neighboring buildings likewise lay shrouded in blackness. With emergency lights glowing faintly, nothing appeared amiss from the outside. Such minimal illumination was expected after hours. Moments later, he lifted his head, glanced around, and bellowed, "Wu Ji, what's wrong? Why hasn't the backup generator kicked in?" "No idea, Captain. Check with the surveillance room." "What's going on?" "Captain, I did." No response. "Is this damn walkie-talkie broken?" He rapped sharply on the device, still silent. The captain sensed something deeply wrong. He sprang upright, just as a blade pierced his heart from behind. His eyes bulged wide. A guttural, stifled groan escaped his throat, but momentum carried his body fully upright. Blood seeped slowly along the blade's edge, staining his uniform crimson. He tried to speak. No sound emerged. "Captain." Only then, bathed in the dim emergency light, did his subordinate see the shadow standing behind him. "Who?" "Captain, behind you." The blade remained embedded, then twisted savagely, shredding his heart beyond recovery. Its rhythm ceased forever. The corpse slumped to the floor with a dull, hollow thud. Captain, trembling violently, his subordinate paled, retreating step by step. In his eyes, a man of such formidable stature had just fallen, just like that. You? The shadow wasted no time, advancing relentlessly toward him. On the rooftop, he descended, striking toward the surveillance room. Her left face bore human features, her right was masked by a crimson fox visage, known as the Crimson Fox. The young mistress had drawn official attention to Chofing Courtyard while they struck here. Their true objective was never Chofing Courtyard, it was this place. This was a private bank, ostensibly conducting legitimate financial operations, but clandestinely laundering illicit funds. It refused small-time clients, serving only high-ranking local officials, converting their ill-gotten wealth into clean capital, routing it through offshore channels before returning it to their hands. For years, the two parties had operated in collusion, forging a seamless, self-sustaining criminal ecosystem. At this very moment, the subterranean vault held a vast sum of unprocessed illicit funds. Boom. The underground vault exploded. Li Ming, towering at 1.9 meters, charged in headfirst. 3 guards stationed there were engulfed, one incinerated instantly. The other 2 drew their sidearms and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets slammed into Li Ming's torso, but he shrugged them off, shielding his head as he barreled forward with brute force. Quick, alert command. Someone's robbing us, breaking in. Useless. All signals are severed. No contact possible with the outside world. Even the alarm system is dead. He frantically mashed the alarm button. Nothing responded. We're finished. They came prepared and overwhelmingly powerful. They'd even raided downtown bank. No witnesses will survive. We're all going to die here. Inching Road, district west of Tianlong City. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Hanchuan hurled himself violently to the right, just as a volley of bullets slammed with surgical precision into the metal wall where he had stood moments before. He smashed aside a scaffolding barrier ahead and lunged through a slightly ajar, rust-eaten corrugated iron door into an abandoned small maintenance workshop. Inside, dust-shrouded mechanical wreckage and tool racks cluttered the floor. Only thin, fractured beams of moonlight pierced the broken high windows, casting murky shafts of light across the gloom. A mechanical hound crashed through the upper window, landing on the second-floor iron floor. Its optical sensors locked onto the target in an instant. The barrel on its back swiveled with chilling precision, unleashing a torrent of fire. Mu Hanchuan rolled hard, diving behind an ancient machine. Sparks erupted in blinding showers as the distribution box exploded, showering the air with searing arcs and jagged metal shrapnel. A suspended steel cable snapped and plummeted, lashing violently against the concrete floor and blasting up great plumes of dust and debris. Scattered tools flew in all directions like shrapnel. Damn, this firepower is insane. Mu Hanchuan was pinned down, unable to lift his head. His round shield reappeared in his hand. Seizing the opening, he thrust his head forward and hurled it straight at the mechanical hound, then spun and charged, shattering the glass window to escape. Behind him, the entire metal shelving unit collapsed inward under relentless gunfire, a wall of structural ruin crashing down in thunderous ruin. The mechanical hound dodged the shield without hesitation. Barreling forward, it cleared debris in its path, then reared up on its forelimbs. Gleaming metallic claws slashed deep into the thick iron sheet beside the window, before erupting with savage force, ripping the panel free and hurling its own armored body through the breach. It landed with a deafening crash, metal limbs ringing, then surged onward in pursuit. An unmanned attack aircraft dove from above, its rotors whipping up swirling vortices of dust. Its searchlight flared anew, locking onto the target, while its rotary cannon opened fire without pause. Mu Hanchuan took another brutal impact. 3 or 4 rounds struck his back, wrenching his balance and sending him lurching forward. With no choice, he launched himself into a desperate leap, plummeting 8 meters from the platform. His round shield reappeared midair, clutched before his head to shield vital areas. Pap, pap, pap. Another sustained burst tore toward him, most rounds deflected by the shield, but 2 found flesh, one ripped into his exposed thigh, another punched deep into his abdomen. Gritting his teeth against excruciating pain, Mu Hanchuan hit the ground hard, immediately rolling 3 times, then launching himself off another elevated platform. The mechanical hound closed in instantly, each bound spanning over 10 meters. Within seconds, it landed precisely where Mu Hanchuan had just crashed down. It surged forward again, leaping once more, closing the distance to mere meters. Mu Hanchuan glanced back, made no move, kept sprinting, then dropped off yet another platform 20 meters ahead. The hound slammed down where Mu Hanchuan had just jumped, its metal limbs striking sparks across the floor, then coiled and launched itself upward in relentless pursuit. Midair, Mu Hanchuan wrenched his torso halfway around and hurled his shield with devastating force. The hound, now only meters behind him and still airborne, dodge this time if you dare. Boom. The mechanical hound was crippled, catapulted sideways through the air, tumbling far across the ground. Two legs sheared clean off, components scattered in a glittering trail. Half dismantled, it lay disabled, yet its rotary gun continued firing spasmodically, most rounds gouging the earth. The hound and the attack drone outpaced Mu Hanchuan by a wide margin. Over a dozen rounds had struck him, though most were absorbed by his Class F armor. Having neutralized one major threat, he dared not relax. The elite enforcer had yet to appear, his location unknown, his arrival imminent. More enforcers were certainly converging. Escape had to be swift and decisive. Mu Hanchuan pressed forward along his pre-planned escape route. 3 hours before the operation, he hadn't idled. He'd mapped 3 viable egress paths. Ahead lay the Watao Stream, turbulent serpentine flanked by rugged labyrinthine terrain, ideal for evasion. Over a kilometer away, the moment the mechanical hound went offline, its neural link severed. The enforcer controlling it paused ever so briefly. Even the unmanned attack aircraft halted its pursuit, its coordination disrupted, though only momentarily. Regaining control, the enforcer immediately redirected his drone in pursuit. 200 meters ahead, the Watao Stream. A flicker of relief rose in Mu Hanchuan's chest. Years in a quiet county town had dulled his sense of urban enforcement density. Never again would he underestimate it, or act without absolute contingency. His elation lasted barely 2 seconds. Another unmanned attack aircraft descended from the sky ahead, spotting him instantly and opening fire. Simultaneously, a second mechanical hound erupted from the ground ahead, not swift, but unleashing full firepower, determined to eliminate its target. Mu Hanchuan's expression tightened. Reinforcements, other enforcers, had arrived. No, there was no turning back. The Watao Stream loomed just ahead. If he failed to cross now, overwhelming numbers would seal his fate. His left arm shield unfolded, standing 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, solid white and reminiscent of a broad buckler. Shield raised high, round shield recalled. Mu Hanchuan lowered his center of gravity and charged forward, sheltered beneath the dual barriers, absorbing the storm of fire unflinchingly. Drop your weapon. Surrender immediately. An enforcer appeared over 100 meters ahead, directly blocking Mu Hanchuan's path. His build and gear marked him unmistakably as a physical cultivator, just like Mu Hanchuan himself. Freeze, do not move. When his warning went unheeded, the enforcer drew his equipment, a shield and a long spear. Yet he did not unsheath the spear, only raised the shield. His intent was clear, not to overpower, but to hold the line, absolutely and unyieldingly. This man could withstand bullets. His defensive resilience rivaled Mu Hanchuan's own. Though Mu Hanchuan's strength also ranked Class F, he couldn't guarantee penetration. The safest, most reliable tactic was paramount. Across those final 100 meters, Mu Hanchuan absorbed several more impacts, but he neither faltered nor hesitated. He fixed his gaze on the enforcer and charged straight at him. The enforcer braced, shield held tight with both hands, knees bent low, stance immovable. At 10 meters distance, he roared and surged forward to meet the collision. Tum! 2 armored titans collided with cataclysmic force. Shock flashed across the enforcer's eyes. Then he was hurled backward, skidding and tumbling over a dozen meters before staggering upright. Turning back, the enforcer saw only ripples where Mu Hanchuan had plunged into the Watao Stream. 20 meters high, roaring, with current vanishing downstream in an instant. Incredible physical cultivation. Cheonghua Ting Grand Hotel. Suhan, who had just lain down to rest, suddenly sat upright in bed, pupils contracting in disbelief. Is the information confirmed? Yes, officially verified by local authorities. Both Huang Ji and Huang Ji have been killed. What on earth is happening? A confrontation occurred earlier that very day, and now this. The Su family hasn't even left Tianlan City, yet they're already the prime suspects. Could someone be deliberately stoking conflict? Among Tianlan City's 4 great families, mutual distrust runs deep. It's entirely possible one faction learned of the incident and sought to sow discord. Still, the far likelier scenario is a direct strike against the Su family. A mere household like the Mu family would hardly orchestrate such a sweeping operation. The death toll extends far beyond those 2 brothers. Over 20 others were slaughtered. Even in Qingling, such an atrocity would constitute a major incident with severe repercussions. Have the perpetrators been apprehended? No. Both assailants fled their crime scenes, possessing formidable strength. Assassins of this caliber are not typically retained by ordinary families. Dispatch our operatives to monitor the investigation closely. Every detail must be obtained. Yes, sir, Mu family estate. Upon hearing the news, Huang Jin collapsed unconscious. She had never faced such horror before, her own nephews slain both of them. Mu Qiming's gaze burned with suspicion and astonishment. A clash with the Su family had occurred only that afternoon. Was this retaliation by nightfall? Was this the Su family's brutal warning? A slaughter meant to terrify. Where are the killers? They escaped. Was it a single attack? No. Young Master Huang Ji was ambushed on Ginkgo Road while returning home. Young Master Huang Ji, meanwhile, was attacked at Xiofeng Garden, where Ning Bin and his men were present. Ning Bin. Mu Qiming's expression transformed utterly. Ning Bin's martial prowess was exceptional. How could ordinary assailants slay him? On his own turf, no less. Could it truly be the Su family? Aside from the Su family, he could conceive of no other household possessing both the capability and motive. He had already ruled out the city's other major clans. They would never expend such elite force over two brothers alone. Have the two Su sisters departed Tianlan City? No, sir. They visited several elders today and remain at Xianghua Ting Grand Hotel. That made even less sense. If they hadn't yet left, why act so hastily? Moreover, the Su family possessed countless means to pressure the Mu family. Resorting to such crude low-grade tactics contradicted their hallmark discipline and strategic rigor. Then who was behind this? Investigate, immediately and exhaustively. Yes, sir. Earlier that day, Mu Qiming had remained composed, but now he could not sit still for a second. An emergency conclave of the clan's inner circle was summoned without delay. Jingqiao Capital Tower. Every security guard in the building had been neutralized. In the underground vault, a young man clad in maintenance worker attire, wearing a broad-brimmed cap, entered and gave Li Ming a double thumbs-up before beginning the lock sequence. His name was Wang Jiqiang, a mechanical prodigy. Though only ranked a tier, he had already mastered 4 skills, 2 gained via upgraded basic and intermediate skill slots, each specializing in mechanics alongside expert proficiency in all manner of firearms. 5 minutes remaining. The building's alarm system will auto-trigger and alert authorities in 5 minutes. We must evacuate within 3. A synchronized voice echoed in each operative's earpiece. Wang Jiqiang snapped his fingers. Understood. He arrived at the vault as well, still youthful, restless, and anxious about her young mistress's safety. The third operative, shrouded in shadow, remained unseen. 1 minute later, the vault door swung open. All 3 surged inside and began transferring the stolen funds. Their efficiency was remarkable. Within barely over a minute, 30 heavy sacks were fully loaded. He strained valiantly, carrying only 4, while the others bore the rest. Wang Jiqiang fared little better, shouldering and gripping 6 sacks himself. Only Li Ming, the towering, powerfully built man, dragged the remaining 20 sacks strung along a long iron chain, moving toward the vehicle in a single steady line, appearing paradoxically the most at ease. He sighed inwardly. I should have known better than to lift a single sack. Immediate evacuation. The trio dashed into the underground parking garage and hurled every bulging sack into the vehicle's cargo bay. Wang Jiqiang took the wheel. As the car approached the exit, a 4th figure slipped silently into the rear seat. With the full team assembled, they sped out of Tianlan City. This heist had yielded a staggering windfall. Back home, I'll need another high-tier skill slot. I've got my eye on an excellent new ability. Wang Jiqiang relaxed into the drive, humming an upbeat tune. You've already acquired 4 skills. Does your cerebral capacity even support more? There's always a way. It's growing colder. I need to outfit the children with warm clothing. Last time that apparel supplier was subpar. Any recommendations for better, more affordable options? Li Ming asked earnestly. No wonder he budgeted so meticulously. He ran an orphanage single-handedly, housing 70 or 80 children, providing not only food and shelter, but also hiring qualified teachers for their education. A crushing burden. Wang Jiqiang, a breeze. I'll accompany you to scout suppliers. He had no patience for idle chatter, eyes fixed warily on the road ahead, braced for any unexpected hazard. The 4th operative remained silent. Red Fox, no need for such tension. The surveillance feeds along this route have all been rerouted. Right now we control the eyes. Any anomaly will be relayed instantly by Chao Wan. Wang Jiqiang, ever the chatterbox, turned to soothe he, shaking his head and drumming his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel. She refused to appear weak before them, straightened her posture, but unease lingered. Had her young mistress returned safely yet? 2 minutes after the vehicle departed Jingzhou Capital Tower, the City Defense Bureau's alarm blared. A dozen startled eyes turned skyward in alarm. They were already overwhelmed. Yet another crisis. Jingzhou Capital's automated alarm had activated. Something catastrophic had occurred there. It's Jingzhou Capital Tower. Dispatch all nearby combat officers and patrol units immediately. Insufficient manpower. We've deployed every available officer near Jingzhou Capital to Qiufeng Garden, pursuing the killers at full intensity. Divert several units to inspect Jingzhou Capital Tower immediately and mobilize reinforcements from adjacent districts. Now, without delay. Yes, sir. The dispatch center director was genuinely panicked. Others might not grasp the gravity, but he knew perfectly well Jingzhou Capital was no ordinary financial institution. Its oversight came directly from the highest echelons, and if disaster struck there, the entire upper tier of Tianlan City would erupt. Without hesitation, he marshaled additional forces en route and simultaneously dialed his direct superior. Within mere minutes. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. A major homicide incident has occurred downtown at 10 p.m., claiming 30 lives. The perpetrator is extremely dangerous. Residents return home immediately. All law enforcement personnel report for duty without delay. All city streets are under immediate lockdown. All vehicles and pedestrians must submit to inspection. All entry and exit routes into and out of Tianlan City are now sealed. No personnel or vehicles may pass. Lockdown effective immediately until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Within those few minutes, senior officials grasped the full scope. 9 security guards murdered at Jingzhou Capital Tower, its vault looted. While the earlier massacres on Ginkgo Road and at Qiufeng Garden had drawn muted concern, this triggered genuine alarm. In mere minutes of coordination, the city's highest leadership unified in resolve: deploy every resource, pursue the culprits relentlessly, show zero tolerance, and uphold Tianlan City's authority at all costs. The Yang family of Tianlan City. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Muning's expression visibly shifted. Mu Hanchuan has returned, and he went to the Mu family. Yes, and the Qingling Su family accompanied him. Rumor has it the two families clashed bitterly. The Qingling Su family. Zhou Muning murmured softly. It was only natural. Given their age, the Su clan's emergence was long overdue. Have the Su family come to back Mu Hanchuan? No. Yang Yu's tone carried a complex mix of emotions as he gave a wry smile. They've come to call off the engagement. Call off the engagement. Zhou Muning paused, her gaze dropping, a flicker of bitterness crossing her eyes. Yang Yu sensed her distress and stepped forward to comfort her. Shall I accompany you to observe the situation? No. He is still your biological son. If the Mu family refuses to act, surely you cannot truly abandon him. Years ago, when Zhou Muning first approached him, they had reached an agreement. No matter what the future held, she would bear him a son, and she had agreed and fulfilled that promise. Yet neither had foreseen that she would remain by his side ever since. She always kept her word, without exception. Yang Yu could not bear to see her grieve. Her sorrow became his own. Because he bears the Mu surname, it is impossible. This is strictly a matter between the Mu and Su families. We shall not interfere. Given her current status, she could not possibly intervene openly. Moreover, she already had a 15-year-old son, who bore the Yang name. Should she bring Mu Hanchuan home, not only would the senior Yang elders object vehemently, but far greater complications would inevitably follow. Long ago, she had even asked her father to locate Mu Hanchuan and bring him back for proper discipline. But he had escaped on his own. Whatever his reasons, it remained his own choice. And having made it, he must accept its consequences without regret. Muning, do not speak of this again. Zhou Muning interrupted with a dismissive wave. Her decisions were irrevocable. I heard Huang Ji's 2 nephews are both dead. Yes. The Su family arrived today. A heated confrontation occurred in broad daylight, and by nightfall both nephews were dead. It is deeply unsettling. It cannot be the Su family. Still, the affair is intriguing. Yang Yu also found it implausible. Who do you suspect? It matters little. Whoever it is, it bears no relation to us. This is the Mu family's burden to bear. Still, we might well exploit the chaos to sow them further trouble. Zhou Muning walked to the window. Even Jingzhou Capital Tower had fallen into turmoil. Some old timers would soon be weeping. What power dared operate so brazenly in Tianlan City? Qianghua Ting Grand Hotel. Su Qingyu returned to the hotel under the escort of several bodyguards. Precisely at 11 o'clock, quite late. Su Han's brow furrowed deeply. Where is he? Oh, I sent her ahead to Hongyue Bay to secure good seats. Otherwise, we'd miss our chance. Su Han was utterly speechless. Hongyue Bay lay in Fanzhou Tongdong Province, immediately east of Lu Province. Yes, the scenery was exquisite, but with affairs here still unresolved, could she truly be so carefree? Did her younger sister genuinely lack a crucial strand of common sense? A grave incident has erupted outside. You will depart with me tomorrow afternoon, and until then you are forbidden from leaving the premises. Oh, her task was complete. She truly had no need to venture out again. As for her accomplices, they had already left the city center and were nearing the outskirts of Tianlan City. Everything had proceeded flawlessly. Back in her room, Su Qingyu entered the bathroom, stripped completely, let her hair fall loose, and began tending to 2 wounds on her abdomen. Mu Hanchuan drifted downstream with the current until he washed ashore beneath a mountain, his location unknown. Frantically, he fled into the hills hastily, selecting a concealed spot to extract the bullets lodged in his body and treat his wounds. He had sustained over 20 gunshot wounds, 3 in his legs, 2 in his left arm, and 1 striking the rib beneath his neck, a perilously close call. The rest had been halted by his Class F armored vest, though it suffered significant damage. With a flick of his right hand, a medical kit materialized, not a trial world artifact, but standard real-world pharmaceutical supplies. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he extracted each bullet one by one, applied antiseptic, and bandaged the wounds, never uttering a sound. Above him, a drone swept overhead. Moments later, another followed. On the nearby highway, police sirens screamed past at high speed. They'd tracked him down this quickly. No time to rest. Under cover of night, Mu Hanchuan resumed his flight. He fled for over an hour, then realized astonishingly that the entire city of Tianlan was under mass manhunt. What devilry is this? I killed only Huang Ji. Does the Mu family truly consider a mere dog worth such overwhelming force? Was Huang Ji even remotely significant? He dared not power on his phone, fearing electronic tracking, and thus knew nothing of the city's current state. Yet, judging by the intensity of roadblocks and inspections along his route, a full-scale urban lockdown was unmistakable. To escape from the city was utterly impossible. He needed shelter, somewhere safe to lie low for at least 2 days. Mu Hanchuan's breathing remained steady, but his heartbeat quickened just slightly. His mind was razor-sharp. Tonight's gambit had been reckless, yes, but the die was cast. Having acted, he now bore full responsibility for every consequence. He pressed onward. Another half-hour passed, until amid the craggy peaks and dense forests, he unexpectedly discovered a concealed pit clearly man-made. Whose illicit cargo is this? Why hide it here? Cautiously clutching his round shield, Mu Hanchuan entered. Satisfied no one was present, he peeled back the waterproof tarp, revealing a cache of weapons unmistakably unlicensed. A triple-barreled heavy machine gun, supplied with an entire crate of 12 7mm rounds. Dozens of light rifles accompanied by 10 ammunition crates. And a box of fragmentation grenades. Damn, whose arsenal is this? Are they planning war against a rival clan? This was Mu Hanchuan's first encounter with such an arsenal. He participated only in trials, not black market operations, and thus owned only ordinary mundane weaponry at home. Staring at the cache, Mu Hanchuan suddenly conceived a promising idea. With all of Tianlan City hunting him, nowhere was safe. Entering a solo trial to lie low seemed ideal, but not yet. He would wait until just before dawn. Solo trials typically lasted no more than 2 days, roughly 12 hours in this case. Emerging near dusk would afford far greater safety. If the manhunt had ended by then, he would flee anew. If not, he would simply enter another solo trial, completing both of this month's allotted solo trials in succession. Mu Hanchuan deemed it an excellent strategy. His body, riddled with bullet wounds, was far too conspicuous, and given the current intensity of the search, slipping out of Tianlan City was simply impossible. At the Mu household, the Mu family's direct line gathered urgently late into the night for a confidential 2-hour meeting of hushed deliberation. When it concluded, Mu Qiming remained behind to speak privately with his father for a long while. Did Mu Hanchuan really say that? He did. Mu Bin sighed softly. His anger is understandable, but at root this is the failing of you 2 parents. You have been utterly inept. Mu Qiming objected. Whatever the case, this is our Mu family's affair. He bears the Mu name. He should not side with the Su family against his own kin. His temperament is exactly like his mother's. Once he leaves, he will not return. There is no turning back. I warned you back, then once you chose Zhou Ning, there must be no regrets, and nothing outrageous must be done. How could you have agreed to that at the time? Wasn't all this your doing? Mu Qiming had no retort. Mu Bin admonished, Huang Ji and Huang Ji are dead. They are merely dogs, not worth deepening our conflict with the Su family. Investigate if you must, but do not meddle with the Su family, understand? Understood, father. But what if the Su family insists on calling off the engagement? If the Su family truly withdraws, then so be it. It is not impossible. Our Mu family invested greatly. The Su family must restore everything and provide compensation. Otherwise, we will drag things out. They cannot simply cancel. Mu Qiming found the matter difficult. The Su family would not easily relinquish what was within their grasp. Rest assured, the Su family is strong, but not omnipotent. They have rivals in Qingling. Our two houses are separated by thousands of kilometers, and they will not act unless absolutely necessary. The Mu family must adopt a sterner posture. After all, that betrothal was sealed personally by both grandfathers. We hold the moral high ground. But Mu Hanchuan is not even at the Mu household. What use is the moral high ground when outsiders will view the Su family as having the advantage? You still do not understand the betrothal was never the crux. Do you truly believe it would bind second Miss Su? She will behave as she pleases. If she chooses, she will still seek men. The betrothal was merely a formality and attitude. From the start, both sides pursued cooperation and mutual benefit. The Su family no longer needs the Mu family and wishes to cast us off. Calling off the engagement is merely a pretext. Oh, Mu Qiming began to understand. Therefore, our Mu family must be unyielding. What belongs to the Mu family must remain with the Mu family. After relocating 7 times over the course of the night, Mu Hanchuan finally endured until dawn. Damn it! Have the Tianlan city authorities gone mad? Have they truly sent everyone out to hunt me? Such dedication forced a grudging respect from Mu Hanchuan. 3 items then materialized beside him from nowhere. A 3-barreled heavy machine gun, a full crate of 12.7mm ammunition, a box of hand grenades. He had brought such weaponry into a solo trial. Of the 4 other marked items, one was the medical kit, which he had dug a hole and buried. The other 3 lay in his secret base: a round shield, a large shield, and a support item card, repair kit. With the 3 trial gear pieces he carried on his person, he was fully equipped. Only the gunshot wound posed a nuisance. Everything was ready. It was time to enter the personal trial. He would hide for now. He did not believe Tianlan City could pursue him indefinitely. Crushing the blue star key in his hand, Mu Hanchuan vanished from where he stood. Blue personal trial activated. Forbidden trial star bloodscale ruins. Objective: survive 2 days under the onslaught of bloodscale beasts. Trialists may slay one another participants. ADA. A survival trial exceedingly simple. Flee for your life. As long as you do not die, you succeed. There are no rankings of those who endure to the end receive rewards. A relatively lenient ordeal, especially effortless for races born with concealment abilities. For Mu Hanchuan, it was equally simple, a way to while away time, scarcely dangerous. He scanned his surroundings. He had appeared within a wooded area, and the hour read 11 in the morning. Though called ruins, the vegetation here was lush. He would first forage for edible plants, then find a suitable cave to shelter in and block its mouth. He could properly tend his wounds over the next 2 days. The flow of time on the trial star differs from reality, yet one's true body genuinely manifests there. Staying 2 days here truly meant 2 days past. Effectively 2 days of recuperation. Whether it might affect his lifespan, he had no idea. In barely an hour, Mu Hanchuan had gathered 2 days' provisions and located a cave whose entrance stood near a 3-meter-high round boulder roughly matching the cave's dimensions. With a flick of his right hand, the support item card, repair kit, manifested in his palm. Mark removed 67. Mark success 77. Mu Hanchuan canceled the mark on the repair kit and instead placed it upon the great round boulder. Preparations were nearly complete. It was time to construct defenses. With the sun high, the bloodscale beasts burrowed underground and would not emerge. When the sun set, they would all crawl forth. That would be the moment of battle. At this hour, most trialists were likely busily seeking hiding places and rehearsing the initial steps of concealment. Some were building defenses. No fool would pick a fight with others unless seeking cooperation. Everyone wanted to collaborate to survive. Mu Hanchuan entered the cave. The tunnel was a straight shot of roughly 50 meters. He blocked the far end, and beside him a 3-barreled heavy machine gun appeared along with a full crate of 12.7mm rounds and a box of hand grenades. It worked. Thrilled beyond measure, Mu Hanchuan laughed aloud. He had truly used the migration skill to summon these items into the trial star. Ha ha. Come then, let us see whether your flesh and blood frames can endure, whether you will dare to charge through. If the other human trialists witnessed this, would they not be left astonished? It took several minutes to load the ammunition and figure out how to fire. Once everything was in order, Mu Hanchuan summoned the buried medical kit and tended his wound. A man like him would find it hard not to rise in time. He wondered whether one could summon people directly into the trial star. The notion of summoning allies to fight alongside him had never been considered aside from team trials. He always fought alone, had never needed companions, and plainly had no such friends. He harbored a more ruthless plan. If possible, he would mark every enemy who had provoked him, summon them over before his trial ended, then slip away and return to his planet. If they all managed to survive and come back, he would be genuinely impressed. Mu Hanchuan was almost swayed by his own cunning. He thought, is this something ordinary people could even conceive? And even if they did, few could pull it off. He did not merely dare to imagine it, he believed it might actually be achievable. He estimated roughly a 50% chance. Perhaps on his return, he would ask Song Hung to try. Those who had schemed against him and refused to repair his gear should be made to endure the blood and misery of the trial star. They would not even be allowed a peaceful death. Mu Hanchuan resolved to act thus. It would be his honor that his first experimental subject be that man. He would see to it that he received a proper farewell. After changing his own dressings, Mu Hanchuan collapsed where he lay and fell fast asleep. Exhausted from last night's desperate flight and weakened by his wounds, he could barely hold on. He slept until 6 in the afternoon, when dusk settled over the land. A strange chorus echoed into the cave. Hiss, hiss, gurgle, shriek. Beyond the mountains, countless crimson reptilian creatures emerged from beneath the earth. Each stood barely a meter tall, yet bore massive heads, enormous eyes, and jagged razor-sharp fangs. Their visages grotesquely terrifying. As if drawn by an unfamiliar scent, an odor alien to this desolate ruin, they began scrambling in all directions, scaling the mountain slopes with eerie purpose. Mu Hanchuan lifted his head toward the cave mouth. The sky had darkened, and those unnatural cries drew ever closer. Several were already converging upon this very cavern. They had arrived, the bloodscale beasts. The first, its slender frame sheathed in thin crimson scales, thrust its head inside, twin orbs scanning the gloom within. The cave measured 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, pitch black with an empty, a visible threat. The beast leapt fully inside, limbs pressing flat against the stone floor, claws screeching sharply across the rock. It sniffed the air, lifting its snout slightly, nostrils flaring, uncertain yet intrigued, as it swayed its head left and right while advancing deeper. Whoosh! Suddenly, a circular shield hurtled from the darkness, striking the beast before it could react. Hiss! Hiss! It shrieked in agony as bones snapped, and its body twisted grotesquely, utterly immobilized. At the sound of its cry, 4 or 5 more heads appeared at the entrance, great eyes locking onto the cave's depths. As the first bloodscale beast howled and charged inward, the others surged after it without hesitation. Another circular shield materialized in Mu Hanchuan's hands and flew toward the entrance. With a sharp crack, the leading beast was struck again, slammed backward into 2 companions, then hurled violently outside the cave. It would not rise again. Before the echo faded, another shield soared forth, then another. Summoned and hurled in rapid succession, they dispatched beast after beast with effortless precision. I am practically the sovereign of rotating gold. I could wield 10 more shields and become invincible. Mu Hanchuan fought with exhilarated delight, while outside the bloodscale beasts gathered in ever greater numbers, swarming dense, 100 strong. More heads thrust inside, then broke into frantic sprints, launching themselves into the cave with frenzied assault. Mu Hanchuan puzzled, why must they first peer in before charging? Why not simply rush straight ahead? He held the line for only 2 minutes, slaying dozens, before the tide overwhelmed him. Waves upon waves flooded inward, breaching 30 meters deep into the cavern. These bloodscale beasts knew no fear and moved with terrifying speed. Mu Hanchuan seized the triple-barreled heavy machine gun beside him. Come on, come on. Let me show you what true firepower looks like. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, flesh exploded. The foremost beasts were torn limb from limb, a viscous, foul-smelling blood and pulverized entrails splattered across the cavern walls, sliding downward with thick, wet slaps. The following horde did not pause, not even for breath. Trampling over mangled kin, they lunged forward, their talons shrieking against stone, a sound that pierced the eardrums like needles. Mu Hanchuan clamped both hands fiercely around the weapon's grips. Bullets roared forth like living fire. It was his first time firing such a weapon. The recoil sent his arms jolting upward, unsteady, untrained. Many rounds flew wide. Outside the cave, still more bloodscale beasts scaled the mountain from afar. Thousands upon thousands, drawn by the thunderous clamor echoing across kilometers. High above atop the mountain, just 100 meters directly over Mu Hanchuan, a spine-clan warrior trembled, camouflaged as a boulder among 7 or 8 massive stones. He had believed himself perfectly concealed, certain he'd slip past the Bloodscale beasts unnoticed. Instead, beneath him lurked a catastrophe. Who in the name of all realms was this idiotic cultivator, daring to fight hidden instead of hiding? Do you truly think you can slay them all? Your death is your own affair, but do not drag us down with you. Gazing across the hillside, teeming with tens of thousands of Bloodscale beasts, the SpineClan warrior felt his fate sealed. Of all mountains in the world, why this one? A Bloodscale beast crested the summit, and then another and another, until the entire peak bristled with crimson forms. My life ends here. Muhanchuan dared not slacken for an instant. The Bloodscale beasts came in endless waves, relentless, infinite. Should his fire falter, they would flood the cave like a ravenous tide. Fortunately, the ammunition required no reloading. The entire belt fed seamlessly into the weapon. Yet, this rate of fire consumed bullets at a terrifying pace. Prolonged firing seared his arms with burning pain. 2,000 rounds vanished in moments, over half gone. What kind of battle was this? Corpses piled high near the entrance, yet the beasts refused to yield, shoving aside fallen kin, hurling them outward, then charging anew. Damn it all, time for something heavier. Gripping the machine gun with one hand, he snatched grenades from their crate with the other, bit the pins free with his teeth, and hurled them one after another, like a lone gatekeeper holding back 10,000. Boom, boom, boom. Each detonation tore beasts apart, flesh and scales scattering like shrapnel. Shockwaves hurled survivors backward 10 meters, blackened craters scorched the cavern floor. Agonized shrieks filled cave and mountainside alike. Exhilarated, never afraid, Muhanchuan burned with fierce euphoria. This was infinitely more satisfying than enduring blows with bare flesh. Surely they'll retreat now? For 3 seconds silence reigned. Then a fresh wave poured in, jaws agape, crimson maws wide as chasms. Muhanchuan wordlessly lowered his weapons. Pulling the pin from one grenade, he hurled the remaining half-crate in a single sweeping arc. Then, hoisting the last of his gear, he fled deeper into the cave. Craboom! The entire mountainside trembled. At the summit, several boulders teetered along the cliff's edge, then tumbled downward, crushing scores of Bloodscale beasts beneath their weight. Only the SpineClan warrior, still disguised among the stones, remained upright. He glanced silently at the sheer drop hundreds of meters below. To roll, or not to roll? Too conspicuous. A cluster of Bloodscale beasts noticed the lone boulder and began encircling it slowly. Whoever you are, whatever your clan, I curse your ancestors to the 18th generation. There is no choice now. I must fight. Rolling is impossible. Since death is certain, let it be earned in battle. Below in the cavern, the ceiling had partially collapsed, but not severely. These rocks were stubbornly hard, much like the skulls of the Bloodscale beasts themselves. With furious clawing, the beasts cleared a new passage within minutes and surged onward in pursuit. Far inside the tunnel, Muhanchuan paused and glanced back. It didn't hold. Hundreds more follow, and still more behind. Fine, fine. You win. I surrender. I cannot prevail. Just as the Bloodscale horde reached the junction, moments from overwhelming Muhanchuan, a massive 3-meter diameter boulder plummeted from above, sealing the entire passage perfectly within the three-way fork. No more games. Dig your way through if you dare. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Skulls shattered instantly. The boulder fell too swiftly for the leading dozen to react. None survived. Tianlan City. In the municipal building, a group of high-ranking officials gathered. The deputy mayor was furious. No discoveries at all. A whole night of citywide checks, a massive manhunt, 3 crime scenes, over 30 deaths, and 3 batches of criminals, yet this bunch of incompetents didn't catch a single one. Not even a single clue was found. The deputy director of the Defense Department forcefully explained, I suspect they might have entered the trial, and it is very likely they are working together, entering the team trial at different locations simultaneously. The deputy mayor would not accept this explanation. The same group. How could they have so many people? How did such a large group of experts manage to enter Tianlan City? Are you all blind? Maybe a large clan is supporting them in the city, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Why would they specifically target Huang Ji and Huang Jia's 2 brothers? Another elder voiced a different opinion. 2 insignificant people are not worth such risk. I think there are 2 groups. One group killed Huang Ji and Huang Jia's brothers, while another group is responsible for robbing the Whale Capital Bank. Agreed, this deduction is more reasonable. The group that robbed the Whale Capital Bank shouldn't have diverted manpower to specifically deal with these 2 brothers, especially since they were so close to the Whale Capital building, just a few streets away. That makes sense. The deputy mayor's anger did not subside. That is over 100 million in cash. Even if stacked, it could fill an entire truck. Are you telling me they entered the team trial? Where did that money go? Where did the robbery proceeds go? This. It seems the deputy mayor's words are more reasonable. The deputy mayor grimaced regardless of the reason. Even if they truly entered the team trial, they must be captured. More importantly, that batch of cash must be recovered. Those funds are not clean. Who knows if that group was truly just after the funds or targeting someone present. Though not explicitly stated, those involved naturally understood. Then continue the lockdown. That would have too much of an impact. It might be difficult to handle. The lockdown can be lifted, but we can further strengthen the checks. Such a large amount of cash cannot be transported out. As long as it's still within the city, they cannot escape. Feasible. We can only do it this way. As the night passed, Tianlan City remained under heavy lockdown and manhunt, but he and his group had long since left Tianlan City, having already departed from Luo Province and entered the eastern Tongdong Province. This so-called lockdown only trapped the poor Mu Hanchuan, serving no purpose at all. He only dared to call his young lady after leaving Luo Province. Early in the morning, Su Qingyu lazily stretched, feeling lethargic. What is it? Miss, I've arrived at Honyue Bay, and everything has been arranged. Okay, got it. After saying this, she hung up and continued to sleep. He felt relieved after talking to his young lady. He could tell from her voice that everything was fine. In a blink, the 2 days in the trial had passed safely. Mu Hanchuan merely entered to recuperate. Clearing the trial posed no difficulty. The bloodscale beasts were fierce and numerous, but ultimately too weak individually. Once the entrance was blocked, they could not dig in. Speaking of blocking, Mu Hanchuan was a professional, sealing every gap without leaving any openings. Next came the rewards. He hoped for something good. Bloodscale Ruins personal trial ended. Remaining trialists 54, 80 trialists, only 54 left. 26 had died. For some trialists, this level was indeed very easy to pass, relatively simple. But after all, it was a blue level trial, and it still had some difficulty. For those with weaker hidden abilities, the danger was not small, as evidenced by the death toll. Reward 1 Physique 5, a due to insufficient agility and mental attributes, supplemented to agility and mental. Physique 354, 3 agility 89, 1 mental 89, 1. The attribute point rewards from blue solo trials are between 58. This trial was relatively simple, and Mu Hanchuan only received 5 points. Other trialists who cleared it should be similar as expected. Reward 2 Wrist Guard of the Fearful Undead. Grade requirement Physique 170, Strength 100. Effect Arm Guard increases strength by 10 points, enhances personal defense strength by 5. What the heck? A protective arm guard that increases personal defense strength by 5. These two attributes are quite good and suitable for Mu Hanchuan. But what is this increase of 10 points in strength? Shouldn't it be an increase of 10 points in physique? Not to mention that he can't wear it right now, but even if it increases strength and defense, it's overly extravagant. It shouldn't be too expensive. It might sell for between 8,000 to 1,000. Reward 3 Item Card Quicksand Pit. Grade Trap Type requires mental 100. Damn. Another useless item. Entering the trial only allows carrying 1 item card, which must be chosen carefully. This item's level is too low, its value is not high, and its effect is limited. Ordinary people would not choose to carry such an item into the trial, and it might only sell for 3,000 to 5,000. Trap types are actually quite good provided one can use them. Where am I supposed to get 100 mental attributes? Trial ended. 1 Return to the original point. 2 Return to a random area within a 20-kilometer radius of the entry point. Mu Hanchuan was stunned. Is this it? Where is the reward for the blue star key? It's over. This time the blue personal trial didn't reward a star key. Usually as long as one clears the personal trial, they would be rewarded with a corresponding star key. This time luck was too bad. Without the blue star key reward, how would he enter the second personal trial after going out? If he were to be ambushed, he would have no way to enter the trial to hide. This unexpected turn disrupted Mu Hanchuan's original plan, making him quite irritable. Fortunately, the gunshot wounds on his body had healed significantly, ensuring his combat power. Beside him, the heavy machine gun still had 500 rounds left, which could also provide some firepower. If anyone dared to chase him, he would take them out. With a flick of his right hand, the medical kit appeared, and with only a few seconds left, he hurriedly applied some medicine to himself before heading out. Frustrated, nothing had gone smoothly since coming to Tianlan City. It felt like he was cursed. After a personal trial, he earned 1,000, just enough to barely keep the blue star key money. What a joke. Within the trial star, 2 days had passed. In the real world, 12 hours. Exactly half a day had elapsed. Evening had fallen, and the sky hung heavy and gray, thick with the promise of rain. He scanned his surroundings, nothing amiss. Approaching the mountain's edge, he found the roadblock on the main thoroughfare still firmly in place, its inspections even more stringent than before. What in the world? Mu Hanchuan seethed with fury. The Mu family was determined to capture him at any cost. Just wait. I will repay this debt in full. Next time I'll target Huangji. He retreated silently and made his way back to the hidden arms cache. Half an hour later he arrived once more, and to his delight dozens of light rifles and 10 crates of ammunition remained exactly where he'd left them. The Tianlan city authorities, utterly incompetent, had yet to discover this site. Mu Hanchuan had originally intended to ignore these weapons entirely, but now with escape blocked he had no choice but to use them. Fists would not suffice. Even his shield's durability was finite. Reliance upon it alone was untenable. A round shield materialized. A large tower shield appeared. A medical kit emerged. A heavy machine gun loaded with 500 rounds manifested alongside it. These were all the objects he had previously marked, and now every one answered his call. Combined with the round shield strapped to his back, the bracer shield on his left arm, and the armored cuirass they constituted his entire arsenal. Mu Hanchuan unmarked all previously designated items, secured them to his person, then remarked the cached arms. 10 crates of ammunition and dozens of light rifles required 2 separate trips. He would move the first batch immediately. He had neglected a thorough inspection last time. Today, however, a careful search revealed, hidden beneath the lowest layer, a crate of hand grenades, 100 in total. This discovery thrilled him. Light rifles might prove ineffective against elite tactical officers, but these grenades certainly would. After marking them, he seized several rifles and sprinted toward a colossal karst cave nestled deep within the mountains. He had taken refuge there twice yesterday, but unfamiliarity with its labyrinthine interior had kept him from venturing far. Now, with no path backward, he had no choice but to flee inward and conceal everything within its depths. An hour and a half later, Mu Hanchuan completed the first transfer. The initial batch of arms was stashed across 3 separate locations, 2 rifles and 2 ammunition crates at each. The medical kit and heavy machine gun were remarked and concealed here as well, the latter far too cumbersome to carry for long. He rushed back, returning in under 40 minutes. To the arms cache, marked the remaining stockpile, slung the remaining dozen rifles across his shoulders, and departed without delay. If you insist on hunting me, then let us play this game slowly and deliberately. Another hour passed. At the very spot Mu Hanchuan had just vacated, 2 patrol officers appeared. Over here. One officer shouted urgently, the other dashed forward. What is it? Look. He yanked aside the tarpaulin buried beneath damp soil and recoiled in shock. Arms. Such weaponry was forbidden to civilians, and in such staggering quantity. Those fugitives likely fled into this sector. Their munitions cache must be nearby. Possible. You scan the perimeter. I'll report this immediately. Understood. One officer began surveying the terrain while the other ascended to transmit the breakthrough. Simultaneously at the Defense Bureau's central headquarters. We've made a discovery. Where? Southwest, Lingshan region. Hidden arms uncovered. Immediately transmit live footage. Yes, sir. Following orders, the on-site officer retrieved his recording device, preparing to upload the evidence. But when he re-entered the small cave, his voice died in his throat, his face paled in disbelief. Where had that entire cache vanished? In less than half a minute, right beneath his own eyes, the arms had been stolen in their entirety. Why hasn't the footage uploaded yet? A sharp, urgent voice crackled over the comms. Not the usual calm female operator, but a high-ranking superior tense with impatience. Deputy Director. I. Recognizing the voice, he stammered, paralyzed by sheer dread. What precisely is happening? I'm uploading the footage now, and reporting they were here just seconds ago during my transmission window, and now they're gone. The Deputy Director swore furiously. Are you certain your mind isn't playing tricks on you? No, I swear it. Liang Chao stood right beside me. He spotted it first. Bring him to me now. Yes, sir. Within seconds, Liang Chao burst into frame. What is it? The arms, they're gone. Impossible. It's true. During those brief moments while I reported, someone slipped in unseen and carried the entire cache away. Both men's faces darkened. Whoever had infiltrated was terrifyingly skilled. If they'd wished to kill, the 2 officers would already be corpses. Back at Defense Bureau HQ, analysts studied the live feed intensely. Soil compression patterns confirm. Large, bulky objects were indeed concealed here. Residual traces match known military-grade ordnance. This location is almost certainly their hideout. The deputy director bristled at such speculative conclusions. A misstep would invite the wrath of higher command, and already buckling under immense pressure, he dared not act rashly. What is the terrain like in that area? Sir, Lingshan comprises over a dozen mountains of varying size linked underground by a vast karst cave system. Its passages extend through 5 or 6 adjacent peaks spanning possibly dozens of kilometers. No signal penetrates its depths. Full exploration remains impossible. Only rudimentary maps exist. Is that so? The deputy director's gaze sharpened. Yes, sir. Local elders from nearby villages, who enter regularly, would serve as indispensable guides. Mobilize all citywide police forces. Immediately deploy to Lingshan. Seal every mountain access point, block all roads in and out, and conduct a systematic sweep. Dig 10 feet deep if necessary, until those fugitives are found. Yes, sir. And prioritize locating the funds stolen from Jingqiao capital. Search with utmost diligence. Yes, sir. Inside the great cavern, Mu Hanchuan located 2 additional secure niches and transferred the remaining arms there, carefully burying each cache beneath layers of stone and earth. Good, everything is in place. He would lie low here for several days, then slip away. They could not maintain this lockdown indefinitely, and should they dare pursue him inside, then he would meet them, not with retreat, but with fire. In the city center past 10 o'clock at night, Su Han and her companions were preparing to leave Tianlan City. The atmosphere was a bit chaotic today, and given their special identities, Su Han wanted to avoid unnecessary attention, which is why they delayed their departure until now. Su Qingyu watched the numerous police cars rushing by outside, curiously asking what happened. Su Han replied irritably, "Don't you know something major happened in Tianlan City last night?" "Of course. I know a little. Your brain still works a bit. They found traces of a fugitive in the southwestern mountains. It's still unclear whether it's the culprit who killed the Huang brothers or the one who robbed the Whale-Tide Capital Bank. Tianlan City has mobilized a large portion of its police force, all heading there." Huh. Su Qingyu's eyes widened, looking adorably naive. The Huang brothers are dead. She wasn't concerned about the Whale-Tide Capital since that was their doing. She was worried about the Huang brothers, whom she thought she only killed one. Su Han rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with her. Just moments ago she had praised her for having some brains, but it turned out she was overthinking it. Su Qingyu propped her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with increasing curiosity about who had taken the blame for them. What a good person. Mu Hanchuan adjusted his gear, carrying a large shield on his back with 2 round shields strapped to his waist and a light rifle in his hand. He removed all the magazines from the other rifles, peering into the cave while loading one 7.62mm bullet after another. He stuffed them into a large bag tied to his body, also carrying over 10 grenades, definitely resembling a bandit. This cave is so big. After walking for over an hour, he hadn't seen a single ray of light. This place should belong to the remote outskirts of Tianlan City. If he kept going, he might walk right out of Tianlan City. Mu Hanchuan felt a glimmer of hope and resolutely ventured deeper. A large portion of Tianlan City's official forces had been gathered here, sealing off all mountains and roads, cutting off all unofficial signals. The deputy director and deputy mayor personally came to oversee the operation. They even brought in some locals familiar with the terrain to help guide them. First search the outer mountain ranges to narrow down the search area, then concentrate forces to search the cave. The deputy mayor personally issued the command. Understood. The deputy director did not object, but had secretly dispatched 2 SWAT teams who entered the cave's depths under the guidance of local villagers. Each SWAT team consisted of 4 members equipped not only with Battlehound-level robotic dogs and Phantom Eye drones far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary patrol and combat police equipment, but also included a Blade of Heaven-level mechanical warrior, immensely powerful. They were all challengers outfitted with a full set of challenge equipment selected through an exceptionally rigorous process with a neural connection degree requirement of over 10 to qualify and a qualification rate of less than 2, illustrating the difficulty. They were the elites among elites. Guided by the locals, the 2 SWAT teams simultaneously entered the cave from the south and north to commence their search. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan was in the south. After wandering for another half hour, he couldn't even distinguish east from west. Could he really find a way out? He no longer held much hope. Perhaps he should hide outside and only come back in if absolutely necessary to try his luck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then Mu Hanchuan abruptly stopped in his tracks, his head slightly turning toward the source of the sound, his gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. He heard the sound of a drone. It couldn't be wrong. This was the noise of an official drone. How could they be so quick to catch up? Mu Hanchuan had initially thought he could hide inside for a few days. He took a few steps forward, quietly moving to a corner, standing still, his eyes fixed on the cave passage from which the sound was emanating. After just a few seconds, a beam of light appeared about 70 to 80 meters away, not very bright, perhaps intentionally adjusted. Muhan Chuan lifted his rifle slightly, thought for a moment, then lowered it. It could just be a single patrol or combat police officer entering to search. He might not have been exposed yet. Perhaps they would just circle around and leave. There was no need for a confrontation. It was better to avoid it. He changed direction and quickly left. After running for a quarter of an hour, Muhan Chuan stopped again, his brows furrowed deeply, his head tilting slightly, as he quietly felt the faint sounds coming from another cave nearby. He recognized the sound. There was a battlehound-level robotic dog in the adjacent cave. Unlike the robotic dogs equipped by ordinary combat police, the battlehound-level robotic dogs were larger and heavier, and their footsteps were noticeably heavier, easily distinguishable. This was equipment only special police could use. The special police team had entered after him. Muhan Chuan felt no more illusions. Without solid intelligence, the officials wouldn't send in special police. He had been exposed. They were coming for him. This time he pulled a grenade from his waist. A long piece of hemp rope appeared, torn from a box of military supplies, just in time for use. In the shallow water layer, he concealed a grenade, setting the timer to the shortest duration. Muhan Chuan turned around, not noticing any sound, and quietly left. A minute later, the battlehound-level robotic dog appeared in the spot Muhan Chuan had just vacated, standing at 1.2 meters tall and over 2 meters long, its heavy metal front legs crashing into the shallow water. It stayed still, scanning the surroundings, and discovered faint footprints in some soft soil. Judging by their clarity and delicacy, they had been made not long ago. Someone was indeed hiding inside. A kilometer away, the special police immediately instructed their robotic dog to investigate while trying to notify their teammates. The signals inside were too weak, and even though they had placed temporary signal sources along the way, their effectiveness was limited. They could only try. If that failed, they would resort to physical contact methods, just like on the trial star. In the next moment, the robotic dog's forelimbs pulled the hemp rope, submerged in the water. Boom! A violent explosion echoed the sound, traveling several kilometers within the cave. Now there was no need to notify them. His teammates already knew the situation. The robotic dog was thrown several meters away, severely damaged, and definitely unable to continue the pursuit. As the owner of the robotic dog, the special police officer felt a sharp pain in his head for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. His robotic dog had been attacked and lost its mobility. He was extremely furious, controlling the drone to rush to the scene, while he himself strode toward the area. Beside him stood a 2-meter-tall mechanical warrior, following closely behind. This was the Blade of Heaven-level mechanical warrior, connected to his neural essence, reputed to have combat power between F and E levels, though it had never been tested, and was said to be incredibly fierce. Muhan Chuan had not ventured far. He had preemptively hidden at a fork in the road, concealed in the shadows, with a heavy machine gun that had appeared in his hands at some point, ready to take aim and wait for the special police to arrive. Special police typically executed tasks in teams, and since there was no signal inside, their distances from each other would not be too far. The appearance of one meant the other three were surely nearby. He could definitely catch one. After quietly waiting for 30 seconds, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from the cave ahead. 2 different types of footsteps, not the sound of battlehound-level robotic dogs, but the running of two-legged figures. Muhan Chuan had already deduced that it was a combat police officer and his close bodyguard, the Blade of Heaven-level mechanical warrior. Muhan Chuan did not rush to fire. He stilled his breath, listening intently, until they surged halfway down the cavern tunnel, confirming the special agent led the advance, flanked closely by a Tianren-class mechanical warrior slightly behind. Without hesitation, he lifted his rifle barrel just a fraction and aimed at the target on the left at the front. Then suddenly, da-da-da. At the instant muzzle flash erupted, the special agent did not veer sideways. Instead, he slammed to a halt and recoiled sharply backward. Simultaneously, the mechanical warrior beside him lunged forward in a burst of motion, its right arm wrenching toward its master, while its own body surged ahead, placing itself squarely between him and the incoming fire. Thud, thud, thud. Even with lightning-fast reflexes, the special agent was struck by 3 rounds, all dead center in the chest. Though clad in advanced armor, he was hurled backwards several meters, blood welling through the impact points as the plates failed to fully absorb the force. All remaining rounds slammed into the mechanical warrior that had charged forward to shield its master, driving it step-by-step backward. Forced back 2 meters, the towering machine stabilized its stance. Crouching low, its thick arms locked rigidly across its chest, forming an unyielding bulwark before its master. It absorbed every bullet without yielding an inch. The heavy machine gun's devastating barrage shattered metal components across its frame, sending shards flying, but still it held fast. After expending only 100 rounds, Mu Hanchuan abandoned the weapon, tossed 2 grenades far down the tunnel, and turned, hoisting the heavy machine gun as he vanished into the shadowed passageway behind him. The violent explosions sent tremors rippling through the cavern. The mechanical warrior bore the full brunt. Its master emerged unscathed. On the ground, the wounded special agent staggered upright and urgently staunched his bleeding. Damn it, he was a long-range specialist, yet today he'd been ambushed from range. Just 15 seconds later, a combat hound burst from behind him, blazing speed, and rocketed toward the ambush site. Its mounted machine gun opened fire, instantly spraying indiscriminately, regardless of whether anyone remained there. From another corridor, his Yutong-class drone surged forth almost simultaneously, firing as it advanced. Such commotion could not go unnoticed. The other 3 special agents were already converging rapidly on the battlefield. T-82, what's happening? I attacked, injured, suspect armed with heavy weaponry. Heading north, hurry. The transmission fractured and stuttered. Only fragments intelligible. T-82, wounded suspect wielding heavy arms. The 2 local guides accompanying them panicked. You said this was a fugitive pursuit, not a suicide mission. Heavy weaponry. They were engaging Hedon. Mu Hanchuan hadn't fled far. He'd slipped into the shadows at the tunnel's end and lay in wait. Those combat hounds and drones posed a greater threat than the agents themselves. They had to be eliminated. No sooner had he concealed himself than the hound and drone closed in, startlingly swift. Mu Hanchuan stood motionless, back pressed flat against the wall, mind calculating distance with cold precision, 20 meters to the upcoming turn, where the hound and drone would initiate their lateral maneuver. In that split second, a circular shield launched from concealment, striking the drone mid-flight with perfect accuracy. It crashed to the ground, immediately retaliating. Even as it lay crippled, its guns still blazing wildly, bullets ricocheting in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan raised his rifle and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the charging hound. Undeterred, the hound answered with its own roaring fusillade, bullets tearing forward as it barreled straight through the storm. His forearm shield snapped open. The impacts hammered relentlessly against its surface. Jaw clenched, Mu Hanchuan braced against the recoil, heels biting into stone, resisting the hound's onslaught. With teeth gritted, he endured the punishing tremors, swiftly swapped magazines, and fired again. Less than 10 meters apart, they clashed, Hedon, sparks erupting like molten stars. With a sharp crack, the hound slammed full force into his shield, its colossal momentum hurling Mu Hanchuan backward over a meter. He emptied his rifle's remaining rounds into the hound's metallic chassis, discarded the weapon, and snatched up the fallen circular shield, swinging it down with brutal force. The hound thrashed violently against the shield, jaws snapping, claws raking, while its dorsal machine gun spat fire without pause. Mu Hanchuan focused solely on deflecting those bullets, ignoring the savage bites, and hammered the hound's frame repeatedly with the shield. Man and machine grappled in brutal close quarters for over 10 seconds. Until Mu Hanchuan's sheer defensive mastery prevailed, he battered the hound into ruin. Turning away, he planted a grenade on each wrecked unit before snatching up his rifle and sprinting off, his left leg dragging a deep gash torn open by fangs. Boom, boom. 2 concussive detonations sealed their fate, both units obliterated. A searing jolt pierced their operator's mind. Only the mechanical warrior remained at his side, damaged at 35%. Remarkable given it had withstood sustained heavy machine gun fire and retained core functionality. Fury burning white-hot, he disregarded his wounds and surged forward, mechanical warrior in tow. T-82, report your current position. He's north, heading north. North, move. As he relayed orders to his team, his command drone shot skyward, bursting from the cavern mouth. 3 minutes later, the deputy director received the alert first and rushed to the vice mayor's side. Confirmed. He's inside the karst cave system. Contact has been made. As anticipated, he possesses heavy firepower. I've ordered 3 elite tactical squads to enter immediately. Excellent. Deploy all remaining tactical units. Reserve patrol officers for external perimeter control. Understood. Minutes later, after covering considerable ground, Mu Hanchuan heard footsteps echo once more from behind. He whirled, hurling a grenade backward. It clattered down the stone floor, and the Jean Aeclis combat hound instantly recalibrated, scanning for the source of the sound. The grenade detonated 2 meters from its flank, blasting the hound with concussive fury. Its armored carapace shrieked under violent compression. It staggered, balance lost for a heartbeat, before its forelimbs relocked, joints clicking softly into place. Damage assessment 20%. The Jean Aeclis hound surged forward, pursuing the ambush site. Mu Hanchuan pivoted and fired. Simultaneously, the hound returned fire, tracers stitching the air between them. He did not deploy his forearm shield, already compromised. Instead, he drew the larger main shield from his back and raised it before him. For consecutive bursts, each precise, each lethal. The Jean Aeclis hound never reached him, collapsing 3 meters short, its warped dorsal cannon still spurting wild, erratic fire. Mu Hanchuan lobbed a grenade onto its metallic abdomen, then turned and fled into the gloom. Boom. Another Jean Aeclis hound silenced. Exterior. Tactical officers received orders to breach the cave system, advancing in trios to methodically clear each chamber while establishing temporary signal relays section by section, ensuring full communication coverage for subsequent operations. They had been warned the fugitive was exceptionally dangerous and armed with heavy weaponry. Several tactical officers had already sustained injuries. Extreme caution was imperative. Yu Yanlingyu. Could the suspect inside be the same one you pursued in Shuxiang Alley? A fellow officer asked his 2 teammates. If even tactical officers were wounded, it's highly likely. Yes, he's extraordinarily formidable. Even with my full defensive stance, I couldn't withstand his charge. I was hurled backward instantly. These 2 officers were indeed the ones who had chased Mu Hanchuan along Inxing Road district, and naturally they exaggerated his prowess. After all, how else could they justify their own failure? Look, the tactical unit itself had been ambushed and injured. Surely no blame could now fall upon them. The culprit was simply too savage. We 3 must proceed with utmost care. No need for glory, only avoid missteps. Let the tactical team bear the brunt while we focus on deploying signal relays. Right. You're absolutely correct. They were all salaried personnel. Why risk their lives unnecessarily? Tactical officers earned more and enjoyed superior benefits. Let them shoulder the danger. After running for over an hour, the pursuing tactical officers had vanished from sight. Mu Hanchuan retrieved a medical kit and treated the wound on his left leg before reconcealing himself. Along the way, he laid additional grenade traps, set to detonate instantly upon contact. Alas, only a single explosion echoed, the rest appeared ineffective. Passing through a narrow side cavern, he triggered a massive boulder behind him to seal the entrance. Then he sprinted to the opposite end, swiftly relocating a pile of large stones, revealing a slender hidden passage which he entered without hesitation. He was a master at sealing caves, shifting, blocking, and destabilizing. If he couldn't shake them off with sheer motion, perhaps he'd confound them utterly. Another half-hour elapsed before Mu Hanchuan reached an underground lake. He switched on his phone's flashlight. The water was crystal clear, approximately 10 meters deep, its breadth unknown. He wondered whether this subterranean lake connected to the outside world. With tactical units already deployed, the surface entrance was certainly sealed tight. Escape that way was impossible. Perhaps this waterway offered his only chance. As he pondered, 2 thunderous explosions erupted deep within the cavern, southern sector. Someone had triggered his grenade trap. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Hanchuan whirled around and ducked sideways behind a nearby rock. Mechanical footsteps approached, not 1, but 3 combat dogs. Not elite Warhound-class units, but standard-issue tactical dogs, deployed en masse as authorities escalated their response. So they truly meant to capture him, or perish trying. A voice echoed from ahead, "Caution! Combat has broken out somewhere inside. No need to panic, it's far from us. Don't grow complacent. We still don't know how many fugitives are down here. This cavern is enormous and dozens of officers have entered. Surely it's not our turn to encounter them. When it comes to apprehending suspects, I've never outperformed them. No wonder others got promoted while you've stood still for over a decade. Is it lack of effort? My innate fortune has always been wretched. Nonsense." The trio remained relaxed, utterly unguarded, when suddenly something clattered to the ground and rolled toward them. "Shit, take cover." Trained and swift, all 3 officers leapt apart in unison. Only the nearby combat dog reacted sluggishly. More precisely, its operator faltered, failing to command evasive action in time. Boom. 2 grenades detonated almost simultaneously. Smoke billowed, stone shards flew. The combat dog lost its right foreleg and slammed violently against the left wall, crippled beyond recovery. 3 o'clock. "Old Lou, you're up." "Understood." Officer Lou, nicknamed Old Lou, raised his arm-mounted shield, and charged forward from cover, moving toward the 3 o'clock position to locate the enemy. Another officer darted leftward with astonishing speed, exploiting Lu's diversion to close rapidly on the target. The third took strategic cover and readied a sniper rifle. Behind them, 2 intact combat dogs surged forward in support. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan raised his rifle and opened fire, his target the officer closing in at high speed. He emptied 4 magazines in succession, yet failed to halt the officer's advance. His speed was extraordinary, and the cavern offered countless natural cover points, rendering precise suppression impossible. Ping! A sniper round struck the rock beside Mu Hanchuan. A sniper, here? He threw his head back and retreated slowly into the dark waters of the underground lake. At that instant, the 2 combat dogs closed in, firing suppressively while their quadrupedal limbs churned with terrifying velocity, nearly reaching his position. Calmly, Mu Hanchuan holstered his rifle and leapt, plunging into the lake, sending ripples cascading outward. The officer who had flanked him arrived first. With a fierce lunge, he hurled his long rifle. It embedded deep into the very spot Mu Hanchuan had just vacated as he watched him vanish beneath the water's surface. Rushing forward, he stared at the churning, clouded water, then sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. Turning to call for backup, he intended to deploy the remaining combat dogs into the lake, his own unit having been destroyed moments earlier. But as he pivoted, shit! He rolled sideways just in time. Boom! Another explosion. Mu Hanchuan had concealed a grenade beneath a small stone just before diving in. Had he not spotted it, he would have been obliterated. He escaped, but the pursuing combat dog arriving at full speed caught the blast, heating its body torn apart across the torso. His 2 comrades rushed over. Are you all right? I'm fine. He fled into the lake. Deploy drones and remaining combat dogs for underwater pursuit. Notify other teams immediately. Understood. Shall we pursue? Absolutely, but not underwater. That man is treacherously cunning. We'll find another route. Agreed. Let's go. Explosions and gunfire again. Hurry up. Do you even know where you're going? Weren't you boasting you'd wandered these tunnels for decades? Knew every inch like the back of your hand. The officer was furious, not because his team lacked skill, but because their guide kept leading them astray, repeatedly choosing wrong paths. No, there was a passage here. Where did these massive boulders come from? Are you deliberately sabotaging us? Do you grasp the consequences if this fugitive escapes? You won't survive the fallout. The elderly guide stood firm. Mistakes elsewhere may happen, but this path? Impossible. This is my shortcut home. I've traversed it over 100 times. It cannot be wrong. Then explain this. How did such a vast cluster of boulders appear out of nowhere? This. The old man stared at the dozen massive rocks before him, his face ashen. Could it be? Had age finally eroded his memory? One error might be forgetfulness, but repeated failures defied logic. He'd roamed this region for decades. Mu Hanchuan emerged from the lake leaning against a stalagmite, breathing steadily, his gaze sharp as a hunting hawk's. He scanned the surroundings, then spotted a crate of ammunition and began reloading empty magazines. A pity. He'd waited underwater hoping the 3 officers would follow. Had they done so, he could have ambushed them again, surely claiming at least 1 life. Droplets fell steadily into darkness, echoing softly. Mu Hanchuan reloaded with calm precision, his mind racing, calculating his next move. His operational space was shrinking by the minute. Escape had to be found immediately. To linger was to invite inevitable capture. His eyes drifted downward, to the dark waters once more. Perhaps this lake remained his sole hope. Its clarity and the presence of aquatic life strongly suggested an outlet, somewhere beyond the surface. Mu Hanchuan now faced 2 choices: first, to immediately descend into the dark lake in search of a passage leading outside. Yet the risk lay in the possibility that the exterior remained sealed, offering no guarantee of escape. Second, to provoke far greater chaos, drawing in heavier official forces into the cavern system, thereby weakening the blockade outside, and only then enter the dark lake to seek an exit. This second path carried higher peril, but also greater odds of escape provided a viable exit could truly be found. With ammunition reloaded, Mu Hanchuan rose. In mere moments he had resolved his course. He would choose the second option, even if it meant falling mid-journey. Snap! A droplet fell from the tip of an inverted stalactite, regular as clockwork, striking once every dozen seconds. Yet at that instant it shattered with a sharp, brittle crack. The splash ricocheted off the rock wall, its sound magnified tenfold in the suffocating silence, jarring and unnerving. Mu Hanchuan froze mid-step, every muscle locking taut, his eyes flashing with glacial coldness. A piercing chill surged up his spine, icy and lethal from nape to crown. He whirled violently, his round shield materializing in his right hand raised high just in time. A blade descended, clashing against the shield with a ringing metallic shriek. The assailant recoiled in disbelief. His ambush had been thwarted. Lithe as smoke, he vaulted off the ceiling stalactite, flipped midair, and drew a short dagger in his left hand, slashing downward in one fluid motion. Mu Hanchuan extended his left-arm shield, blocking the strike. The instant the dagger struck metal, he drove his right foot hard into the ground, channeled the recoil, and lunged forward, thrusting the shield toward his foe's chest. The attacker evaded with preternatural grace, sliding sideways like a wraith, then swept his short blade in a razor-edged arc aimed squarely at Mu Hanchuan's throat. Such a strike posed no threat. Mu Hanchuan casually raised his left arm to intercept. A sickening thud. His pupils dilated. His body hurled violently leftward, crashing several meters away. An arrow had pierced deep into his right abdomen, shattering armor plating. An errank frostfeather bow, capable of charging 1 arrow per minute, up to 10 at full capacity. Its power was modest, yet its piercing force could breach even reinforced armor. As Mu Hanchuan toppled leftward, he spun and hurled his shield backward, propelling it with brutal force toward the shadows. A figure concealed there moved with equal agility, vanishing sideways just before impact. A woman. The shield grazed her flank and slammed into the cavern wall with a deafening clang, showering the chamber with shards of stone. Even as she dodged, she loosed a rapid volley. Mu Hanchuan snatched his large shield upward, intercepting the barrage. Then thunk. A blade bit deep into his back, the blow so fierce it nearly split his armor. The assassin's speed was overwhelming. Mu Hanchuan could not match her rhythm. Bang, bang, bang. His frank shield was faltering. Direct confrontation was unwise. The Frostfeather Bow's armor-piercing capability rendered frontal defense suicidal. Yet enemies pressed from both front and rear, and his own mobility lagged behind theirs. But she had only 10 arrows. Huh! From behind burst another figure, wielding a massive hammer, swinging it horizontally with crushing force. Metal screamed against metal. Mu Hanchuan met the blow heat-in with his shield, holding firm. Against brute force opponents he felt no fear. His right-hand shield swept sideways, a howling arc aimed straight at his foe's face. The hammer wielder tilted his head, raised his left forearm, and took the full impact on his shoulder with a guttural groan. His footing held, he pivoted smoothly, launching a devastating spinning hammer strike. At that very moment the assassin struck again from behind. All 3 officers were skilled. Mu Hanchuan dared not underestimate them. A flash of frost burned in his gaze. He spread his large shield wide, intercepting the incoming arrow, abandoned his rear entirely, and exploded forward. His left hand summoned a second round shield, both shields hurtling toward the hammer wielder in unison. Crunch, crunch, boom, boom, tum. 5 impacts in rapid succession. The large shield deflected 1 arrow. A blade gashed his back. A hammer struck him square in the chest, hurling him several meters backward, yet he uttered not a single sound. The hammer wielder fared little better. Though Mu Hanchuan lacked raw strength, his opponent's defenses were equally thin, blood-sprayed in crimson arcs. The man cried out, a ragged, pained bellow, as he staggered backward, unbroken, but fiercer now, eyes burning with renewed fury. The moment his boots struck earth, a blade slashed down from behind. Mu Hanchuan did not guard. He hurled his shield backward in a blind, furious arc. The assassin's blade sliced into his ribs, yet she herself was flung airborne by the shield's impact. She spat blood, cursing inwardly. This man is utterly mad. Mu Hanchuan spun and hurled his second round shield, not at her comrade, but directly at the female archer. She twisted midair, barely evading, then loosed 2 more arrows from mid-leap. This marked her 7th shot. Only 3 remained. She dared not waste another recklessly. Their squad, determined to remain undetected, had deliberately left their robotic dogs and drones behind, now racing swiftly toward the cavern. If they could hold him just a little longer, escape would become impossible. His forearm shield snapped open, stopping the first arrow. The second shattered it outright, rendering it useless. Mu Hanchuan abandoned defense entirely, hurling his round shield with lethal precision at the charging hammer wielder. Thud! The second arrow punched into his left chest, its momentum hurling him backward into the cavern wall with bone-jarring force. The hammer wielder flew clear. This time, he did not rise. Within his heart rose a roar of fury. This man fears death less than breath itself. He fights through grievous wounds, returns blow for blow, even under ambush, even 310. Face who would truly fall. No wonder the authorities had diverted half their forces here. Elite tactical units struggled to subdue him alone. After all, this trio comprised reserve special operations officers from Tianlan City, already meeting elite standards awaiting promotion. Capturing this fugitive would almost certainly secure their advancement. Blood welled thickly from his chest and abdomen, drenching him crimson. Gritting his teeth against agony, Mu Hanchuan wrenched both arrows free, spraying a mist of scarlet. How ruthless! The archer's pulse quickened. No longer sparing arrows, she unleashed her final 3 in rapid succession, then drew her longsword and charged forward. No time to retrieve the large shield. The less damaged round shield reappeared in his left hand, raised defensively, while his right remained bare. Mu Hanchuan knew the assassin would strike again. She'd been wounded and would wait for an opening. These 3 officers were Tianlan City's rising stars. Let them witness how the unranked fight, not for glory but for survival. The first arrow struck the shield, deflected. The second deflected. The third shattered the shield, embedding itself once more in Mu Hanchuan's flesh. 2 attackers converged, one from front, one from rear, while the assassin seized her chance. Yet at the last breath, Mu Hanchuan changed his mind. You shot me thrice. I will not let you walk away unscathed. Even if I die, you shall pay. A blade bit deep into his back, another blade sinking fully into his spine. Mu Hanchuan ignored it, dodging vital organs, and swung his bare right hand. In the archer's stunned gaze, the discarded round shield, lying yards away, suddenly reappeared midair, hurled with savage force. Off! She flew, her landing certain to leave her broken. His frank armor ruptured, slit open by the blade, and the weapon vanished entirely into his back. A torrent of blood erupted, his body swayed. Then he whirled, reaching desperately for the assassin. He had already fled. Mu Hanchuan did not pursue. He tore off his outer coat, ripping free magazines and grenades in one violent motion. He armed a grenade, hurled it toward his large shield, flipped backward, and plunged into the dark lake, vanishing beneath a bloom of crimson spray. The large shield bore no markings, untraceable, unclaimable. It must be destroyed. He heard the whine of approaching robotic dogs and drones, the last sliver of hope. He would seize it, no matter how gravely wounded. Grenade, take cover. All 3 officers abandoned pursuit, diving for shelter. Inside the shield, 5 grenades detonated simultaneously, blasting with concussive fury. The cavern's ceiling collapsed, dust cascading like gray rain. Only after 15 seconds did the officers stagger upright, immediately ordering their robotic dogs to leap into the dark lake in pursuit. The hammer wielder shuddered, ruthless to others, and infinitely more so to himself. If he were not thus, how could he have survived this long? How could he warrant such relentless pursuit? The male assassin nodded with grudging respect. Opponent or not, such a man commands reverence. I fired arrow after arrow, and still he stands. Is he even human? The female archer lay wounded, still prone on the ground. She'd taken only that final blow, yet suffered the worst injuries. I should never have charged. The assassin said. I struck him gravely. He may not survive even if he escapes. Still, for safety, Sake, we must report immediately. Dispatch additional squads to sweep this area. Understood. Signal here is weak. I'll send my drone outward to relay the message. Good. The Bay of Baoping, located on the western edge of Qingling, borders Tongdong Province. Deep within a certain part of the mountains, a long-abandoned cult relic lies at a depth of 100 meters. Inside, there are over a dozen floors, each covering an area of up to 20,000 square meters, scattered with various discarded items. Time seems to stand still here, with even the dust remaining undisturbed and the damp air permeated with the scent of decay and rust. After being exterminated back in the day, this place was abandoned due to its remoteness and the sheer number of deaths leading to its external ceiling. In the lowest level, it is exceedingly clean, yet vast and empty, with only 10 thick pillars standing. At the very center, dozens of the most advanced electronic devices of the present day are haphazardly set up on a high platform, with only one person seated in the middle, a young woman, 159 meters tall and slightly plump, weighing 190 pounds. She is Jin Hu Chaowan. At this moment, she is reclining on a rocking chair, swaying left and right, her long legs resting on the stone platform, snacking and binge-watching dramas, enjoying herself immensely. On the long stone platform, 5 computers are set up, 4 of which are playing dramas of different eras and genres, as she watches 4 dramas simultaneously. In other directions, even more equipment is placed. Screech. Virum. A large black travel van descends from above at high speed, the sharp sound of tires screeching and the roar of the engine echoing in this vast space, passing by Chao Wan while honking aggressively to greet her. Chao Wan ignored the fool and continued watching her dramas. Wang Jiqiang drove to a corner, took off his oversized baseball cap, and tossed it onto his mount, jumped out of the car, and pressed down on the ground with his right hand. Finally, he pulled back to reveal a large hidden compartment, which was pitch black inside. He then dragged out bags of stolen money from the car and threw them all inside. It was evident that he was quite resentful as he was doing the technical work, wondering why Chao Wan could get away without lifting a finger. He had to do all the dirty and tiring work himself. Hey, when will the team trial begin? I have a feeling that my consciousness is about to upgrade. The new month has just begun. Why the rush? Blood Fox has been very busy lately. I'll let her finish first. You didn't mention she's getting married. When is the wedding? I need to prepare the betrothal gifts in advance. You don't need to worry about that. You just focus on unloading your goods. We're all family. It's natural to care about the sisters. If you're anxious, just go do a personal trial. Hey, I'm a technician. Last time during the solo trial, I almost got killed. You guys don't even offer me any comfort. Practice makes perfect. Wang Jiqiang's resentment deepened. As someone in the technical field, why did she not have such worries? Why can Chao Wan be free from such worries? Because she is stronger than Su Qingyu. Sunrise. In the most tranquil moments before dawn, a touch of violet spreads across the sky, interweaving with the pale blue. Su Qingyu did not return to Qingling, but appeared at Hongyue Bay with he quietly sitting on the grass, serene and unadorned, devoid of any worldly smoke. Hongyue Bay is tranquil and silent, with only distant boats dotting the scene, dreamlike and ethereal, reflecting on the water's surface. The sun slowly reveals half of its face, dyeing the purple clouds into the river, creating a hazy ink wash painting. Miss, what kind of person is he? He is a good person. A good person. He strained to imagine feeling this wasn't the best news. It seems he doesn't quite match the miss. The Mu family is such a large family. Why doesn't he go back to claim his inheritance? Why is he always thinking about running away and wanting to leave the Mu family? Who knows? Miss, I feel he must have been hurt too deeply. He appears very strong on the outside, but inside, he is quite fragile, afraid to face reality, afraid to return to the Mu family. What do you think? I don't think so. On the contrary, he looks very fragile on the outside, yet his inner strength is immense. He is likely a long-term participant in trials, and his level may not be low at all. While that impressive, he showed a trace of delight. Then he's very well matched with the miss. Perhaps they could fight side by side in the trials in the future. That man is her Miss fiancé, so he must be as strong as possible. Even if he can't surpass her, it's still acceptable. How many can truly match her strength? One cannot have overly high expectations. Everything and everyone has flaws, and nothing can be perfect. In the northwestern area of Qingling, there is a children's rescue center. This is a private rescue center established 20 years ago by an elderly man. His son and daughter-in-law remained on the trial planet forever and never returned, leaving only a granddaughter. In order not to sadden his granddaughter, or perhaps to help her find more little friends, he attempted to adopt several children and even went through the official channels to obtain proper documentation. Later, it spiraled out of control until it became what it is now, truly becoming a children's rescue center with over 80 orphans. After the old man passed away, it was handed down to his only granddaughter, who continued this endeavor and enjoyed it herself. A tall and sturdy man, Li Ming, walked in. He had once taken refuge here for 2 years when he was 9 years old, having been captured with the couple who bought him, killed, and fled here to be taken in. Li Ming is not actually a person from the Qinghuang region, but rather from the Qigua to the west of Qinghuang, specifically from a certain mountain valley, though the exact location is unclear. With the passing years, he has gradually come to terms with the fact that he has no way of finding his family. Li Ming. A woman's voice sounded quickly approaching him. She is the owner of this children's rescue center, not just a person in charge, because this piece of land and the building belong to her. The two have known each other since childhood, though they haven't spoken much. Li Ming is not a talkative person, and during the 2 years he spent hiding here as a child, he mostly kept to himself without a single friend. Perhaps his most frequent interaction was indeed with Niu. Li Ming nodded slightly, his expression neutral. Have you been busy with work lately? It's okay, just a lot of overtime, he replied, clearly a bit fatigued. Niu knows that he often participates in trials, but she never brings up such topics. Years ago, her parents disappeared after participating in a trial, a pain that lingers forever. With the start of a new month, he might have just gone in and come out. She smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with a soft light. Well, you're not busy today, come over and have lunch with me. Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Instinctively, he was reluctant to get too entangled with anyone, yet he didn't want to directly refuse. Just then a group of children ran out surrounding Li Ming. Uncle Li, Uncle Ming, come play with us and build a castle. The mud castle. Seeing this, it was clear that Li Ming often visited. They really liked this big guy and were not at all shy around him. Everyone go eat breakfast and get ready for class. Thinking about playing so early in the morning. A furious roar came from Yue, who had lost her earlier gentleness, now stern and fierce as a mother tiger. Not a single child was unafraid, and they all scampered back inside the building. Haha, I'll go in and take a look too. Li Ming followed her inside. Yue pouted slightly, a little displeased, and turned to busy herself with her work. Today Li Ming stayed longer, dazing off and playing around with the children until just before lunch, when he finally decided to leave. Yue spoke up again. Why don't you eat a little before you go? No need, I have some things to do. I'll just grab a bite on the way. Li Ming politely declined, glancing around, and secretly slipped her 3 stacks of cash. Yue was slightly taken aback, then gently shook her head, lowering her voice. I just gave you some last month, there's no need. Earning money isn't easy, keep some for yourself. Without needing to think, it was clear that this money was what he earned from the trial star, hard-earned with his life at stake. He should consider himself more. I'm fine. In a few days some children will be bringing warm clothes, make sure to receive them, and if there are any issues, just talk to them directly. Li Ming. As he was about to leave, Li Ming turned around. Is there anything else? Yue, who usually spoke so sharply, was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she said, No, just take care of yourself, but it's dangerous inside. I understand. Yue quietly watched Li Ming's departing figure, feeling somewhat annoyed. He might really be a bit slow on the uptake. 3 days later. Mu Hanchuan leaned against a large tree, having exhausted half his life, finally crawling out from the bottom of the dark lake. A medical kit appeared beside him, and as he changed his bandages, he realized that had he not marked the kit before leaving, he might have truly perished here. The medications in the medical kit had run low. After using the last of it, it would be done for. Next to him lay a heavy machine gun, while he dared not summon any other firearms or ammunition, as they might have already been discovered by the authorities with little value left. The only remaining round shield had also been called back as he entered the water. Using that durability-enhancing item card, its durability had returned from 40 to 90. As long as it wasn't damaged, it could last a long time. This was the only equipment he had left. He needed to hurry back to his secret base to rest for a while, and also get a support item card, a medical pack, to heal himself, as that would be more effective. Otherwise, he might not be able to enter the team trial at the end of the month due to his serious injuries. He had already left the area of Tianlan City, but he couldn't guarantee absolute safety and needed to remain cautious. Mu Hanchuan supported his heavily injured body, continuing to move. At this moment, inside the large cave, they were still retrieving the body of the bandit. The authorities had discovered a large cache of arms hidden within the cave, but they had yet to find the cache stolen from the Whale Tide Capital Bank. Throughout the entire incident, only that one bandit had appeared. They had not discovered any other accomplices. The higher-ups had an inkling that they seemed to be chasing the wrong person. This was rather awkward. The die had been cast, and such a large force had been mobilized. Failure was not an option. They could forego the funds, but the culprit must be caught. Several serious offenders were already en route to custody, and they had to endure as scapegoats. At the Mu family, they were also searching for Mu Hanchuan. He had completely vanished without a trace. Could it be that he was hidden away by the Su family? Huang Lan weakly suggested this, as her husband had been in a terrible mood these days, and she didn't dare speak much. This possibility was high, but there were also other possibilities. Mu Qiming recalled his tone and demeanor from that day and instructed the housekeeper beside him, Go check the underground ant network, thoroughly investigate the entire Luo province's records, and find any hidden trial participants similar to Mu Hanchuan. He must have participated in the trial. I don't believe it. Unless he was truly taken away or hidden by the Su family, he should definitely be found. Yes, sir. 13 days later. Mu Hanchuan appeared at a semi-official tester trading market in Nanchuan City, located on the outskirts near an abandoned industrial area. During the day, it was almost deserted, but at night, it was bustling with various underground forces, rogue testers, and merchants gathering to engage in the semi-licit trading activities of testers tacitly tolerated by the municipal government. Since it cannot be completely eliminated, why not provide them with a semi-legal trading venue? This way they can collect taxes while also keeping track of underground forces' movements, and they can occasionally sell some goods themselves. It's a win-win situation. Stability is of utmost importance, so local authorities fear nothing more than testers causing trouble. Mu Hanchuan's injuries had healed somewhat, and the recovery would accelerate from here on out. If no further mishaps occurred, he should be able to participate in both individual and team trials by the end of the month, especially the team trials. He had come out this time to buy equipment. After the last incident, he understood clearly that he couldn't rely solely on his physical body. He needed sufficient offensive power and must stack his attributes. The fear of the dead armlet upgrade he obtained last time was not for sale. He would keep it for himself to boost his strength attributes. During this time, he had been closely monitoring the developments in Tianlan City and finally figured out what had happened and understood the specific circumstances. That Huang Ji was also killed that night, and a major bank was robbed also on that same night. Such a big scene. So it wasn't chasing me, but rather those people. Everything is so coincidental. I nearly died trying so hard, and I ended up blocking a disaster for others. Mu Hanchuan first took a long stroll and then returned to where he started. This one is cheaper. Mu Hanchuan spotted an arm guard also upgrade, but with different attributes than the fear of the dead armlet. Night Owl armlet upgrade body requirement, 200 strength requirement 50 arm guard provides certain protection for the arm's maximum impact resistance, 2000 joules, enhances body 20, enhances strength 5. This piece of equipment does not increase defense level directly, but adds significantly to body. However, what he values most is the additional 5 points in strength. With his current strength at 90 points, adding this 5 points would only be 5 points away from reaching 100, thus entering grade. Grade is a significant threshold which can elevate attack power by 20. He must cross it. 150000. No bargaining. 100000. If you sell, we trade. If not, then forget it. This guy was asking for an exorbitant price. If it weren't for his needs, even 1000 would seem too high. Not selling. Get lost. Mu Hanchuan said no more and turned to leave, heading to check out another pair of leg guards. Thunderstrike leg guards, grade body 250, strength 80. Left leg guard provides certain protection for the left leg, maximum impact resistance 2000 joules, has a certain chance to generate thunder backlash upon receiving an attack, paralyzing the opponent, enhances personal defense strength by 5, enhances strength 8. How much for these leg guards? Mu Hanchuan liked these guards. Their defense bonuses and strength attributes were decent, and the added backlash attribute was worth 500, even though the probability was low. 150000. This price was quite fair and not a ripoff. Lower it a bit. The burly man pondered for a moment. This is a brand new piece with nowhere to the lowest is 1200. All right. Mu Hanchuan decisively took out 1200. The other party pushed the leg guards, overtook the money, and left. Transaction complete. With these on, he was still 2 points short in strength. He needed to look elsewhere. Bro, check this out. Not far away, noticing Mu Hanchuan had bought a piece of defensive gear, a middle-aged man with no disguise approached him, pulling out 2 pieces of defensive gear. One was a suit of armor, and the other was an arm guard. Seeing these, Mu Hanchuan lost interest and turned to leave. He already had a grade void stomach armor and 1 arm guard. He might still have to go back to buy the Night Owl armlet grade to fully boost his strength. Bro, this arm guard is a grade, a strong defense piece. The armor was the most basic defense gear common among everyone, and this middle-aged man focused on selling arm guards. A grade strong defense. Yes, take a look. He showcased the attributes of this dark red A grade arm guard. Lava armlet, A grade body attribute 350, right arm defense gear provides substantial protection for the right arm, maximum impact resistance 5000 joules, enhances personal defense strength by 10, absorbs 5 of the damage taken. Mu Hanchuan's body was quite honest as he silently turned back. He could forego the Night Owl armlet grade. Big brother, how much? A sincere price. He raised 4 fingers. Just 40000. His A grade void stomach armor cost over 300 before, but that was armor which is indeed more expensive than an arm guard. Make it cheaper, but it's tough to make money down this route. Alright, you're a straightforward guy. Just 35000. Still a bit expensive. Last price 3000. Done. This guy was quite agreeable, and Mu Hanchuan quickly paid up. They did the transaction directly, money and goods exchanged. Mu Hanchuan was elated. He had boosted his defense strength by another 10 and had an additional 5 damage absorption, which was stronger than his A grade void stomach armor. The middle-aged man also visibly relaxed. He had finally offloaded this piece of equipment. The body requirement was too high, and in such a small place no one was willing to take it. The key was that the position of the arm guard was somewhat niche. During trials, one could only carry 3 pieces of equipment, and wasting 1 on an arm guard wasn't cost-effective. Bro, do you need to buy any more equipment? I work in the defense department, and know many people. I can help you out. I need leg guards that boost body and strength specifically for the right leg. I don't know any exclusive right leg pieces, but I do know one that can be used on both legs. Then, that works too. Come follow me. Mu Hanchuan silently followed. This guy was quite enthusiastic. After a while they arrived in front of a middle-aged man. Guardian leg armor, grade body 150, strength 70, agility 70. Leg armor provides certain protection for the leg's maximum impact resistance 2000 joules, enhances personal defense strength by 5, strength 5, agility 5. This piece was excellent and fit his needs perfectly, plus it provided an additional 5 points in agility. Old Huang, this is my bro. He wants to buy a pair of leg guards. Give him the lowest price. No problem, 800 to take it away. Mu Hanchuan didn't even bargain and directly took out 800. Quick and easy, here you go. He tossed the leg guards over, and Mu Hanchuan quickly handed over the money. Haha, happy trading. After selling the gear in hand, the other party left directly. Bro, do you need anything else? No thank you. No problem, then farewell. Neither side inquired about each other's identities. It was just a matter of fate. Once it was over, they parted ways. Safe travels. After the other party left, Mu Hanchuan also returned, having gathered all his equipment. Having been severely punished in Tianlan City, beaten like a dog, he was spurred to buy 3 pieces of equipment, spending 5 million. Truly a display of wealth, greatly enhancing his power to ensure he wouldn't be beaten up again next time. On the way back, the person selling the Night Owl armlet grade proactively approached him. Friend, 100 is fine, he'll sell it to you. Get lost, I don't want it. This fool thought the arm guard was as valuable as armor. If it weren't for the rare few points of strength needed to boost his attributes, he wouldn't pay even 600 for it. You? A good dog doesn't block the road, get lost. Damn. His expression soured. This person had come twice now, thinking he valued that arm guard, and was trying to raise the price. Little did he know he didn't want it a total loss. Returning to his secret base, he immediately donned all his equipment to test the feel. The fear of the dead armlet grade was worn on his left arm. The lava armlet grade was on his right arm. The Thunderstrike leg guards grade were on his left leg. The Guardian leg armor grade was on his right leg. Strength 90, 23 grade body 357 grade agility 905 mind 90 equipment fear of the dead armlet grade lava armlet grade Thunderstrike leg guards grade Guardian leg armor grade skill migrations grade 12 item none 01 brain domain capacity 16 1 remaining. Damn, feels great. His strength finally reached grade, and he felt his whole body filled with power. Defense had also significantly improved, with the 4 pieces of equipment providing an additional 25 defense strength and 5 damage absorption. Moreover, he still hadn't retrieved the Void Stomach armor grade, which would further increase damage absorption by 10 when worn. The feeling of spending money was fantastic. Mu Hanchuan felt he could take on 5 opponents at once. Next time in the individual trial, he would wear all this gear, donning it as soon as he entered the arena to see who could break through his defense. Oh. Should he buy a helmet too? And perhaps a pair of shoes that enhance defense? While others focus on speed, he focused on defense. 17. 255 million minus 5 million, leaving just 12. 25 million. 50000. He still needed to get his main combat gear, a shield. Forget it, no money. The next evening, Mu Hanchuan prepared to purchase more equipment, this time a shield, and retrieve his Void Stomach armor. Brother Hanchuan, you seem rather frail. What's wrong? Chai Long puffed on a cigarette and sipped wine, eyeing Mu Hanchuan with growing concern. No, it was just a minor clash with the Mu family. I sustained some injuries. What a... Chai Long nearly choked, spitting out his cigarette in shock. You went back to Tianlan City? Yes. Why on earth would you return there voluntarily? Judging by your condition, this wasn't just a light wound. Had he gone back to settle scores with the Mu clan? Nothing serious. I only took a dozen gunshots and got stabbed 4 or 5 times. Mu Hanchuan wasn't exaggerating. If anything, had downplayed it. The female sharpshooter alone had pierced him with 3 arrows, the pain still sharp and lingering. Brother, you'd defy celestial justice just by surviving. Nearly did. Fortunately, I brought my medical kit along. Wait, you patched yourself up while being stabbed? It worked, didn't it? Fine, consider me impressed. So what's your plan now? Lie low. If Sister Yin contacts you, just improvise an excuse, tell her I've set off to explore the world. Won't be returning anytime soon. Dai Xiaoyan had Chai Long's number. Unable to reach Mu Hanchuan, shed inevitably turned to him. For now, Mu Hanchuan needed to sever all ties to protect them from entanglement and danger. I understand. Since you've openly broken with the Mu family, maintaining contact with your sworn elder sister's household is indeed unwise. Chai Long added, is there anything I can do for you? Mu Hanchuan paused, then replied, Keep an ear out. See if any established trial teams are recruiting. I need time to recover. Hunting for ad hoc squads isn't feasible right now. You're still thinking about joining a team trial. People like us don't get to choose. Every opportunity must be seized, without hesitation. I'm worried you won't hold up. Don't worry, they'll never drag the team down. My performance will match theirs exactly. If you say so, then fine, they'll ask around. But most stable teams belong to formal guilds. That means your identity may become known to state authorities. Would that be acceptable as long as confidentiality is preserved? The Trial Seeker Guild was a national institution, established, promoted, and heavily funded by the government. It offered welfare benefits, financial support, and even exclusive career advancement pathways, all designed to encourage trial seekers to join, collaborate, and ascend collectively under state oversight. Chai Long had deep connections. Trial seekers like Mu Han Chuan, exceptionally skilled, battle-hardened, and proven, were highly sought after, especially by elite small units within the guild. They welcomed such warriors, but only if vouched for by trusted intermediaries. Mu Han Chuan was that rare asset, a premium resource. Chai Long was confident he could place him in a strong, reputable team. Agreed. Mu Han Chuan didn't refuse. At this juncture, discretion mattered more than preference. Good, deal sealed. They'll contact you the moment I hear something. Thanks. Brothers helping brothers, no big deal. After parting ways with Chai Long, it was already deep night. Mu Han Chuan returned to the Trial Seeker trading market head visited the day before. Shields were among the cheapest pieces of gear. Obscure niche equipment. Even fewer chose the tank path than opted for support roles. He intended to restock his arsenal today, ideally acquiring an rank shield lest he suffer another humiliating shattering by 3 arrows. Brother, Frank Longstaff. Interested? Is this meant for beating dogs? Handsome, Frank photonic rifle. Need one. His divine sense wasn't sufficient. Frank gear, half-price flash sale. Buy now, profit forever, tonight only. This suited him perfectly. Mu Han Chuan strode over immediately. He scanned the stall and found it an ordinary Frank round shield. How much for this shield? Half-price sale. Originally 600,000, now 300,000. I'd be insane to believe that. Outside it wouldn't cost more than 450,000, but still quite reasonable. Never been used, promise. I have standards. Fine, sold. Coming right up, brother. 1 round shield. For 300,000 head acquired a shield, saving several tens of thousands. Not bad at all. After 10 minutes of browsing, he spotted several more shields, but all were overpriced. He walked away. As a man of modest means, he bought only what he needed, not what cost more. He approached a young woman whose face was fully veiled, though her figure suggested she was still quite young. Is this a shield? Mu Han Chuan pointed deliberately at an object, studying its inscription intently, confirming the characters clearly read shield. If you can't read, go home and learn from your grandfather. She was fierce. Truth be told, he had been dragged home by his grandfather at age 7 for a full year of character study. The item resembled a soft shield woven from overlapping broad leaves, light, ethereal, fluttering gently in the breeze. When idle, it might even double as a fan. Lotus Pond Crossing Irankan requirements: Irank cultivation, physique 300, strength 100, agility 100, in shield, surface supple yet resilient, deflects most melee weapons, strikes malignantly, reduces incoming melee weapon damage by 10. Maximum impact tolerance 5000 joules. In what the hell? Is this actually a shield? A flat 10 damage reduction, not absorption but outright negation of 1/10 of the opponent's strike. One thing baffled Mu Han Chuan: why did a shield demand agility? And why only melee defense? What about ranged attacks? Miss, how much for this? You can't afford it. How do you know unless you name the price? Look at yourself. Do you deserve to own it, eh? I damn. Blind as a pig. She must be hideous. Get lost. Don't block my view. This sharp-tongued seller wasn't serious. Forget it. Before Mu Han Chuan had taken more than a few steps away, a gold-clad, portly man lumbered up. Watch your prices. Fan 3. 5 million. Armor 3 million. Gravitic cannon 4 million. Shield 2 million. Are you robbing me? The young woman exploded, voice thunderous. If you're broke, crawl back to your grandpa's house. All that bling won't mask the poverty rotting in your bones. Dozens of eyes turned toward them. Ill. The fat man felt his dignity assaulted. You've got no mother. Get out. You just wait. The man stormed off. Hearing the price, Mu Han Chuan silently circled back. Bargaining with her. Impossible. Without hesitation, he slammed 2 million credits onto the counter and snatched the Lotus Pond Crossing Irank shield. He had to claim this. not for the shield, but to refuse the label of broke. The young woman fixed him with wide, piercing eyes, then said nothing. She simply collected the money. I've spent another 3 million and am running out of money. I must keep 8 million on hand just in case a boss offers a charter ride. I also need to boost my agility by 5 points, otherwise this useless leaf shield won't even be usable. It dazzles the eyes. I need agility. After wandering through the last few areas, Mu Hanchuan discovered another shield. This is even more bizarre. 2 large cutting boards combined to form a shield. Can this thing really be made into a shield? Hey, take a look. This is a shield. Yes, a strong defense, weak attack shield. Mu Hanchuan was slightly surprised. Strong defense, weak attack. What does that mean? The seller immediately stepped forward to promote it, displaying its attributes. Yin Yang protection, a grade body requirement 360, strength requirement 110, shield combined into a shield reduces 12 damage, maximum impact resistance 6,000 joules. Divided for attack can cause single target penetration damage or large area shockwave attacks. Wow, it really is strong defense, weak attack, a combination of offense and defense. I've gained some knowledge here. Oh, I never knew shields could be used this way. Mu Hanchuan had a confident intuition he couldn't afford this. Hey, this thing is pretty good, right? Thanks, no need to tell me the price. Mu Hanchuan left. No matter the time, he must maintain strong self-control, never wavering in his resolve or losing sight of himself due to external influences. Hey, good things are rare. Even if you don't buy, we can chat. It was hard to come across someone who knows the value. He certainly couldn't let this slip away, so he chased after Mu Hanchuan. Midnight. Back at his secret base, Mu Hanchuan looked at the 2 cutting boards in his hands, deep in reflection. His self-control had indeed faltered a bit. The seller had chased him down from 6 million to 5 million. Unable to resist, Mu Hanchuan ultimately strayed from his original intention and made the purchase, now crying with regret. 1,225. 5 minus the 8 million spent last night, plus the last purchase of a pair of pure white shoes that increased agility, costing 5,000. Oh no, only 495. 5 million left. He still needed to buy some auxiliary item cards, a durability repair kits, and medical packs. All needed a few more, which would cost another 2,000. Mu Hanchuan tried on the shoes. If it weren't for the need to boost his agility by 5 points, he would never have specifically bought a pair of shoes, especially ones that shone white. Flying Star Speed Boots F, wear requirement no, rank requirement agility 80, spiritual sense 80, agility 5, spiritual sense 3, speed increased by 3, actually not bad. The boost is significant, costing only 5,000. Done. The agility requirement for Qianlian Pool Crossing E has been met, so it can be used now. The only concern left is Yin Yang protection E. Mu Hanchuan met the strength requirement of 110. However, he only had a physical requirement of 360, and he was short by 3 points at 357. He didn't pay attention while buying, and now it's a bit troublesome. Does he really have to buy a helmet? Mu Hanchuan was reluctant. He could cover other parts with a coat, but how do you cover a helmet? It's too conspicuous. If it comes to that, perhaps he should complete the remaining personal trial to meet the physical requirement. Another option is to buy a blue random attribute point item card that just adds 3 points. That would be perfect, but that costs about 3 million. So annoying. Once this money is spent, it's gone in an instant. Spending money isn't something he can do. Mu Hanchuan got up and went to retrieve his void stomach armory. 1 hour later, Mu Hanchuan arrived at an abandoned train station vent. Little Mu, you're here. Inside sat an old man, probably in his 70s or 80s. It's unclear how many years he has been in the repair business, still only capable of repairing a grade items, never improving. It's not a lack of ability to upgrade. Rather, the higher up you go, the more complicated and troublesome things become. He said that himself. Master Hong, I'm here to pick up my equipment. It's been fixed for a few days, take it away. Master Hong took out the void stomach armor E from the box and placed it on the table. Without checking, Mu Hanchuan first gave the remaining payment. Repair costs for a grade trial equipment range from 1,000 to 3,000, depending on the item's grade and damage level. Mu Hanchuan's item was severely damaged. Master Hong quoted a repair price of 2,000. He gave 1,000 first and would pay the remaining 1,000 upon completion. For an item worth several million, this price is not considered expensive, especially since Mu Hanchuan's was armor. After paying the final payment, Mu Hanchuan picked up the void stomach armor. He inspected it, then put it on and draped his outer garment over it. Be careful inside. Naturally, this refers to the trial star. Thank you. This old man has repaired equipment for decades. Who knows how much he has earned? Even if he just uses a random attribute point item card for enhancement, his strength can't be low. He's definitely someone who keeps a low profile. Stepping out of here, Mu Hanchuan went to find Old Wang. Originally, he planned to deal with Song Hung directly, but now he changed his strategy. Why use force when wit is better? Perhaps Old Wang is also someone who keeps a low profile and would definitely protect him. At the mud processing station by the river, Mu Hanchuan walked in. Old Wang was repairing equipment, and Song Hung was also nearby. In the corner of the wall, two others were sitting, presumably there to repair equipment. They seemed to be chatting about something and looked over at Mu Hanchuan as he entered. Song Hing looked up. Why is this person here? Is he here to repair equipment again? Mu Hanchuan approached Old Wang. Old Wang greeted him with a smile. Mu, what do you need to repair this time? Mu Hanchuan also smiled, but was not in the mood for small talk. Seeing Song Hung made him unable to hold back, so he got straight to the point. Old Wang, about that void stomach armor. I paid the money and waited half a month, but in the end I only got back a defective product, not even 60 repaired, which caused quite a hassle for my team trial. Now that you're back, shouldn't you give me an explanation? If something particularly unusual happened, I can certainly understand. Old Wang furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at his disciple beside him. He remembered specifically instructing before leaving which items needed to be repaired first and which could be postponed, all numbered properly. How could there still be a mistake? Damn, is this guy here to cause trouble? Song Hung immediately stood up and retorted angrily. You're talking nonsense. I clearly repaired it for you, otherwise how could you have taken it away? Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. You don't think we are easy to bully, do you? With a straight face and no hint of shame, Song Hung acted as if he had evidence. Old Wang's brows furrowed even deeper. This Mu has been repairing equipment here for several years, from grade to a grade, and has never said more than half a word, nor has he ever caused trouble. He probably wouldn't make baseless claims, but on the other hand, there's his disciple. Mu Hanchuan had witnessed Song Hung's shamelessness, but didn't expect him to be this brazen. He had no interest in arguing with them about evidence. Instead, he lightly shifted his steps toward the angry Song Hung. Old Wang quickly stood up, his hidden hand clenched tightly. Mu, we can talk things over. If it really was our fault, the compensation will be fair. Master, he's deliberately looking for trouble. How could I do such a thing? He's just wronging me for benefits. I've seen many like him. The two onlookers exchanged glances, already forming speculations in their minds. Mu Hanchuan said nothing more and made no move. In front of Old Wang's vigilant gaze, he simply walked up to Song Hung, gently patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left, to the astonishment of the few onlookers. With such a commotion, they had expected a fight to break out. 3 days later, Chai Long brought good news. He had found a team composed entirely of ranked trialists for Mu Hanchuan. What kind of team is this? It's a guild founded by the children of high-ranking officials in Nanan City, Mistbeak Guild. Established only 2 years ago, it boasts considerable strength. Its members all hail from elite political families, surpassing ordinary trialists significantly in both resources and capability. What an awkward name, Mistbeak. Did anyone here even finish school? With rapid technological advancement and extended human lifespans, the trialist system underwent explosive growth. Trialist families and factions gradually coalesced into fully structured organizations, while newly emergent trialists surged in unprecedented numbers, making governance increasingly arduous. To address this, the Qingwang Kingdom launched and vigorously supported the trialist guild system 5 years ago, promoting it nationwide, encouraging new trialists to join or establish their own guilds, thereby absorbing fresh talent. Coupled with the official trialist ranking system, these guilds jointly supervise domestic trialists while recruiting top performers into national agencies. Since then, guilds have become the sole officially recognized legitimate trialist organizations across Qingwang, sprouting up like mushrooms after rain throughout the realm. All non-guild trialist factions, including street gangs and establishments like Su Qingyu's Fox Heaven Workshop, were classified as illegal organizations and subjected to severe crackdowns, forcing them deep into the shadows. Meanwhile, traditional power centers, such as aristocratic families and major corporations, remained outside the formal trialist hierarchy. The Qingwang authorities could not realistically antagonize every trialist. Their enforcement targeted primarily mid- and lower-tier elements to maintain stability, leaving the upper echelons largely unaffected. Consequently, former underworld syndicates and legitimate power brokers alike underwent institutional transformation, registering publicly as state-sanctioned guilds. Only those with serious criminal records remained unable to register, operating covertly or seeking alternative paths. As for whether these guilds engaged in illicit activities behind closed doors, how could they not? Survival demands it. They had merely refined their methods. Chai Long took a sip of wine and continued, they do have tanks in their guild, but none who can keep pace with their tempo. So they sought one externally. I recommended you, vouching emphatically that you'd hold the line. Don't embarrass me. How strong are they? 4 ranked trialists, 3 men, 1 woman. Their leader excels in both offense and defense, another specializes in raw physical power, a third handles crowd control and long-range firepower, and the woman serves as a premier support specialist. Such a composition lacks a scout, leaving them vulnerable to ambushes and placing immense pressure on their tank. Understood. You're sure you're ready? Don't worry about coordination. They're seasoned partners who've fought together countless times. Just focus on your role. Understood. Rest assured, it'll go smoothly. Excellent. Chai Long clapped Mu Hanchuan firmly on the shoulder. You won't bear the cost of the team star key. The guild covers it. In a few days I'll take you to meet them, introduce everyone, and discuss equipment and consumables. Agreed. I'm available anytime. Good. Let's drink. To your stellar performance. Build your reputation now, and I'll connect you with elite teams later, where rewards truly soar. Ding. Thanks. This month's team trial was secured. With 10 days remaining until month end, he needed to complete his final solo trial within the week and test his new gear inside. His injuries had healed only 60%. That night, he would purchase auxiliary item cards and apply a medical kit to accelerate recovery. After prolonged hesitation, Mu Hanchuan finally spoke, tears glistening. Chai Long, help me find a random attribute point card, blue rarity. Blue. Those aren't cheap. I need at least 3500 to secure one. Give me one. I acquired new gear requiring 3 additional physique points. It's a gamble, but worth it. A 25% chance for 35000. That's a steep wager. Think carefully. I've spent heavily lately. What's a little more? Better to settle everything now, then rebuild afterward. This team trial incurred no personal expense. For now it would suffice. Next month demanded meticulous planning. All right, I'll make inquiries and contact you in 2 days. Han Yangyan. Word is you claimed 3rd place in the Crimson trial, with a patron in tow. An outstanding result. The speaker was a stunning woman, tall and statuesque, standing nearly 1.8 meters. Her awareness was unsurprising to amplify prestige. Baigu had already flooded the ant web with this triumph. Indeed, Han Yangyan was Baigu, a scion of a military family in Tianlan City, upright and reputable, yet lacking vast familial influence. Most of his advancement stemmed from sheer self-reliance. The questioner was Qiao Yu, founder of Tianlan's Jiujie Guild and cherished daughter of Qiao Gao, provincial governor of Luo Province. Baigu himself belonged to Jiujie Guild. This month's scheduled team trial was set to proceed alongside Qiao Yu and several other elite guild members, currently still in preparation, soon to commence. No one knew how fiercely Baigu had clawed his way into this inner circle, nearly offering his very charm. People like him occupied an ambiguous tier, neither elite nor marginal, superior to many yet falling short of true distinction. To ascend further and secure superior cultivation resources aligning with the right team was imperative. Thus, he chose the provincial governor's daughter. Several affluent families had previously courted him for his prowess, only to be rebuffed decisively. He pledged unwavering loyalty to Jiujie Guild and to Qiao Yu. He possessed genuine ability. Otherwise, Qiao Yu would never have accepted him, let alone placed him among her core squad. Baigu smiled and replied, we did claim 3rd. Luck played its part, but our 2 teammates were exceptional. He omitted Midnight Black Tea, not mentioning her, because she, like him, hailed from distinguished lineage and maintained her own guild affiliation. Oh, who were they? Hey Yu and Mu, especially Mu. He saved teammates multiple times and withstood the fiercest assaults. Without him, we wouldn't have claimed 3rd. We might not have returned alive. Hey Yu rings a bell, but Mu, a newcomer. I've never heard the name. Baigu replied, indeed, he's recently emerged. We collaborated once before, also with a patron. Had a trusted intermediary not introduced him, I'd never have risked it. But his competence proved undeniable, so I invited him again. Qiao Yu grew intrigued. Such individuals embodied true talent, vastly surpassing those who merely flaunted inherited privilege. If you praise him so highly, he must be extraordinary. Let's invite him, and hey you too, into our guild. Resources will abound, far exceeding what they achieve alone. Guild membership granted access to exhaustive archives on trial stars, detailed stage intelligence, even cross-national and interstellar trialist systems maintained by elite guilds. Before trials, members could borrow required gear and consumables from the guild, reimbursing costs in cash post-mission, or paying only repair fees if items were damaged. Specialized training facilities, martial arts academies, and expert instructors stood ready, offering rigorous instruction in combat techniques and tactical disciplines. For those pursuing civil service careers, official recommendations were readily provided. All these constituted strategic resources. The larger the guild, the richer its offerings. Jujia lacked for nothing. Baigu shook his head skeptically. Hey, you is impossible. He trusts no one and rejects all formal affiliations. As for Mu, perhaps feasible, though chances remain slim. A pity. Still, let's extend the offer to Mu. If he declines, we won't press. Should our guild need reinforcements for future team trials, cooperation remains an option. Absolutely no problem. Very well. Rest well these 3 days. Once the full team assembles, we enter the trial. Agreed. Baigu had his own plans. As for his 2 fellow trialists from the previous mission, this month He Yu joined a formidable team, determined to dominate every faction on the trial star regardless of species, even human squads, with first place their absolute objective. Midnight Black Tea had no scheduled trials this month, returning home for tender maternal daughter reunions. Mu Hanchuan received a call from Chai Long on the 4th day, managing to obtain a blue random attribute point item card. This time it was somewhat bumpy. After searching for a long time, he finally found one in a neighboring city, as the entire Lainan city surprisingly had none for sale. This card cost as much as 3.8 million, including commissions. He lost out a significant loss. Now he was truly broke. Just 2 days prior, he had purchased some auxiliary item cards and specifically bought a blue star key needed for personal trials. Durability value 3 cards, 11,000 each. Repair boxes 4 cards, 11,000 each. Medical kits 3 cards, 30,000 each. In total, he spent 1600. He got the blue star key at a bargain for only 8,000. Adding the 3.8 million, he was left with only 8,800. It's quite an auspicious number. He had promised to save 8 million, and now he was left with just 8,800. Mu Hanchuan felt a bit gloomy. His self-discipline was still lacking, and he needed to strengthen it. How could he achieve great things in the future like this? After resting for 2 more days and recovering to 70%, he would first complete the personal trial. After that, he would meet with someone from the Mistbeak Guild. Thanks to Chai Long, he saved on the Team Star key contribution fee, which would have cost 70 to 80 million. He couldn't afford that now. Blue Star Key Personal Trial Activated Trial Area Forbidden Star Ring Level 7-fold Abyss Type Challenge Type Participants 99. All races may form teams freely with a maximum of 3 members per group. The first team to pass each level will receive a special reward, and the final rewards will be distributed based on overall performance, determining the top 3. Note, anyone who reaches the 7th level will receive an additional reward. Remaining team formation time 59 minutes and 59 seconds in a vast inner space. Everything was white floors, white walls, and a white ceiling with 99 trial participants from various races gathering together. This place operates in peace mode, meaning combat is not possible, and the language is universal. One can speak directly, and other races will naturally understand without needing any devices. Damn Forbidden Star Ring. Mu Hanchuan was dumbfounded. This trial was not in the Forbidden Trial Star, but in the Forbidden Star Ring. This was his 3rd time entering the Forbidden Star Ring's trial, and he didn't like it at all. The Forbidden Star Ring is a massive star ring surrounding the Forbidden Trial Star in outer space. It is not a physical entity, but a virtual one. The area they were currently in was all created virtually, including the upcoming 7-fold Abyss level. Mu Hanchuan disliked this place. He preferred the grounded feeling, which gave him a greater sense of security. In the Forbidden Star Ring, everything is virtual, but if one dies here, it is genuine death. There are no physical items here, so one cannot bring back high-value items like on the Trial Star, and there are no materials to collect. However, there is a chance to directly obtain trial equipment and items in the levels. Since it is virtual, items can be directly dropped in for trial participants to compete over. Those with exceptional luck can indeed find quite a lot. Participants can only carry 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item card, and cannot steal from other participants, but the equipment and items found inside can be used immediately, which makes a significant difference. Overall, the Forbidden Trial Star and the Forbidden Star Ring have extremely distinct characteristics, and the differences in trial levels are enormous, necessitating a proper understanding and utilization. The 99 trial participants came from various races, allowing for free communication and team formation. After understanding the level information, all trial participants began to move, searching for powerful teammates. A 4-meter-tall Zelter shouted loudly audible throughout the area, I am a warrior a level with a strength attribute over 500. Is there any strong person who wants to join me? Instantly, a crowd surged forward to introduce themselves. A one-metal Crusa called out for recruits. I need a strong attacker and a strong defender who must completely obey my commands. This was a large race with a sharp mind. Immediately, a group of elites from various races squeezed towards him. As long as they could clear the level and earn rewards, they didn't care about any enmity. The Chilean tribe, I am a scout. Is there anyone willing to team up? No one responded. I can also fly. Still no one paid attention. In a place like this, it would be better to find someone from his own race. However, Mu Hanchuan scanned around and couldn't see a single human. What the hell? What terrible luck, what is this? Must he team up with these alien races to clear the level? It wouldn't be impossible, but it felt a bit uncomfortable. What if they stabbed him in the back? Currently, this place was in peace mode, but once the trial began, it would no longer be so. Mu Hanchuan quietly waited for a fateful and discerning person to come find him to team up, and he would reluctantly join. But after waiting for a quarter of an hour, not even a ghost shadow appeared. No one came to recruit him. Are we humans not considered a major race? Could it be that in the eyes of these alien races we humans are so weak? Or do they just look down on us? Mu Hanchuan felt somewhat sad. Forget it, let me go to the corner and call all the equipment to switch out. Who knows what he would encounter in the level? The 3 pieces of equipment he carried were 2 cutting boards, a round shield, and he wore the glowing meteor speed boots F on his feet with a medical kit as his item card. Reaching the farthest corner, Mu Hanchuan began to change his equipment. After all, they were all alien races. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. If they didn't like it, he could just fight them. The Voidwing armor E was donned. The Fear of Death wrist guard F was equipped on the left arm, while the Lava arm guard E adorned the right. The outer clothing was put back on. The Thunderstrike leggings F were fitted onto the left leg, and the Guardian leg armor F was placed on the right leg. The trousers were reworn. 2 pieces of A grade and 3 pieces of grade armor were fully equipped. The additional attribute points had taken effect, and the agility attribute had met the requirements. The last piece of equipment, the Chilean pool crossing A grade, was summoned. All 6 marked items were gathered. The 7th marked item was Song Hong. Originally, he intended to summon him at the end of the personal trial to either eliminate him if successful or let it be if not. What now? This is the Forbidden Star Ring, a virtual realm not located on the trial star. It is 99 impossible to summon him here. Even if it were possible, it seems there would be no danger. What if he ends up being sent back? This possibility wasn't non-existent. He decisively abandoned the idea, choosing to let him go this time and summoning him during the next team trial, instead merely wasting a marked position. With all equipment in place except for the shoes, he was fully armored. His body's defensive intensity increased by 25, damage absorption by 15, and speed by 3. Mu Hanchuan felt invincible. Who could break through his defense? On his back, he carried 2 wooden boards with a round shield hanging at his waist. In his hand, he held a round shield composed of countless green leaves which fluttered beautifully as he walked. The passive effects of the shield equipment could only be triggered in battle and did not stack with the passives of his current gear. He spent 17 million to create this complete set of equipment consisting of 4 grade pieces, significantly enhancing his overall strength and giving him a tremendous sense of security. After admiring his equipment, he returned to the team lobby. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Hanchuan's eyes widened. Where is everyone? This is bad. It looks like there are hardly any left. Wasn't there an hour for team formation? Is the whole team ready? This efficiency seems too fast considering there were 99 people. The confirmed team members were teleported away, entering their own private space to get familiar and discuss tactics. The remaining dozen or so also had intentions, but the options were limited. The only one still single in the hall was a weak Sha clan member, a little short, at only 1.5 meters tall. She seemed a bit shy, almost out of options still lingering there. In the end, her hopeful gaze turned towards Mu Hanchuan, as if he were someone who shared her plight, also unwanted. Mu Hanchuan did not look at her, but scanned the entire room. With 99 trial participants, they could exactly form 33 teams. Why were only the 2 of them left alone? Shouldn't there still be? Did some teams pair up and enter? Or did someone choose to go solo? They must be out of their minds, rusted out. DDO, you have a team. 3 meters away, the Sha clan member mustered all her courage to utter a word, probably all the bravery she could gather. Mu Hanchuan glanced at her speechlessly. Do I look like someone who has a team? Whoosh. The 2 appeared in an independent space. In the end, Mu Hanchuan formed a team with the Sha clan member named Nayli, as there were no other options. What do we do now? Should we devise a tactic? Nayli seemed a bit happy. After all, she had a team now and wasn't fighting alone. Mu Hanchuan replied seriously, yes. Nayli's eyes sparkled. What tactic? If we encounter enemies, we will run separately. I will go from the ground, you from the air, each running our own way and regroup after shaking off the enemies. Nayli. The light in her eyes dimmed. After resting for 20 minutes, trial begins. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli appeared in a lush, primitive forest, the area unknown. The two stood a meter apart, cautiously surveying their surroundings, wary of potential dangers. Level 1 light robbery. Light robbery. Could you be more specific? What light are we robbing? Where are we supposed to go? In the next moment, a shiny fur ball appeared out of thin air, hovering 5 meters above Nayli's right. Before it could take off, Nayli flapped her wings. The Shai clan's sustained ability wasn't great. They couldn't maintain flight for long, but their explosive power was impressive. Mu Hanchuan blinked, and Nayli's right hand had already grasped the shiny furball, landing in front of her. Congratulations on successfully clearing the first level, becoming the first team to clear this level. Reward: 1th grade skill Gale Step F. Learning requirements: grade agility 150, increases agility by 10, greatly enhances movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooling time 3 hours. What is this? Nayli didn't know what reward she received. She looked just as bewildered as Mu Hanchuan. The two had no time for pleasantries or sharing insights before they suddenly disappeared from the spot. Second level begins. Twisted maze. What kind of level is this? They entered a massive maze made up of constantly shifting light and shadow with slanted walls. Just by looking a few more times, they began to feel slightly dizzy. What the heck? The walls and floor were as smooth as mirrors, and paths that appeared close in sight could be very far apart in reality. What seemed like shortcuts or dead ends could actually be the opposite. They understood. It was a maze and they had to find the exit. Only once they found the exit, they might end up blind. Mu Hanchuan took a few steps forward and reached a corner. Be careful! Nayli suddenly shouted from behind. A 2-meter-tall beast resembling a lion tiger charged from the other end, pouncing towards Mu Hanchuan. The half-meter-wide green leaf round shield in his left hand was instantly raised, blocking in front of him. With a bang, its large head collided heavily against it. The impact was considerable, and the leaves on the round shield were swept up, but it was easily blocked, and Mu Hanchuan remained unmoved. The round shield in his right hand swung out, sending the beast flying. It looked intimidating, and he thought it would be strong, but it turned out to be weak. The round shield was swung out again, shattering the beast's head, yet it did not disappear. The corpse lay there stiffly. Nayli rushed over, holding a crossbow in her hand. Are you okay? I'm fine. This thing is weak. Just don't know how many there are. Look for the way out and avoid them as much as possible. Okay, I'll lead the way. Nayli volunteered. The Shai clan members were naturally sensitive to the energy fluctuations in their surroundings and could detect enemies immediately, perfectly avoiding monsters in here. If danger arises, just hide behind me. I'll handle everything. If you don't need to fly, don't conserve your strength. After winning the reward from the first level, Mu Hanchuan's attitude did a 360-degree turn. No longer insisting on running separately, he would take on everything himself. Well, thank you. Let's go quickly. They needed to hurry. They couldn't waste a second. Clearing the first level in record time saved them a lot of time. If nothing unexpected happened, they were now ranked first, seizing the opportunity to try to claim first place in this level as well. If that were the case, they would hold the first place in 2 levels, ensuring their final score would undoubtedly rank in the top 3, securing the ultimate reward and perhaps even competing for first place. Meanwhile, the other 35 teams were exerting every ounce of strength to chase the glowing object, which was actually a small bouncing furball that could leap several dozen meters in a single bound, making it extremely difficult to catch. They either had to be faster than it and grab it directly. If they lacked that speed, the 3 team members had to rely on strategy and wit. With a full team, it was manageable. They could eventually catch it with some time. However, how could those solo players with unique styles handle such a creatively designed challenge? Of the total of 99 people, there were 36 teams, including 30 full teams, 3 2-member teams, and 3 unique individuals who, confident in their own strength, chose not to team up and rely solely on their abilities. Now they found themselves at a loss, able to chase for a lifetime until the trial ended. In the 5th second, a 1-meter-tall member of the Crusa tribe caught the glowing furball. The glowing furball was over 200 meters away. He launched himself with all his might, fully utilizing his leaping ability, and after several consecutive jumps, he finally succeeded in catching it in the 5th second, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first stage. Impressive. Awesome. The 2 formidable teammates he had attracted couldn't help but express their admiration. The first stage was cleared so easily and simply. The second stage begins the twisted maze. Where's the reward? The small Crusoe was equally taken aback, unable to accept that the first kill of the first stage had already been snatched away. How is this possible? Is there someone faster than him? The three appeared in the maze of the second stage and had to accept the reality that the reward for the first stage was indeed taken. What do we do? What else can we do? There are experts here. We must clear this stage quickly. All right. Which way should we go? Just head towards where the most monsters appear. Trust me, the monsters here are not strong. With our abilities, nothing in this 7-layer stage can stop us. Upon hearing this from the Crusoe, they felt reassured. The three quickly acted without needing any tactics, charging forward wherever the monsters were abundant. At the 15-second mark, the third team cleared the first stage. At the 35-second mark, the fourth team cleared the first stage. At the 53-second mark, the most powerful team, the Floating Light Clan, cleared the first stage. On the other side, Muhanchuan and Nayli were still cautiously moving forward. The maze was dazzling with various refractions, angles, and visual errors, while also avoiding all sorts of monsters. There were extremely fast ones, giant ones, and even some that were purely annoying. They could only try their best not to retrace their steps, leaving their fate of finding the exit to chance. After searching for a full hour, a light appeared ahead, a distinctly different glow, and both of them were overjoyed. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the second stage. The two rejoiced, finally figuring a way out. The third stage begins the Sky Bridge. Unfortunately, they spent too much time in the previous stage and couldn't claim the first clear. Fortunately, they were mentally prepared for this, so they felt no disappointment. Swish! They disappeared from their spot and reappeared on a large flat rock at the mountain's peak, which was quite expansive, covering several hundred square meters. Nayli peered over the edge and was so frightened that she quickly flapped her wings and jumped back. Below was an unfathomable depth like human desires with no end in sight, leaving her face pale with fright. Sky Bridge. Where's the Sky Bridge? Muhanchuan circled around the top 3 times, but found nothing. Surely there should be a bridge for us to cross. Mu, look over there. Upon seeing it, Muhanchuan exclaimed that it finally appeared, albeit delayed significantly. In the west, a massive city emerged, its towers soaring 100 meters high and shimmering with intense golden light, magnificent beyond measure, about 4 to 5 kilometers away from their rocky perch. Between the giant city and the massive rock, a rickety, dilapidated suspension bridge slowly appeared, looking like it might collapse at any moment. Could it really hold people? The suspension bridge was 15 meters wide. Muhanchuan dared not step onto it, and threw his round shield, which rolled a few times before landing on the left edge of the bridge. To his surprise, the suspension bridge tilted slightly. Whoa, Mu, your shield. They'll go get it for you. He wondered how she could just throw the shield over. If it fell, it would be lost. She prepared to fly over to retrieve it. Just as she took off and crossed the line of the suspension bridge, Muhanchuan suddenly yanked her back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, over 5 kilometers away from the towering city, hundreds of silver arrows were shot out. These arrows traveled at incredible speed and reached them in an instant. Muhanchuan quickly drew the 2 large boards from his back, combined them, and stretched them out, forming a large shield that was 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Having overreacted, the silver arrows did not cross the line, but instead struck the area where Nayli had just appeared on the bridge. Nayla's heart raced, and her body trembled uncontrollably. How can we possibly get past this? You're mistaken. There will be teams that can clear this type of stage. It just takes a bit of time. A distance this long and arrows attacking this densely indicates that the attack power released from the city tower cannot be too high, or else they wouldn't be able to clear the stage. How is that possible? It's 5 kilometers. Even running over would take 10 minutes. Maybe we should just give up. The thought of falling made her scalp tingle. With a flick of his right hand, the round shield returned to his grasp and was reattached to his waist. Nayli was stunned. That move was so cool. Holding the large shield made from the boards in his left hand and gripping the green leaf round shield in his right, he instructed Nayli, "Don't step on the sides, just walk in the middle. Stay close behind me, tight against my back." Don't understand. I understand. Without saying more, Muhanchuan raised the large shield made from the boards and took the first step onto the center of the suspension bridge. In an instant, hundreds of silver arrows appeared again from the direction of the city 5 kilometers away. Nayli closely followed, her entire body pressed tightly against Muhanchuan's back, leaving almost no gap. She dared not poke her head out, let alone look around, carefully matching his pace. I didn't mean for you to stick this close. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of silver arrows rained down, only about half hitting the large shield, all blocked, leaving them unharmed while the rest fell around them. Indeed, the power of these arrows was average at best, posing no threat to Mu Hanchuan. As the rain of arrows ceased after 10 seconds, a second wave shot out, this time even more, reaching 150 arrows. Stay close. Mu Hanchuan, completely unconcerned, started jogging. Upon hearing this, Neili pressed even closer. In other locations, 5 teams had already bravely ventured into the third challenge ahead of Mu Hanchuan and his companion. The fastest among them was the Klawasa tribe's team, which had already reached the halfway point. They had successfully secured the first kill in the second challenge, preparing to put in more effort in the third, only to find themselves stuck. The arrows shot towards them became increasingly dense, and occasionally powerful, 3-meter-long giant arrows were fired, forcing them to dodge. The tank in the team was strong, but he was not a pure tank, and his equipment was not primarily tank-oriented, making things a bit awkward. It was impossible for him to handle everything alone, and he couldn't protect the entire area. Moreover, the rickety suspension bridge shook in various ways. One wrong move could tilt it, necessitating constant adjustments. A Klawasa tribe member attempted to break through on his own, leaving the other 2 behind to grind it out slowly. However, upon reaching the 34 mark, he encountered golden arrows that rained down on him relentlessly. These golden arrows seemed to predict his position, and no matter how fast his leaps were, the arrow rain always appeared in time. One misstep, and he was struck by an arrow. Helpless, he had to retreat and join his teammates to reduce the number of arrows they had to deal with. Although their progress might slow down, at least it was safer. The intensity of the attacks behind us is significantly increasing. Slow down, don't rush. The more hasty, the more chaotic it becomes. Maintain your stamina and advance steadily. Okay, understood. The Klawasa tribe member had a golden arrow lodged in him and didn't even have time to pull it out. How could they not understand? The strongest team, the Floating Light tribe, was not slow either. They were just a step behind the Klawasa tribe and had just reached the central area. In the first challenge, they failed to secure a kill, but that was fine. Their luck was just not good. In the second challenge, they again did not secure one, perhaps still due to bad luck, so they continued to endure. Now in this challenge, it was practically tailored for their team. Given their combined strength, if they couldn't secure a kill this time, they might as well end it all. Put in more effort. Too much time was wasted in the first 2 challenges. We must make up for it in this one and secure the first kill. The one speaking was the team leader of the Floating Light tribe. Despite being slightly lacking in agility, he reached a level in the other 3 attributes, with his strength nearing the level, making his overall strength unmatched among the other 99 participants, giving him the confidence to speak such bold words. All right, faster. We've passed the halfway mark, accelerate. The other 2 belonged to the Su-Tuay tribe and the Karuna tribe. One was focused on being a warrior with both strength and physique reaching a level. The other leaned more towards an assassin, also attaining a level in strength and agility. Each was powerful, and the team as a whole had almost no weaknesses. With their team's strength, securing the final first place was their goal. Not achieving it would mean failure, even though they had yet to secure any first place. On Mu Hanchuan's side, his running speed increased steadily to the point where he completely disregarded the arrows, even fearless of being hit. The attack power of these arrows was decent, but they were still a bit short of actually hurting him. In just 10 minutes, the 2 of them had reached the middle of the bridge. Suddenly, Mu Hanchuan came to a sudden halt, raising his shield for full defense. A heavy impact struck his back, creating a strong pushback sensation. A 3-meter-long giant arrow struck heavily against his shield, making a series of loud bangs that caused Mu Hanchuan's body to tremble slightly, but that was all. Mu, what's wrong? Nothing. Mu Hanchuan resumed his run, with Neili quickly following behind. She was immensely impressed, thinking how strong he was to bear everything alone. Their pace slowed considerably whenever the 3-meter-long giant arrows were fired. Mu Hanchuan had to stop, set up a defensive posture, and defend himself, while also being heavily pushed by waves of the Sai tribe. He could withstand the giant arrows, but the road ahead was still long, and he didn't know what else might appear. It was necessary to conserve some stamina for what lay ahead. He couldn't afford to disrupt his rhythm, nor did he want to unnecessarily waste durability on his shield, especially since he hadn't brought any durability-enhancing items. Having crossed the 34 mark, he could clearly see the enormous city gate towering 10 meters high. On the city walls, the silver rain of arrows turned into golden arrows, noticeably faster, more powerful, and significantly more numerous. Holy crap! Mu Hanchuan decisively threw his green leaf-round shield with great speed. It spun out, its blades fluttering, and then knocked down several golden arrows in midair, relieving him of quite a bit of pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Half of the remaining golden arrows struck against his shield, causing him to stagger back, while a few were blocked by his right arm. The level lava bracers had a considerable defensive rating, and they could withstand the blows. What could they do about it? Mu Hanchuan's eyes lit up. He now understood why this green leaf-round shield required agility. Indeed, its flight speed was lighter and faster. He quickly summoned back the green leaf-round shield, throwing it out again and again, executing a simultaneous ascent and descent dual tracks, racing, striking upward, and defending downward, launching both wings, moving in unison. Whatever he couldn't block, he would take heat in with his body. With a full set of 5 defensive pieces, he wasn't afraid of any attack. The power of the golden arrows was indeed great, and their numbers were sufficient, but they could not halt his advance, although his forward speed was significantly reduced. 25 minutes and 33 seconds. Congratulations on successfully passing the third challenge, becoming the first team to clear it, and receiving Invincible equipment reward: Faceless Mask. F requirements: Level Physique 160, Spiritual Sense 90, Physique 15, Undetectable Maximum Resistance against a level, Maximum Impact Tolerance 1000 joules. The two were overjoyed. Had they once again secured the first place? Mu, you are so strong. We got another first place. Oh, we're definitely in for the top 3 now. Mu Hanchuan paid little mind to her praise. After all, while the others had 3 pieces of equipment, he had 9. How could he not outshine them? He looked at this reward. It's actually a helmet I can use. A mask was a type of helmet. Its defensive level might not be high, but it held some special abilities. Anti-scrying. While that could work, it would be useful in solo trials, and could help him disguise himself in the real world. It sounded pretty good. Mu Hanchuan directly put it on his face. It could also provide some facial protection, and it added 15 points to his physique, so why not? Mu, look at this. After passing the challenge, they did not immediately get transported to the 4th challenge, but instead appeared at the city gate, where 2 blue boxes were present. This was a feature within the Forbidden Star Ring. Rewards were dropped, and the blue challenge corresponded to blue boxes. The 2 hurried over, and one opened a box. Auxiliary item card, durability value odd. Mu Hanchuan thought he had struck it rich, only to find this. He glanced at Neili beside him. She did not hesitate, and directly handed the reward inside that box to Mu Hanchuan. Upon taking a look, it was auxiliary item card repair box. So detailed, it would even help replenish durability after the fight. While it's still worth 1,000 for a card, at least it can be kept for emergencies for his own shield. The 4th challenge begins: Escape from the ruined city. Just 10 seconds later, the Fuguang clan's team, the strongest in overall capability, successfully cleared the trial. Their expressions of elation lasted less than a second before the system announced Trial Phase 4 activated: Escape through the ruined metropolis. And what? We still didn't get it. And how is it possible? We moved this fast and still failed to claim first place. Though they had entered earlier than Mu Hanchuan's team, their completion time stood at 29 minutes and 55 seconds, significantly slower. Team leader Syrian's expression darkened. Unbelievable. This batch of trials conceals true masters among hidden dragons and crouching tigers. And could it be the Crusa clan's team? Their strength is commendable, but not comparable to ours, especially not in this phase. And what on earth is happening? And let's go. From now on, we hold nothing back. We commit fully to the next trial. Having failed to secure first place in any of the first 3 trials, this so-called strongest team now faced utter extinction of their chances, if they didn't act decisively. The Crusa clan's team completed the trial 8 minutes after the Fuguang clan, 13 minutes behind Mu Hanchuan's team. This phase simply did not align with their team's inherent strengths. First place was snatched from us. And no surprise there, we spent far too long. But doesn't it feel rather quick to you? Recall Phase 1. You'll realize we're anything but swift. NIS, there a blue chest by the city gate. Captain Leakin leapt forward in a single bound and materialized before it. Upon opening it, he muttered, a repair kit. Ugh, what worthless junk. And let's move. Next phase. We accelerate. We must recover every second lost here. And inside Phase 4. Mu Hanchuan stood at the jagged edge of a 300-meter skyscraper, severed cleanly in half, gazing down upon the ruins below. Not a vibrant, roaring metropolis, it now lay silent, a colossal hollow tomb. Exposed alloys gleamed dully under fractured skies, roads split like dried riverbeds, 1,000-meter spires leaned precariously or lay in rubble, their skeletal frames twisted and collapsed across 100-meter avenues. Gigantic warped metal ribs jutting from the ruins, whispering of former grandeur and present desolation. Wind wailed through shattered towers like a mournful dirge, while distant guttural roars echoed from unseen creatures, territorial declarations echoing across the wasteland. He drew a slow, deep breath, the air thick with the acrid tang of decay and dust tightening his throat with every inhale. This was no human world but a fragment of the forbidden trial star, a 1-second-year shattered civilization now resurrected by the forbidden stellar ring. What is this? Just a ruined remnant of the past. And do we have to cross it? And no, it's too perilous. Unimaginable dangers surely lurk within. They currently stood at the easternmost fringe of the city, their objective lying far to the west, straight-line distance spanning dozens of kilometers. Between them and safety lay only escalating perils. Then what do we do? NW, you skirt the perimeter, bypass the core entirely. The center belongs to Titans, the edges, though still fraud, impose far less pressure. Of the 7 trials, they had already secured 2 of the first 3, guaranteeing top 3 placement, perhaps even second. There was no pragmatic justification to risk life and limb for marginal rewards. Such ambition offered abysmal return on investment. Worse yet, pushing forward might shatter 1 or 2 of his precious artifacts. Even if they claimed first place, the net gain would vanish and could easily become catastrophic loss. There was no need to compete further. True wisdom lay in knowing when to withdraw. Greed invited death. Even within the virtual domain of the forbidden stellar ring, mortality remained absolute. Safety above all else must govern every decision. Nayli understood the futility of contention ahead. This outcome suited her well. She harbored no lofty ambitions, only the quiet desire to earn coin. Muhanchuan gazed upon the city's decay and sighed deeply, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Nah, how many among the truly transcendent geniuses ever reached the final strength? I heard humanity's current apex stands only at rank A, still leagues away from strength. In reaching rank B demands 2400 attribute points, strength leaps beyond comprehension, its power unfathomable. His current physical attribute stood at 360, boosted to 375 by his mask, still vastly short of rank D. In relying solely on trials was painfully slow. How much longer until he advanced? He needed relentless effort. Earn credits. Acquire randomized attribute point cards. Exhaust all 5 monthly draws. Yellow tier cards alone yield 10 attribute points monthly, equivalent to 2 solo trials. One day, when planetary biotech matures fully, free of latent side effects, I'll invest heavily in targeted somatic enhancements. Just for physique. Damn it. Nayli voiced no objection. Go for it. She cheered them both on. Shall we depart now? And let's go? 10 seconds after Muhanchuan's team entered phase 4, the Fuguang clan's trio arrived. In their eyes blazed with fierce resolve. This phase aligned perfectly with their innate strengths. At last, fortune smiles upon us. In no delay, we charge forward. The hidden powerhouse team has surely surged ahead. Agreed, full commitment. This phase must be ours. And understood. And let's go? They leapt down in unison, racing headlong toward the city's heart, choosing the most direct, most dangerous path. Yes, danger loomed, but so did their rivals. They had no choice but to advance, convinced their prowess matched theirs. Only luck had faltered. Their approach shattered the silence, unnaturally loud amid the ruins. A vast flock of unknown blackbirds erupted from the debris, spiraling skyward in panicked unison, blotting out the light as they shrieked incessantly. Dozens of crimson eyes blinked open from the rubble, then hundreds, then thousands glowing from ever more distant ruins. And this was merely the periphery, and to fight through to the city's core, and then pierce its opposite edge, would prove arduous indeed. 8 minutes later, Captain Leakin's Crusa clan team entered Phase 4, and their faces lit with triumph. This phase isn't difficult. We still have a chance. One excelled in raw strength, another in impenetrable defense, the third in uncanny agility. No monster could halt their advance. The team that claimed Phase 3 couldn't have pulled far ahead. We can still catch up, starting now. Right. The only team stronger than ours is the Fuguang clans. They must have taken Phase 3. Push forward. Whether we win this phase or not, we cannot afford to fall behind. 3 trials remain, and not all will favor them. Agreed. Let's go. Ngio. Amidst the towering ruins of a colossal structure, a shifty little head poked out from above the debris, stealthily aiming a crossbow bolt at a 3-headed, 8-legged creature 100 meters below. This was the Ice Thunder crossbow, which charged 1 shot per minute, capable of charging up to 7 shots. Upon hitting its target, it not only inflicted damage, but also caused a freezing effect, the extent of which depended on the opponent's strength. For instance, the 3-headed, 8-legged creature struck now was pierced through and completely frozen. Got it, hurry over. Nayli took care of the obstacle, waving her small hand behind her, and flapping her wings to fly across. Muhanchuan had to crawl all the way completely exhausted. Their speed could hardly be described as slow, it was more like crawling like a dog. Being on the outer edge for safety, Nayli led the way, avoiding all monsters. If she couldn't evade, she used her Ice Thunder crossbow to deal with them, waiting a minute to charge again. Waste, not want, not clearly well organized. The monsters on the outskirts were not strong, or once hit by her they would not even have time to scream before turning into ice sculptures, making it quite useful. The Shai clan typically carried 2 ranged weapons and 1 piece of armor. It was unclear what her other ranged weapon was. Their slow pace, almost lethargic, indicated they had decided not to compete for the subsequent 4 levels, being satisfied with just advancing 2. Suddenly, Nayli stopped, raising her palm backward to signal Muhanchuan to halt, having spotted another obstruction ahead. Silently, she crept forward alone, finding a very shadowy spot, and shot another arrow. In the next moment, without making a sound, the target transformed into an ice sculpture. By the time it fully thawed, they had long since left, ensuring their safety. She waved her hand back, indicating she was done. Such tasks suited the Shai clan perfectly, restoring her confidence, though she seemed lacking in other areas. Nayli, does your Shai clan really have only one gender? That's classified. If everyone has the same gender, why do you seek partners? I can't tell you. So do you have a partner? I don't know. It must be shorter than you. Nayli got angry, baring her claws, not at all much taller than me. Oh, I understand now, she must be playing the role of the weaker party. This fits her character. Muhanchuan did not give up. This was a perfect opportunity to learn about the Shai clan. So how do you reproduce? That's a secret. Do you lay eggs? You are the one who lays eggs. So it's oviparous. Your whole family is oviparous. You can insult my family, but not me. Oh, I really get it now. You are pupating, and when the pupa breaks you fly outright. Nayli. 5 hours later. Congratulations on successfully passing the 4th level, becoming the first team to clear this level reward. The strongest team of the Floating Light clan rejoiced. They had finally won, defeating the hidden powerful team, and reclaimed a level. At this moment, the 3 of them were all bloodied, every one of them wounded with at least a dozen injuries each. The battle in the central area of the city's skyscraper was the most perilous, facing a powerful boss whose strength was extremely close to grade, occupying a vast territory and taking over the entire central area. Going around would waste a significant amount of time. The brave 3 chose to fight fiercely, ultimately using an attack item card to take it down. That was exhilarating. That hidden team is nothing, they only won due to the special circumstances of the earlier levels. Yes, let's continue to the next level and take it down, leaving them far behind. Let's first see what rewards are in the treasure chest ahead. 3 of them opened a blue treasure chest each. To defeat the BOSS, Captain Serin had wasted an attack item card, yet now he received a defense item card, while the other 2 received a medical kit and a repair box. Clearly, the items in the blue treasure chest were not random. They were given as corresponding rewards based on who opened them, making it too precise to be coincidental. Great, I got a medical kit. Let's use it quickly. Besides the strongest Serin, the other 2 were in relatively poor condition, urgently needing treatment, and the 2 healing opportunities were just enough. I'll use the repair box too. Another highly competitive team, the Crusa clan, was more prudent. Facing weak monsters, they crushed them effortlessly, and against stronger ones, they decisively avoided unnecessary confrontations. When facing the guarding boss in the central skyscraper area, Lakin chose to lure it away himself, utilizing his unique jumping ability to escape, allowing the other 2 teammates to pass quickly before chasing after them without any loss. Compared to the Floating Light clan, this tactic was much more sophisticated. Congratulations, successfully passed the 4th level. 5th level opens the door of the Tomb Cobalt. As expected, the Floating Light clan got ahead of us. After 4 levels, we only managed to seize 1. There's no hope. Even without experiencing the fierce battle in the city center, our team still could not seize the first place in this crucial level, lagging behind the Floating Light clan by a good half an hour. Both felt quite defeated, unable to seize even the first level that had the most advantage. Lakin remained calm, quietly feeling this crucial level. No rush, we have the advantage here, let's go. Upon hearing this, the other 2 perked up, quickening their pace to catch up. The Floating Light clan, who had just cleared the 4th level, sprinted for 10 minutes to reach the challenge area of this crucial level. Ahead was empty, with no path to take, only 11 enormous axles towering hundreds of meters, each spaced 100 meters apart, stretching a full kilometer. Each axle displayed 33 large numbers, continuously rotating at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. In the very center of these massive axles stood a 5-meter-high door, Whenever the numbers on two adjacent axles aligned within the same range, the passage door beneath would open for 100 meters. If they misaligned, it would close again. Looking at the long kilometer of pathways that opened and closed intermittently, what they needed to do was to calculate in advance, take action early, ensuring that the first and second axles on the outer edge had overlapping numbers, first followed by the second and third, and so on, racing through to the end, crossing this kilometer stretch. It's not easy to say it's difficult, nor is it easy to say it's simple. This level tests memory and calculation skills while also requiring high mental awareness. Those with lower awareness are likely to struggle. The three members of the Floating Light clan stared at this daunting checkpoint, puzzled at the thought of having a group of martial artists solve a riddle. What a ridiculous challenge, a brainless checkpoint. They felt disheartened. That hidden strong team truly favored their own, leaving their group with no chance. How do we do this? Calculate how else? What's the method? This? How was he supposed to know? It was their captain, Sai Ryan, who spoke up. Listen to me, Zay La calculates the middle three, Ao Lin Sa calculates the last three, and I will calculate the first four. No problem, but the key is how to calculate. Upon hearing this, Sai Ryan nearly had a heart attack. Like this, then this, and finally this. Half an hour later, the Clusa clan team broke into the fifth checkpoint, racing towards the 11 gigantic axles. Captain, what kind of checkpoint is this? Lakin was overjoyed. This checkpoint was simple. He told the others, you don't need to worry, just rest over there and conserve your strength. Just listen to me when the time comes. When I say run, you all run with me. Got it? Got it. Understood. As if they were foolish enough not to understand. The competition at the fifth checkpoint was fierce, while on Mu Hanshuan's side the two were still just idling, not even halfway through the fourth checkpoint, moving slowly. Mu, you're so strong, your family must be very large, right? Very, very large. I guessed as much, otherwise how could you be this strong? Hey, actually you're not bad either. Their clan was quite specialized, with almost the entire clan leaning towards agility and spiritual awareness. What would they do when the future clan wars came? Just thinking about it made her anxious for them. In our tribe I am the weakest, but I've always had good luck. Isn't it fortunate that I ran into you this time? Mu Hanchuan sincerely said, I really envy you. Speaking of luck, it reminded Mu Hanchuan of the lucky girl Chunyu. She probably wouldn't dare to join a team trial in the future, but he believed she would still join. She might be a bit clumsy, but she had money and could continue hiring strong teams as babysitters. Before getting married, she could play around, but after marriage it would be different. If she still wanted to pay me, of course I would go. She was quite obedient and easy to take care of. More teams broke through the third checkpoint and charged into the fourth. Several strong teams chose to push through the center of the ruins. They still had some dreams, not much. Just securing the next checkpoint would give them a chance to hit the top three and earn the final reward. Compared to the difficulties of the fourth checkpoint, the fifth was much easier, at least for the Clusa clan. Congratulations on successfully passing the fifth checkpoint, becoming the first team to clear it. Reward. The Clusa clan team charged through the kilometer-long gate in just half an hour, and under Lakin's independent calculations, they were the first to succeed in this checkpoint. Impressive. Captain is invincible. The intelligence of the Clusa clan was well recognized. This checkpoint was completed with ease and simplicity. The two members felt like they had won effortlessly and were incredibly excited. Successfully seizing the first place at two checkpoints guaranteed their spot in the top three. The next two checkpoints would depend on luck. They would see if they could contend for first place. Let's go. Sixth checkpoint, Open Tower of the Celestial Dome. The Clusa clan team disappeared from their original spot and reappeared at the foot of a mountain filled with strange stones and bizarre rocks. The three looked up simultaneously. At the mountain's peak stood an open-air altar with a tall tower in the center, the Tower of the Celestial Dome. Dark clouds gathered there, fierce winds howled, and lightning flashed ominously. The straight-line distance between them was about 10 kilometers, but the route up was a narrow canyon passage, rough and winding, flanked by towering cliffs, with various traps and monsters in between. Their task was to escort a fragile energy core to the Tower of the Celestial Dome, light up that tower, and then clear the checkpoint. If the energy core shattered midway, they would have to return to the starting point and begin anew. It looked difficult, and it truly wasn't easy at all. If it were just Lakin alone with his clan's unique leaping ability, he could easily charge up. However, the reality from the previous checkpoints told him that it wasn't practical. They had to reach the goal together as a team of three. If they didn't make it, the only possibility was death. This checkpoint seems a bit challenging. We're the first team to clear the fifth checkpoint, so we have gained a lot of time. We can make a charge. Yeah, let's go. One of the tanks in the team was responsible for protecting the energy core, while the other two cleared the path and began to move forward. The Floating Light Clan team passed the 5th checkpoint half an hour later. They entered half an hour earlier than the Klusa clan, but took an hour and a half to clear it. Their brain cells were practically exhausted. The 6th checkpoint open tower of the Celestial Dome. Sure enough, they were overtaken by that hidden super strong team who snatched away the first place of this checkpoint. In the first 5 checkpoints, their strongest team only managed to secure 1 checkpoint, essentially losing hope for first place, and could only strive for second. The 3 members of the team appeared at the foot of a mountain looking up towards the peak with ecstatic expressions. This checkpoint is easy. It suits us perfectly. Let's not waste time, let's charge. That hidden strong team doesn't know how long they've been on the move. Ryan waved his hand. Charge, Zayla, you are responsible for protecting the energy core. Don't worry, there won't be any issues, Zayla, who leaned towards strength and physique, confidently promised. He had activated his dormant genes with 2 injections, 1 for strength and 1 for physique, making him incredibly powerful and naturally very confident. All right, let's go. Charge. Whether they could secure a top 3 position depended on this checkpoint. One after another, more teams surpassed Muhan Chuan and his companions, successfully navigating the challenging 4th stage and entering the 5th. In this stage, several challengers had already perished within this virtual space, and if the subsequent teams did not give up, more might follow. Muhan Chuan and his companion were still climbing slowly, unfazed, as they held the top spot for the 2 previous stages. They had already reached 3/4 of the way, with only the final stretch remaining. Mu, since we are not competing, why continue to clear the stages? Wouldn't it be better to find a place to rest and wait for it to end? This is also a valuable experience. As long as we ensure our safety, why not continue? Moreover, treasure chests can be found within the Forbidden Star Ring, not limited to just during stage clears. With good luck, one could really find something of decent quality. Alright, let's hope our luck improves then. It's fine, even if we don't find anything, reaching the 7th stage will still grant us an extra reward, which is also a gain. 3 hours later, amidst the exhilaration of the Floating Light Clan's team, they successfully cleared the stage, receiving their rewards and becoming the first team to conquer the 6th level. In this stage, where they had an absolute advantage, they successfully seized victory from a hidden powerhouse team, boosting their morale as they realized they could succeed. As a result, they, like the Klusa clan and Mu Hanchuan's team, obtained 2 levels in the 6th stage, having a chance to compete for first place, with everything pending until the 7th stage concluded. As for the Klusa clan team that entered the 6th stage half an hour earlier, they encountered an accident 2/3 of the way, causing their energy core to shatter, returning them to the starting point. Lycan was filled with frustration at these 2 burdens dragging them down. This stage was definitely out of reach, and it was uncertain whether they could catch up in the final stage. The 5th stage was relatively simple for some teams, with a few quickly passing through to enter the 6th stage, while many others remained stuck here. Muhan Chuan and Nayli leisurely arrived at the 5th stage, gazing at the massive 11 colossal wheels, and Muhan Chuan silently decided to give up. Nayli, with her high intellect as a member of her race, should not be lacking in brains, so let her take the lead, while he silently cheered for her. Nayli turned back. Mu, I'm going to lie down on this big rock. You go ahead, I need to recover. I've been leading the way and clearing the path. How can you be tired? I believe you can do this. It's also a good opportunity for training. I hope you can seize it. Within the 6th stage, injuries and fatalities reoccurred, not from traps or monsters, but from teammates, as one had become a liability to the team. Just as they were about to rush into the 7th stage, if they failed due to him, they would return to the starting point, significantly lowering the chances of clearing again. They couldn't take that risk. As long as they reached the 7th stage, they would receive a reward. Competing for the top 3 was definitely out of the question, but this extra reward was a must. The Klusa clan team, having returned to the starting point, gave up on competition. After spending over 4 hours, they steadily delivered the energy core into the tower. A brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, dispelling the gloom above. The Klusa clan team vanished from the spot, entering the final stage. Gradually, over the next few hours, several teams cleared the 6th stage and rushed into the 7th. Mu Hanchuan's team had yet to break through the 5th stage, obstructed by the 11 massive wheels. He had overestimated Nayli. Several hours had passed, and she still hadn't figured it out. Suddenly, he heard her shout, "Mu, hurry and run with me." Without any time to react, she dashed towards the direction of the great door, where a 5-meter-tall gate slowly opened at the center. Muhan Chuan quickly got up and chased after her towards the great door. You should have predicted this earlier and given a heads up. The 2 raced forward, with Muhan Chuan barely making it through each segment before the door began to close again, almost getting himself trapped. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 5th stage. The sixth stage tower of the sky has opened. The two appeared on a pile of rubble gazing at the grand altar atop a mountain 10 kilometers above. Mu, this stage is so difficult. Mu Hanchuan disagreed. It's easier than the previous one. Naley opposed, saying the last stage had no danger, just took more time. Mu Hanchuan grabbed the energy core. Let's go, the sooner we clear the sooner we can leave. I have other matters to attend to back in reality. Oh, should I lead the way? No need to clear a path, it's just this narrow passage, there's no way to avoid it. Off. Then can we still fight through? Just because I'm not attacking doesn't mean I can't fight. You stay safe and just shoot from the back. Is it really that impressive? The two set off facing a road filled with obstacles and trials, Mu Hanchuan relying solely on his fortitude to push through. Thankfully, it wasn't without other gains. Along the way, Mu Hanchuan discovered another use for his 1,000 Lotus Crossing E. This green leaf round shield could extend a long, thick stalk about half a meter long. Grabbing this half-meter long stalk combined with the half-meter-sized green leaf shield, it actually became a large fan. A loud bang echoed. Holding the stalk, Mu Hanchuan swung it fiercely at the jumping triangular monster, causing hundreds of leaf blades on the shield to flutter, sending the creature flying over 10 meters away, demonstrating significant power. Haha, interesting. So this 1,000 Lotus Crossing E shield can be used this way. It could be quickly thrown as a weapon used to block damage up close and even fan opponents away. Perhaps even the salesgirl herself didn't know about this hidden feature. It deserves a powerful and impressive name. Let's call it the Banana Fan. Mu, ahead is the altar. After spending over 4 hours, they finally made it. You go ahead, or I'll hold them off. Naley had been extremely cautious along the way, only shooting 1 arrow every minute, unable to do more. Most of the time, she was either hiding or fleeing. Now she finally stepped up, firing 3 crossbow bolts in quick succession to eliminate the beasts obstructing Mu Hanchuan, and then defended the rear. Mu Hanchuan was deeply moved. She wasn't entirely useless after all. Mu Hanchuan placed the so-called energy core at the designated location. A glow emanated from the base of the tower, spreading up the structure and finally surging into the top. Then a beam of intense light shot into the sky, dispelling the dark clouds and clearing the gloom. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 6th level. The 7th level has opened. Beginner Ancient Tower Trial. Mu Hanchuan felt uneasy. He had some understanding of such levels, which were quite challenging. He hoped it wasn't a force type that would prevent him from exiting at any time, as that would be very dangerous. The two figures disappeared, appearing at the final level. At the moment they arrived, both Mu Hanchuan and Naley widened their mouths in surprise, wondering how they had come back. The floor was white, the walls were white, and the ceiling above was white. Congratulations on successfully entering the 7th level. You have received an additional reward. Reward 1, Auxiliary Item Card Antidote. This can effectively dispel the harmful substances remaining in your body. Mu Hanchuan felt a bit confused, wondering what this was. What use is this thing? Reward 2, 1 Blue Star Key. While Mu Hanchuan turned his frown into a smile, this was useful, worth between 8.0 to 1.0, a small profit. Naley was unsure of her reward. Her expression seemed a bit strange, probably not very good, perhaps also an auxiliary item card. There is still 1 team needed to reach the required 10 teams for the Beginner Ancient Tower Trial. Looking at the approximately 20 people already present in the space, Mu Hanchuan and Naley understood that they were the 9th team to reach the 7th level. They needed 1 more to start the Beginner Ancient Tower Trial. This is also why additional rewards were given to those who reached the 7th level. Otherwise, if everyone gave up halfway, how could the 7th level open? The difficulty of the 6th level was quite high and very exhausting. These early arriving teams had obviously gained more rest time and maintained better conditions. Meanwhile, their late arriving team had just endured the trials of the 6th level and was about to face the 7th level's challenges, which was practically hellish, leaving them hardly any time to recuperate. Damn, had they known they should have hurried, they wasted so much time in the 4th level. In the middle area, the Radiant Race team, having secured 1st place in 2 levels, was carefully observing the other teams, searching for the hidden powerful team. They mainly focused on the top 5 teams, ruling out the Crusoe Race team, knowing that the powerful hidden team must be among the other 3. Why do I see every team as so weak? Yeah, I think so too. Which hidden strong team is it? To hide so deeply, they must be formidable. They admitted they couldn't judge, and they had no idea which team had secured 1st place in several levels. If they had snagged 1st in 3 levels, they basically had no hope left. In another area, the Crusoe Race team was also carefully scrutinizing their opponents in the final level, especially the Radiant Race team. Should we ask the Radiant Race team how many 1st places they secured? Do you think they're foolish enough to tell you? That's true. Lakin confidently stated they are strong, but they shouldn't have been able to secure 4 first places. At least in the first level, they couldn't have been faster than me. So they could have at most taken 3 first places. Then if we secure 2 first places, we still have hope if we win the last level. Not sure how to determine that, but there's definitely hope. The 2 team members were overjoyed, saying that's great. There's still a chance. At the same time, Muhan Chuan and Nali were also observing the other teams. Almost all the strong teams had arrived, making the final level very promising, and it would be a fierce competition. What they didn't know was that there were 2 exceptionally skilled individual players still struggling, one stuck at the first level unable to capture that small glowing ball and had completely given up. The other was stuck on the 5th level trying hard to use their brain. Nali timidly leaned closer to Muhan Chuan, saying, "Mu, why do I feel like they're all looking at us? Most of them have 3 main players while we are just 2 weaklings who made it into the top 10. How could they not look at us? Being weak isn't a crime, but being weak to the point of absurdity is a sin. They're just watching the weaklings. I admit I'm weak, but you're strong. Why should they look down on us? We've secured first place in 2 levels. We're likely in the top 2. You make a good point, but they won't believe it. When the final results come out, well, slap them in the face and scare them." After a brief rest of about 5 minutes, the 2 appeared again in this space, but they hadn't even rested for 10 seconds when a voice echoed in their minds, "Congratulations, the 10th team has arrived at the 7th level. The beginner ancient tower trial has begun." Fortunately, Muhan Chuan and Nali had arrived just a little earlier. At least they had a 5-minute break. The 2 disappeared from their spot and appeared at the center of a 1.0 square meter circular arena. Above them was a 10-meter wide large opening that extended upward, leading to a long passage with no visible end. Directly below there was also an opening, but only 5 meters wide, with a passage extending downward merely 100 meters long, ending in a dead end. Muhan Chuan immediately understood that the large opening above was the direction of attack, while the small opening below was the direction of retreat. How long did this damn trial need to be defended? It shouldn't be mandatory, it should be possible to give up, right? The durability of the banana fan was down to 45. Muhan Chuan decisively took out the auxiliary item card he had received, durability card, and used it directly, raising the durability to 95. When the fight starts, the weapon he would use most would definitely be this banana fan, so he needed to repair it first, and then fan them to death. He still had a repair box on him kept as a backup. Soon after, another announcement rang out. Congratulations to the 2-person team formed by the human race and the Shai race for successfully securing first place in the 1st and 3rd levels, currently ranked 1st. Congratulations to the 3-person team formed by the Crusoe race, the Star-Devouring race, and the Zelter race for successfully securing first place in the 2nd and 5th levels, currently ranked 2nd. Congratulations to the 3-person team formed by the Radiant race, the Void Molting race, and the Karuna race for successfully securing first place in the 4th and 6th levels, currently ranked 3rd. All 10 teams that entered the 7th level were stunned. Good heavens, 3 teams have seized first place in 2 rounds. Muhan Chuan and Nali were even more astonished that they themselves sat atop the rankings. If they secured this round, they would be firmly first. If not, at worst, they would remain solidly second, exactly as they had planned. Could they truly refrain from acting? With only 1 step left, who would not strive to seize it? Winning this round would bring not only the stage rewards, but also the ultimate prize for first place. Moreover, it concerned their primary specialty. They had to fight. Muhan Chuan allowed himself a sliver of hope. Though he stood alone, he possessed 10 pieces of equipment, who other teams together barely matched that. There was a chance. Nali had long been written off by him. The other 9 teams stared in disbelief. Was the team in first place really those 2 who had seemed the weakest moments before? 2 unloved fighters had teamed up and somehow snatched first in 2 checkpoints, and now led the overall rankings, hidden so deeply. Wow, this round just became riveting. No one had expected it, that Renzu man and the Shizu girl were so formidable. No wonder they had formed a duo. If they had formed a trio, perhaps they might have seized another round or 2 and clinched outright victory. But that would be less interesting. Now it was tense and exhilarating. The 3 members of the Fuguang team exchanged incredulous looks. They had thoroughly inspected the other 8 teams and entertained many suspicions, yet not once had a sliver of doubt fallen upon this inconspicuous pair. Ironically, the deepest concealment lay with the least conspicuous duo. Are you joking? Those 2 weaklings are the hidden super team. It seemed they had overthought things. Perhaps it was sheer outrageous luck that vaulted them to the front in the earlier rounds. Siren nodded slightly. Still, they must possess some strength. 2 people have reached the 7th checkpoint. If we remove them, another murmured, we would have a very good chance of taking this round. Yes, The Calusa team poses no threat to us. As long as we claim this checkpoint, first place will be ours. Hot light flared in the three of their eyes as fierce battle lust welled up. They already envisioned the final victory. At that moment, the Calusa trio ranked second were equally stunned. They were second, trailing behind that pair of supposed weaklings. How could they be placed after those two? They could not accept it. They could not be sure of outmatching the Fuguang team. If they failed to seize first in this round, they would fall to third, yielding to that two-person squad. It was maddening. Fight for first. Yes, give it everything. Go all out. The initial Ancient Tower trial now begins. Each layer lasts 3 minutes. The sole team that endures to the end wins, claiming the rewards for that stage. Teams may withdraw mid-trial, but withdrawal requires the consent of 2/3 of the team. Maximum number of layers for the initial Ancient Tower trial 99. 99. Nayla's pupils trembled. She wanted to kill them all on the spot. Mu Hanchuan regarded her as if she were a fool and said calmly, "Relax. If the other 9 teams are eliminated, we win automatically. There's no way it truly goes to 99 layers." Oh, Nayli gulped, catching her breath. That scared me to death. These trials always love their 2/3 consent rules. If one member was grievously injured and wished to quit, while the other 2 refused, that injured person would be trapped, unable to escape and forced to suffer. It was a cruel loophole. How should a 2-person team be handled? They should be permitted to leave freely, right? Mu, what's our tactic this time? Mu Hanchuan walked to the 10-meter wide breach, shrugged, and said helplessly, "What strategy beyond that? You fire an arrow once every minute, then hide. Don't be a burden to me." If she had to be described that way, then she would be professional. Nayli beat her breast and promised, "Don't worry. I will never drag you down." Very good. Mu Hanchuan stood at the breach with nothing but a Bajiao fan waiting in silence. Nayli lingered at his side, lightly stroking her Bing Ting new Ice Thunder crossbow. The first layer opened. The long 10-meter corridor revealed the first wave of monsters several hundred meters ahead, a lone wolf-like beast. Both of them were dumbfounded. That was it for the first layer. 3 minutes per layer. Once finished, they could rest. This was clearly just a warm-up interval. Mu Hanchuan sat against the wall to give Nayli room, letting her handle the threat. The wolf looked around once, turned toward the 2 of them, and charged, even though it stood alone. Nayli took aim and fired. The bolt struck true, and the creature became an ice sculpture. Mu, if only all rounds were this simple. How I wish that were so. Nayli also sat to rest, and waited until the 3rd minute ended. The second layer opened. This time 2 wolf-like beasts appeared. Not only had their number increased, but each of their attributes had risen by 2%. 3 minutes later, the 3rd layer opened. 3 wolf-like beasts, each attribute up another 2%. The 4th layer brought 4, and so on. The 5th layer produced 5 wolves. On the 6th layer, Mu Hanchuan rose from the ground as 6 appeared. By the 10th layer, there were 10. The wolves were swift, yet their offense and defense were mediocre, nothing difficult to handle. They were dispatched with ease. On the 11th layer, the monsters changed. 2 skeletons appeared, and their attributes continued to rise, increasing by 2% per layer. The 12th layer brought 3 skeletons. By the 20th layer, 11 skeletons emerged. These skeletons hit harder, but moved slowly, making them manageable, though somewhat time-consuming to defeat. Up to this point, no team had been eliminated. On the 21st layer, the monsters shifted again. 3 large bear-like creatures manifested. Judging from their bulk alone, one could tell these beasts would possess considerable strength. The long stalk of Mu Hanchuan's Bajiao fan retracted and reshaped into a round shield, which he gripped in his left hand. Another circular shield materialized in his right. The warm-up was over. From here on, matters would turn serious. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footfalls echoed as 3 colossal beasts, each over 4 meters tall, charged forward. Their bodies were armored in coarse, impenetrable scales, jagged fangs jutted from their maws, and their ferocious faces bore yellowish-white eyes that blazed with savage intent, punctuated by low guttural roars. Nayli did not fire her crossbow immediately. She doubted the bolts would pierce them. One of the beasts suddenly accelerated, lunging straight at Mu Hanchuan with a gale-force rush. Mu Hanchuan stood motionless until a massive palm descended upon him. Only then did he swiftly raise his banana shield. "Mu!" Nayli cried out in alarm. The blow was no mere slap. Crack! The devastating impact struck, but Mu Hanchuan held firm, unshaken. With a violent swing, he hurled his round shield, shattering the beast's skull in a spray of crimson and sending it reeling backward several meters. Nayli clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned. Was he that strong? Pure, unyielding confrontation. Mu Hanchuan glanced at his banana shield. Its close combat defense was indeed formidable. Yet its flaw was glaring. It offered no protection against ranged attacks. Still, he had his chopping board, ideal for deflecting projectiles, while the banana shield guarded against melee. A perfect synergy. The remaining two beasts closed in. Mu Hanchuan faced all three alone, effortlessly. From dozens of meters behind Neli, seized the moment, loosing 3 rapid arrows to help Mu Hanchuan fell the trio. Mu, should we retreat into that narrow passage ahead? Not yet. They were only on the 23rd floor. Retreating now to hunker down would leave them helpless for the trials beyond. The 29th floor, 11 towering bear-like monsters appeared simultaneously. This round posed a slight challenge. Unfortunately, his final marker had already been used on Song Hong. Otherwise, he could have summoned his Gatling gun and mowed these creatures down. Fortunately, their speed was sluggish. Mu Hanchuan moved fluidly, weaving between them, ensuring he engaged no more than 2 or 3 at once. He abandoned offense entirely, relying solely on defense and delay until the 3-minute timer expired. No need to waste stamina unnecessarily. Neli too drew attention. 3 bear monsters broke off to pursue her. Her swiftness rendered her utterly unthreatened, effectively relieving Mu Hanchuan of part of the pressure. They endured the full 3 minutes without loss. Then, as if dispelled by unseen hands, all monsters vanished. The 30th floor, 12 towering bear-shaped monstrosities emerged at once. This time Neli acted decisively, launching 3 arrows at the outset to slay 1 beast outright. The remaining 11 were handled as before. Stall, evade, endure. No reckless confrontation needed. Through these 10 floors no team had been eliminated. Mu Hanchuan's banana shield durability had dropped sharply to just 80%, and his round shield now stood at 70. The 31st floor. Monsters shifted again. 4 feline predators, each standing 2.5 meters tall and stretching over 4 meters long, tiger-like yet panther-lean. For brevity, they were dubbed tiger leopard beasts. Their numbers and individual prowess continued escalating. At this pace, who could possibly endure to the end? Mu, their speed is terrifying. I'm well aware. Mu Hanchuan felt a quiet resentment toward Neli. This relentless pace threatened to shatter his gear while she remained untouched. His left hand still gripped the banana shield, his right hand withdrew the round shield, and instead reached behind him to draw forth half of his chopping board. These tiger leopard beasts were too swift for the round shield to land cleanly. Better to close in. His split chopping board carried potent offensive power far from negligible. Stay cautious, they strike hard. If you're caught, withdraw immediately. I won't. I'll never hold you back. Neli bristled slightly. Mu underestimated her. These beasts couldn't catch her. Roar. All 4 charged as one. This time Mu Hanchuan didn't wait. He surged forward, closing the distance in great strides, and slammed the sharpened edge of his chopping board into the beast Hedon. A thunderous thud. The recoil sent Mu Hanchuan staggering back half a step. The beast shrieked, a twisted, agonized cry, as it crashed to the ground, pierced clean through. This was the signature single-target ability of Yin-Yang Mastery, divide and strike. Mu Hanchuan blinked in mild astonishment. His first true use of divide and strike had yielded astonishing results. Even a tank-class cultivator could deliver formidable damage. His earlier limitations had simply stemmed from insufficient cultivation depth, not inherent weakness. Mu, you're incredible. I'm so proud of you, she shouted and fled. 1 tiger leopard beast broke pursuit to chase her. From the left flank, another lunged. Mu Hanchuan raised the banana shield, effortlessly blocking the assault without yielding an inch. Then in one sweeping motion, he swung his chopping board sideways, hurling the beast away with crushing force. The banana shield's close-range defense was extraordinary, absorbing nearly 80% of the tiger leopard beast strikes. Only 20% bled through to Mu Hanchuan himself. Mere tickles ignorable. Freed from fear, he pressed forward, relentlessly offensive. Within a minute, all 4 beasts lay defeated. The 37th floor, 10 tiger leopard beasts appeared. Mu, should we fall back into the narrow passage? Neli sounded anxious, not for herself, but for him. Could he withstand so many? Mu Hanchuan ignored her completely. He charged forward, first crippling 1 beast Hedon, then allowed himself to be surrounded within the 10-meter-wide corridor. A tiger leopard beast slammed headlong into his banana shield and recoiled, blocked. Another seized the opening, clamping its jaws onto his left arm and thrashing its massive head violently. His left wrist bore the Fear Defier wrist guard F, rendering the bite virtually harmless. In response, he brought his chopping board down in a brutal arc, splitting the beast's skull open. Its jaw smashed hard against the floor. From the rear right, a 3rd beast barreled into him. jolting him forward, nearly toppling him. Simultaneously, a fourth raked its claws across his chest, then sank its teeth deep into his thigh and wrenched backward with savage strength. His right leg wore the Guardian Greaves frank, impervious to harm. Still, the sudden torque upended his balance, dragging him sprawling across the floor for over 10 meters. Whoosh! An arrow struck true. The beast howled in agony as frost instantly encased its hindquarters. Though the ice melted quickly, it held long enough. More than enough. Mu Hanchuan rolled upright and smashed his chopping board into the beast's skull, ending it. Nayli had broken the siege, then flapped her wings and darted away, drawing 3 pursuers in her wake. All defeated, with 10 seconds to spare. This wave had tested them to their limits. Mu, won't we retreat now? Retreat. Nonsense. Next floor, you follow my lead. Oh, Howlett. I'll knock them airborne. You take down 3 first. I might miss. Just do it. Up. He sounded stern, intimidating even. After only 10 seconds rest, the 38th floor unveiled 11 tiger leopard beasts. Mu Hanchuan stowed the banana shield. With his left hand, he retrieved the second half of his chopping board. Time to fight in earnest. 11 muscular tiger leopard beasts roared in unison and lunged forward one after another. The 10-meter-wide corridor was simply too narrow, allowing no more than 3 to charge abreast. At 100 meters distance, Mu Hanchuan remained motionless. At 50 meters, he still did not stir. Nayli, gripping her crossbow beside him, trembled slightly in both hands. At 15 meters, just as Nayli could no longer bear the rising tide of fear and prepared to flee, Mu Hanchuan finally moved. He surged forward 2 heavy strides, raised 2 wooden cutting boards high above his head, and brought them down with crushing force upon the ground. A thunderous double explosion shook the earth. Floor tiles shattered and erupted upward, rippling outward like a seismic wave aimed straight at the 11 tiger leopard beasts. The 3 beasts leading the charge bore the full brunt. Their immense momentum, unchecked by reflex, hurled their massive bodies skyward. The remaining 8 fared little better, flung violently off their feet, dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opening, Nayli loosed 3 rapid crossbow bolts. Her part done, she turned to run. All 3 vanguard beasts were struck, half their bodies frozen solid, utterly immobilized. Mu Hanchuan strode forward without pause. 2 muffled thuds followed. 2 tiger leopard beasts collapsed, skulls shattered, blood gushing forth. Then came the third. 3 dispatched in mere moments. Subduing the remaining 8 would pose no insurmountable challenge. Alas, the cooldown for his wide-area shockwave technique was 5 minutes. Its next use would have to wait until floor 40. Floor 39 demanded raw, unyielding confrontation. The floor was cleared in 2 minutes. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli immediately entered recovery. Though she required none, she feigned labored, ragged breathing. Mu, why has no team been eliminated yet? We're nearly at floor 40. Soon. The true trial has only just begun. Even as the words left his lips, and before the 3-minute timer expired, a mechanical voice echoed simultaneously within both their minds. Team composed of Bladeclust and Flameheart clans has voluntarily withdrawn. Elimination confirmed. It had arrived, the first elimination. This duo, the 10th and final pair to reach this floor, had rested the least. Surviving this long was no small feat. Nayli's spirit surged. Elimination had begun. She fervently hoped the other 8 teams would soon follow. Floor 39 brute force engagement against 12 tiger leopard beasts, held until the 3-minute mark. Floor 40, the cutting board shockwave deployed once more. Perilous, but ultimately unscathed, cleared in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Floor 41, no reprieve. New adversaries emerged. Mu Hanchuan stared dumbfounded, a colossal flower, nearly 3 meters in diameter, and not 1 but 5 blossoms, each radiant in a distinct hue, now fully unfurled. Mu, what is this? He didn't even deign to answer. Did he look like someone who knew? Suddenly, the stems of all 5 blossoms recoiled backward in unison, then snapped forward with violent speed. Their enormous petals folded inward, leaving only a narrow aperture, through which a barrage of projectiles erupted. Red searing flame tongues, white piercing ice spears, purple crackling lightning, orange razor-edged wind blades, azure virulent poison mist. Across 300 meters, they traversed the distance in an instant, reaching Mu Hanchuan before he could raise his cutting boards. He was blasted backward, hurtling over a dozen meters. Mu, Nayli nearly soiled herself. Fortunately, she was not the target. If she had been, survival would have been impossible. Mu Hanchuan's body shimmered with 5 clashing hues: crimson, ivory, violet, tangerine, and azure. All 5 strikes had converged upon him alone. Not a single bolt diverted toward Nayli. It defied logic entirely. Why him? The others were tolerable, but that azure mist had breached his defenses, coiling uneasily within his meridians. In the blink of an eye, Nayli appeared behind him, dragging his limp form backward. Mu, let's withdraw. Together. Please don't die. They weren't kin, but the bond forged in battle was genuine. After only a 2-second pause, Mu Hanchuan shoved her aside and rose again. Nayli gasped with elation. Mu, you're alive. I'll die your sister. The petals of the blossoms were already beginning to reopen. Mu Hanchuan understood. Full bloom signaled the next volley. Go. He bolted backward. Nayli shot ahead of him, then glanced back. Where are we going? Straight into that narrow passage. Where else is there to run? Their attacks were too swift. Not even this 1,000-square-meter circular arena, nor any larger space, could offer evasion. Defense therefore became absolute. Oh, she outpaced him by far. As Mu Hanchuan dashed into the 5-meter-wide passage at the lowest point, she had already soared 100 meters deep. The 5 colossal flowers crawled after them and unleashed another synchronized barrage. Mu Hanchuan whirled, merging his 2 cutting boards into a single expansive shield, standing only 1.5 meters tall and 1.12 meters wide. Once more, every projectile targeted Mu Hanchuan alone. He was truly baffled. Thud, thud, thud. This time prepared the volley merely drove him back 0.5 meter. Their force was formidable, but not overwhelming. Speed alone made them irrundigible. Mu Hanchuan couldn't evade them, but perhaps Nayli could. He turned and ran deeper, reaching the 100-meter terminus. There he positioned Nayli behind him, back pressed firmly against the wall, and stood guard, unyielding, immovable. Floor 41 introduced a 6th blossom, pink, exhaling corrosive breath. What manner of abominations were these? Floor 42 brought 7 blossoms, now including a cerulean one, which expelled a slender jet of water that swelled midair into a torrential deluge, nearly drowning them both. Mu, let's withdraw. No need to wait for the others. Get lost. His fury flared anew. This girl was utterly useless. Not only did her crossbow bolts prove ineffectual, but she offered no encouragement, only ceaseless surrender talk. Mu, please don't be like this. Had she not been female, he'd have hurled her clear across the chamber. Silence. If you can't help, at least provide emotional support. Understood? Oh yes. Mu Hanchuan dismissed her, focusing intently on the next assault. That azure poison mist lingered as a dire complication. He sensed something deeply amiss within his body. Hold on a little longer. If necessary, deploy the auxiliary item card and a toxin serum. Behind him, Nayli indeed began delivering emotional support. Her slender frame pressed tightly against his back, startling him so badly, he whirled around, eyes blazing. What are you doing? Had her mind veered wildly astray. Her twin delicate wings fluttered rapidly, releasing a fine pink dust. Then, using her own body as conduit, she channeled it directly into Mu Hanchuan's system. Mu Hanchuan recoiled in alarm, abandoning his defensive stance entirely. What is this? Was she trying to kill him? My support skill, Crimson Flame Surge E, restores vital energy and awakens latent cellular potential. Mu Hanchuan listened, bewildered, yet undeniable vitality surged through him. Stamina replenished, spirit sharpened, focus heightened, as if infused with pure adrenaline. Wait, do all Shai clan support skills require this kind of activation? No, we Shai absorb the dust naturally, but outsiders cannot. I must transmit it directly into your body. Huh. A sliver of understanding dawned. Then fury reignited. If you possessed such a valuable skill, why withhold it until I was near collapse? You never asked me to use it. Damn it. How was I supposed to know you even had a support skill? The Floating Light Clan's team, steadfastly holding the 10-meter-wide path, faced no difficulties. However, when confronted with the challenges of the 41st level, they had no choice but to retreat and disperse, splitting their firepower. In contrast, the Claysar clan chose to actively abandon the defense of the wide path's exit, opting instead to engage in battle within the central grand arena. Within the team, the Zeltha clan and the Star Eater clan each guarded one side, focusing solely on attracting hatred. Lycan himself sought opportunities to swiftly harvest, achieving high combat efficiency. Even in this level, he could not be hindered. His leaps allowed him to perfectly evade the attacks from these flowers, directly penetrating to the rear, making it the easiest challenge among all. 44th level. The team composed of the Spine clan and the Scale Abyss clan actively surrendered and was eliminated. Yet another team was out. In the 47th level, another team was eliminated. Mu Hanchuan utilized a support item card, an antitoxin, as his body was beginning to falter. The toxin absorbed into his body was all expelled along with the residual waste, leaving him feeling refreshed in an instant. This thing truly detoxifies. It expelled all the harmful substances that had accumulated within me. Wow, what a great item. 50th level, the fourth team was eliminated. So far, 4 out of 10 teams have been eliminated, leaving only 6. Relying on Nayless Infinite support, Mu Hanchuan sustained minimal injuries, and his consumption wasn't too great. Only the wear and tear on his equipment and durability were a bit excessive. Naily exclaimed with joy, Mu, we made it. You did well. Later I'll lead. You just follow behind me, continuously replenishing my energy and stamina. Understood. Mu Hanchuan acknowledged that he had underestimated her. With her support, the cells within him were abnormally active, continuously supplying energy to replenish his stamina, significantly enhancing his physical strength, and he no longer feared exhaustion. My support skill has no time limit, but it does consume my own energy. Consumption is fine. Oh, what else can you do besides this? You're just hiding at the back doing nothing. No, I'm just worried I won't last until the end. It's all right, hold on as long as you can. Just keep providing me energy. That's all that matters. Oh, okay. Levels 51 to 60 commence Unified Challenge BOSS Titanus. Time limit 30 minutes. What the hell? Huh. Mu Hanchuan and Naily were both stunned. Why had it suddenly turned into a boss fight? With their attack power, how would they break through its defenses? The 10-meter wide path above closed, and the 5-meter narrow path below also shut at this moment, leaving only the central area of 1,000 square meters, a circular grand plaza. It's over. There was nowhere left to hide. Mu, we fight. Naily pulled out her second ranged weapon. Mu Hanchuan's eyes widened, his pupils shook violently, once more startled by her. He stared in astonishment at the large-caliber annihilation cannon she had drawn. This was her second ranged equipment. If Mu Hanchuan remembered correctly, this thing was rated at level, taking 3 days to fire a single shot. How did she get it? More importantly, how was it possible for her attributes and rank to allow her to carry it? Where did you get this? I got it. From a hidden level. Was there no rank requirement? Yes, how did you know? How did I know? Because I had also gotten one. Was there no attribute requirement? There was, but it could be adjusted only once. I adjusted its attributes to agility and spiritual sense. Oh wow, that's impressive. Mu, should I go up and blow up this boss? Don't. The annihilation cannon is powerful, but it's a bit slow and easy to dodge. So what should we do? Of course I'll go up to tank it first, then you fire from behind its backside to finish it off. It must not have a chance to dodge. Oh, I understand, I get it. Good, you hide first, prepare for battle, and wait for the opportunity to ambush. Naily, carrying the annihilation cannon, flapped her wings vigorously, arriving at the very edge, spreading her wings to shield her body. The external color began to change, becoming invisible. If one did not look closely, they would not even notice someone was there. Mu Hanchuan was very satisfied. This girl was impressive. She could both launch surprise attacks and provide support while wielding heavy equipment. His view of Naily had completely changed. Her role was significant, and he would rely on her from now on. 10 seconds later, BOSS Titanus appeared. Its colossal 10-meter-tall body emerged at the center, towering like a mountain with broad shoulders and 6 crimson eyes scanning the area. It took a few steps forward, each footfall shaking the ground and causing it to crack. With a single glance, it spotted Mu Hanchuan, who stood calmly at the left edge, making no movements, which Titanus found somewhat mocking. No other creatures were detected in the other areas. Roar. With a ferocious roar, it charged forward, swinging its massive fist a meter wide, crashing down. So fast. With such a massive body, he thought it would be clumsy. The shield opened, his body slightly crouched, the center of gravity shifted back half a step. Bang. The shield let out a tremendous sound as a powerful punch sent Mu Hanchuan sliding back over 10 meters, his back slamming against the closed wall. The immense backlash slammed into Mu Hanchuan's body, causing his arm to ache. Just from that single punch, the shield was damaged by 7, and its durability decreased by 5 points. It was too ferocious. This creature's rank was infinitely close to D level, and its true combat power must have reached D level, otherwise with his defensive strength, he could not have felt such strain. Titanus stomped forward successfully, drawing all attention to itself, luring Mu Hanchuan to the edge. This was the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Naily. Why was she still not moving? What was going on? Mu Hanchuan stowed away the shield, and both the banana shield and round shield appeared in his hands. The shield was his most important equipment, now only at 45 durability points with 25 points remaining. He dared not use it anymore. As another heavy punch came crashing down at high speed, Mu Hanchuan braced against the wall to endure it, nearly falling apart. The banana shield held firm. For close combat defense, the banana shield was more effective than the shield, successfully absorbing the punch without exceeding its damage and durability limits. He still had a repair box item card on him, providing a margin for error. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Nayli, and she finally moved, slowly inching forward a little bit. What on earth was she thinking? Hurry up and sneak up on it from behind. If it weren't for the fear of alerting the BOSS, Mu Hanchuan would have started yelling by now. With a barrage of punches raining down, Mu Hanchuan defended with all his strength, blood streaming from his mouth, while a significant amount of blood seeped from his skin. Nayli was still moving, slowly inching closer, finally nearing the boss's rear. Mu Hanchuan was genuinely frustrated. Couldn't she hurry up and come over? Why was she dawdling? Just fire a shot to finish it off. Didn't she see the boss was fully focused on how to kill him? There was no time to worry about him being a mere transparent figure. After taking a few more punches, the round shield exploded, and the banana shield was left with only 10 durability. This was his best equipment and must not break. Mu Hanchuan was ready to stow it away and pull out the shield again. Finally, Nayli believed she had positioned herself perfectly and seized the best opportunity, firing the cannon. Boom! Titanus suddenly turned its head, but it was too late. The explosion erupted from its backside, blowing off half of its body. The boss Titanus let out a mournful wail as he slowly collapsed, utterly incapable of rising again, his body beginning to fade into nothingness. Mu, we did it. We truly succeeded. Mu Hanchuan collapsed in turn. Mu, are you all right? Nayli was startled and darted forward in one swift motion, pressing herself against him. Her wings fluttered, releasing shimmering motes that flowed into his body, replenishing his vitality. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan longed to push her away and tell her to get lost, but he held back. He still needed her support. Mu, why aren't you speaking? Are you on the verge of collapse? Mu Hanchuan ignored her, pulled out his auxiliary item card, the first aid kit, and used it without hesitation. This trial had a 30-minute time limit. 29 minutes remained. Ample time to recover significantly, and even during subsequent combat, minor regeneration would occur. Mu, you still have a first aid kit. I need to use it too. Her supportive abilities drained her own reserves to heal Mu Hanchuan, yet the first aid kit offered at least partial restoration for her as well. Mu Hanchuan refused to acknowledge her, merely tossed it to her. Nayli beamed with delight and activated the kit's second healing function. The kit shattered and vanished. The two lay side by side in silent repose. Less than 5 minutes passed before she spoke again. Mu, how is it possible you possess so many pieces of equipment? I picked them up. Who are you trying to fool? I never saw you pick anything up. Why should you have seen? Nayli tried to retort, but found no words. He simply refused to tell her. After another 10 minutes of rest, she couldn't hold back. Mu, what is your human homeworld like? Just as you'd expect. I've heard tales of off-world planets teeming with countless cities, entire civilizations dwelling together in vast, interconnected societies. Is your world like that too? Yes. What's so extraordinary about that? But our people still cling fiercely to ancient tribal traditions, refusing all contact beyond our ancestral lands. What? Mu Hanchuan was stunned. What era do you think this is? The emergence of trial worlds has ignited existential wars among species. Yet your Shai clan remains so weak, still clinging to obsolete customs. Yes. Then just wait for extinction. Perhaps your Shai civilization will rank among the earliest to vanish from history. Nayli fell silent, her spirit sinking low. Mu Hanchuan softened. She was after all a comrade who had shared both peril and intimacy. It's not so grave. If they won't change, then become the strongest yourself. Initiate change from within. I can't. How do you know unless you try? Even we, so weak, still strive for first place. Mu, you truly know how to comfort someone. I know. No thanks necessary. Nayli, Mu, do you think we'll ever meet again? Perhaps. Though by then, we'll be enemies. Then let's simply choose not to fight. Done. Minute 3. The Rongjiao clan and others, 3-member team, voluntarily withdrew and were eliminated. 5th team eliminated. Minute 5. The Jiachi clan and others, 2-member team, voluntarily withdrew and were eliminated. 6th team eliminated. Clearly one member had perished. Aside from Mu Hanchuan's team, which had already cleared the trial, only 3 other teams remained locked in brutal combat with Titanus. This boss trial was indeed formidable. Success demanded exceptional skill, not mere luck. Ideally, all others would fail outright, granting automatic victory. Yet such an outcome seemed unlikely. At least the Fuguang clan's team was certain to prevail. They fielded 2 E-rank physique tanks, Though not primary frontline defenders, their endurance granted overwhelming advantage. They could alternate tanking duties seamlessly. The Calusa clan's team might succeed, but their overall strength lagged considerably, and their sole tank was markedly inferior, certainly unable to withstand the boss's onslaught. Reality unfolded much as Mu Hanchuan had foreseen. Zelta clan's main defender buckled under relentless assault. On the verge of annihilation, he requested withdrawal, but his two teammates refused consent. In bitter despair and furious curses, he was crushed to death. The surviving Calusa and Xingshi clans exhausted every skill and artifact, barely scraping through the trial. A sliver of desperate hope flickered. Perhaps all remaining rivals would fall. Minute 10, 7th team eliminated. Meanwhile, the Fuguang clan had slain Titanus at minute 7, securing passage and the invaluable luxury of 23 minutes rest. All three bore wounds of varying severity. The boss was no easy quarry, and their victory came at steep cost. That top-ranked duo hasn't been eliminated yet. That's odd. It shouldn't be possible. 7 other teams have fallen. How do they endure? It's that human. That human conceals his true strength deeply. Syrian pondered. Shai physiology was inherently frail, relying entirely on coordinated group tactics. Individual prowess was negligible. The only plausible explanation was the human, profoundly hidden, exceptionally powerful. His companions nodded thoughtfully. The theory held weight. This boss trial is grueling. Declaring their success premature is wise. They may yet falter. Indeed, even if they somehow prevail, the toll will be catastrophic. Without replenishment, they'll lack the strength to contend further. Absolutely reasonable. Minute 29, Calusa clan plunged into despair, illusion shattered. Neither of those two teams has fallen. Hope is gone. Lekin was baffled, his expression darkening. Impossible. That Fuguang team succeeding makes sense, but how could that human-Shai duo possibly prevail? Even we paid dearly. True, I'm baffled too. Yet they succeeded, not by fortune but sheer capability. They've concealed themselves masterfully. Let's test them further. I refuse to believe they'll last much longer. Hope is gone. Surrender. Even if we surpass them, Fuguang's presence ensures we cannot claim first. Third place is respectable. Accept reality. Without waiting for Floor 61's activation, the Xingshi clan member forfeited immediately and exited the trial. Only Lekin remained, sole survivor of the Calusa team. Floor 61 loomed into being. The upper path widened to 10 meters, the lower corridor narrowed to 5. Mu Hanchuan and Neli exhaled deeply, certain now this was no boss trial. To attempt it would be suicide. Guiding Neli into the narrow corridor, they advanced straight to its terminus and assumed defensive positions, prepared to hold as many rounds as possible. Mu Hanchuan withheld his shield, choosing first to absorb blows bare-chested, reserving the shield for when endurance failed. The cutting board retained only 45 integrity, 25 durability points remained. Integrity sufficed, yet no durability-restoring item cards were available. He would endure until durability depleted, then stow it away for later repair. 0 durability merely disabled usage, the item wouldn't shatter, no cause for alarm. The banana shield retained only 10 integrity, 35 durability points. Mu Hanchuan deployed his sole remaining repair kit, restoring it to 30 integrity, enough to withstand prolonged abuse before stowing it upon durability exhaustion. Mu, how's your recovery? Can you hold the line? Rest easy, I won't let you die. No guesswork required. He knew exactly what raced through her mind. Oh good. If you truly can't bear it, we'll withdraw. No need to force ourselves. We don't dwell on fleeting gains or losses. Don't dwell. Nonsense. I care deeply. We fought this far. Stop daydreaming. Focus solely on supporting me. Replenish my energy and stamina. Yes, master. Neli pressed close, her wings beating steadily. Mu Hanchuan had grown accustomed, felt nothing unusual. After all, she wasn't human. The 61st layer has opened. 7 massive flying creatures appeared, each 5 meters long with a wingspan of 10 meters, resembling griffins. Mu Hanchuan instantly relaxed. What is there to be afraid of? They can't fly in. Even if they do, it would only be at most 2, and they would have to fly vertically. This checkpoint has issues. Isn't it supposed to be easy to pass? It turned out Mu Hanchuan had assumed too much. These griffins weren't preparing to rush in at all. Instead, they opened their enormous mouths and began to spit saliva into the narrow passage. The liquid solidified midair into sharp spikes, able to transform into dozens with a single shot, indiscriminately shooting into the passage, not caring about accuracy. Mu Hanchuan raised his arms to shield his head. Puff, puff, puff. In just one wave of attack, he was struck by over a dozen sharp spikes, their force immense, all penetrating his body. Moo! Neili gasped in shock, retracting her wings in fear of being hit by those spikes. I'm fine. No need to overreact. Mu Hanchuan was fully equipped, even his face protected by a faceless mask. All these spikes hit his gear and did not inflict much damage to his body. Oh, why get so excited? Waves of spikes continued to rain down. Mu Hanchuan was completely unafraid, relying solely on his gear to withstand the assault, resolutely avoiding the use of his shield to preserve the durability of his equipment, leaving leeway for the subsequent levels. Lycan had not yet retreated, insisting firmly not to back down. He stopped all attempts at attack, solely relying on his jumping ability to evade, forcing himself to endure for 3 minutes. In the earlier checkpoint, he had 2 teammates to help share the burden, but now he had to bear it alone. How long could he sustain this continuous physical consumption? The Floating Light Tribe's team was relatively passive in this challenge, mostly having to evade and defend, unable to mount effective attacks. With wave after wave of relentless attacks, without any breathing time, they weren't certain how long they could hold out. In the 65th layer, faced with the pursuit of 12 griffins, Lycan could no longer hold on. Why haven't we been eliminated yet? He couldn't imagine how those 2 from the human and Shai tribes managed to persist. Countless spikes rained down from above. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to give up, unable to continue. The Klusa tribe and the Star-Devouring tribe actively forfeited and were eliminated. Muit's stable. Neili exclaimed joyfully. One of the strongest teams had been eliminated. What stability? There is still that strongest Floating Light Tribe team remaining. Hurry up and heal me. One member of the Klusa tribe actually died. Mu Hanchuan was too preoccupied to care. The pressure he was under was increasing, and he had sustained quite a few injuries. His gear was deteriorating at an alarming rate, and its durability was rapidly dropping. At this rate, he might not last until the end of the 70th checkpoint. His great equipment would be destroyed. I've been trying my best. Neili was drenched in sweat, working hard to replenish Mu Hanchuan's stamina and energy, boosting his physical strength, but all this was at the cost of her own endurance, and she couldn't hold out much longer. The Floating Light Tribe's team was also invigorated by the news. A member of the Klusa tribe died. They have been eliminated. Great, only the human and Shai duo team remains. Now I believe they are not relying on luck, but really have the strength to fight for first. Their team was on the verge of collapsing, yet that duo hadn't been eliminated. How strong could they be? What to do? I can barely hold on after fighting together for so long. You can't let me down. The Karuna tribe's Olinser, the weakest in defense, was starting to worry about his safety. This is a troublesome situation. Selrain spoke up. Zella, let's share the burden more. Olinser, you try to avoid attacks as much as possible. Okay. Thanks, brothers. Their team did not retreat into the narrow passage to evade, but instead maneuvered and dodged in the central plaza, occasionally bringing down one to relieve some pressure. Hiding in there would mean purely passively taking hits without any chance to fight back. In the 68th layer, 15 griffins appeared in the long corridor. After glancing at Olinser, Selrain gritted his teeth and used the only defensive card he had, which he had obtained in the 4th checkpoint. For the next 3 minutes, they finally got a rare breather, trying their best to recover. Their gear had all shattered, leaving only 1 grade piece on Zella, which was an extra reward obtained upon reaching the 7th checkpoint. Olinsar was very sorrowful. The sacrifices made this time were substantial. If we don't secure first place, it will be a huge loss. Selrain had no options left. He had exhausted all his cards and was now completely alone. Zella showed a fierce expression. I still haven't a great attack item that I can save for a final push in the 70th checkpoint. Good, let's keep fighting. I really don't believe those 2 can be that much stronger than us. Right, there are 3 of us. If we can't even beat those 2, then what have we been living for all these years? The next 2 checkpoints are the hardest. If they can hold on without being eliminated, then we will have no choice but to give up. Hopefully they will falter. This defensive card has quite a decent power and is certainly worth a lot. It not only withstood this checkpoint, but also held for a minute in the 69th layer before shattering. After resting for a full 4 minutes, the stamina and condition of the 3 improved slightly, allowing them to hold out for at least another 2 minutes without issue. On Mu Hanchuan's side, things were dire. The fearful Wraith wrist guard F on his left arm and the Guardian leg armor F on his right leg were about to give out, and another attack would destroy them. 2 cutting boards were drawn out, merged into one, forming a large shield that stood before him. The pressure on Mu Hanchuan and Neili was suddenly reduced by more than half, finally, allowing them to catch their breath and take the opportunity to recover. Neili was so exhausted she was almost sliding to the ground, and Mu Hanchuan had no time to care for her straining to hold up the cutting board. Mu, is that floating light tribe still one of the creatures from our galaxy? Why haven't they been eliminated? We're still alive, but how could they possibly die? Should we just let them win? Nayli, I believe you can still do it. No, I can't anymore. She was being drained by Mu Hanchuan. No, you must. Without you as the healer who will heal me. Having survived the 69th layer, all the pressure was on the cutting board, resulting in its durability and integrity plummeting. It might not even last through the 70th layer before its durability reached 0. He was unsure how the floating light tribe's team was faring, how long they could sustain their combat power. In any case, he and Nayli were quickly reaching their limits, making things difficult. The 70th floor activated, unleashing 17 griffin beasts. The Lumina clan's 3-member team stood guard at the 10-meter-wide exit corridor. The moment the 17 griffins appeared, Zara lunged forward and unleashed her last remaining class offensive card into the passageway. Half the griffins had not even taken flight before they fell, crushed in a single devastating wave. Only 3 remained alive, posing no further threat. The trio erupted in jubilation. The hardest trial had been surmounted. Now came the gamble, betting their lives on the human team failing to clear this floor. Inside the 70th floor, Kaiban lasted only half a minute before his durability hit 0. Mu Hanchuan hastily retracted his gear. The banana shield materialized as he dropped into a half-crouch, shielding his upper torso, and began enduring the onslaught barehanded. Nayli, utterly spent, huddled behind him, pressing tightly against his back as they clung together in desperate survival. Snap! 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 Most of the barrage struck the banana shield, but Mu Hanchuan's body still absorbed countless blows. As these were ranged attacks, the shield's defensive efficacy plummeted, its durability and integrity collapsing at a terrifying pace. This could not continue. With only the banana shield left, its destruction would leave him defenseless thereafter. Reluctantly, Mu Hanchuan withdrew it once more, resolving instead to withstand the assault with flesh and bone alone. After 2 minutes, his right greave shattered first, stripping away all protection. Mu Hanchuan dropped to one knee, minimizing exposure of his right leg, yet numerous barbed projectiles still pierced deep into his flesh. At the 2.5-minute mark, his left bracer exploded. Finished. His right arm thrust forward as a final barrier. His left arm dared not lower, not even for an instant, as he desperately guarded his head. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the barbed projectiles drove into his body, lodging themselves against bone. Mu. Nayli collapsed atop him, pouring every last trace of her energy into him. Her wings had been pierced over a dozen times. Numbness had long since blunted her pain. Yet she flapped mechanically, the once vibrant pink dust now nearly gone. Mu, surrender. Hold on. Endure this trial. If you must, then yield. All right. The Void Stomach Armor Class E retained only 15 integrity and 4 points of durability. The Magma Bracer Class E held at 25 integrity and 11 durability points. The Thunder Shock Greaves Class F teetered at 3 integrity and 7 durability points, on the verge of shattering. No, this was unsustainable. After clearing this floor, they would withdraw. No more reckless sacrifice. The banana shield reappeared, positioned low to protect both legs, shielding his right limb, while also safeguarding the Thunder Shock Greaves Class F on his left. A 1,000,000 gold asset. Since they'd chosen not to compete, it would not be lost. The thought of its destruction stung deeper than any wound. You may strike me, curse me, but never shatter my wealth. 3 minutes passed. Not long in truth, yet agonizingly drawn out. The instant the 17 griffins vanished and the trial concluded, Mu Hanchuan and Nayli collapsed together. Every inch of his body screamed in agony, nowhere unscathed. His left arm and right leg bled profusely, riddled with gaping wounds. Every barbed projectile had been wrenched free by sheer will. The banana shield retained only 2 integrity and 9 durability points, too fragile to deploy again. He stowed it away. The Lumina clan's team remains formidable. We yield without reservation. I told you to quit earlier. You refused to spare them, and now you've paid the price in brutal punishment. Nayli fumed, suddenly energized now that escape was certain. Mu Hanchuan, stubborn to the core, retorted, "Why should I submit unless pain forces me to? A body covered in wounds. How delightful. Passable." Elsewhere, the Lumina clan hesitated. Syrian sighed softly. They have won. Their team had exhausted all combat capacity. Pressing onwards served no purpose. The 71st floor would surely prove stronger, unleashing 8 beasts immediately upon entry. Remarkable. I Oranasa concede. And I Zara bow as well. This is the true apex seedling. Today we witnessed it firsthand. All 3 of us combined could not match him alone. The humans are no weaklings. Such an apex seedling is no anomaly. Let us withdraw. Syrian spoke with unwavering resolve. Having decided to yield, he would delay no longer. Prolonging the trial would cost them lives. Agreed. Comrades, though our paths crossed briefly, may fate grant us reunion someday. Should we meet again as foes, hold nothing back. Farewell. Farewell. May you all remain safe. Three strangers of alien blood, bound by battle, tempered in shared peril, now parted ways at last. Having fought side by side through blade and storm, parting now carried a quiet ache. Yet each bore a path ordained by destiny. Friendship was impossible, separation inevitable. The 71st floor opened. 8 colossal, grotesque beasts emerged slowly from the depths of the corridor, radiating an aura of visceral dread. Nayli gagged. How revolting. Those insects. Indeed. Utterly nauseating. Let's go. Very well, little lady. Take care in the days ahead. His gear was near total ruin. Mu Hanchuan refused to risk further loss. You too, stay safe, Mu. Thank you for guiding me this far. Without you, second place would have been impossible. Never underestimate yourself. You are stronger than you know. Haha, you're the first to say so. It's likely untrue, but it sounds beautiful. I speak no empty praise. Nayli laughed, bright and unrestrained. Though sorrow lingered beneath, this farewell was absolute, never to be undone. Seconds before the monstrous insects fully emerged, and just as Mu Hanchuan and Nayli prepared to concede, a voice echoed across the realm. Announcement: the Lumina clan, the Voidshed clan, and the Kaluna clan have voluntarily withdrawn, eliminated. What? What in the world? Nayli sprang upright. Mu, congratulations. You have triumphed in the primary ancient pagoda trial, awarding rewards for this tier. What? Mu, they withdrew first. Huh. Those fools denied us even the chance to fight. So does that make us first? You possess keen insight and room to grow. First reward. 1 silver star key. Mu Hanchuan nearly leapt up beside Nayli. Star keys awarded in team trials. This single key was worth 4 to 5 million gold. Incredible. The top reward for the final tier was astonishingly rich. His gloom over losing 3 pieces of gear evaporated instantly. Mu, I've received a class skill. Not bad. Second reward. Item card, puppet card, classy. Can be used on non-sentient beings of class or lower, binding them as your puppets. Success is not guaranteed. Upon success, consumes 2 of cerebral capacity. Mu Hanchuan frowned. He did not comprehend. It worked only on non-sentient creatures, meaning it could not affect intelligent races, like the Shi clan. Then what use was it? Worse, it demanded precious cerebral capacity. He possessed barely 1 remaining. Preposterous. And it was merely class, absurd. He'd sell it later. Nayli called out again. Women truly loved calling out. Mu, I've acquired another class artifact. Yes, 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 you're brilliant. Truly brilliant. Utterly exasperating. The rewards for this level have been distributed, and instead of returning to that vast space immediately, a new voice rang out. Congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in this Junior Ancient Tower trial, you are specially invited to participate in the elite competition for contestants under 25 bone ages. The elite competition is a randomly matched unknown mode held once a month and does not count towards personal trial attempts. The higher the round you win, the more abundant the rewards. It is non-lethal, and you may voluntarily give up midway. Each contestant in each bone age segment has only 1 opportunity to participate, and giving up is considered a failure. 1 agree. 2 refuse. Elite competition for contestants under 25 bone ages. Mu Hanchuan knew about this and specifically inquired who only those under 25 years of age from all races could participate, and it was a fair unknown mode. The winner advances to the next round next month while the loser is eliminated. Each bone age segment has only 1 opportunity to participate. Once eliminated, there are no further chances, and one must wait for the next invitation for the bone age segment under 35. Anyone with the opportunity to enter such an elite competition can report to the national level and receive full funding with support in all aspects. This is a key training ground for talents from various nations, ensuring a good position in a national department in the future. In unknown mode, who am I afraid of? On the opposing side, there are 3 pieces of equipment, while I have 10. However, it is somewhat strange. I had passed the purple level before, which was the only one I managed to clear, and even received its level skill reward. Why am I not able to enter this elite round? Could it be that I was too weak back then, not meeting the standards? Now my agility and strength have both reached level. Perhaps I just met the criteria. Mu Hanchuan decisively chose to agree. Why not take the rewards offered for free? Although I am only 21, I can exploit bugs and facing opponents under 25 years old, I am confident I won't lose to any racial expert. He turned and looked at Nayli, who was in deep conflict. She must have received an invitation too, right? Nayli choose agree. Did you also receive an invitation? I'm not stupid, I don't like getting beaten up like you do. Her dilemma was not about agreeing or refusing, she was conflicted about why she was eligible to receive such an invitation. Trust me, you have the annihilation cannon. When you go in, just run and drag it out. If you can drag it out for 2 hours until you are both exhausted, then you can catch them off guard and fire the annihilation cannon without giving them a chance to recover or escape. How can you not advance? Nayli blinked. Is that really going to work? Of course it will. If it doesn't work, you can just give up, you won't lose anything. That does seem like a plan. It's worth a try. If I can't win, I can always surrender immediately. With that thought, she no longer hesitated and also chose to agree. Once they made their choices, the two disappeared, simultaneously returning to that pure, white, vast space. No one was left here. When each team chose to give up, the rewards had already been settled, and they returned to reality. The contestants who were left in the previous levels were also sent back as failures. Now only the two of them remained, and it was time to award them the ultimate first-place reward. Nayli, what is your bone age segment? Each race's age varies greatly. Bored Muhan Chuan sat down cross-legged and curiously asked. Under 35. Wow, so old. Why does she look so young? How old are you now? 34. Indeed, that is quite old. What is the lifespan of your Shai race? The basic lifespan is 300. Oh, that's not actually that old. The basic lifespan of humans is only 90 to 100, so in that regard, she is indeed quite young. The current blue personal trial level has concluded. Remaining contestants 73. 26 have died, but thankfully they could give up. Congratulations, you have obtained first place in this blue personal trial. We really are first, Congratulations. Same congratulations. Aren't you exhausted? You can still stand. I'm feeling a bit better, I'll rest more when I get back. Reward 1 attribute point, reward 8 physique automatically supplemented due to insufficient divine sense. Physique 3756 with equipment. Divine sense 932. 8 attribute points is the highest reward for the blue personal trial. Obtaining first place grants the highest reward. Reward 2 1 blue star key. This is also normal. I entered the blue level and generally passing through a reward 1. The last time was an exception. Reward 3 equipment cod fish scales battle easy. Requirements a level physique 330. Leg armor provides certain protection to the leg's maximum endurance 4000 joules. Increases personal defense strength by 10 and boosts physique by 10. Leg guards. I'm a bit disappointed. This equipment is quite standard and has nothing special about it. However, I just happened to break a piece of leg armor, and this one fits perfectly, especially since it's a level. Reward 4 skill kaleidoscope stopping domain D. Control type slows down the time flow in the vicinity of the target. Duration half a second. Requirements level divine sense 700. Wow. Muhan Chuan suddenly perked up. Sitting on the white floor, he truly jumped up this time. I said it's such a difficult level, how could there not be something good? Finally, here it is. This thing is worth at least 10 million. The money I spent on equipment a few days ago has all been returned. I am not losing anything. Even though it can only control for half a second, it is absolutely lethal at critical moments. The only problem is that the divine sense requirement is too high. Ordinary contestants might really not meet it. I got a level equipment, and it's an attack type. Nayli, who had been silent for a while, found her presence again, perhaps because the previous items weren't that good. Impressive. What did you get? Not as good as yours. Reward 5, are there still rewards? Could this round of rewards be too generous? Is the bonus for the 7th level of the Junior Ancient Tower trial this high? Item card, blue designated attribute point card. Muhan Chuan gasped, this card definitely cannot be used by me. I can sell it for over 9 million, enough to buy 4 yellow random attribute point cards, which should last about a month. I hit the jackpot. This personal trial has truly made me prosperous. Although I was lightly maimed and consumed a lot, it was worth it. I'm not afraid of being beaten, I'm afraid of being broke. Let's go. It is almost impossible to see each other again, and there is no need to say goodbye. Good luck. You are really strong. At least we have shared intimate moments as different races. I wish her a smooth life ahead just to survive. Thank you. Nayli felt a bit reluctant, waved goodbye, and disappeared from sight. Muhan Chuan also returned to the starting point, going back to his own planet. Returning to his secret base, only 12 hours had passed. The Forbidden Star Ring and the Forbidden Trial Star are somewhat different. The unified time for returning from that virtual space is precisely 12 hours regardless of whether one cleared it first last or not at all, and no matter how many days they spent inside, the return to the real world is standardized to 12 hours. Even if I took 7 days to clear it while other teams only took 1 hour, the time of return to the real world remains the same, all 12 hours. Oh. Muhanchuan comfortably laid down on the bed, not wanting to move anymore. Inside, with Nayless assistance, his cells had been highly active, bouncing around, but now that effect had completely dissipated, leaving significant aftereffects. His entire body felt like it was falling apart, and he couldn't muster even a shred of strength. Without resting for 3 to 5 days, he certainly wouldn't recover. Moving was out of the question. There was still a week until the team trial, and he had to recover in these few days. Unexpectedly, simply entering for a personal trial led him to the Forbidden Star Ring, and the difficulty was so high. Fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory, and all the effort was worth it. He took off his equipment, struggled to get up, went next door to fetch the medicine box, and returned to the bed to apply medicine before resting. Other areas were fine, but his left arm and right leg were quite heavily injured, with pits visible everywhere. After applying the medicine and bandaging, he collapsed into sleep. He slept for 12 hours. Upon waking, he still felt sore all over and didn't even want to move. He had never exerted himself this much. If it weren't for Nayley constantly replenishing him inside, he wouldn't have been able to hold on to the 70th level. He would have had to give up around the 66th level. He had to get up. Nearly all his main equipment was damaged and needed urgent repairs, paying for both time and money to prepare for the team trial a week later. Muhanchuan forced himself to turn over, sitting on the bed, taking a moment to think about what needed repairing first. The Fear of Death bracers F had broken, losing 10 points of strength, and the Guardian leg armor F also broke, losing 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility. Strength 98, physique 381, a grade agility 95, mind 95. After returning, both strength and agility had dropped again, and he was missing a bracer. He needed to find a way to get a bracer that adds strength and agility to bring them back up to grade, otherwise the banana fan wouldn't be usable. The wooden board required 110 points of strength, which he probably couldn't reach for now. Since that's the case, he would take the banana fan for the next team trial and leave the wooden board behind. He would urgently repair the banana fan, the void stomach armor E, and the thunderstrike leg guards F, while the wooden board could be delayed. Alright, let's do it this way. He would find several repair shops and pay a deposit first, then go make some money. He was left with only 8800, just enough for the deposit, which was truly disheartening. Struggling to get up, he set off to repair his equipment and then find Chilong. He sent a message ahead to agree on a time with Chilong and went to several repair shops, negotiated prices, paid the deposits, and then left. In the evening, Chilong specifically returned. He hadn't been in Nanan City, but had gone to Yanchang City in the west primarily for Muhanchuan's matters. Chuan. When the two met, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why do I feel like you're more haggard than before? Brother, what on earth have you been doing? You didn't go looking for trouble with the Mu family again, did you? I participated in a personal trial. Can a personal trial hurt you this badly? His gaze dropped. Your leg is even limping. It's not the injury itself, it's just that the consumption was a bit excessive. That's good. Did you gain anything valuable? Yes, tell your father to come for a trip. The items are somewhat tricky and need to be auctioned. The rewards obtained this time were somewhat valuable, and Chilong's level wasn't enough. It wasn't safe. Wow, such good stuff. Yes, there's a tire item. Chilong couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive. For someone at a grade to obtain grade rewards, the difficulty is certainly not low. Chuan is still strong. Don't worry, you'll contact him right away. But in less than a minute, Chilong came back. My old man is currently in Linghu City. He will get us 2 tickets and ask us to go take a look together. Look at what? Challenging the number 1 under 30 in Ningxiang City in the central region, who will challenge the number 1 under 30 on the leaderboard in Linghu City. The opponent accepted, and the battle will be the night after tomorrow. My old man asked me to take you to watch. They are really idle. Aren't trials tiring enough? And they still have time for challenges. It's also a unique way of improvement, and they can gain fame. Oh, why not? Fame can sometimes be more valuable than money. Is the official not stopping this? It's a local matter, it doesn't affect social stability, so they can't be bothered, and it can also increase the enthusiasm of commoner trial participants. Haha, that's true. Commoners are most interested in such gimmicks. What about you? Are you free? Yeah, but aren't you supposed to contact that guild Mist's Beak to discuss team trials? Talking about this made Chilong's face darken. He had specifically reminded Moon not to embarrass him, but he ended up getting ghosted, losing out on a big opportunity. Don't mention it, those damn guys ghosted me. Both sides had agreed, but yesterday they suddenly sent a message saying they found a better candidate. Damn. Ugh. Muhan Chuan felt very frustrated. He had just rushed to repair his equipment. Forget it, it's not a big deal. It's just right that I'm feeling a bit weak lately. I should take some time to rest. Still, he didn't regard Chailong as a reliable intermediary and didn't fully trust the people Chailong recommended. There was nothing more to it. Don't worry, my dad recommended another guild team in Yanchang City in the west last night. Their strength might not match Miss Speak, but they suit your current state. After watching that challenge match the day after tomorrow, I'll go with you to talk to them. That's fine. Muhan Chuan was indifferent as long as it wasn't a random team and didn't require temporary coordination. He could manage. He could only exert 50 to 60% of his strength now. All right, you rest for another day. I'll set off the day after tomorrow morning and arrive in Linghu City in the afternoon. Muhan Chuan nodded okay, and please help me find a piece of equipment. What kind? A bracer specifically for the left arm or universal for both arms. Grade or a grade is fine with physique requirements and additional attributes of strength and agility 5 or above will do. All right, got it. There were quite a few requirements, but bracers being a niche equipment weren't too hard to find on the market. Also help me order some yellow random attribute point cards. I'm collecting them long term. What the hell, you're about to make a move. If I don't make a move, the Mu family will come for me during this time. They will definitely send someone here. Rather than waiting for them to come for me, I might as well take out their people first. Brother, you're still ruthless. I admire you. Hee, I made a small profit from this trial, so I can afford to waste a bit. Thanks for the trouble. No problem, I'll take care of these two things tonight, and I'll give you good news the day after tomorrow morning. Okay, then I'll head back now. Take care of your injuries. After resting for more than a day and using a medical kit item card, he finally managed to stabilize his breathing. This medical kit item card can be used once more, and he will use it again in a couple of days. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chailong specially drove over to pick up Muhan Chuan. The two of them headed to Linghu City together. Linghu City is adjacent to Tianlan City. Its overall economic strength is certainly superior to Nan'an City, ranking within the top 4 in the entire Luo province. It is said that the challenge Duan Yu is ranked 7th among those under 30 in the province. The 6th is Yongdang from Lushan City, while the top 5 are all from the provincial capital Tianlan City, leading by a significant margin. Meanwhile, Zhu Pengyuan from Ningxiang City, who came to challenge, is ranked 11th in the province. These essentially represent the strongest of the younger generation in Luo province, all possessing level strength. Of course, there will be significant fluctuations in the rankings for each age group below, with new stars occasionally emerging to surpass Tianlan City and seize top spots. Overall, however, Tianlan City still dominates. In each province, there are truly only a handful of prodigies, and the gaps behind them widen significantly. Possibly only the capital Qingling stands out prominently. Among them, there are certainly terrifying geniuses such as Ling Xiao from the Ling family in Qingling, who reached level at just 23 years old. His talent must be extraordinary, possibly allowing him to use a stat item card every 4 to 5 days. Otherwise, it would be impossible to progress so quickly. There's also Yang Huaqi from Qingling, who has reached level at 29. He's non-human, and the top person under 30 in Luo province pales in comparison to him. Chuan, this is specially selected for you, as you requested. Take a look. On the card, Chailong handed over a wrist guard. Dragonbone wrist guard. E requirements: a level physique, 220, strength 90, agility 80. Left arm armor provides certain protection for the left arm, maximum impact resistance, 3000 joules. Effectively resists piercing damage, strength 7, agility 5. It indeed meets his requirements, though the defense attribute is a bit weak. The main function of this equipment is still to resist piercing damage. It's acceptable. For now the equipment has been replenished, and I just need to buy 2 level large shields to replace the cutting board. How about it? It only costs 2 million. If you think it's inadequate, I can help you look for more options. Alright, it's quite good. Great, as long as you're satisfied. Here. Chailong handed over a yellow random stat item card. Use this for now, and collect more slowly later. Gathering too many at once will inflate the prices. Sure, thanks. The payment will be deducted from the items I sell later. No problem, we're family. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived in front of a sprawling massive building in the center of Linghu City, which can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. At its center is an open-air fighting arena named Champions Arena. Simple and clear, its purpose immediately apparent. With still some time before the evening's battles, they first went to meet Chailong's father, who had already reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant. They could enjoy drinks and food while chatting, then head directly to the venue at 7:30 to watch the challenge match, all arranged very well. Upon entering the restaurant, and announcing the private room number, a waiter immediately led them to the door of the room. The two pushed the door open, and inside sat a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit with a stern face and an undeniable aura of authority. This is Chai Long's father, Chai Yuni, clearly not an ordinary person with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, a high-level agent. Seeing the two enter, Chai Yuni's expression softened. Ignoring his somewhat unruly son, he turned to Mu Hanchuan with concern. "How is your health?" "Uncle Yun, I'm doing quite well." Chai Yuni prefers the Yun in the middle and not the E at the end, so he is called Uncle Yun. "I heard from Chai Long that you have obtained something remarkable this time. It's not too great, but it is indeed a superior skill." Mu Hanchuan took out the item card Kaleidoscope, stopping Domain D, and proactively handed it over. Someone of his caliber has seen many good items, so he wouldn't care about such a small trinket. Chai Yuni took it, obviously surprised for a moment. Chai Long also leaned over to take a look. "Wow, a level control skill. It is indeed a good skill, but unfortunately the mental requirement is too high, which may affect the price. However, I estimate you could still sell it for over 15 million. If you're lucky, it might go even higher. Would you like to take it to auction?" "Yes. What if several big shots are interested at the same time? It wouldn't hurt to take the chance." "All right, I'll help you arrange it." Mu Hanchuan then took out 3 items, a Silver Star key to initiate team trials, of blue designated stat item card, and lastly the puppet item card E. Chai Yuni was genuinely surprised this time, turning his gaze to Mu Hanchuan, wondering what trials he had undergone to acquire such fine items. This must surely mean he secured first place. The Silver Star key is worth about 4 million, the blue designated stat item card around 9 million, adding up to over 10 million. Chuan has hit the jackpot, and no wonder he's been aggressively purchasing random stat item cards. Chai Long's face fell. Comparing himself to others was disheartening, especially when he looked at Mu Hanchuan. He felt he would have to endure another lecture from his father upon returning, seeing how he compared to Mu Hanchuan. "You can sell this Silver Star key and this blue designated stat item card, but as for this puppet item card, you can try it out in the trial star. It might yield unexpected results. This puppet item card, it cannot be used on other intelligent races. It is useless against those participating in the trials. What effect could it possibly have? Your thinking is too narrow. Why must the target be limited to other races' trial participants? The trial star itself is a vast ecological cycle home to many powerful biological entities. They are the true targets of this puppet item card E. It can work like that. If used well in the trial star, you could acquire a level fighter that is absolutely loyal to you, 100 obedient, providing you with immense assistance. So it can work this way. Yes, to improve the success rate during team trials, you can have your companions bring a weakness item card, which can greatly enhance the success rate. A weakness item card. I understand now, thank you, Uncle Yin. He thought he should further study the various biological entities on the trial star, especially their level differences. After Uncle Yun's guidance, he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. He has the teleportation skill while others use the puppet item card, which means the enslaved biological entity can only be used in the trial star and will automatically give up once they return, unable to be brought back. But he is different. He can summon them back as long as the enslaved biological entity is not dead and he does not lift the mark, making it permanently effective. Wouldn't that mean he could have a few absolutely loyal fighters? Indeed, this gives him a tremendous advantage. While his attack may be lacking, the puppets he summons possess sufficient attacking power. Mu Hanchuan felt a surge of excitement. He would no longer have to fight alone in the future, but could instead acquire absolutely loyal helpers. He thought this shouldn't be called the puppet card. It would be more appropriate to call it the enslavement card. It's perfect. The only downside is that it requires mental domain capacity. Each puppet binding takes up 2 of his mental domain capacity, and he currently only has 1 left, which makes it unusable. He needs to enhance his mental sense to increase his capacity. Raising his mental sense to F level will increase his mental domain capacity by 3, which is just enough to bind 2 puppets. His mental sense is currently at 95 points, just 5 points short. It's difficult. He can't afford to use too much equipment in team trials, making it hard to replenish. It's better to wait for personal trials to get the puppets. Now is not the right time. Chai Yuni took out a ranking list and pushed it across the table. Xiao Chuan, with your current strength, where do you think you would rank among your peers in Luoxing? Mu Hanchuan casually glanced at it, not bothering with those under 21 years old, as he believed he could at least place in the top 5. He focused on those under 25, thinking he should compare himself to them. First place, Tianlan City Bone Crusher Guild Yu Taiching, 25 years old. Spiritual sense D level strength, E level very close to D level agility, E level body, E level close to D level wow D level. A 25-year-old at D level, even with only one aspect of spiritual sense reaching D level, is quite impressive. With such strength, he wouldn't rank low even among those under 30 in Luoxing. He should be a control-type frontline warrior with physical attributes leaning towards spiritual sense and strength perfectly fitting the skill. He obtained kaleidoscope stasis D, capable of executing a lethal strike in a moment of control. However, his physical stats are excessively low, showing a significant bias, making defense a major weakness. Such detailed information. Generally, people can only see rankings and tiers in the ranking system and cannot access this detailed data. To think Chai Yuni could obtain it, he must have considerable influence. Second place, Tianlan City Hong family Hong Kaiyang 24 years old. Strength E level very close to D level agility, E level close to D level body, E level spiritual sense E level. Members of the four major families in Tianlan City, their physical attributes lean towards strength and agility, indicating he is likely an assassin. Whether speed-oriented or agility-oriented, he is undoubtedly an assassin. His overall stats are more balanced, not as outstanding as Utaking's, but at only 24 years old, having one more year doesn't necessarily mean he can't catch up. He is indeed a great talent. Third place, Tianlan City Mu family Mu D 25 years old. Strength E level very close to D level body, E level close to D level agility, E level spiritual sense E level. Another member from the four major families in Tianlan City, and from his own Mu family, he had seen him when he was young. He is a straightforward and tough challenger. This is noteworthy as they may encounter each other in the future. Fourth place, Saiga City Mo Ku Min, Chu Chin 25 years old. Body E level very close to D level spiritual sense, E level close to D level agility, E level strength E level. He is a tank from an old power in the north. Currently, the Qinghuang government is vigorously supporting the guild system and strengthening its control over challengers, but only those powerless to dissent among the small and medium forces are truly complying and reforming. Moreover, the official government military and the younger generation of those major families are actively responding, eager to create their own guilds. For the old major powers, however, it doesn't greatly affect them as they do not participate at all. The higher-ups of the country do not dare to push too hard simply because these old powers are strong enough, with two of them among the top 100 in the world who would dare to act recklessly. This has gradually formed a sharp contrast between the guild system supported by the state and the younger generation of these old powers, leading to occasional frictions. For instance, Zhu Pingyuan, who came to challenge this time, belongs to the Ningxiang City family and is part of the Iron Fist Guild. The one being challenged, Duan Yu, is the largest force in Linghu City from the Baikong K. This kind of confrontation has inadvertently increased the topic's interest, creating a lot of buzz that the public enjoys discussing. The three in the private box are not in a hurry, eating and drinking, while Mu Hanchuan quietly observes. There are even more young experts under 25 in Luoxing than he imagined, with a significant number stronger than him. After reviewing, he finally spoke up. I should be able to rank in the top 100. Chai Yuni frowned. Only 100. Chai Long added. Chuan, with your strength, how could you possibly be only 100? Mu Hanchuan understood their misunderstanding and clarified. I meant under 25. Chai Yuni was surprised. Huh? Aren't you only 21 this year? Yes. To be only 21 and still rank in the top 100 under 25. That is truly extraordinary. He had underestimated him significantly. Wow, Chuan, you are truly my idol. Chai Yuni became noticeably more friendly, smiling. If that's the case, you definitely won't have a problem ranking in the top 10 under 21. In fact, you could choose to skip Luoxing and report directly to the national departments for significant training. The Mu family would no longer be a concern. No, that would be too much trouble. What he truly feared wasn't the trouble. In the past, he had indeed avoided the Mu family, but now it was different. His greater concern was the exposure of his level skill, which would be a real issue. Before his strength was sufficient, many things would become beyond his control. Joining the national department would be no different, and perhaps even worse. Why bother when he had the ability to secure the resources he needed for rapid growth? All right, I respect your choice. Just know that if you have any needs, you can find me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. He was certainly a true potential stock for the future. As a senior broker, it was essential to grasp resources like Mu Hanchuan, which were worthy of significant investment. Thank you, Uncle Yin. This was precisely what Mu Hanchuan needed. As a middleman, they could gain sufficient benefits while he obtained convenience and information, meeting each other's needs and creating a win-win situation. Mu Hanchuan was also quite grateful to Uncle Yun. Although he did all this to pave the way for his son, he genuinely helped him. With your current abilities, you can already look for better team trial groups. Do you need me to personally arrange that for you? No need, Chai Long has already found one for me. I just came out of personal trials and am not in great condition. An ordinary team will suffice. Okay, just let me know when you need anything, and I will help you contact them. Sure. After a meal filled with conversation, it was already 7 p.m. The three made their way to the Overlord Arena with Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long walking at the back. Chuan, if your biological father knew how strong you are now, I wonder if he would regret it. He, the younger generation of the Mu family, has its own outstanding members. There's no need to think too much about it. True. By the way, how is your mother doing now? Don't worry, she's definitely living her best life. Who would dare provoke her? She would definitely fight back. It's absolutely impossible for her to lose, not in this lifetime. Uncle Yun had purchased seats not in a private box, but quite close to the front, within the first 3 rows, though only Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long were present. His own seat was elsewhere. He had gone to a private box to join some friends for other matters. Chuan, these two are among the most outstanding youths of Lu Province's younger generation. I've been instructed by my father to observe them closely. Naturally, such an opportunity is rare indeed. Hey Chuan, weren't you back in Tianlan City recently? Do you know why the Mu family sought you out? I do. Chai Long perked up with interest. What's it about? I have a fiancé. Someone even the Mu family dares not cross. What the hell? Chai Long's expression twisted into comical exaggeration. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Chuan, since when have you had a fiancé? If even the Mu family fears her background must be extraordinary. Tell me, what's the story? Nothing extraordinary. She's currently trying to break off the engagement with the Mu family. You'd actually agree to that. Even becoming a son-in-law would be worth rushing headlong into. Mu Hanchuan fell silent, exasperated. Does your father know you think like this? I believe he'd bless me and rejoice on my behalf. Your mental state is truly remarkable. Not bad, really. So what do you think? How does your fiancé look? The classic white rabbit type. Gentle, obedient, stunningly beautiful, and so effortlessly vulnerable. Mu Hanchuan spoke casually. Whoa. Chai Long grew visibly animated, brimming with envy. What others spent lifetimes striving for came effortlessly to Mu Hanchuan. Then you absolutely mustn't let her slip away. I have no such intention, and besides, her family would never approve. You've no idea how fierce her elder sister is. She scolds heaven and earth alike, berating the entire Mu family in one breath. And what does the elder sister look like? Exquisite, no less beautiful than her younger sister. Raised in a prestigious clan, her bearing is peerless. How could she possibly be anything less? If you describe her that way, I'd say it's not ferocity, it's your bias. She's clearly a modern woman of strong individuality, boldness, and unwavering conviction. Precisely the kind of quality that elevates her. Who wouldn't admire such a woman? What the a? Mu Hanchuan fell mute, utterly speechless, feeling as though they inhabited entirely different wavelengths. If I were you, I'd focus all efforts on winning over the elder sister. Don't mistake her outward fierceness for hostility. Beneath it lies absolute devotion to the man she loves. Imagine the triumph of conquering such a noble heiress, such a paragon of refinement. Then the younger sister would be yours too, both secured. One for public appearances, one for private life, a one upstairs, one on the 3rd floor. Softness and strength entwined, ice and fire in perfect contrast. Variety daily. Take them both. Mu Hanchuan sighed inwardly. This fellow had clearly lost himself in delusion, and turned his gaze toward the arena, refusing further engagement. Hey, Chai Long protested, still breathless with unspent enthusiasm. This was the life he'd dreamed of, yet here was someone who could grasp it yet hesitated to act. At 7:50 p.m., both competitors entered the arena. On the left stood Zhu Pengyuan of Ningxiang City's Iron Fist Association, a towering, imposing figure whose face bore an old scar, slashing diagonally from browbone to cheek. His weapon was a long saber. Clad in armored armor, he wore a defensive bracer on his left forearm, clearly a frontline brawler built for raw power and physical resilience. On the right stood Duan Yu of Baikan K, the dominant force in Linghu City, tall and upright as a pine with clear star-like eyes and a fair, refined countenance. He carried a jet-black longsword and wore boots designed to enhance agility, his physique balanced between strength and swiftness. Their auras stood in stark contrast. Zhu Pengyuan, hailing from a great clan, resembled a seasoned underworld veteran, while Duan Yu, representing Baikan K, embodied the grace of a cultivated scholar prince. Roaring cheers erupted. The local crowd naturally rallied behind Duan Yu of Baikan K, though Zhu Pengyuan commanded no small number of fervent supporters. Each competitor was permitted only 3 Trial Seeker artifacts, but Duan Yu used just 2: his sword and his boots. Skills were unrestricted as they formed an intrinsic part of one's cultivated strength. No consumable items were allowed, none whatsoever. The rules were simple: the match ended upon submission or incapacitation. Referees would intervene at critical moments to determine the victor. As pillars of the nation, neither could be permitted harm. Precisely at 8:00 p.m., both competitors stepped onto the central battlefield. The true contest began. Ningxiang City's top martial artist under 30 ranked 11th in Lu Province versus Linghu City's strongest under 30 ranked 7th province-wide. The surrounding roar intensified. Chai Long beside him even joined in the shouting, likely having placed a wager, though it remained unclear on whom. Mu Hanchuan sat quietly, his wide-brimmed hat casting deep shadow over his face. Psychologically, Duan Yu held the upper hand. His decision to equip only 2 artifacts revealed profound confidence in his own prowess. Zhu Pingyuan, by contrast, stood tenser, visibly more anxious. Mu Hanchuan assessed the odds. Duan Yu held a 70% chance of victory, unless Zhu Pengyuan possessed a targeted, unforeseen trump card. Defeat appeared inevitable. Ding! As the match began, the atmosphere became vibrant with the sound of drums and various instruments, creating an incredibly enthusiastic scene. In the arena, both sides did not hold back. They immediately engaged in combat, exchanging fierce blows right from the start, fighting intensely, with neither side gaining an obvious upper hand. Mu Hanchuan initially thought that Duan Yu would be a speed-type assassin, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a nimble assassin showcasing agility, without relying on speed, and standing his ground confidently. His movements were extremely agile and his reactions were even quicker. Even when he struck later, he could still anticipate his opponent's true intentions and strike first. In this case, Zhu Pingyuan, who relied more on strength and physicality, was at a disadvantage. He could exert his physical advantages in group battles, but in this unknown duel, Duan Yu's combination of strength and agility gave him a significant edge. Of course, these attributes are merely hard conditions and do not truly determine the outcome. In closely matched situations, the skills learned become exceedingly important. Whoever has stronger skills that suit them better will unleash greater power. Additionally, martial arts combat techniques, swordplay, and other real-world supplemental abilities hold considerable importance, greatly enhancing one's capabilities. After exhausting their hardware, it comes down to software, comparing overall abilities. To reach their level, none of them were without their share of struggles and trials and battles. Details determine success or failure. Whoever has a better foundation, richer combat experience, and more refined techniques may just seize victory, turning the tide in desperate situations. The battle in the arena grew increasingly intense. Within just a few minutes of skirmishing and probing, both sides began to unleash their respective skills. The atmosphere on site became more and more fervent, yet Mu Hanchuan felt little excitement. As a tank, he found it hard to relate to the explosive warriors fighting inside, feeling quite bored. Chuan jump up and shout. Chai Long tugged at Mu Hanchuan, but to no avail. Mu Hanchuan helplessly replied, "Who did you bet on to win?" "Of course it's Duan Yu. Although the odds for Zhu Pengyuan are higher, my dad said he's unlikely to win. So you made a little money." Fights between high-explosive warriors often do not last long. Within 10 minutes, both sides, having probed each other for a while, began employing their ultimate moves, nearing the end. Zhu Pengyuan was covered in blood with 7 or 8 wounds, all avoiding his armor. Duan Yu, on the other hand, was in much better shape, with only 2 or 3 wounds, maintaining a better condition with sufficient stamina, unlike Zhu Pingyuan, whose steps were faltering and nearing his limit. Before Zhu Pingyuan could concede, the referee suddenly intervened and declared the result. Duan Yu paid no mind to Zhu Pengyuan and waved to the crowd, exuding a remarkable demeanor reminiscent of a chivalrous hero. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, cheers like a tidal wave, with many shouting Duan Yu's name as they preserved the glory of Linghu City and secured victory. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene like the most twinkling stars in the night sky, making Duan Yu's figure shine even brighter. At the edge of the arena, Zhu Pengyuan displayed a look of disappointment, his fists clenched tightly, unwillingly staring at Duan Yu's proud back as he turned to leave through the tunnel. Nearby, a young couple was equally excited, joining the crowd and shouting, vibrant with youth, likely still university students. "Qian, it's still early. Do you want to catch a movie later?" The boy seized the opportunity to take things a step further. "No, I need to head back early or my family will scold me." The boy felt a bit disappointed. "All right, then I'll take you home and we can take a stroll along the way." No need, I can take the bus back. You should head back early too. Okay. The boy felt a hint of dissatisfaction, sighing inwardly. He had pursued her for over a year, yet still lacked that first step. She was just too reserved. However, he wasn't in a hurry. She was so introverted and had few male friends, so he could take his time. Surely he would move her eventually. Mu Hanchuan instinctively glanced over. She was quite a quiet girl, looking good, a reserved and gentle one. Chuan, what do you think? Exciting, right? Pretty good. Leaving aside the battle, the atmosphere was certainly something. Being part of it was a unique experience. Especially for the Victor Duan Yu, as his confidence and sense of honor soared, he would need to work even harder going forward with many more challenges ahead. This was just Luo province, and there were plenty of strong fighters in other provinces, particularly Qingling, without end. Zhu Pingyuan, having lost, would likely work even harder upon returning. That was exhilarating. You should join me more often. Don't just stay cooped up alone every day. Haha. After leaving the Dominator's arena, they squeezed through the crowd and finally reached the parking lot. They did not plan to leave tonight, having exhausted themselves throughout the day. They would rest for the night before heading to Yanchang City in the west. Hey Luqian, it's still early. There's a party on the mountain tonight. Let's go have some fun together. A group of young men and women walked by. One of the boys spoke casually, his demeanor relaxed and his tone lighthearted, looking rather unreliable outwardly, though his true nature was unknown. The girl named Luqian was none other than the girl he had just seen beside the couple. Oh. Luqian clearly paused, looking back at the person calling her. They seemed quite familiar, but she didn't respond and turned back. Come on, it's still early. Join us for some fun. Tomorrow is the weekend, and it doesn't matter if you don't go home tonight. We're all young, so we should enjoy ourselves. That might not be good. What's wrong with it? Is there something going on at home? She hesitated, unsure what to say. Then that's settled. Come on, get in my car, and let me show you what it's like to drive fast. Let's go have fun on the mountain, and don't worry about going home tonight. They can give you a call. As he spoke, he took her small hand and directly led her to his blue sports car worth 1.7 million. The girl named Qian seemed unwilling, but she did not resist, letting the boy pull her to the car. As they reached the side of the vehicle, both doors opened simultaneously, and the boy gave her a push before heading to the driver's side. She glanced at the others with her and looked around. After a moment of hesitation, she finally succumbed and got in. Mu Hanchuan was greatly surprised. Wow, she just went along with it. Not going home tonight. From her words, he had thought she was a gentle, introverted, and well-behaved girl, but now he realized he had completely misjudged her. What could they possibly do to have fun all night on the mountain? Mu Hanchuan inexplicably thought of Su Qingyu. She was gentler, quieter, and more reserved, and importantly, she was even more beautiful and had a better figure. Was she also putting on an act? However, her family background was extraordinary, so she would not casually spend a night with a boy. Actually, Mu Hanchuan did not care too much about these things. He just hoped that after the engagement was truly dissolved, things would be a little better and not affect her reputation. It was for her own good. As the sports car passed in front of him, there were too many people, and Mu Hanchuan squeezed forward, reaching out to touch the car. Success. Marked objects 57. Since it's the mountain tonight, I won't be sleeping. I'm determined to steal your car. Chailong's car pulled into a guest house. H1, rest well tonight. They'll wake you in the morning. We're heading to Yanchang City. All right. They'll go out for a walk. Out wandering at this hour. Want me to join you for a drink? I'm bored just strolling. Fine. Be careful. There are many city patrols. Understood. Mu Hanchuan walked alone through the nightlit city toward the southern outskirts. On the way, he logged into the underground antnet. After some time, he found a small gang in the neighboring South Balinga city that traded second-hand cars and sent them a message directly. Once that was done, Mu Hanchuan began searching for suitable hiding places for the goods, abandoned spots where few people ventured. It was 4 a.m. Mu Hanchuan appeared by a small river on the border between Linghu City and Balingu. After about 10 minutes, a small boat arrived with 4 people aboard. Is that you? Mu Hanchuan, wearing a faceless mask, nodded. Get on. He jumped aboard. Where to? Kiheo Wharf. That abandoned pier. Yes. Without further words, the boat turned and headed straight for the spot Mu Hanchuan had named. 15 minutes later, following his directions, they entered a small dock. There, as promised, sat a nearly new luxury sports car with no license plate. The interior had been tidied, and the little clutter Mu Hanchuan tossed aside. Mu Hanchuan and 3 men leapt onto the dock, leaving 1 man on the boat. Zhuyu 3 Series, market price 1.77 million, 90% new. They circled the car and inspected it inside and out while the young man recited the detailed specs. The boss seemed pleased. Good merchandise, a big haul for the night. Brother, how do you want to handle it? Cash, internal price. Good, swift, and simple. He took out 5,000 in cash and tossed it over. bills of 1,005 bundles in all. He tapped them, sized them up, said nothing more, and Mu Hanchuan turned and left. Pleasure doing business. Call us if you have more, brother. Mu Hanchuan waved casually over his shoulder. On a 1.77 million car, they earned less than a third, somewhat of a loss, but unavoidable. The buyer still had to process the car and sell it through his channels, so he would likely only pocket about 5,000. The four men carefully loaded the car onto the boat and sailed back toward Balinga City. At 6 in the morning, a group of young people who had camped on the mountain drove off after a night of revelry. It was time to go home and catch up on sleep. A careless young man ignored the costly tent and prepared to leave with the quiet, reserved Qianqian. Over the course of the night, he had taken advantage of her naivete, as she was inexperienced, and he felt satisfied. He had won her without even giving a purse. Too easy. He thought he might call on her again when bored. Arriving at the parking area, he wondered if his eyes deceived him. He replayed where they had parked last night, and then asked Qianqian beside him, "We parked here last night, didn't we?" "Yeah, maybe someone took the wrong car." "Wrong my foot. That's fingerprint locked. I wasn't even here. Who could have driven it away?" "Huh. Then what happened?" He cursed, "Damn it, you idiot, my car's been stolen." Qianqian was stunned by the scolding. Feeling unwell, she dared not retort. It was incredible. Among the whole row of cars, not all were worse than his, yet they had taken his. Who dares steal my car in Linghu City? They must not want to live. He immediately began calling people, rattling them awake. Find it today and beat the thief to death. No pleas would help. At that moment, the culprit Mu Hanchuan lay in bed, catching up on sleep, having casually earned 5,000. Not an enormous sum, but a windfall nonetheless. He slept soundly, oblivious to the howls erupting on that mountainside. Tianlan City, the Mu household. Still no sign of Mu Hanchuan. "Master, no. We have informed every district. None have found the young master's whereabouts." Mu Qiming was restless. How many days had it been? The operation was too slow. Perhaps he had indeed been hidden away by the Su family and was not even in Luo province. He asked nothing on the underground Antnet. There are about a dozen potential targets with similar ages and builds. We are checking them one by one. Tell them to speed it up. He must be found. Yes. Recently, the Mu family and the Qingling Su family had renewed negotiations. Neither side would yield. The Mu family had blocked the final step, refusing to cede benefits and threatening not to honor the marriage if their interests were ignored. They would not withdraw from the joint project either. At worst, both parties would suffer. At the Yang household, as the family's only heir apparent, 15-year-old Yang Zixuan already displayed a hint of the calculating ruthlessness befitting a successor. Any sign of that Mu Hanchuan? No news, younger brother. The speaker was his cousin from his uncle's branch, Yang Shao, ranked 48th among trialists under 25 in Luo province. Quite respectable. He also had an older brother, Yang Qi, already involved in managing family affairs, ranked 9th among those under 30, stronger than Zhu Pingyuan, and one of the brightest of the Yang youth. Take my advice, he's not truly one of the Yangs. He cannot affect us, nor your position. He'll only disgust the Muse. Why stir trouble? If your mother finds out, she'll beat you. That is beside the point. The problem is that he and I share the same mother. It's my stain. If he appears once, people will gossip about me. Imagine their tone. It's not pleasant. Therefore he must die? Yang Shao understood. He rubbed his chin. His own family had mocked him privately more than once, not to mention others, and especially their parents, who had often brought up the subject. Fine, we're brothers. He'll push harder and help you investigate. He'll tell you when I find him. You're useless. Send your elder brother to search. When do you think you'll ever find him? Who are you insulting? I'm involved in family affairs now too. Unlike you, a little kid. Enough. Get your brother. You spend your days trailing after women. How can you be relied upon? Yang Shao laughed. Little brother, you're jealous. Your mother keeps you so tightly controlled. But wait until you're 18 and enter university and can take part in the trials. Then you'll have as many women as you want. He'll arrange them. Every taste will be covered. Get lost. I'm not interested. 3 in the afternoon. Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long entered Yangchang City. After reviewing the file, Mu Hanchuan was somewhat speechless. 3 strength types and 1 secondary tank, leaning toward physique and spiritual sense, serving as tank plus controller. Isn't this team composition a bit bizarre? No choice. This is the strongest lineup their guild could assemble. If they had found a suitable support, they wouldn't have taken another tank. All right. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan had few expectations for this team trial. He merely intended to muddle through. They met at a somewhat disreputable spot and encountered the 4 members of the Lingdu Jihua Guild. They presented themselves plainly and without pretense. They exchanged introductions. Chai Long spoke first. This is Mu, the main tank. All 4 turned to the man wearing a faceless mask. They had checked him on the E-network. The information was sparse, but suggested some ability, though they wondered if his physique might be too slight. Hello, welcome. Zui Juinja, the team leader for this trial. Mu Hanchuan nodded. This was a frontline brawler, a strength type, a rank 33 years old. Hello, Jin Rue. He was likewise a frontline strength type, a rank 29. Sun Yin, the primary controller. This was the member who leaned toward physique and spiritual sense. A secondary tank and controller, a rank 31. Somewhat different from Mu Hanchuan's expectation, he was not a pure tank, but chiefly a controller. Zhayonghao. He was also a strength type, though not purely so. Agile and nimble close-quarters striker, a rank 30. After the introductions, Zui Juinja continued, "We'll provide the team's star key this time. Bring your own equipment and item cards, decide your role as you please. As long as you can hold the front, it's fine. Any objections?" None. Clearly, they regarded Mu Hanchuan as a tool with a single function, stand at the forefront while they handled everything else. That suited him. Mu Hanchuan was spared extra trouble. Very well. Any personal issues? None. Zui Juinja had expected tactical questions, but Mu Hanchuan showed no concern. Fine. 5 days from now we gather here, mark up together, and commence the team trial at once. Agreed. Mu Hanchuan's reply was crisp and decisive, even more so than theirs utterly indifferent. Then let's go. Thanks for the effort. We'll have a drink together. A private room has been reserved. They had expected to spend time discussing strategy, yet it was settled in 2 minutes. With nothing else to do, they went to eat. After business was done that evening, Chai Long took Mu Hanchuan to another raucous venue, an underground fighting pit. Mu Hanchuan knew of such places, but had never been. He felt little interest. "Hanchuan, aren't you short on cash? When bored, you can earn extra at places like this. I can arrange it. Too much trouble, the pay isn't great. You don't understand. Ordinary bouts are dull and slow money. If you're going to try, take a hired spar like tonight. If you throw a few strikes, it's virtually guaranteed profit." Who is fighting tonight? In Yangchang City, a Guangming Zhenxian guild member, Han Qi, ranked 12th under 25 in Luo province. His father is the city's deputy mayor. The family has generations of public servants. His power is considerable. Quite strong. Aren't hired spar fighters supposed to be under 25 too? Who would dare? Money changes everything. Older fighters can take the role if the pay is right, though the prize will be smaller. They found a seat. What are the rules for tonight? Not tonight. This was arranged days ago. The challenger pays 500,000 to set the match. Once scheduled, the bout begins with a 30-minute limit. By any means, a win or surviving to a draw counts as success and yields 5 million. If you fail to last besides injury, you forfeit the 500,000. This opponent is Luo province's number 12 and also under 25. How many can stand against him? Isn't it supposed to be paid sparring? If you don't charge, won't everyone want a shot? Young Master Han sought real combat training, not games. He did not mind spending money, he only wanted someone truly capable to spar with him. Those without the skill should not pay to be beaten. Last year, a master from the underground E-network took the stage and sparred 3 times with him, 1 victory and 2 draws, walking away with 15 million. Impressive. Mu Hanchuan felt a surge of interest. Indeed, hidden talents were everywhere. Chai Long was right. If he took the job, he might well earn that sum. It was a promising avenue. People won't die, will they? Unlikely. Rules allow each person 3 pieces of equipment. Skills may be used at will. Consumables are forbidden. It's much like a formal public duel. Voluntary surrender or loss of combat effectiveness counts as defeat. Mu Hanchuan did not entirely believe it. Underground fights rarely lacked fatalities. Those involved were not respectable folk, which was why such affairs remained unpublicized. He had little interest in ordinary brawls. His offensive power was too limited to be lethal. But the hired spar format was worth a try. Such fights existed not only in Yangchang City, but across other regions as well. The wealthy were seldom seen, but never scarce. The truly powerful likewise were never short of money. Wherever they went, there were chances to profit. 15 minutes later, both sides took the stage. On the right stood Han Qi, clad in moon-white attire, wielding a weapon in each hand and carrying another wrapped object on his back that resembled a weapon. Mu Hanchuan fixed his gaze on the man to the left. That man appeared much more rugged, burly, broad-shouldered, young, yet with stubble. He wore deep teal combat garb revealing a solid waist, and his eyes were exceptionally shrewd. He was Kobo of Zhaodian Lu, the dominant force in the west near Xian province, 25 years old, a power type. His attributes skewed heavily toward strength, while the other 3 remained balanced. Given his age and attribute bias, his strength stat was almost drank. Both fighters were proper representatives of legitimate powers. Rather than seeking open formal duels, they had come here to fight in the black market. Chai Long said excitedly. Chuan, this will be spectacular. Both are top-tier experts. He leaned in and whispered, who do you think has the higher chance of winning? About equal, either outcome is plausible, Mu Hanchuan replied, turning to him. Who did you bet on this time? Of course, Ko Bo. His mature bearing makes him seem more reliable. Mu Hanchuan looked puzzled. At exactly 10 o'clock, the two were ready, and the closed prison doors around them made them resemble two death row inmates about to face off. After a brief standoff, not knowing what they exchanged in words, Han Chi took the initiative to strike first. He moved like a startled rabbit, the weapons in his hands glimmering with cold light under the bright illumination, his moon-white attire billowing in the wind, his gaze sharp and carrying an air of coldness. This was a speed-oriented powerhouse with strong, agile attacks. On the other side, Ko Bo remained calm, taking a deep breath as his muscles tensed instantly, the solid waist subtly rising and falling with his breath. As Han Chi closed in, Ko Bo stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of force, retreating half a step, just in time to narrowly evade the sharp point of the dagger, simultaneously raising his right arm, the iron chains wrapped around it clattering as they met Han Chi's sweeping sword. The clash of metal sparked and echoed in the enclosed space, the sound both dull yet crisp. Han Chi's figure flashed like a white crane soaring through the air, pressing forward once again, his dual blades intertwining, cold light flashing. This time Ko Bo did not retreat, but actively engaged, the iron chains clashing against the dagger and sword, producing a series of rapid collision sounds. Having failed to land a decisive blow, Han Chi decisively changed tactics, pushing off the ground to leap into the air, crossing his weapons to strike down, attempting to break through Ko Bo's defenses from a height. Ko Bo let out a cold laugh, shaking the iron chains fiercely, his momentum rising further, showing no signs of retreat. He was ready for a hard clash. The sound of clashing metal rang out as they wrestled for a while before briefly separating. Seizing the opportunity, Ko Bo unleashed the iron chains, which moved with the agility of a snake, wrapping around Han Chi's dagger. With a swift pull, he drew him closer, launching a left punch infused with the force of thunder. Han Chi did not retreat. Suddenly abandoning the dagger, he thrust forward the dagger, shooting toward Ko Bo like a hidden weapon, using the pulling force to spin and leap the weapon on his back finally drawn. A short axe heavily descending, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle aimed directly at Ko Bo's face. Ko Bo blocked the dagger, suddenly retreating to evade the axe, his movements swift and powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly upon landing. He let out a low growl, tearing open his clothing to reveal a dense mass of black hair, a chest as solid as rock, his arms tensed with muscle, the iron chains in his hands swirling like a dragon as he transformed from defense to offense, charging at Han Chi. What an intense battle. Mu Hanchuan felt that the clash between these two was even more thrilling and visually appealing than that of Duan Yu and Zhu Pengyuan. It was a pure contest of strength. Here there were no rules or restrictions. They could fight however they wished, able to unleash their full power, even exceeding their limits, as long as they didn't kill each other, considering neither was an ordinary person. Chai Long was completely absorbed in the battle, shouting loudly and fiercely, likely having wagered quite a bit of money. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, it was ultimately Han Chi, with his absolute speed advantage, who prevailed, exhausting Ko Bo from the Zhaotian building. Chai Long felt disappointed. He had actually lost money. Ko Bo wasted all his hair and stubble, being utterly useless. Mu, whenever you feel interested, come try it too. You can earn money while having these great masters as sparring partners. It's a win-win. By the way, I'll buy some too. See, Chai Long's reasoning made sense. It was indeed both profitable and offered practical combat experience. After deducting the 5,000 he had to pay, he could still earn 5 million, a considerable sum. However, he had no time for that recently, and his physical condition was not great. He needed to assess his status on the last day of the team trials and seriously consider whether to enter this month's elite competition for those under 25 bone years. If his condition was fine, he had to participate in another round. The later it got, the richer the rewards, and with only one round a month, it was not worth waiting. I'm heading back to Nanan City tonight. What about you? Chai Long was busy with numerous matters. He had specifically taken time out to connect with Mu Hanchuan and catch a gambling fight. Let's go together. I need to head back to prepare my gear and recover for a few days. All right, let's go. At 4 o'clock that morning, the two returned to Nanan, while Mu Hanchuan went back to Ketua County and Chai Long headed to the city. After spending over an hour, Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base, tidied up, used the remaining medical kit, and then lay down to catch up on sleep. For the next few days, he would not go out, focusing entirely on healing and restoring his strength. In the city center of Nan'an, someone from the Mu family had arrived. They had finally tracked him down. The leader was Mu Haoyin, a middle-aged man in his 40s from the third branch. He was not highly regarded in the Mu family and was merely a peripheral figure in the third branch, only assigned to do such menial tasks. He was to first gather information from the local government, then investigate the local underground ant network for any suspected trial participants related to Mu Hanchuan, and regardless of whether he found anything, he had to bring back some data. Mu Haoyin did not take this task to heart, not considering it important. Having searched so many cities in Luo province, he believed that a remote place like Nan'an would likely yield no clues. Mu Qiming was also ridiculous. After so many years of neglecting his own son, he only thought to bring him back when he needed him. What a foolish thing. Even last time, when Mu Hanchuan had taken the initiative to visit, he had not been able to keep him there. If it weren't for his old man's favoritism, he wouldn't have the capability to become the family head. The Mu family was in a chaotic state. Not only had they brought in a mistress, but it also affected their relationship with the Zhou family in Biling province. Mu Hanchuan's biological mother Zhou Muming was no easy character either. Having gone to the Yang family in recent years, she had not been idle, often coming out to poke at the Mu family, making everyone in the Mu family very annoyed. 3 days later, Mu Hanchuan used a yellow random attribute point item card. Due to insufficient agility and spiritual sense, automatically compensated agility 95-1, spiritual sense 95-1, he was fast approaching level. He hoped to resolve this matter soon. In the afternoon, Chai Long had wired 8.5 million to himself. Silver Star key sold for 4.3 million. Item card blue designated attribute point card sold for 9.7 million, totaling 14 million, with only 1 million deducted as commission, giving Mu Hanchuan a significant advantage. Additionally, 4.5 million came from the dragon skeleton wrist, at 2 million, and the yellow random attribute point item card at 3 million. Skill Kaleidoscope Stop Domain D was still awaiting auction, requiring some time. With money now plus the 500 from selling the car, he had a total of 9 million on hand, which was quite reassuring. The next night, Mu Hanchuan retrieved 3 pieces of equipment that were under repair: Qianlian Pool Fairy, Void Stomach Armor, and Thunderstrike Leggings F. The Lava Bracers, and Inyang Guardian, were not urgent. He did not plan to bring them into this team trial. After some thought, he decided not to return, instead heading to buy 2 large shields and 2 round shields as backups, and also needed to purchase a few more durability item cards, having already used all 3 on the Flying Star Speed Boots F and Faceless Mask F. There should be no other needs. He could set off for Yangchang City tomorrow morning to participate in this team trial. Mu Hanchuan awoke and began equipping himself. First, he donned the Starflash Swift Boots F. Those 5 points of agility were crucial. Next came the newly acquired Dragonbone Wall Bracer. Slipped onto his left forearm, granting another 5 points of agility and 7 points of strength. With that, his total agility reached the required 100 for the Qianlian Pool Crossing The final piece he wore was not the Void Stomach Armor but rather the Thundershock Greaves F, which added 8 points of strength, bringing his total strength to 105, satisfying the Frank threshold also mandated by the Qianlian Pool Crossing These 3 items constituted his full set for the team trial. He also carried a repair kit card. He wrapped himself tightly from head to toe. The once blindingly white boots now dyed black to minimize visibility. Upon entering the trial star, he would need to summon the Qianlian Pool Crossing EQ. As for the Void Stomach Armor, he would assess its necessity only once inside. Since the Qianlian Pool Crossing arrived already bearing 4 equipped items, even with careful concealment, detection remained possible. If the threat level proved low, it was wiser to forego wearing the Void Stomach Armor altogether. His 4 additional markers consisted of a large shield, a round shield, a durability card, and a medical pack card. Those 4 teammates operated as a self-contained unit. They would not intervene in Mu Hanchuan's affairs. Relying on others was futile. Self-reliance was paramount. Carrying multiple medical packs was simply prudent insurance. Song Hung remained under his marker. He resolved to test whether he could pull him into the trial star. For now, this configuration would suffice. Adjustments could be made on the fly if crisis arose. Time to depart. At 6 p.m., Mu Hanchuan met the 4 members of the 0 Degree Initiative Guild. If no objections, let's proceed with identification. Team leader Zui Juanjia drew forth a silvery stellar key and initiated the marking first. His 3 teammates followed suit in quick succession. Finally, it was Mu Hanchuan's turn. He stepped forward calmly and completed his own marking. All preparations were complete. Entry could commence at any moment. Zui Juanjia double-checked. Everyone's certain there are no issues. None. Fully equipped. No issues. Mu Hanchuan merely gave a slight nod. Very well, then let us begin. He crushed the silvery stellar key. A shimmering flash, and the five of them materialized simultaneously upon the trial star, standing atop the edge of a vast blood-red canyon. Team Trial activated. Trial Star Bloodvine Rift Objective Eradicate the Skyray Beast Nest and slay one Matriarch Team Number 14. The instant they appeared, Mu Hanchuan summoned the Qianlian Pool Crossing the Banana Leaf shield instantly manifested in his hand. Thankfully this time, it was not the Forbidden Star Ring. He stood firmly on solid ground finally within the Trial Star. Mu, what kind of weapon is that? Jean Rue asked, deeply intrigued. A shield. That's a shield. He blinked in disbelief. The countless fluttering leaves rippling across its surface hardly suggested defensive utility. Indeed. Heh. He offered an awkward chuckle, his confidence in Mu dwindling further. No time for idle chatter. Move out. Mu, take point. Zhuo Juanjia quickly assessed the trial's nature and issued orders immediately. This was a race. 14 teams competed, but there were far fewer Skyray matriarchs than teams. Failure to secure 1 meant total forfeiture. No rewards, no reprieve. Every second counted. Mu Hanchuan understood perfectly this squad lacked both scouts and speed-oriented members, so naturally he alone bore the burden of forging the path forward, pushing relentlessly ahead. Roots unfurled from the base of the banana leaf shield as he gripped it, transforming it instantly into the banana leaf fan. He leapt down without hesitation, descending into the bloodvine rift. The other four followed in swift succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment their feet struck the ground, tremors surged through the earth, and in an instant several thick bloodvines reeking of iron-rich decay lashed toward them. Mu Hanchuan swung the banana leaf fan, shattering 3 of the vines outright. Their splintered black ichor spattered across the rocks, viscous, foul, revolting. The 4th vine was dispatched by Zhuo Juanjia behind him. The chasm floor lay over 2 kilometers away, though the slope was gentle, only 100 meters in vertical drop. The path ahead teemed with such bloodvines, any vibration triggered their violent assault. Mu Hanchuan's brow furrowed as he surveyed the swaying, frenzied tendrils closing in. This passage would not be easy. Behind him, the other 4 exchanged grave glances. Passage would be anything but effortless. Yet retreat was impossible. They had no choice but to force their way through. Charge. The order rang out. Mu Hanchuan did not hesitate. He surged forward without reservation, fulfilling his sole duty to clear the way. Thwip. 2 more bloodvines shattered beneath his fan, 2 others slammed against his left arm and recoiled. Though heavy, the banana leaf fan moved with astonishing grace in Mu Hanchuan's hands, fluid, unencumbered, devastating. Vines exploded under its sweeping force. Those he couldn't intercept were deflected effortlessly by his left arm. Protected by the dragonbone wall bracer, injury was inconceivable. Zhuo Juanjia stayed tight to Mu Hanchuan's right flank, gripping a long sword that gleamed with lethal coldness. Each precise strike neutralizing threats from that side, easing Mu's burden significantly. The remaining 3 formed a half circle behind them, each covering a distinct arc, coordinated, efficient, surprisingly seamless. After 300 meters, a denser thicket of bloodvines loomed ahead. The moment they entered, the ground convulsed violently, and a wave of thicker, fiercer vines erupted, carrying a stronger, more nauseating stench. Zhuo Juanjia shouted urgently, "Do not falter. Push through. Retreat invites greater peril. Now, full momentum. Forward." Mu Hanchuan led the charge, the banana leaf fan whirling through the air, great swathes of vines slashed aside. Yet still many broke through. In an instant, over a dozen bloodvines struck at him from all angles. His left arm intercepted only 3, the rest converged upon his core. Ryup, ryup. Dozens of tearing sounds echoed simultaneously, but Mu Hanchuan didn't flinch. His fan never turned back to defend, instead it swept forward relentlessly, driving deeper into the fray. These creatures were no weaklings, yet against his defenses they posed negligible threat. Though all ranked E-class, his defensive resilience vastly surpassed that of Sun Yin, the team's secondary tank, perhaps due to some anomalous trait of his physiology, not natural physical fortitude, but forcibly augmented corporeal strength. Ryup, ryup. More bloodvines breached the line, lunging inward. Yet Mu Hanchuan ignored them entirely, focused solely on breaking through. "Mu, are you all right?" Zhuo Juanjia was stunned. In mere moments, over 30 bloodvines had already latched onto Mu Hanchuan's body, and more surged forward. Even at peak efforts, what could offer only limited aid, and he himself bore fresh wounds. "Fine. Speed up. We'll suffer less the sooner we break through." With that, Mu Hanchuan accelerated again, fixing his gaze on a specific sector ahead. Amidst the bloodvine's relentless assault, one direction seemed comparatively sparse. He noticed it, and now charged straight toward it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From farther away, ever more vines converged. Mu Hanchuan, leading the vanguard, absorbed fully half the incoming damage. The pressure on the four behind him was markedly lighter. Yet even so, injuries mounted steadily, none escaped unscathed. After 200 more meters, they finally burst into the zone Mu Hanchuan had identified, the vulnerable gap. True to expectation, several towering, grotesquely shaped trees, over 50 meters tall, dominated the area, casting deep shadows that suppressed the bloodvine's density by nearly half. The sudden relief was palpable. Without pausing to survey the terrain, the quintet maintained full speed, racing downhill toward the colossal sinkholes at the rift's abyssal floor. Within 5 minutes, their squad had plunged into a vast cluster of subterranean pits. Across this broad expanse, the pit surfaces were riddled with hundreds of caverns, forming a convoluted underground maze. A wind blew up from below, carrying a nauseating stench. All 5 were wounded, among them Mu Hanchuan seemed least afflicted, upright and composed, showing no obvious signs of injury. The other 4 fared worse. The vice tank was slightly better off, trailing at the rear. He had avoided many blows and could withstand a true bite. The 3 power-build fighters were in rough shape, each bearing at least a dozen wounds. Mu, do you need to rest? Zui Juanjia asked with concern. Yeah, why not use the medkit? The 4 carried a single medkit between them, plus an attack item card, a defense item card, and a repair kit. Well prepared. No need, Mu Hanchuan said without elaboration, stepping first into a large pit below. The 4 exchanged glances. His defenses were strong. He appeared entirely untroubled. They did not press him and followed into the pit. Within the vast yawning cavern, damp rock faces were carpeted with glowing moss that cast an eerie green light in the darkness. The deeper they ventured, the warmer it grew. The walls themselves began to change. Once jagged surfaces smoothed and coarse rock took on a slick sheen. After another 100 meters or so, the atmosphere grew increasingly unnatural. Zui Juanjia suddenly spoke up. Careful, something's not right. They halted abruptly and formed a wide circle, scrutinizing their surroundings. From the end of the tunnel came a low hum, like the breathing of some living thing. At the front, Mu Hanchuan's pupils constricted. He had clearly seen something writhing in the blackness ahead. Don't move, Zui Juanjia warned in a hushed voice that seemed to brush their ears. Those aren't rock walls. They held their breath. Along the smooth walls, countless strip-like protuberances slowly emerged, bundles resembling some organism's nerves, densely entangled and covering the entire passage. The nerve-like strands gleamed a dark crimson. Fluids seemed to drift within them, and with each pulse they radiated suffocating heat. Jean Rue sucked in a sharp breath and took an involuntary step back. What? What is that? Zhai Yang trembled, pointing at the wall and exclaiming, this place. It's alive. Their voices were laced with restrained panic. Damn, the vice tank Sun Yan snapped, his tone fraying. Who had seen such a sight, especially in these ink-dark depths? The unknown was the most terrifying. They had no idea what these things were. On the nerve-covered walls, lumps swelled up, one after another, writhing and inflating in great numbers. At last, when one grew to a certain size, it ruptured. A black sunken eye flung open, pupilless, its mouth gaping. There was no audible sound, yet it seemed to scream in silence. One burst after another, a cacophony of cracking shells echoed through the cavern as the temperature began to climb precipitously. Mu Hanchuan recognized them. He had seen them in the Mu family's TrialStar records. Ray tumors. They manifested wherever heat was sensed, exterminating any warm body and becoming nourished by it. They had no tangible physical strikes, but their sonic attacks violated the mind, and they emitted such fierce heat that the cavern's temperature could soar in moments, posing a deadly threat. If their sonic waves damaged their brains, the extreme heat would roast them alive. Sensing the utmost dangers, Zui Juanjia roared, "Quick, use the defense item card." Almost as his command fell, the countless nerve bundles along the walls convulsed. Something raced inside them, spreading instantly. As if given an order, innumerable black eyes opened and their mouths shrieked. This time with sound. Those screams assaulted their minds directly. Jean Rue reacted instantly. At Zui Juanjia's command, he crushed the defense item card in his hand. A pale blue energy barrier blossomed in an instant. Even against the sonic onslaught, it proved effective, absorbing most of the first wave's harm. The sudden piercing shriek made their scalps tingle and caught them off guard. The 5 suffered mental trauma at once, and all dropped to half-knees. Had they not deployed the defense card in time, the squad would have been grievously wounded by that first strike. A second wave followed, markedly weaker, yet still dangerous. This time, they were prepared, clamping hands over their ears to resist. The pale blue barrier shook violently, bearing most of the impact and even developing cracks. At that rate, the shield would not survive a third blow, and someone would be lost. Everyone dropped down, prepared to charge. Zhuo Juanjia steeled himself and made a resolute decision. They could not continue like this. He used the attack item card. They had yet to encounter a Kongyao beast, and already their reserves were nearly spent. No sooner had the words fallen than a blinding white flash erupted, flooding the tunnel with light. A brutal shockwave swept outward, striking indiscriminately. Within an instant, most of the nerve strands and black eyes on the walls were annihilated. Even their pale blue barrier burst and was utterly destroyed. Pushed through. With no option to retreat, Zhuo Juanjia chose to press forward and force their way through the area. The shrieks rose again as the few remaining black eyes howled. Sun Yin, who had fallen to the rear, was in trouble. His body went limp as if drained of power. He could not muster a single ounce of strength. Those who had made some distance turned pale with alarm. Sun Yin, go save him. If they left him, the cavern's searing heat would roast him alive. Zhuo Juanjia's gaze swept sharply around. Within the walls, the darker, blood-glossed nerve bundles were surging back and spreading fast. No time. Keep moving. Trials demanded sacrifice. Participation carried consequences. They could not risk more lives for the sake of one. Save me, someone cried out. Mu Hanchuan was exasperated. Was he really supposed to be the tank? Why did he still need rescuing? As the supposed leader, he had shown little effect. Absurd. Mu Hanchuan's eyes narrowed. He suddenly turned. You go ahead and make a path, they'll pull him out. In a single bound, he sprinted back. Though the 3 prior sonic attacks had affected him, their impact had been muted. He felt he could withstand them. He intended to seize the moment before those vessels fully recovered and drag Sun Yin to safety. Mu Hanchuan fanned himself several times in succession, battering the great flesh bulges on the wall until dozens split open, then lunged to Sun Yin, seized his collar, hauled him from the ground, and sprinted inward with brutal force. Thank you. Sun Yin panted, face ashen, utterly drained of strength. Thank my ass. Seeing their prey about to escape, the huge flesh growths grew agitated. Shrill cries assailed them from all sides, fierce and unrelenting. Mu Hanchuan suddenly pitched forward, bracing his left hand before his face and falling heavily onto the rocky floor. His mind went blank, yet his strength remained. Unlike Sun Yin, who did not loosen in his grip. Under renewed assault, Sun Yin finally blacked out. After 4 or 5 seconds, Mu Hanchuan was scorched awake. The cavern had grown hotter, the floor at least 70 degrees, and still climbing. Mu Hanchuan scrambled up and hurried to catch up with the other 3. Over the next few dozen seconds, 2 successive shrieks slammed Mu Hanchuan down again, but they failed to break him. The searing ground soon roused him, and he dragged Sun Yin toward a shaft of light that Zhuo Juanjia and 2 others were pointing out. After a brief silence, the pair tripped and tumbled out into the open. At last, they had escaped that hellish furnace. The moment they spilled free, Zhai Yanghao lunged at Sun Yin. His whole body was ablaze. Even his hair was burning. Fortunately, there were no women around. Jin Rue hurried to check on Mu Hanchuan, patting out the flames along his body. Zhuo Juanjia kept glancing around, exhaling in relief when no monsters followed. This then was truly the territory of the Kongyao show. How is Sun Yin? At least he's a backup body. There are no outward wounds, but who knew what his head took? This worthless one really drags us down. Good thing he wasn't the main tank, or we'd all be dead. Zhai Yanghao, take him with you. Understood. Zhuo Juanjia would not allow Mu Hanchuan to fight. He was important, far stronger than their files suggested. They needed him as the main force while the others supported. Mu, how are you? I'm all right. His head swam, and he felt nauseous, but nothing worse. Good. Rest here a moment while I go scout the situation. Zhuo Juanjia left alone to reconnoiter. Mu Hanchuan leaned casually against a wall and closed his eyes to recover. Zhai Yanghao and Jin Rue rested where they were, stealing glances at Mu Hanchuan. They had not expected such loyalty. While everyone else had given up on Sun Yin, he had gone back for him. No wonder he had fought his way out of the Yuang. His strength and nerve far outclassed Sun Yan's. Both were rated E in physique. The gulf between them was bewildering. If only their guild had a tank like him. 5 minutes later, Zhuo Juanjia returned. The lower levels aren't too dangerous. The Kongyao show here are ordinary. Come on. We need to find and destroy a mother as quickly as possible. Right, let's go. Jin Rue was first to rise. Zhai Yanghao followed, slinging the unconscious Sun Yin onto his back. Mu Hanchuan said nothing, rose and fell into the lead. The tendrils on his plantain fan retracted, and the fan folded into a shield carried on his right arm. The Kong Yao Shou themselves were not truly formidable. They had simply found a bigger guardian to watch over them. These Kong Yao Shou could regulate their body temperature, holding heat within so they would not betray themselves when surfacing. They used the Rei Lu as a natural bulwark, letting the terrifying growths act as a protective wall while they lurked safely beneath, cowardly yet cunning. Soon after skirting two small paths and advancing less than 30 meters, the squad first sighted the Kong Yao Shou, only two of them. They slid soundlessly along the rock walls, astonishingly swift bodies flattened and wide like living membranes. Their edges curled slightly, rippling into folds as they moved, their forms sheathed in deep brown chitinous soft armor mottled with countless granular nodules. Their speed was terrifying. The instant they spotted intruders, they struck, expelling orange fluid from their mouths that flew like arrows toward the invaders. Zhuo Juinja reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping one jet of venom and shouting, "Careful, it's poisonous." The orange ichor struck the rock with a hiss of corrosion. The hard surface dissolved in an instant, leaving a fist-sized cavity. Another stream of toxin smacked against Mu Hanchuan's left arm. He now understood ranged attacks must not be parried with the plantain shield. Spread out and rush in. Zhuo Junqi's command was crisp and forceful. The team fanned out and surged forward. Alone, Mu Hanchuan charged Heaton and suddenly flung the plantain shield from his right hand. Not far off, the opposite Kong Yao Shou seemed slow-witted. The shield struck it squarely, and it tumbled to the ground lifeless. Zhai Yonghao, who still bore Sun Yin, stared in disbelief. That weak? Jin Rue grinned. Mu, well done. The Kong Yao Shou's assaults were monotonous and their bodies fragile, an anticlimax to all the fuss. Hurry, push forward. Must kill a mother before the other teams. The squad shed caution and, unconcerned about raising a commotion, broke into a rapid advance toward the depths. Throughout the vast cave network, a tremor of alarms spread. Wind and shrieks filled the chambers as Kong Yao Shou everywhere were roused, surging out from their nests. Not only here, more teams were breaching the caves. More nests sounded the alarm. Some had rushed down from areas where the Rei Lu clustered, others had come by different routes, having luckily avoided those growths. Many teams had entered before Mu Hanchuan's group and engaged in battle. Fighting raged elsewhere. Some trial teams encountered foes early and were already locked in combat. By contrast, this group had encountered surprisingly little resistance and progressed with rare ease. Maybe they were lucky. Until upon reaching the mother zone, they had hardly glimpsed what a mother looked like before a team vanished from before their eyes. That group had hauled off a mother 2 to 3 times the size of a normal Kong Yao Shou and taken it with them. Damn, a team beat us to it. Amid a heap of corpses underground, Jin Rue snapped. No wonder there were so few monsters earlier. They all came back to defend the nest. And they still didn't hold it. What do we do now? Quick, change course. There is more than one mother, at least a dozen. We still have a chance. Congratulations. You have become the 9th squad to successfully slay an aerial manta queen and complete the trial. 8 aerial manta queens remain. The 4-member squad exchanged glances of quiet elation. The trial had proceeded smoothly. No mishaps, no encounters with rival squads. Their fortune had held. All were exhausted, though only lightly wounded. Except Sun Yin, slumped unconscious across Zhai Yonghao's back, his back pierced by several deep gashes. Zhai Yonghao had used him as a living shield. Yet Zhai Yonghao was not entirely without conscience. He had administered a medical kit to Sun Yin, enough to keep him alive for now, though full recovery would require careful treatment upon return. This team trial had been relatively straightforward and brief, but death remained inevitable. Mu Hanchuan estimated that 1/5 to 1/4 of all trial participants would perish, most likely felled by the grotesque entities known as heat-plagued tumors. Rewards were dispensed immediately. First reward, physical prowess 12. Physical prowess 366, 378. 12 points. Modest, befitting their status as the 9th squad to succeed. His equipped gear already raised his mind perception stat to 96. No need to allocate further points there. Advancing to Tier F would require additional time and cultivation. Second reward, Azure Oriole Blade Tier F. Requirement, Tier F, Strength 90. A blade of exceptional sharpness capable of modest armor penetration. A translucent silver-gray short sword 35 centimeters long materialized in his hand, a weapon of little immediate use to him. So be it. Still, it was a functional weapon. His strength met the requirement and could serve as a throwing dagger. Its lethality would surely surpass that of a mere shield. Third reward, Shadow Sovereign Tier E. Requirement, Tier E, Strength 500 mind perception, 300 cerebral capacity. 4. Function in darkness or shadowed environments. Unleash a chain woven from pure shadow to bind a target. Duration up to 10 seconds. Slowing movement and disabling mobility-based abilities. While bound, the target suffers 30 increased damage. Cooldown 3 hours. An excellent skill, especially coveted by strength-focused trialists, though its stringent requirements, particularly the mind perception threshold, rendered it inaccessible to most. Worse still, it functioned only under cover of night or deep shadow, severe limitations that drastically diminished its market value. Even so, it was worth at least 3 million credits. This trial had demanded little effort and yielded handsome returns. Preparations for departure commenced. The most exhilarating moment arrived. Mu Hanchuan activated translocation to summon Songhong. The azure aureole blade, Tier F, rested ready in his hand. He would draw first blood, strike twice upon emergence, deliver scathing mockery, then abandon Songhong to die slowly, drowning in regret for violating the rules. The next instant, a cold notification echoed in his mind. Translocation failed. Target cannot be relocated. Damn it. All that preparation, wasted. Living beings from the real world could not be translocated into the trial star. Fine. He would eliminate Songhong upon return. No more delays. His gaze fell upon the dying aerial manta queen lying on the ground. He stepped forward and marked it. Let us test whether a creature from the trial star can be summoned into the real world. His teammates had already departed. He too must withdraw. Upon returning, Mu Hanchuan did not reappear at his original entry point, but instead materialized at a random location within 20 kilometers of it. He emerged inside a small chapel, marking the flawless conclusion of this team trial. Entry had occurred just after 6 p.m. It was still before 7. Night had only just fallen, underscoring the trial's remarkable brevity. He scanned the unfamiliar sect, a cavernous chapel occupied by barely a dozen elderly frail worshippers kneeling in devotion. Its future bleak, its congregation threadbare. Perhaps they merely collected eggs. At that moment, all lifted their heads in stunned silence, staring upward at the masked stranger who had appeared above them. "Hello, everyone. Have you eaten?" No reply. A dry cough broke the awkward hush. "Carry on." With that, Mu Hanchuan vaulted through a window into a narrow alley and vanished. Elsewhere, Zhuo Juanjia and his 3 teammates reappeared at the designated return point, yet found no trace of Mu. "He didn't return with us," Zhuo Juanjia murmured, faintly disappointed. There were still matters he wished to discuss, but Mu offered no opening. A solitary figure, self-contained and unapproachable. "He's formidable. Let's see if we can recruit him into our guild, or at least invite him to next month's team trial." "Agreed. We'll cover the cost of the team star key." Zhuo Juanjia shook his head. "We'll wait. He hardly lacks credits for such keys. Perhaps he simply had no plans this month and joined us casually." Jean Rue nodded silently. "Indeed. With his strength, the composition of the squad means little to him. He enters knowing he will prevail, purely for amusement, for the attribute points alone." At this, the group instinctively turned towards Sun Yan. Why was he so weak? Let's get him treated immediately. Right. The two hoisted Sun Yan and departed. Zhuo Juanjia left as well, to process the aerial manta queen carcass. Its value was modest, several 100,000 credits at most. Later, he would instruct Chai Long to deliver Mu's share, fostering goodwill, perhaps paving the way for future collaboration. In a secure location, Mu Hanchuan stripped off all gear, treated his wounds, applied ointment, donned fresh clothing, and meticulously tagged every item, then concealed them, awaiting retrieval at his hidden sanctuary. These clothes and medical supplies had been prepositioned here. 3 such caches existed near the trial's entry zone, ensuring swift, seamless reoutfitting upon exit. He had timed entry precisely for 6 p.m. to ensure return under cover of night, enabling clean, unobserved departure. He never intended to revisit the original entry point. Yet the trial concluded even sooner than anticipated, not under midnight's veil, but still safely. Fortune had smiled. Mu Hanchuan gathered his torn garments and discarded gear, carried them to a secluded corner, and burned them to ash, then departed swiftly. Half an hour later, beyond the city limits of Yangchang, he summoned the aerial manta queen. With a soft shimmer, the grievously wounded creature materialized, dazed, disoriented, gazing wildly around. Where was this place? It had struggled desperately to crawl back to its burrow. How had it ended here? In the next instant, it was bludgeoned to death by falling stones and buried beneath the soil. Experiment complete. Living creatures from the trial star could be summoned into the real world. Excellent. Another facet of this steer ability revealed, though undoubtedly more constraints remained. Patience and methodical testing would unveil them all. Now Song Hung awaited. First, Mu Hanchuan would tend his injuries and retrieve all gear, then act. No haste was required. 5 a.m. Mu Hanchuan returned to the outskirts of Gu County in Nan'an City. His journey had taken far longer than expected, and another hour would be needed to reach Taizhou County. He glanced around, then changed his mind. He would not wait until returning to Taizhou County to act. That delay would cost him yet another day. He resolved to strike here now. At this hour, Song Hung had already parted ways with his master Lao Wang, a perfect opportunity. The Dragonbone wristband reappeared on his left forearm. The Thunderstrike Greaves F materialized upon his right leg. The Void Gastric Armor descended and enveloped his torso. He did not summon the Banana Fan. Instead, he called forth the newly acquired Qingyuan Blade F. Today it would taste blood for its first kill. That was sufficient. Summoning this many artifacts was already an extraordinary concession to him, Song Hung. Mu Hanchuan thrust his right hand forward in a swift, practiced lunge, having rehearsed the motion several times. It had been quite some time since he last wielded a blade. He paused briefly to recall the feel of it. He stretched his limbs, testing his body's readiness, then nodded inwardly. At that very moment, in Taizhou County, Song Hung had just stepped through his front door. Exhausted after a long night, he intended to take a hot shower and sleep deeply, planning to rise at noon tomorrow for a carefree outing. Several young women had already agreed to meet him. As he stripped bare and entered the bathroom, an inexplicable wave of dread seized him. He clutched his chest, his heart constricted, heavy and suffocating. His mind screamed warnings as if sensing imminent catastrophe. He had never felt anything like this before. Was he ill? In that fleeting instant, no more than 1 or 2 seconds, his thoughts raced wildly. Then, without warning, he vanished from where he stood. Thud, 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 thud. Song Hung reappeared midair, barefoot on soft, yielding earth, utterly naked and unprepared. Before he could even blink, searing agony tore through him. For consecutive strikes, Mu Hanchuan drove the blade home with brutal efficiency, 3 to the chest, 1 to the throat. As he raised it for a 5th thrust, this time at the exposed neck, Song Hung reacted with startling speed, shoving Mu Hanchuan backward. Mu Hanchuan stood immovable, but Song Hung himself stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground and narrowly evading the killing blow. There was no time to identify his attacker, or even comprehend how he had arrived here. Song Hung instantly activated the soul artifact card stored within his internal inventory slot. He was only rank F, unawakened to a second artifact slot, and having never used a primary slot 1 enhancement. His inventory held just 1 slot, and standing there naked and bleeding, that single card was his only lifeline. Clutching his spurting throat with one hand and pressing down on his gushing chest wound with the other, he unleashed his escape skill. His speed surged violently. He fled blindly into the distance, refusing to look back. Mu Hanchuan found himself momentarily restrained, unexpectedly ensnared by a control artifact card Song Hung carried, coupled with a high-speed evasion technique he had mastered. But there was no need to rush. Song Hung could not escape. Mu Hanchuan had marked him. The coordinates burned bright in his awareness. His flight would end soon. Precisely 5 seconds later, Mu Hanchuan broke free from the binding effect. Calm and unhurried, he began to follow, knowing Song Hung had mere seconds left. Even immediate medical intervention might not save him now. Song Hung's pace slowed drastically. His wounds were grievous, his blood loss catastrophic. Who was this? Who wanted him dead? He had been at home. How had he ended up in this desolate wilderness? If he'd remained at home, his master, so nearby, would surely have sensed his peril and come to his aid. What now? What should he do? He forced his eyes wide open, straining desperately to stay conscious. He refused to die, not now. Tomorrow held promises, plans, people, a life just beginning. Behind him, crunching twigs. Footsteps. His pursuer was closing in. But his legs gave out. What now? What now? Song Hung truly did not wish to die. He could not fathom it. He was merely a gearsmith, rarely participating in trials, avoiding trial seekers, entirely holding no known grudges. Who would want him dead? If vengeance was sought, it should be directed at his master, not him. Wish? Song Hung pitched forward heavily, crashing headlong into a tree trunk and collapsing. From behind, a sharp blade sank deep into his spine. With agonizing effort, he twisted onto his back, desperate to see the face of his killer. Uft! Another torrent of blood erupted from his mouth as the blade embedded in his vertebrae was wrenched free. Mu Hanchuan recalled the Qingyuan blade into his palm, then walked slowly, deliberately, from dozens of meters away, stopping directly above Song Hung. He offered no disguise, no pretense, only cold, unblinking scrutiny. It's you. Song Heng's eyes bulged, disbelief contorting his features, while blood gushed faster from his severed neck. Do you know what injury feels like on the trial star? This is it. How does it taste? You will not die well, your whole family. Song Heng was no fool. He knew pleading was futile, his fate was sealed. Better to curse to spit venom while breath still lingered. Breaking the rules carries consequences. Did you truly believe we outlaws would beg for your gear repair services? You are merely useful for now, yet you never grasped your place. And that, too, is your master's failure. He taught you nothing of humility. Song Heng glared with raw, undiluted hatred. Blood seeped steadily, soaking his entire body. Jaw clenched tight, eyes blazing with incandescent fury, he knew his final moments were near. Yet rage flooded his consciousness like a rising tide. Over a few days' delay in repairing a single piece of equipment, this man had come to kill him. Would his master sense his death? Would he know who struck the fatal blow? Would he avenge him? In those last fractured instants, thoughts exploded like shrapnel. He burned with unbearable, unquenchable resentment. Mu Hanchuan delivered no final blow. Instead, he sat quietly on the grass beside the dying man and gazed upward motionless at the moon. Tonight it was hideous, grotesquely, absurdly ugly. Numbness spread across Song Heng's body. His gaze turned hollow, vacant, twitching uncontrollably, yet feeling no pain. Sight faded. Sound dissolved. The world receded behind a thick, suffocating veil. His consciousness drifted, beyond reach, beyond resistance. How long passed he could not tell. Then Mu Hanchuan rose, erased all traces of his presence, and walked away. 10 minutes later, beside a narrow crevice in another rocky outcrop, Mu Hanchuan removed every piece of his equipment, leaving it hidden, and departed unburdened and unseen. At 8 a.m., Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base. He first took a shower, then treated the wounds on his body again, and used an auxiliary item card, medical kit. Today is the last day of the month. He feels relatively good and has finally made up his mind to enter the elite competition for those under 25 bone age this month, not wanting to miss this opportunity while also curious about the potential rewards. It's only the first round. The opponents he might encounter could be of the same caliber as Nayli Wright. Fully equipped, why be afraid? Even if he can only exert 60 to 70% of his strength, the support from the equipment is more than enough. And so it was decided. He made a gesture with both hands, calling back the Dragon Bone Wall Wrist Thunderstrike, Leg Guards, Void Stomach Armor, Azure Kite Blade, and Banana Fan. He took out 2 auxiliary item cards, Durability to fully replenish the durability of the Dragon Bone Wall Wrist, and Banana Fan. With preparations nearly complete, the next step was to get 6 hours of sleep. Once the medical kit's effect wore off, he could retrieve the other 2 pieces of equipment still under repair and enter the elite competition. Mu Hanchuan turned over, no longer thinking of anything, and in just a minute fell into a deep sleep. In the small county town of Tai's, on a narrow winding path, there are low weathered brick houses on either side, with peeling plaster and yellowed walls. The path is so narrow that only 2 or 3 people can walk side by side. Laughter of children and the low voices of the elderly can be heard from the houses on either side. Mu Haoyan appeared here with 2 companions. To his surprise, without even checking the underground ant network, he found some information about Mu Hanchuan in the local records of Lainan City, though it wasn't very detailed, mostly just a brief mention. After compiling and reviewing the information, he identified 3 individuals who might be related to Mu Hanchuan, all residing in this small county. Yen Wei, 27 years old, orphan, married with a wife and a daughter. Tao Tianhe, 23 years old, lives with a grandmother, not married. Xiao Shui, 25 years old, single parents, divorced, living with her grandfather, and has been living alone in this house since her grandfather's death. The property belonged to him. These 3 are quite ordinary with no notable traits, and none appeared on the local trialist list. However, they all share a common trait: they are involved in art. All 3 work together in a funeral music band, each proficient in an instrument specializing in funeral services, which suggests that Mu Hanchuan could likely be associated with them. Mu Haoyan first investigated this funeral band, which consists of over 10 people. When there is a lot of work, they split into 2 groups. When there is less work, they go together, and whoever is available will come. It's very casual. He arrived at Xiao Shui's door, as she is responsible for the small gong and singing. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Inside, Xiao Shui frowned slightly, wondering who would visit her so early in the morning. She is only 155 centimeters tall, and quite petite, probably weighing less than 80 jin. Ever since her grandfather passed away all those years ago, she has rarely had visitors, and not many colleagues even know where she lives. Who are you looking for? She cautiously opened a crack in the door. Mu Haoyan smiled gently. Hello, I don't mean to disturb you. I just want to inquire about someone, a relative of ours who went missing. Huh. Qiu Shui felt a moment of confusion, almost ready to curse. Are they out of their minds? I'm in the business of funerals, and they come to me looking for a missing relative. Did you knock on the wrong door? No, you must be called Qiu Shui, right? Yes, but what exactly do you want? Do you know this person? He is our relative who went missing when he was young. Mu Haoyin pulled out a photograph, which was not a childhood photo of Mu Hanchuan, but rather one taken during his last visit to the Mu family. With just one glance, Qiu Shui recognized him. It was so clear that even if she were blind, she could tell who it was. She looked at Mu Haoyin and the two others behind him as if they were fools. You brought his current photograph to find a child who went missing years ago. Having known Huan for so many years, she was unaware he had any family. He was just an adopted son of old Wu, taken in when he was already 13 years old. He was clever and not foolish at all. If he truly went missing, he would have returned on his own. Why would they need to search for him? Moreover, it has been so many years since he went missing, there's no need for guesswork. Qiu Shui already understood that Huan must have gotten into trouble, and these people were here to cause problems. I don't know him. Are you sure? I advise you to take another good look. Mu Haoyin's hand reached through the door crack. I really don't know him, so you should go ask someone else. You've knocked on the wrong door. Miss. Mu Haoyin pulled out a stack of cash with his other hand, 100. Tell me what you know, and it's all yours. Sorry, I really don't know what you're talking about. Is it too little? How about 100,000? The two companions behind him stepped forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. These three are definitely trialists. She cannot stay here any longer. She feigned a contemplative expression and opened the door slightly. Just as Mu Haoyin thought she was relenting, it slammed shut again. Get lost, I won't sell. The sudden shout was loud enough to attract the attention of nearby residents. Mu Haoyin's finger got caught in the door, instantly bruising. Damn it, go after her, don't let her escape. One of the two subordinates behind him burst through the door and chased after her, while the others circled around to the back window, moving swiftly. Qiu Shui was fast, dashing into her room, grabbing a small bag, and leaping out, sprinting towards the alley. This is the place she grew up in, and no one knows it better than her. Do they think they can catch her with just the three of them? 5 minutes later, the two subordinates returned empty-handed. She got away. Mu Haoyin was furious. These two useless fools let a small woman escape. A large crowd had gathered around, pointing and whispering, and the police had already been called. One subordinate approached and whispered, "She's quick, she's a trialist. A wild trialist." Mu Haoyin laughed, underestimating this woman. Let's split up and find the other two. We can't let them escape as well. I'll look for Yin Wei, you guys go look for Tao Tianhe. We must find out Mu Hanchuan's whereabouts or trail. Understood. Another subordinate asked, should we inform the family? No, Mu Haoyin refused. Finding him would be an achievement. What if we don't find him? Everything will be discussed after we find him. Other matters can wait. Mu Haoyin despised Mu Qiming. Even if Mu Hanchuan was found, he wouldn't hand him over to Mu Qiming, but would return him to his own elder. It was not the time to let the family know. Gotta will go now. Having run far, Qiu Shui thought of contacting Huan immediately to warn him to escape quickly, but she also feared being monitored. Those people clearly had an extraordinary demeanor, suggesting they had a significant background. If they could find her, they would certainly be able to locate Yin Wei and Tao Tianhe. She must hurry to notify them, ensuring Huan remains concealed. In their funeral band, the four of them are indeed trialists, having a certain understanding of one another. They work together regularly and often share experiences from the trial star privately, although their achievements are not particularly high. Their tragic backgrounds determined that none of them would be good people. It wouldn't be surprising if anyone had done something bad. However, how did such a clever person as Huan get exposed? At 10 a.m., he, just after getting out of bed and finishing his grooming, old Wang was preparing to practice a set of punches when he received a call from the local defense department asking him to go to the western outskirts of Taizhou County immediately. He had no idea what was happening and sensed something was off. Instead of rushing out, he first called his disciple to have him come along. After ringing for several seconds without an answer, he presumed his disciple was still asleep. At this time, his disciple was definitely still in bed. He thought about going to wake him up, but pulled back his leg, considering it was probably of no use. Qiu Shui found Tao Tianhe and swiftly briefed him on the situation. You're saying 3 assassins came after you, but their true target wasn't you, but Huan. Yes. Roughly speaking, that was accurate enough. Precision wasn't required. Tao Tianhe arched an eyebrow. Running fast does have its advantages. After all 3 killers chased you, yet you emerged unscathed. He harbored some doubt. Qiu Shui's accounts were often laced with hyperbolic certainty. They failed to catch me, and now they're coming for you and Yin Wei. We must warn them immediately to flee. How can you be so sure they'll come after us? Qiu Shui tilted her chin upward, meeting Tao Tian's gaze, despite his towering 182 meters, with unwavering confidence. Isn't it obvious? Why would they pursue me and then ignore you too? Tao Tianhe fell silent, wanting to refute her logic, yet finding no solid ground. It sounded irrational, yet held a disquieting sliver of truth, plausible, yet deeply unsettling. Fine. I'd originally planned to enter my second solo trial on the final day, but running into you has dampened my intuition. I'll skip it. Exactly. Never force it when your instincts protest. In our line of work, doing so is perilous. This could well be an omen of grave danger. Honoring one's inner voice is always safest. She herself would never enter a trial if her mind felt unsettled. Even the slightest injury barred her from attempting it. She waited until fully healed, utterly secure, and at peak condition before stepping in. At this pace, she might attempt a trial only once every month or two, and when she did, her sole priority was survival, sprint, evade, endure. Passing was welcome, a failing acceptable. After all, what remains when life is lost? Thus, after all these years, her sole attribute bordering competence remained agility, barely scraping into grade F. Tao Tianhe's expression darkened. Qiu Shui placed excessive faith in omens. Your reasoning is sound. Shall I go find Yin Wei then? Agreed. I'll locate Ah Chuan. Remember, no messages. They may be monitoring communications. Tao Tianhe blinked, stunned. Then how do we find him? Isn't this overcautious? Rule 1 of the trialist safety code is prudence. Have you forgotten? It wasn't about forgetting. He'd never heard of such a code. Where had she even learned it? Fine. Then we split up. Yes. Tread carefully. In the desolate western outskirts of Taizhou County, Lao Wang arrived with Defense Bureau personnel. From afar, he spotted a large white sheet. The shape beneath needed no guessing. His heart lurched violently. His presence here meant the victim was tied to him, and of the few who fit that description, who could it possibly be? Blood trailed far across the mountainside, prompting a full lockdown of the entire area. Lao Wang approached, but didn't immediately lift the sheet. Instead, he turned to Captain Lu Zhong, among Taizhou County's 3 captains. At the county level, the Defense Bureau's highest rank was Captain I. Below him stood 3 captains. Only at the municipal level did a director and 2 deputy directors oversee the entire city. In such a small county, Captain Lu held considerable authority, and the 2 men knew each other well. Who is it? You should open it yourself. Lao Wang stepped forward, hands trembling faintly. He paused, then slowly lifted one corner of the white sheet with his right hand. His eyes flew wide, his breath seized, a wave of icy dread surged from his soul straight to his skull. Beneath the sheet lay a face both hauntingly familiar and grotesquely contorted. Lao Wang yanked the sheet away in one violent motion. The body was drenched in blood, riddled with multiple fatal wounds, and utterly naked. This can't be possible. He staggered backwards several paces, disbelief paralyzing him. His carefully groomed disciple, gone like this. We discovered the body this morning, already in this state. Estimated time of death around 5 a.m. Impossible. Last night he returned home with me, then went straight to his room, Lao Wang recalled sharply. That was around 4:30 a.m. It shouldn't have happened. Are you certain? Captain Lu frowned deeply. If Lao Wang was correct, half an hour wouldn't allow travel this far, let alone in full nudity. Absolutely certain. What happened? Who did this? It's deeply strange he fought back before dying, and fled a great distance. Why did he come here? And why was he naked? Lao Wang, did he ever use drugs? Never. Absolutely not. He rarely interacted with other trialists, and avoided disreputable places entirely. What about women? Who were the women in his circle? Could one have lured him here, explaining the nudity? That didn't add up. Women. At that word, possibility flickered. Song Hung had been obsessed with female students, even minors, and spent most of his money on them. So you suspect a woman murdered him for his wealth and deliberately led him here? Highly likely. Only faint traces remained at the scene. Most evidence had been deliberately erased. This was no impulsive crime. It was premeditated, meticulously planned. Lao Wang rarely intervened in Song Hang's private affairs, and now, standing amid this horror, he had no idea which women his disciple had entangled with, or how deeply. I'll accompany you to his room, Captain Lu said. There may be clues. Good. Half an hour later they rushed back, bursting into Song Hang's room. The showerhead still dripped steadily, heavy droplets falling one by one. Fresh clothes lay untouched beside the bathroom. His phone, wallet, and trial gear all rested neatly on the bed. That explained why no personal items were found at the scene. He hadn't taken anything with him. The mystery deepened, and even Captain Lu's expression hardened into grim solemnity. Did this mean he'd left mid-shower? What urgency could compel him to dash out? Empty-handed, barefoot, defenseless. Lao Wang, are you certain he never used drugs? Faced with this uncanny scene, Lao Wang couldn't affirm anything. Have the surveillance feeds been checked? We're retrieving all footage from here to the crime scene. I'll notify you once reviewed. Defense Bureau officers entered, collecting every trace linked to Song Hong and searching the room for signs of any intruder. Understood. Lao Wang's composure unraveled. Just last night he'd scolded his disciple. Now by day the young man lay dead and naked. If it had been a woman, the motive might have made sense. But a man, his thoughts spun chaotic and hollow. He simply could not grasp what had transpired. Mu Hanchuan retrieved the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, the Yinyang Defense E and the Magma Bracer E. The Yinyang Defense E had been fully restored while the Magma Bracer E was only 90% repaired, yet he claimed it early, prioritizing the upcoming round elite tournament. It was his first time competing, so caution was paramount. En route, he received a message from Chai Long. 150 credits had been transferred to him, left by Zui Juanjia via Chai Long, as his share from the Skyray Beast Matriarch bounty. Mu Hanchuan was mildly surprised he hadn't even considered claiming that sum. Chai Long then broached another matter, one truly momentous. The Mistbeak Guild, the same one that had rejected Mu Hanchuan during the prior team trial, had suffered catastrophic losses. All 3 frontline members perished save for the support healer Xian Lan. As for the tank who had replaced Mu Hanchuan at the last moment, he fled. Mu Hanchuan was utterly stunned. What on earth happened? Chai Long explained according to Xian Lan, the sole survivor, their trial had been a slaughter trial, proceeding smoothly until nearly completion, when by ill fate they encountered a formidable Flameheart clan squad. At the climax of battle, the tank, who had stood resolutely at the vanguard, abruptly abandoned his post and fled. That sudden betrayal shattered their formation, tipping the numerical balance against them. Panic erupted, and tragedy followed. Mu Hanchuan recoiled in disbelief. No way, they actually did that. Could that tank possibly survive? After all, every member of that guild hailed from high-ranking families in Nanan City. Such a scandal would never be overlooked. Official channels might falter, but covert retribution would be inevitable. Chai Long chuckled heartily. He fled the instant he emerged, never even returned to the entry point. Nanan's entire municipal police force is mobilized, yet still hasn't apprehended him. He won't escape the city anytime soon. Authorities have now ordered county-level forces to join the manhunt and tighten the cordon. Mu Hanchuan drew a sharp breath. Fortunately, he'd already returned to Taizhou County and eliminated Song Hong well ahead of time. Had he lingered outside, he'd now be trapped beyond the perimeter. Once lockdown commenced, identity verification would be mandatory. Though his credentials were legitimate, revealing them was out of the question. He'd need to remain concealed for the foreseeable future. Huh. Had you accepted my earlier recommendation and joined their trial squad, none of this would have occurred. Now they're wiped out, clean and decisive. It was a grim affair, yet Chai Long couldn't quite suppress a note of grim satisfaction. Those 3 fallen heirs represented immense familial investment now reduced to nothing, not by inferior strength, but by treachery. A bitter hollow loss. Mu Hanchuan understood the elite's underlying caution. Familiarity trumped raw power. Even marginal skill deficits were tolerable if trust was assured. What they truly feared was betrayal by the unvetted. Yet despite every precaution, betrayal had slipped through. Chuan, how did your team trial go? Smoothly, no difficulty. Cleared it in an hour. Impressive. Zui Juanjia mentioned it to me. He hopes to recruit you again for the next team trial. If compensation is agreeable, they're prepared to pay generously. That works. I'm open to it should the opportunity arise. Profit is always welcome, if the terms are fair. Agreed. Next month, handle your schedule as needed. If you require a squad, inform me in advance. I'll scout stronger teams or negotiate directly with Zui Juanjia's group. Understood. After concluding the call with Chai Long, Mu Hanchuan returned to his hidden sanctuary and meticulously reviewed every detail to ensure no oversight remained. Took a deep breath and prepared to enter. Mid-next month marked the Shrank Skill Binding Oath cycle, a mandatory true death duel. The round elite tournament offered the perfect occasion. Opponents would be elite contenders from other races, affording him invaluable insight into solo combat within the trials. A flash, and Mu Hanchuan vanished, reappearing atop a volcanic caldera. Not upon its rim, but precisely at its heart, a vast platform 500 square meters in area suspended over roiling magma that surged and spat forth waves of searing heat. This center was the arena, inescapable absolute. Around him, the caldera's walls glowed cherry red under relentless thermal assault of fragments constantly sheared off, plummeting 100 meters into the molten depths with sharp, sizzling hisses. The air reeked of acrid fumes, making each breath laborious. Beyond the crater's edge stretched a hazy cerulean sky veiled beneath dense, brooding clouds. He felt disoriented, unable to discern whether he stood upon the tangible, forbidden trial star or within the hyperrealistic virtual realm of the forbidden stellar ring. This uncanny geography leaned towards simulation, yet possessed such visceral authenticity indistinguishable from reality itself. Opposite him stood his opponent in the under-25 Bone Age round elite tournament, a Flameheart warrior. Having surveyed the surroundings, he let loose a savage roar. This domain was his birthright, his elemental dominion. His power surged accordingly, igniting pure exhilaration. His body burned crimson, traced with deep black sigils resembling full-body tattoos. Flame-like hair danced wildly above his towering frame. 2.5 meters tall, massively built with broad palms and subtly sharpened fingertips. Most striking was his back, armored in thick, keratinous plating crowned with 3 vertical rows of jet-black spines. Impenetrable defense, clearly unsuitable as an attack vector. Their purpose, however, remained enigmatic. Coincidentally, he'd just discussed the Flameheart clan with Chai Long. Now here one stood. The Flameheart warrior bellowed once more, then fixed his gaze upon his foe. An elite human. Then why does he bear no weapon? Pathetic. Too destitute even to afford arms, yet dares compete in our elite duel. This first round will be effortless. As he pondered, he contorted his features into a grotesque snarl, feral, terrifying, and strode forward with heavy, deliberate steps. Confident in this volcanic arena, Mu Hanchuan wore 3 pieces of gear: the Starflash Treaders F, the Codscale Battle Knees E, and the Thundershock Greaves F. He carried no weapon, yet soon would. As the Flameheart warrior advanced, accelerating with each stride, the Void Stomach armor materialized, first encasing Mu Hanchuan's torso. Next came the Dragonbone Wall Cuff E, snapping onto his left forearm. Then the Magma Bracer E, locking onto his right. Finally, the Faceless Mask F settled over his features. The Flameheart warrior skidded to an abrupt halt, his eyes bulging, magnified several times beyond natural scale. What is that? What sorcery is this? Am I hallucinating? Uncertain, he slapped himself twice, stars bursting across his vision. Then stared anew. The Inyang defense E manifested 2 broad flat plates suspended like cutting boards across Mu Hanchuan's back. The Lotus Pond Crossing E coalesced next, shaping itself into a banana leaf shield slung at his waist. 6 pieces assembled. One final marker remained: a heavy machine gun, though Mu Hanchuan chose not to summon it yet. Early this month, he'd been ambushed and gravely wounded in Tianlan City by an unknown syndicate robbing a bank, forcing prolonged convalescence. Consequently, his trials accumulated in the final days, leaving him physically depleted. Such diminished condition rendered prolonged combat inadvisable. Instead, he intended to gauge his opponent's offensive capacity, to assess the baseline strength of elite sub-25 competitors from other races, gather tactical insights, and then deploy the heavy machine gun to overwhelm and force surrender. 400 rounds should suffice. The Flameheart clan warrior spat blood, bewildered to see his human opponent still summoning equipment. Stunned, utterly paralyzed. How could this be fought? He felt defeated already. Was this opponent cheating? I refuse to accept this. What meaning remains in such an elite contest? Enraged, he cursed the corruption in his heart, but his feet kept moving forward, and suddenly he lunged. Defiance aside, he had no choice but to fight. Before age 25, this was his sole opportunity. Failure meant permanent exclusion from future invitations. He was indeed formidable, but for those under 35, Bone Age selection into subsequent elite rounds was uncertain. With rewards so extraordinary, he had no option but to push forward. He opened with his ultimate technique, Wei Sha Yi. Not a direct assault, but a self-augmentation skill that dramatically enhanced his physical prowess and striking power. Leaping high, he executed a swift backflip. Then 3 vertical rows of black spines erupted toward Mu Hanchuan. So this was his method of attack. Mu Hanchuan did not raise his shield. Instead, he lifted both arms and absorbed the impact barehanded. Boom. The colossal force hurled Mu Hanchuan backward 5 or 6 meters. Dozens of shallow punctures appeared across his body, but all were blocked by armor. Still, the sheer concussive force nearly unbalanced him. Incredible force. These black spines carried devastating lethality. The Flameheart warrior's face paled. His most lethal technique effortlessly thwarted. He raised his massive iron maul, and charged, unleashing furious, relentless blows. Mu Hanchuan made no counterattack, only parried left and right, purely defending, honing his resilience against sustained assault. For 2 full minutes his barrage raged on, yet failed to breach the human's defenses. Rage overwhelmed him. He tore open his tunic, revealing 2 enormous mouths embedded in his chest, both now gaping wide. Stored fury and energy surged forth as searing flame lancing violently toward Mu Hanchuan. Mu Hanchuan finally drew his shield, a half-sized cutting board held before his head like a makeshift helm. The Flameheart warrior was utterly stunned. This human simply stood motionless, not dodging, not retreating, not even attacking, while being scorched for a full minute. His chest mouths burned so fiercely they smoked, yet the opponent remained unscathed. No, I refused to yield. He had trained relentlessly for this elite contest. Surrender was unthinkable. He unleashed his final trump card, the artifact card Rampage Hammer E. A colossal hammer descended from above, its head glowing crimson, roaring through the air with crushing momentum straight at his foe. Mu Hanchuan abandoned all bravado. He snatched the other half of his cutting board and fused both pieces into a single broad shield, just in time to intercept the descending blow. The Rampage Hammer struck the shield with cataclysmic force, sending Mu Hanchuan tumbling and davering for over 10 meters, before leaping back up unbroken and fully alert. Fine cracks webbed across the board, 30% structural damage, durability reduced by 20 points. A deep throbbing ache radiated through his body. A formidable artifact, enough to wound even his fully equipped form. Having gauged his opponent sufficiently, Mu Hanchuan decided to end the duel. He prepared to summon his heavy machine gun. Before he could act, the Flameheart warrior forfeited, completely shattered. He flung down his iron maul, seized his flame emission, and collapsed onto the ground, sobbing bitterly. You cheated. You deceived me. Wah! Mu Hanchuan now knew for certain he stood within the forbidden stellar ring. Only within its virtual realm could one comprehend alien tongues. He blinked, momentarily dazed, still half ready to draw his machine gun. Now what? A thought flickered. Could this fierce Flameheart warrior possibly be female? After weeping for some time, the Flameheart warrior abruptly rose, retrieved his weapon, and spat a vow. I remember you. Next time I will destroy you. With that he vanished, returning to reality. If he cannot even breach my defense, now how does he imagine revenge later? Dream on. Congratulations, victory in round 1. Elite contest for participants under 25 bone age. Reward 1 random attribute point card, white tier. That was it. The sole reward after waiting. Not bad. Effortless, essentially free. Worth 1 million credits, usable this week. Mu Hanchuan likewise dissolved from the arena, returning to his origin point. He removed all gear, finally light and unburdened. This month had been turbulent, fraught with unforeseen incidents, but he had weathered them all. He would rest a while, then venture out later to assess the situation. County law enforcement had mobilized en masse to apprehend that treacherous tank, surely a spectacle. He'd also asked Chai Long whether the artifact card Kaleidoscope Domain Arrest D had sold. That evening, Xiao Shui searched frantically, every plausible location, every conceivable place, yet found no trace of Achuan. Had something truly befallen him? To rescue him herself was hopeless. She resolved first to locate Tao Tianhe and Yin Wei, then mount a joint search for Achuan. Tao Tianhe, who had split off earlier, likewise failed to find Yin Wei. Disregarding Xiao Shui's instructions, he secretly contacted Yin Wei using a different phone, receiving no reply. That silence strongly suggested Yin Wei had entered trial. The final day of the month, everyone converged upon it, racing against time. Something was indeed amiss tonight. Unusually dense police presence filled the county, covert yet unmistakably searching for something. His instincts prickled with unease. Perhaps Xiao Shui hadn't exaggerated. Someone truly was searching for Achuan. Better to contact her first, ask whether she'd found him. Still using the same number, he discreetly sent Xiao Shui a rendezvous address, then departed hastily. After resting through the afternoon, Mu Hanchuan strolled to a nearby park that evening and checked his messages. No word from Chai Long, but a message arrived from Tao Tianhe. Not from his personal number, however, an urgent summons to meet at a specific location. What's happening? Could someone have suffered grave misfortune? Even Redand White's ceremonial work wouldn't warrant such urgency. He'd been too busy these past months, long absent from his regular duties. Perhaps they simply wished to reunite. No need to overthink it. He would go and see. In a bleak mountain range among a cluster of graves, Mu Hanchuan arrived. Xiao Shui and Tao Tianhe were already there. Xiao Shui ran up exuberantly. Achuan, are you all right? Mu Hanchuan looked puzzled. What could be wrong with me? Tao Tianhe stepped forward and said, Xiao Shui says she was being hunted. Those people are after you. Mu Hanchuan's brow tightened as he looked at Xiao Shui. You were chased. In his heart, he already formed a rough suspicion, the Mu family. Yes, they offered me 3 million to tell them your whereabouts and information. I value loyalty, so of course I wouldn't tell. They attacked and chased me all the way. Luckily, I ran fast, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing me alive right now. Xiao Shui, Tao Tianhe, and Yin Wei knew of his sworn sister Dai Xiaoyan, but they did not know his true identity. Mu Hanchuan asked, what about Yin Wei? Can't reach him, he should be inside the trial. Mu Hanchuan nodded. They were all hard-luck souls out in the world together for so long and acquainted for years. None of them would betray him. He took out 1 million and handed 500,000 to each of them. I've dragged you into this. Go and lie low for a while. Xiao Shui accepted the money happily. They were like family, there was no need to distinguish. He must have made a large sum recently. It was only right he shared a little. Tao Tianhe did not accept the money, his expression turned grave. H1, what did you do? Even the county police are after you. Mu Hanchuan shoved the money into his hand. This is hard to explain. You two should go hide elsewhere for a while, we'll deal with it. H1 was a man with many burdens, never willing to talk about himself. He had been like that since they met at 13. All right, then be careful. Remember, do not reveal anything about my sworn sister to any outsiders. Don't worry, we understand. Good. You leave first, we'll go check things out. Tao Tianhe, be careful. Xiao Shui, don't do anything reckless. Got it. After they left, Mu Hanchuan dialed a number. Hello H1, are you asking about Wanhua Tongji Ud? My father said it's been scheduled, it will go to auction in a few days. Not that. Do me a favor. What favor? Arrange for some people to go to Katawa County and keep watch over my sworn sister's place. On the other end, Chai Long's tone grew serious. What happened? The Mu family has been digging. They found people connected to me, and they might trace back to Dai Xiaoyan's household. I understand. If anything happens, they'll notify you immediately. Good, thanks. After hanging up, Mu Hanchuan did not leave the spot. He tried contacting Yin Wei again, but could not reach him. It seemed Yin Wei was truly inside the trial. Xiao Shui was straightforward and generous, Tao Tianhe honest and loyal. They would not betray him. But Yin Wei outwardly appeared placid, while nursing great ambitions. Reality had not matched his fantasies. Mu Hanchuan could not read him. Would the Mu family find Yin Wei? He was uncertain how much the Mu family had uncovered about him and how many people they had sent. The urgent priority was to find a plausible excuse to arrange Dai Xiaoyan's family's departure as soon as possible. He could not arrange it himself forever. Trouble would come sooner or later. Chai Long's father had the means, but Mu Hanchuan was not entirely at ease in trusting the matter to him. Uncle Yun, after all, was an intermediary broker. His channels and inside information were part of his trade. Asking them for protection would be to hand his vulnerabilities into their hands. No matter how familiar, one should remain cautious. In the end, Mu Hanchuan thought of the Su family. He had done them a great favor. They would be willing to cooperate with subsequent plans. They ought to pay something back. Perhaps Dai Xiaoyan's exposure was connected to them. Even if not, blaming them would not be entirely false. They had really visited, and for the Mu family to detect traces was not implausible. Mu Hanchuan decided this was the best solution. Both sides could use each other. Given the Su family's standing, they would not stoop to threaten him with Dai Xiaoyan's family. Arranging a secure place for them would be trivial for the Su clan. My value should be worth this small favor, right? He did not contact Su Qingyu, the timid younger sister, but instead messaged her elder sister Su Han for the first time proactively. About annulling the engagement. Can you arrange my separation from the Mu family? He did not state his request outright. Mu Hanchuan wanted to seize the initiative and then gently press his demand, avoiding anything too deliberate. 10 seconds after sending the message, he considered going to Katawa County in person. It was only an hour from Taizhou County. But things had been unsettled these past days. The police had been mobilized to capture that tank, and the operation might be complicated. Surprisingly, Su Han replied at that late hour. She hadn't slept yet. Come to Qingling. He bristled inwardly. Why should I? Do I look like I have nothing to do? Mu Hanchuan sent a single punctuation mark. If you want to leave the Mu family, quickly come. My parents want to meet you and discuss matters in detail. How about a video call? You are not worthy. Mu Hanchuan grew increasingly annoyed with Su Han. Perhaps she spoke the truth, but where was the courtesy and refinement? Where was her civility? Her manners? If I come, will it be solved? 80%. So certain. The Su family ranked among the top 3 political houses in Qingling City, a traditional aristocratic clan rooted in the Qingwang political circles, wielding formidable influence and clout. Such a great family should not be underestimated. If they truly chose to set aside pride and act ruthlessly, even 10 Mu families would be hard-pressed to withstand them. Mu Hanchuan wavered. If there really was an 80% chance making the trip and offering a smile might be worth it, he could quietly present his demands and ask them to ensure Dai Xiaoyan's family's future safety. All right, but how do I get there? For a permanent solution, Mu Hanchuan decided to go. He would cooperate with the Su family to strike at the Mu clan. No psychological burden at all, he intended to hit them hard. Tell me your location. Someone will pick you up. Once you're in the car, you don't need to worry. You'll be brought safely to Qingling. Quick and decisive, this Su Han was not without merits. She handled matters without dithering, getting straight to the point, far more effective than her sister. Were they really blood sisters? Not only were their temperaments completely opposite, but their upbringing seemed utterly divergent as well. He wore only a pair of facing swift boots and had a faceless mask tucked in his pocket. He had not carried other gear, though everything had been marked. Not a major issue. His inventory slot held a medical kit, a thing he had grown used to carrying when he went out. It seemed there was nothing else to prepare. He could depart at once. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Even if the Mu family could not find Yin Wei, they might discover other clues linking him to Dai Xiaoyan. The old man was dead, but those who had been close to him were still alive. Another important lead. There was no time to waste. He did not yet possess the strength to go toe-to-toe with the Mu family. Where he could hide, he would. Mu Hanchuan sent Su Han the coordinates of the graveyard where he was, and then waited quietly. Anyone who married Su Han in the future would likely have a hard time. She was not an easy woman to get along with. Su Qingyu, the gentle little white rabbit, on the other hand, was pliable and pretty, an ideal match for an arranged marriage. So naive, she would not detect a few affairs outside and would obediently stay at home waiting for you to return. There would be no family discord to trouble you. After waiting for no more than half an hour near the graveyard, a comfortable white business car arrived, and two people stepped out, purposefully walking to Mu Hanchuan's side, inviting him to get in. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan got into the car alone in the spacious back seat. With unobstructed traffic and high speed, they arrived in Qingling around 6 o'clock the next afternoon, in less than a day. Instead of being taken to the Su family, he was arranged to stay in a relatively secluded, elegantly environment villa. It was small, just one building, but surrounded by various flowers. Inside the villa, there were 2 doormen and 3 maids, all coming out to greet the guests. Young Master Mu, this place is very elegant and quiet. Dinner is ready. Please make yourself comfortable for a few days. Mu Hanchuan had no interest in staying longer here. The capital's security must be extremely tight, making it hard to stroll around. He directly asked, "Where is Su Han?" "The young lady will come to meet you once she finishes her tasks." Not even a specific time. Mu Hanchuan grew more annoyed. He had no desire to waste time here. He stated his plan directly. He would cooperate, resolve the issue, and leave. Why complicate things? Tell her I will stay for no more than 3 days, and I will leave after that, regardless of her plans. If Su Han really thinks I need to beg her, she is terribly mistaken. It would be best to leave the Mu family smoothly. If not, it would just be a bit troublesome in the future, requiring a little more effort. The Mu family cannot stop me. Young Master Mu, I will convey your message. Mu Hanchuan entered the villa to rest well. Su Qingyu lay on the bed. A small, exquisite blood-red token about the size of half a palm appeared in her hand with a message displayed inside, sent by Jin Hu Zhaowan. This token was bound to Su Qingyu's body and could never be separated. Besides Zhaowan, there were 6 others, including Su Qingyu. This exquisite blood-red token was not ordinary. It was an extremely rare item card blood contract token. Its value could not be measured by money, and the difficulty of obtaining it was comparable to reaching the sky, said to be possible only under extremely special conditions. The blood contract token allows its holder to invite up to 6 people to join, making a total of 7, including the holder. Once the invited party agrees, they can become formal members and receive a small blood contract token bound to themselves, which cannot be taken away. Anyone who joins cannot betray and cannot exit permanently. Every half-month, the blood contract token can store 3 item cards with continuous accumulation, and any member can call upon them. They cannot be retrieved in the trial star, only in the real world. Every month, the blood contract token can activate a tracking feature to check the specific location of a member. Every 6 months, it can initiate a team exploration trial, which all members can participate in. The blood contract token has levels accumulated based on ratings ranging from 1 to 10. The higher the level of the blood contract token, the deeper the search range in the trial star, and the greater the danger, with a certain chance of encountering other teams holding blood contract tokens. With this token, it is equivalent to having a completely loyal team that is never afraid of betrayal, truly achieving mutual progress, collective improvement, and sharing in life and death. Naturally, she should go and take a look. The scenery in Qingling is nice and can show him around. Xian Huang Jiqiang, damn blood fox, are you really getting married? You can't bear to leave us. Yin Hu Li Ming, getting married is quite good. Yin Hu Wei Zio, what kind of man? Sister started her career at 9, has seen countless men, and let me help you screen them. The other two, Qi Hu He and Gui Hu Zhu Ming, did not show up. These 7 people are all members of the blood contract token. They come from different backgrounds, classes, abilities, and personalities, yet they form a true collective, a team that will never betray. Oh, you don't need to worry too much. He is here to annul the engagement. Yin Hu Li Ming. Somewhere the Jin Hu Zhao, one who was munching on snacks, laughed. Ha ha ha. Xian Huang Jiqiang. I'm sorry, I overinterpreted it. In a nightclub, Yin Hu Wei Zio defended her sister. Are you not virtuous enough? Not pretty enough? Or not gentle enough? What is he? Why does he have the right to abandon you? Gui Hu Zhu Ming, who rarely spoke, appeared. Do you need me to deal with him? The blood contract token disappeared, merging into Su Qingyu's body. She no longer paid attention to her gossiping companions and asked He to prepare clothes to meet Mu Hanchuan. What's wrong? She is also a traditional girl. They have a marriage engagement. She is quite curious about him. Miss Zhu Hua has invited you to see the flowers. Find an excuse to decline. All right. On the other side. Is everything arranged? Miss Young Master Mu has settled in. Are you not going to greet him today? No need, let's wait a couple of days. Her parents had not mentioned wanting to meet yet, so they had to wait. This time the Su family was serious. They would not only exert pressure on the Mu family economically, but also politically launch an all-out assault. Ultimately, the real strength of the Su family lies in the political realm, not economic means. Furthermore, with Mu Hanchuan in hand, the Mu family must yield, otherwise they cannot bear the consequences. But young Master Mu says he will only stay for 3 days and will leave afterward. Suhan laughed. He indeed has a personality, daring to threaten her. A car pulled into the villa. Second Miss Su Qingyu had arrived. The villa's staff hurried outside to greet her. This residence was reserved exclusively for distinguished guests. Members of the Su family rarely visited, and no one had anticipated the second miss would come in person. They were utterly unprepared. Su Qingyu stepped out of the car. Everyone chorused second miss. She gave a slight, graceful nod, devoid of pretense or condescension, and said, please carry on with your duties. She entered the villa alone, accompanied only by He. Mu Hanchuan remained secluded in his room, having not emerged all day, resting in quiet solitude. He heard the commotion and assumed it was Su Han, but that made no sense. Could his earlier warning truly have swayed her? The likelihood was virtually nil. It certainly wasn't her. He lingered at the entrance without entering, while Su Qingyu proceeded into the grand hall. Just then Mu Hanchuan emerged from his room. On the staircase and the ground floor, their eyes met across the space. Mu Hanchuan's brow furrowed slightly. Why her? Though bound by an engagement, the two had exchanged scarcely a handful of words. Even with contact information, save neither had ever sent the other a single message. With Su Han present, things had been tolerable. Now alone together, an awkward silence hung between them. Long time no see. Mu Hanchuan broke the stillness first. Su Qingyu offered a light, elegant laugh. Indeed, long time no see. Is there something you need? Since you've come all the way to Qingling, would you care to stroll around together? Mu Hanchuan thought it entirely unnecessary, yet refusing outright would be rude. This Su Qingyu might genuinely lack discernment. He had come precisely to dissolve their engagement, yet she dared invite him out for a casual outing. Did she fear no scandal? Did she not grasp how deeply her family fretted over her reputation, while she herself seemed blithely unaware, as if untouched by worldly concerns? All right, let's go. Mu Hanchuan descended the stairs and walked beside her out of the villa. He had originally intended to remain hidden for a few days, to avoid revealing his identity. He assumed the Su family would likewise prefer to keep his presence discreet, shielding the public from learning he was the second Mrs. Fiance.